On a warm autumn afternoon, the sun shone gently over Tangjia village. Under the big tree at the village entrance, people were chatting peacefully, and a few children played happily. The scene was calm and peaceful. However, in the midst of this harmony, a middle-aged woman with a large stick, looking fierce and angry, was walking toward the scene, disturbing the peaceful moment. Everyone recognized her as Wang Jinhua, the eldest daughter-in-law of the Tang family. Usually, she liked to bully others because she was the eldest sister-in-law. Today, she seemed different and people started to worry. They wondered who had made her so angry this time. Looks like she's heading for the third household. Their mother and daughter are probably in trouble again, someone said. But the villagers just watched quietly. No one dared to act because if they did, they might get scolded by the fierce woman. She was known as a quarrelsome person. As Wang Jinhua got closer, some villagers who wanted to see the fight gathered around but kept their distance, about 10 or 20 steps away, watching from afar. The rural folks, besides working in the fields, had little to do. Whenever there was some excitement, they loved to watch. Near the pond, a young boy leaned awkwardly against a tree, holding a book. Seeing the situation, he frowned slightly. After thinking for a moment, he put away his book and moved in another direction. By then, Wang Jinhua had reached the door of the thatched cottage. Although she was fat, she moved quickly. She shouted as she walked, "Tang Wanwan, you little brat, come out here." After calling twice with no response, she suddenly stood with her hands on her hips on the half-collapsed wall of the Tang family's third courtyard. She shouted loudly, "Tang Wanwan, you little rascal, come out and face me. Don't think hiding inside the house will save you." Mrs. Chun and her eldest daughter, Tang Wanwan, were sewing at home. When they heard the shouting outside, Mrs. Chen's hand trembled and the needle pricked her finger, drawing blood. "Mother, ignore that crazy dog," Tang Wanwan said, frowning, and she gently her mother's finger to soothe the pain. "Quick, go behind the door," her mother urged. "Mother, the eldest, and is just looking for trouble." "I won't hide," Tang Wanwan replied. Mrs. Chun was so anxious she almost cried. She grabbed her daughter and pushed her behind the door, sternly saying, "Don't make a sound." "Both of you, hide too," said Tang Xiao-yi and Tang Xiao-ro, the 8-year-old twin siblings. Their biggest fear on normal days is Big Auntie's fierce scolding. Every time she comes home, nothing good happens. So the two younger ones quickly hide under the bed when they hear her speak. "Help me out," Brother Tang Wei's voice comes from the inner room, but unfortunately, he can't move himself. Due to an accident, he broke his leg and has been bedridden for years. Hearing the arrogant voice of the aunt outside, he wants to struggle and get out. But he can't even reach his cane, so he pounds his leg with his hands, his face showing veins. Tang Wanwan dares not respond, afraid that Big Auntie will hear her. She is struggling inside, wanting to go out but is too scared. Her whole body trembles, and her hands shake with nervousness. Where is he? Still trying to hide the murder. "Bring him out now," Big Auntie's voice grows closer. "Big sister-in-law, Wanwan really isn't at home. May I ask what has happened?" Mother Chen's gentle voice contrasts sharply with Wang's loud and aggressive tone. "What has happened?" Wang's voice suddenly rises, and her sharp triangular eyes flash with a cold light. It makes Mother Chen think of a poisonous snake on the mountain. Seeing her glance into the room, Mother Chen quickly steps in front of the door to block her. You, as a mother, don't even know what your daughter has done. She actually wanted to poison Chenger.
Luckily, Chenger is lucky.
Otherwise, she would have died 10 times over to pay for my son. And where is that murderer Tang Wanwan?
Call her out now.
I will go find the clan leader and send her to the ancestral hall for punishment according to our family rules. Seeing Mother Chen silent and blocking the door with her body, her voice becomes anxious. The Tang family is a large and respected family in Tangjia village. They own half the land in the village, and wealthy businesses are controlled by the Tang family. Most other families in the village are outsiders working as laborers or long-term residents who married and settled here. The Tang family has strict rules. Cheating, deception, evil practices, gambling, and drug use. Anyone caught, regardless of age or gender, must be punished severely, even risking their lives in a pig cage. Even if someone speaks up for them, they cannot escape death or severe punishment. Thinking of the dark dungeon and the long elder who looks like a living corpse, Mother Chin trembles all over. She immediately refuses. This is impossible. Today, Wanfan only cooked 2 meals, but she didn't go anywhere else. She only made 2 meals? Mrs. Wang raised her voice, her eyes flashing with a cruel light. When she saw Wanfan looking at her, that gaze seemed to her bare, exposing her in front of everyone.
No, no.
As she finished speaking, Mrs. Chin realized she had said the wrong thing, but it was too late to take it back. Indeed, Mrs. Wang's face darkened. Without a word, she stepped forward and slapped Mrs. Chun hard. Humph, you let it slip, didn't you? Hand her over now, or I won't just give you a slap. Tears flickered in Mrs. Chen's eyes as she covered her face with one hand. She felt her teeth loosen, her mouth filled with a bitter, salty taste, and her face burning with pain. She stood her ground and said, "Impossible. Sister-in-law, you must be mistaken. Wanfan wouldn't even kill a chicken, let alone do anything else. Someone saw it with their own eyes. Stop defending her. Move aside." "I'm not moving. My daughter didn't kill anyone." "Are you really not going to let her go, or are you pretending?" "I have witnesses." "Sister-in-law, please let Wanfan go. I know my daughter wouldn't do such things. She wouldn't dare." Mrs. Chun begged desperately. "Let her go or not." Mrs. Wang pushed directly in front of Mrs. Chun. The two stared at each other, and the air seemed to freeze. "Fine. Don't blame me for being ruthless." Unexpectedly, Mrs. Wang suddenly swung her stick at Mrs. Chen's weak body. Mrs. Chen didn't dodge or block. She gritted her teeth and held on. By the third strike, Tang Wanfan couldn't hold back anymore. She rushed out.
Stop. Come at me if you have something to say. Good, you're out now.
Perfect timing. Come with me to the Tang family ancestral hall. Seeing Wanfan finally come out, Mrs. Wang sneered coldly and reached out to grab her. "Mom, does it hurt? You should go inside quickly." "Why are you so silly?" Tang Wanfan saw her mother being beaten by her uncle and aunt, her heart aching painfully. Her hatred for Mrs. Wang deepened.
"I'm Fine.
I can hold on." "Wanfan, you shouldn't have come out." Mrs. Wang's stick struck both mother and daughter, but they seemed unaffected by the pain. "Mom, I haven't done anything wrong. I'm not afraid." Tang Wanfan smiled and pushed her mother into the house, locking the door behind her. She had cut off her own escape route. Wanfan. Haha, such deep mother-daughter love. "Soon, I'll make sure you cry so hard you can't even cry." Wang sure hit for a while, her hand hurting from the blows. She thought these lowly mother and daughter were very stubborn. Actually, she had disliked Tang Wanwan for a long time. The girl had grown up and was less obedient than before, often arguing and being sneaky. Most importantly, the girl was becoming more beautiful and charming, almost surpassing her own daughter. Tomorrow, the young master from the Su family would come to propose marriage. He had played with Tang Wanwan when they were children. She was worried he might favor the girl, so she wanted to clear obstacles for her own daughter, Roi. Today, it seemed like fate was on her side. Her son Tang Chung drank the chicken soup that Tang Wanwan had prepared and immediately vomited and had diarrhea, nearly losing his life. She saw this as a perfect chance to punish the girl severely and to humiliate the entire third household. Once inside the ancestral hall, even if Tang Wanwan opened 8 mouths, she would peel her skin. "I won't go. Uncle and Auntie, please don't worry about me." Tang Wanwan stared straight at Wang Shi. When the stick came, she tried to dodge, avoiding it as much as possible. Several times, the stick almost hit her hands. Wang Shi was furious, her teeth itching with anger. "Whether you go or not is not up to you." After struggling for a while, Tang Wanwan suddenly bit Wang Shi, causing her to scream in pain. Wang Shi then struck her hard with a stick. Tang Wanwan felt her head buzzing, and suddenly everything spun. Her eyes went white, and the blood from her face flowed down. She fell backward unconscious. People outside saw this and shouted loudly, "Someone's killing her." Wang Shi was so frightened her hand trembled, and her stick fell to her feet. She looked at Tang Wanwan's pale face, now covered in blood, her legs stiff. Her heart was in chaos. She quickly waved her hand and said, "It's not me. I didn't kill her. I saw her still moving her feet." When Tang Wanwan regained some awareness, she only felt noise around her and clearly sensed someone kicking and stepping on her. Unfortunately, her limbs were weak, and her head hurt badly. Every movement felt like someone was stabbing her with needles. A woman's voice was heard, saying, "Look, she's not dead. She's still breathing. Who dares to kick her? Who is this fierce mother? Has she gone mad?" She, Tang Wanwan, is the 36th generation leader of Jinluban. She just received a design award and celebrated with drinks. Now, waking up, she feels something is wrong. "Tang Wanwan, I tell you, don't pretend to be dead. You can't escape today," Wang Shi said loudly, though she was actually quite nervous. Seeing her strike Tang Wanwan until her head was bleeding and she collapsed unconscious, Wang Shi felt anxious. If she caused a serious injury, she wouldn't get past the clan leader's judgment. "Stop pretending. I saw your eyes move." "Huh, was I just seeing things?" Wang Shi muttered to herself, then lowered her head to check if Tang Wanwan was still breathing. Suddenly, the ground opened her eyes. At this moment, Tang Wanwan was filled with a fierce aura. Even her gaze had changed. Seeing this, she grabbed Wang Shi's hand sharply, pulling and twisting. With a cracking sound, Wang Shi's arm dislocated. As her hand loosened, Wang Shi lost her balance and fell forward, landing face first on the ground. Tang Wanwan moved quickly and precisely, throwing Wang Shi aside. She then sat heavily on the ground, completely exhausted. "Uncle and Aunt, you're so cruel. Are you trying to kill me?" Tang Wanwan said, tears streaming down her face, clearly feeling deeply wronged. To outsiders, it looked like Wang Shi had hit Tang Wanwan with a stick, and when she tried to get up, Wang Shi pushed her back down. This woman is truly heartless. Even if she's not her biological daughter, she shouldn't treat her so harshly. At this moment of her awakening, a strange memory flooded into Tang Wanwan's mind. For some reason, she had inexplicably become a woman from ancient times, with the same name but a different surname. Her original name was Lu Wan, but here she was surnamed Tang, named Wanwan. In her previous life, Lu Wan had lived a very glorious life. She was a top student since childhood. After graduation, she inherited her family's business and joined Jinluban Academy, starting as an ordinary student and becoming the youngest dean. She also became the 36th generation leader of Jinluban. In her life, she was a strong woman, capable of almost everything. Nothing seemed difficult for her. But she had one flaw: she seemed to lack emotional intelligence. She was over 25 and still single. Lu Wan planned to wait until she was older, then carefully choose a partner, date, get married, and have children. But suddenly, she transformed completely. Mrs. Wang did not expect Tang Wanwan to treat her like this. She couldn't believe she was so easily pushed down, and her hand was dislocated. She was stunned for a long time before suddenly bursting into rage. She charged at Tang Wanwan like a madwoman. "Ah, you brat, you shameless girl. How dare you break my hand? I will fight you." Mrs. Wang yelled loudly, like a pig being slaughtered, and charged forward like a moving mountain of flesh. Tang Wanwan, whose strength had not fully recovered, couldn't make big moves. When she saw Mrs. Wang rushing at her, she only pretended to roll on the ground and rolled to the side. Mrs. Wang thought she could easily hit Tang Wanwan and used all her strength, but she missed completely and skidded several steps on her face. She then crashed into the dirt wall in the yard, knocking it down. She ate a mouthful of dirt, and her dislocated arm throbbed painfully. What made her angrier and more ashamed was that villagers saw her make a fool of herself. She charged again, but Tang Wanwan still pretended to be crazy and scared, seemingly terrified of her. In fact, she cleverly avoided their collision when Mrs. Wang rushed over. Tang Wanwan was a 6th Dan judo practitioner, almost 7th Dan, so playing tricks on this village woman was easy. This time, Mrs. Wang almost fell headfirst onto a large stone. If Tang Wanwan hadn't tripped her with her foot, her head would have been badly hurt. After several setbacks, Mrs. Wang felt like she was cursed, and she strongly suspected that Tang Wanwan had turned into a ghost, which was why she was so powerful. She sat on the ground and howled loudly, loud enough to be heard by most of the village. The commotion had already alarmed the villagers, including old Zhang's wife. Mrs. Zhang, true to her name, loved to scold people. She was the grandmother of the original owner. She had triangular eyes and raised eyebrows, and when she scolded, she could do it for hours, insulting ancestors so badly that they seemed ready to crawl out of their graves. When Mrs. Zhang arrived, Mrs. Wang was sitting on the ground crying. Hearing her footsteps approaching, she was even more heartbroken, crying as if her heart was breaking. Everyone in the village shook their heads at her, and a few tried to comfort her, but she scolded them harshly. "Oh, my goodness, my mother! My waist! My hand is about to break. Tang Wanwan, you wicked girl, how dare you disobey your elders? You unfaithful, unfilial, and malicious girl, I will report you to the authorities." Mrs. Wang cried so hard that tears and snot flowed down her face, her screams filling the air. Upon seeing this, Granny Zhang felt heartache. She quickly grabbed a stick from the ground and angrily approached Tang Wanwan. "You little brat, how bold you are! You poisoned your brother, and now want to harm your aunt. It seems I've been too kind to you all along. Today, I must teach you a lesson, or I can't uphold our family's honor."
Ha!
This clearly isn't a family, and they don't share the same blood. At this moment, Lady Chen desperately pulled at the door, kneeling and crying as she begged, "Mother, eldest sister-in-law, please let Wanwan go. I'll take her to the ancestral hall to confess." It's too late for that now. "Mother, we must punish her severely. Such a wicked girl, even if she gets married later, will ruin our Tang family's reputation. Rui and you are still young and will marry someday." Granny Zhang nodded in agreement, saying, "You're right. This wild girl shouldn't have been allowed in the house in the first place. Mother, please. She's your own granddaughter." Lady Chen sobbed uncontrollably inside, clutching the door tightly. Finally, she tore it open and fell to her knees, kowtowing repeatedly. "Mother, I beg you. Now that my husband is gone, Tang Wei is ill, and the 2 little ones are only 8 years old. If Wanwan gets into more trouble, you're pushing our family to the brink of ruin." Seeing Granny Zhang hesitate, Lady Chen knelt all the way to her daughter, shielding her with her frail body. "Wanwan, my Wanwan." Even though Tang Wanwan had never experienced genuine family love, she was moved by Lady Chen's tears and desperation. Such a mother, she would protect at all costs. As for the 2 women in front of her, she wouldn't let them get away easily. In that moment, Tang Wanwan fully understood her identity. Many memories about her original life became clear. She now realized how shameless this family truly was. "Mother, don't listen to them. You go inside. I will talk to them." "Oh, so you've grown some wings now. Just remember, I want my medical fees paid. You broke my hand. Everyone come see. This ungrateful girl has broken my hand," Mrs. Wang cried out, but no one paid her any attention. She turned around and said to Grandma Zhang, "Mother, my hand is broken, so I can't do any work anymore. I think we should take the 5 taels of burial money from Brother Jianfei too. If it's not enough, these few thatched houses can still be used to store firewood. The abandoned temple isn't occupied, right? Their family lives somewhere better than here. With 5 mouths to feed every day, how much food do they need? Who will fill this big hole?" Grandma Zhang knew her daughter-in-law's temper. If she offended her, life would be hard for her. She looked at Tang Wanwan sternly and said, "Tang Wanwan, now go and kowtow to your uncle and aunt, admit your mistake, and bring the 5 taels of silver for your dead father. Your family can move to the abandoned temple. Today's matter will be considered settled. Otherwise, You can expect to be drowned in a pig cage. Tang Wanwan's eyes darkened when she heard this. It was obvious they were after her family's 5 taels of silver. They took the main part, and the remaining money was for her family's medicine, building a tomb for her father, and hosting a meal for the family. After expenses, they only had less than 2 taels left. These two greedy people even wanted to take that. They really thought she was easy to manipulate. Since she was now acting as the original owner, she had to take care of her family. If she let these two take advantage today, life would be even harder in the future. Tang Jianfei, her father, had died on the way delivering salt to the outside town. He was attacked by bandits who stole the salt they were transporting. It said he resisted and was stabbed, then thrown into the river by the bandits to feed the fish. The county magistrate, who had a bit of conscience, gave them 30 taels of silver as aid after losing their main support. But before the money could be used, Wang and Grandma Zhang secretly took it all, claiming it was for their family's expenses. Only 5 taels were left for her to pay for her father's funeral. Unfortunately, in less than a year, the 25 taels of silver were spent. The children were starving every day, and Tang Wei couldn't even afford medicine. If they kept it for their own family, it wouldn't run out for years. Mother, I didn't give Tang Chung poison mushrooms. He ate them himself. I tried to stop him. If you don't believe me, ask Dr. Chen. You'll know if he ate them or not. Also, I plan to live separately from you. Please return the 25 taels of silver for my father to us.
What?
What did you say? You little brat, if you have the guts, say it again so I can hear it. Grandma Zhang didn't expect that the girl not only refused to admit guilt but also plotted against her money. She was fed up with her. As she spoke, she swung her stick, ready to hit Tang Wanwan. But this time, it didn't work. The girl quickly grabbed the stick in her hand, making her unable to move, her face turning red with anger. Are you trying to turn the tables? Big wife, help me catch this naughty girl. Grandma Zhang was furious now. She couldn't believe the girl was resisting her. Tang Wanwan turned to Mrs. Wang and whispered, Auntie, if you want to completely ruin that hand, go ahead. Today's matter, if you catch me and don't let go, I won't be afraid. But I worry that you are using your age and authority to bully our family. If this gets out, it won't be good for Brother Chung and Rui. Tomorrow is Rui's matchmaking day, right? If today's trouble is forgotten, I promise I won't go to the front anymore, Mrs. Wang said. Mrs. Wang planned to send her son, Tang Chung, to a local school. The teacher there cared about a person's character. If the news got out, it might hurt her son's future. Since Tang Wanwan promised not to interfere tomorrow, her worries about her daughter eased a little. Mother, as long as you agree to split the family, I only want half of the money. Then we won't interfere with each other, she said.
Dream on.
I think this girl will fly to the sky. If she doesn't get hit today, Grandma Zhang and the eldest daughter-in-law exchanged looks. They planned to surround and catch Tang Wanwan, but she was too clever, like a monkey. Grandma Zhang almost hit Mrs. Wang's head in her rush. Tang Wanwan jumped onto a nearby earthen wall and said to Grandma Zhang, Mother, if I go to the county magistrate and complain, saying you took my father's funeral money and didn't feed or clothe us, didn't buy medicine for my brother, I wonder if Uncle Fourth's job at the county office will still be safe? You brat, how can your heart be so cruel? Why didn't I just throw you into the water and drown you? Grandma Zhang didn't expect Tang Wanwan to suddenly become so fierce, directly hitting her where it hurt. She was truly afraid of this. Her youngest son, who had been weak and sick since childhood, finally got a government job through connections. If it fell through, his marriage and their family support would be gone. Plus, Tang Jian's job wasn't officially approved. If the honest and strict county magistrate found out, who knew what would happen? Seeing Grandma Zhang hesitate, Tang Wanwan immediately said, If you don't speak, I take that as agreement. I promise that as long as you return my father's silver to us, our family will never bother you again. Mrs. Wang was somewhat tempted by Tang Wanwan's words and subtly signaled her mother-in-law. Grandma Zhang remained calm and unmoved. She was a person who only handed out her own money willingly. No one could threaten or bribe her. Moreover, she was being threatened by a girl who was less than a dog. If she agreed today, Where would she put her face in the future? How would her family see her? Tang Wei was now useless, and the third house could not be supported no matter what. But she wouldn't waste her effort. Without Tang Wanwan and Lady Chen, who were free labor, who would do the chores at home. So she smiled and softened her tone, saying, Wanwan, you're being a bit too formal. Besides, your father and I are doing well. Now that your father is gone, if we split up and live separately, won't that make others look down on us? Alright, I don't want a single coin from you. If we split up and live separately, it has nothing to do with whether we live or die. Do you agree? Tang Wanwan was straightforward and disliked beating around the bush. Grandma Zhang was probably reluctant to give up the silver she had. It was only about 20 taels. Tang Wanwan didn't care about that. But let me be clear, I won't take a single penny or anything from you. If you do that, don't come to us in the third house for help in the future. Good, that's what you said. Chen Yuzhen, you raised a good daughter, Grandma Zhang said meaningfully, calling her by her full name, reminding her that her words should not be forgotten. Wanwan, think it over again.
We.
Lady Chen looked at her daughter's bloodied face, but saw her still strong and protecting the family. Her heart was broken. But without their protection, their family, sick and small, would face even harder days. Mother, don't worry. I have my own way, Tang Wanwan whispered, placing her hand in Lady Chen's and giving it a gentle squeeze. Seeing her daughter's determined expression, Lady Chen secretly made her decision. No matter how hard or tiring it was, she would protect her children. She trusted her daughter and finally nodded heavily. All right, even if I die, I will protect you all. Okay, then we will write everything clearly in black and white. I will ask the clan leader to come and personally confirm this separation agreement.
Don't change your minds after some time.
Granny Zhang said. Of course. Mrs. Wang and Granny Zhang saw Tang Wanwan speaking very calmly. Both thought the same. Maybe this big girl has gone crazy, daring to ask for a separation. They worried she might faint from hunger and come begging at their door later. When that happens, things will be different. Big wife, let's go. Seeing her mother-in-law trying to leave, Mrs. Wang got anxious and quickly waved her hand. No, that's not how it is. Granny Zhang, happy to finally shake off this troublesome family, looked at the unwise big wife and said, What's wrong? Why are you causing a fuss? Everyone in the village now knows, and our family has lost face because of you. No, mother, that spoiled girl still hasn't paid me for my medicine. Look, she broke my arm, Mrs. Wang said, showing her injured arm to her mother-in-law. Uncle and aunt, stop pretending. If you want compensation, then fix the wall that was knocked down in my yard. I'm so thin and weak, and you're so strong. I can't do anything to you. Others in the village nodded in agreement, seeming to support what Tang Wanwan said. Big wife, let's go. Don't cause more trouble.
You.
Mother-in-law, I'm telling the truth, Mrs. Wang, seeing no one believed her, felt her chest hurt with anger. She looked at Tang Wanwan's proud face, wanting to rush forward and slap her. But now, she was a bit afraid of the look Tang Wanwan was giving her. This girl seemed different now, a bit strange. Why was she afraid of her? All right, no more trouble. If your hand hurts, let Dr. Wang check it again. He's still at her house. But, mother, I didn't lie, she insisted. Seeing this annoying figure finally disappear, Tang Wanwan sat down heavily on the ground, sweating all over her back. She had endured for so long, but suddenly felt dizzy and faint. Then she just collapsed. As she fell, a young man quickly stepped forward and grabbed her body to stop her from falling. Are you feeling better now? In the dimly lit room, only the sound of a gentle, precious voice could be heard. Her eyes slightly opened, revealing a handsome young boy with red lips and white teeth. He was helping her by applying a warm towel and wiping the injuries on her face and mouth. Look, your mouth is swollen. I'll come back later with some eggs to put on it, he said kindly, smiling with a row of bright teeth. His words were warm and comforting. Tang Wanwan looked dazed, unsure of where she was. After a moment, she noticed the furnishings in the room and remembered that her identity had changed.
Who are you?
She asked, still confused and with a pounding head, her mind not fully clear. Lu Yujin, with a handsome face full of concern, looked at her silently. I am Lu Yujin, the young master of the Lu family. You can't really be that dazed after being hit, can you? Here, you must be very hungry. These are meat buns I saved just for you, he said, offering her a fragrant bun filled with meat. The smell made Tang Wanwan's stomach tighten after days of not eating well. Eating something would give her strength to think about other things. She smiled sweetly and took the bun, saying, Thank you, young Master Lu. I was just joking. Ugh. Hearing her voice sound so awkward made Tang Wanwan feel embarrassed. She was already over 20, yet she was acting so shy and awkward. Still, Lu Yujin was truly handsome, like a nobleman from ancient times. He looked like a top-tier beauty. Lu Yujin had a pair of captivating, narrow eyes that sparkled when he looked at you, drawing your gaze involuntarily. He carried an air of natural nobility, not like an ordinary village boy. Although he wore simple clothes, upon closer inspection, they were made of fine material, indicating his background was not simple. Where are my mother, Xiao Yi, and Xiao Rou? Tang Wanwan asked, looking around and realizing only the two of them were in the room. She called out their names from her memory. Aren't you the one who said you wanted to split the family? The village chief took your mother to the clan leader for a formal agreement, Lu Yujin replied. Wow, they must be in such a hurry. Tang Wanwan said, surprised. How does the village chief know about this? Did you tell him? She asked, thinking to herself. Then she looked at Lu Yujin. Yes, unfortunately, I arrived a bit late, he nodded. Then he asked, Are you okay? You looked so frightened earlier. When Lu Yujin entered the room and saw Tang Wanwan's face covered in blood and her pale complexion, he felt a strange pang of sadness. Surprisingly, she had woken up and was still smiling, pretending everything was fine, as if nothing had happened. This made his heart feel even more uncomfortable. From that moment on, Lu Yujin silently vowed to protect her for the rest of his life. Smells so good. Tang Wanwan was very hungry. She ignored her embarrassment and ate the meat bun in a few bites. Strangely, after eating, her pain didn't lessen. In fact, it seemed to get worse. She wondered how many days the original owner hadn't eaten well. One bun wasn't enough to fill her, and she was still hungry. Looking at the poor, empty house, so empty that it seemed like the rice jar had been licked clean, Tang Wanwan suddenly felt overwhelmed. Although the family had separated, there was nothing left at home. She had to slowly rebuild everything. Now, only she and Lady Chen could earn money. Lady Chen usually did embroidery and sometimes helped the neighbors with laundry and cooking. These were small jobs that didn't pay much. Lady Chen was often sick and couldn't sleep well at night. She also coughed a lot but didn't take medicine, probably because of overwork. Her younger siblings didn't cause trouble, which was a big help. Her brother never caused trouble either, but treating her leg was the most important thing. Tang Wanwan thought briefly. Yes, everything costs silver. She used to not believe why there were so many poor people, but now she understood. Thank you, young Master Lu. You should go back now. You don't need to bring the eggs. I feel much better. The young man named Lu Yujin had moved to Tongjia village when she was very young. He was her childhood friend because she had saved his life once. Usually cold to others, he was especially kind to her. But from the moment she saw him, Tang Wanwan didn't think Lu Yujin was an ordinary person. She checked her memories of the original owner and became more certain. If he was from a wealthy family, why was he living in their Tongjia village? If he was poor, how could he eat meat buns and meat? He even rode horses, shot arrows, and played kuju, activities only rich children usually enjoyed. The people in the village are so afraid of Lu Yujin that they don't even dare to look at him directly. Some even call him the living king of, because whenever a girl shows interest in him, bad things tend to happen at her home within a few days. Items go missing, family members get into fights for no reason, or unfortunate events occur after they go out. After many such incidents, everyone understood what was going on. It's not that he intentionally caused trouble, it's just that he's like a living curse. Anyone who gets involved with him will have bad luck. Strangely enough, The only family in Tangjia village that can look up to the Lu family is Tang Wanwan's family. Knowing that Lu Yujin has a special connection with Tang Wanwan, Granny Zhang started to worry about the village's bad luck and called him the living king of. She thought that if her children or grandchildren got close to him, they might also be cursed. So, she warned Tang Wanwan to stay away from him. When Tang Wanwan saw Lu Yujin always avoiding her, she was surprised. Today, when he openly accepted her offering of steamed buns, she was quite happy because it was the first time he did that. Before, Tang Jinfei, who was Tang Wanwan's father, was still at home. Their family's life was tough but manageable. They could at least eat enough. Now that Tang Jinfei has had problems, Wang Shi and Granny Zhang looked down on them even more. As she remembered this, her thoughts were suddenly interrupted. Lu Yujin thought she was so scared by what just happened that she was staring blankly ahead. He quickly said, "It's okay. Your mouth is swollen and looks painful. Rubbing an egg on it will help it heal faster. Here, take this," he added, and surprisingly, he climbed out of her window. Tang Wanwan saw her hand suddenly holding something. When she looked closely, she realized it was a small pouch. She touched it and guessed it weighed about 1 or 2 taels, filled with silver coins, small broken silver pieces. It must have taken him a lot of effort to save up that much.
I don't want it," she said.
Tang Wanwan wasn't planning to accept Lu Yujin's silver, but when she got up to chase after him, he had already jumped out of her window. Watching the tall, handsome boy hurriedly leave, a funny thought suddenly crossed her mind. It seemed like his ears had turned red just now. Could he be embarrassed?
Hee.
She found it amusing and didn't think much more about it. Now she owed him a steamed bun. She could just make something else to eat later and return the favor. But accepting his silver changed things. If the villagers found out, who knew what gossip would spread? I haven't had a chance to see what this ancient silver looks like when I suddenly heard noises outside the door. Tang Wanwan immediately closed her eyes, afraid she would see tears in her mother's eyes, tears belonging to her biological mother. After Madame Chen pushed open the door, she saw that no one was inside the room, and she paused in surprise. She had clearly heard voices inside earlier, but when she entered, the little boy was gone, and her daughter was turned sideways, facing the bed. She couldn't help but smile bitterly. She knew in her heart that Lu Yujing liked her daughter, but people from their family didn't match him. Besides, Tang Wanwan couldn't marry so early now. Her family was sick, and she was still young and needed her mother's care. Awan was already 15, and after the new year, she would be 16, considered too old for marriage. If her family weren't poor, she might have married already. But with their current situation and family background, finding a good family for her seemed impossible. She felt she was useless, holding her daughter back. Thinking of this, Madame Chen's mind was a bit unsettled. She remembered what her neighbor, Aunt San, had told her a few days ago. There was a blacksmith in town who had lost his wife a year ago and wanted to remarry. The bride price was 10 taels of silver plus 50 jin of white flour. He had a boy about half-grown who could help with chores. If she went there, she could bring her 2 younger children and they could help with laundry, cooking, and caring for the family. She thought about taking her children there. People wouldn't mind. That would be very good. The 10 taels of silver could support her brother and sister for several years if they used it carefully. The 50 jin of white flour was a generous gift. Her 2 young children could probably support the family for about a year. She couldn't keep working odd jobs to support them all. She couldn't let her family starve. As for her dignity, she felt she could no longer care about it. She had lived for her children. As for atonement, she thought she could do that after she passed away, with her children's father. 1 lifetime wasn't enough to atone, so maybe 2 lifetimes. Before entering the room, Madame Chen quietly wiped her tears with the corner of her clothes. Her 2 younger children had already gone inside to find their sister. Luckily, they hadn't seen her current state. After wiping her tears, she made up her mind. She decided not to tell Awan about this for now. When things became clearer, she would talk about it. Her daughter was strong, and she was afraid that if she told her too early, everything would fall apart. Now, Her two little ones had already squeezed to the side of Tang Wanwan's bed. They reached out their small hands to touch her face, feeling the warm, chubby little hands on her skin. Only one of them happily shouted, "Mother, the eldest sister is not dead. She is still alive." Tang Wanwan almost burst into laughter because these two little ones were so adorable. Madame Chen was feeling sad, but when she heard her son Tang Xiaoi speak innocent words, she felt both amused and tearful. She quickly corrected him, saying, "You should say your big sister is fine. Don't always say the word dead. It's bad luck."
Oh,
"I understand. Saying dead is bad luck.
sure.
Don't say that randomly." Tang Xiaoi was the older brother. He looked like a little adult, covering his mouth with his small hand and warning his sister seriously. "I didn't say it. It was my brother who said it just now." Tang Xiaoro was the younger sister, coming out a little later than her brother. They were about the same height, wearing clothes that were made smaller versions of adult clothes. Standing together, it was hard to tell who was boy or girl. "Go eat something quickly. I want to talk to your big sister for a moment." Feeling a pair of warm hands grabbing her own, Tang Wanwan tried to stand up, but Madame Chen pressed her down. "Awan, my good child, you've suffered today. It's because I'm useless. I couldn't protect you." As she spoke, tears fell down her face. Her earlier disguise before entering the house was gone when she saw her daughter's face as pale as a ghost, and tears started to fall again. "Mother, why are you crying?" "Look, I am fine." After saying this, Tang Wanwan suddenly gathered her strength and forced a strained smile. Her mouth was swollen badly, but her smile surprisingly made Madame Chen, who was about to cry, laugh. Tang Xiaoi and Tang Xiaoro also pointed at their sister's mouth, saying, "Big sister's mouth looks like a pig's mouth." "I'm just a lazy pig. Oink oink." Tang Wanwan placed her hand near her mouth, shook her head from side to side, and made a silly face. She didn't want her family to be sad, so she tried to cheer them up. As everyone saw how much she imitated the pig, they all laughed, and the sad atmosphere in the house was eased a lot. "Is that how pigs look? Big sister's pig looks so ugly." "Mother, don't worry. Today is the last time they will bully us. From now on, I will exercise hard to make my body strong. I also want to earn a lot of money so you can eat well, wear jewelry, and never be bullied again." Mrs. Chen knew her daughter was acting a bit different today, but she was only 15 and maybe just speaking childishly. She had been overly emotional today, and now the biggest problem was how to go on with life. Mrs. Chen remembered 8 years ago when she gave birth to twins, Tang Xiaoro and Tang Xiaoi. Her sister-in-law, Wang, helped her call the midwife. Luckily, she was saved in time, or she might have lost her life. Her husband said that he was raised by his sister-in-law and brother, and now she had saved the children and her. They had done her a great favor, so she must be grateful and not go against them. But she never expected that this act of kindness would ruin the lives of their entire family. Her family had worked hard for them for over 10 years, but they showed no gratitude and took everything for granted. From today, they would stop this way of life. "Foolish girl, you were too brave today. You scared me to death. You can't do this again," Mrs. Chen said, pretending to scold her daughter, but she was actually very worried. She didn't want to hurt her even a little. "Mom, don't worry. We'll stay together as a family and live well. No matter what, it's better than depending on others. Tomorrow I'll go to the mountains. They say there are treasures everywhere. We can pick herbs, gather wild fruits, or even eat wild vegetables. We can make it through." Mrs. Chen's face changed when she heard her daughter's bold words. She looked serious. Her daughter had never spoken like that before. She didn't even know the herbs she mentioned, and she couldn't read many characters. She said, "Awan, it's okay if we're a bit poor, but we must be honest. We shouldn't lie. Since we've separated the family, we should live properly. You'll take care of the household. If anything happens outside, your mother is here. If things get worse, I can do some embroidery to make a living." Tang Wanwan knew she couldn't explain her plans to earn money to her mother right now, so she just made excuses.
Good.
"With my mother here, I'm not afraid of anything," Tang Wanwan said. She rarely felt so much family warmth. Being with her family felt very new and strange. She didn't feel any rejection toward them. Before, she was distant and proud, not good at getting along with others. Could it be that after crossing over, her personality changed? Everything seemed natural now. She didn't need to think about how to get along with them. They already felt like family by blood. Maybe this was what they called kinship. Xiao Yi supports big sister. I support big sister just like my brother does. Two small, thin hands tightly grasped her own. Tang Wanwan hugged her two younger siblings closely and gently rested her head on her mother's shoulder. She was grown up now, but for the first time, she felt like a real 15-year-old girl, lying in her mother's warm embrace, holding her loved ones close. In the past, although her family loved her, they were very strict. Her childhood was surrounded by textbooks. While other children played and cuddled with their parents, she was busy competing in exams. When other kids put down their books to enjoy weekends with family and friends, she was rushing to various classes. Later, to become a top expert, she worked herself into a workaholic. Eventually, she became the head of the school, but fate played a trick on her, causing her life to fall apart and leading her to this family. There was a dry, fragrant smell of the sun between her nostrils. Although Chen's clothes had been washed many times and the color had faded, they were still soft and warm, making her feel comfortable. Tang Wanwan closed her eyes. Despite the pain on her body and face, she felt a peace she had never known before. There was also Lu Yujin, who seemed cold but was actually very caring. He appeared to be good to her. This pure friendship among children was something she longed for. It made her blush a little. In her previous life, Tang Wanwan had never fallen in love or liked anyone. This was her first time feeling cared for and loved. Thinking about everything in front of her, it seemed that besides being a bit poor, this family was pretty good. As for those difficult relatives, one by one, she could handle them 1 against 1 or 2 against 1. Fortunately, Lu Yujin had given her a meat bun earlier, which helped her regain some strength. With the memories of her original self, she understood her family's situation faster. It was complicated, but also simple. Overall, these so-called relatives were just cowards who bullied the weak and feared the strong. The Tang family had 4 brothers. The eldest, Tang Jianmin, spoke kindly but was actually very ruthless. He seemed fair to the 3 branches of the family, but was secretly biased. The first branch had 3 daughters and 1 son. The eldest daughter, Tang Ying, was already married. The second daughter, Tang Rui, was as scheming as her mother, useless but bossy, often bullying Tang Wanwan and her siblings. The third daughter, Tang Ryue, had a good personality and got along with Tang Wanwan, but she was often scolded by her mother and bullied by her sister. The second wife of the Tang family, Tang Jianyong's wife, Xiao Wang, and her husband are not very smart and tend to avoid hard work. They get jealous when others make money, and when it's their turn, they end up losing everything. They are unwilling to put in effort, so their fields are mostly overgrown with weeds. During harvest season, they see others carrying baskets of sweet potatoes, wheat, and corn home, but their fields are only filled with tall, wild grass. Fortunately, Xiaowang has a good family background to rely on. Her mother-in-law, Zhang, is quite materialistic and favors her lazy second daughter-in-law. They have a daughter named Tang Danny, who is very heavy and dark-skinned and likes to eat and rest all day. She is lazier than her parents and less capable. The third branch of the Tang family belongs to Tang Wanan's father, Tang Jianfei. He and his wife have 4 children and are the largest family, doing the most work. According to Zhang, because they have many mouths to feed, they must work harder, and all the money they earn must be handed over. As a result, they get very little for themselves, and their living conditions are poor, especially with the grandmother often restricting their expenses. Tang's 4th son, Tang Jianshu, is Zhang's favorite. He is 18 and not yet married. He works as a guard at the county office, a simple job with little skill involved. Zhang sees her son as a high-ranking official and acts arrogantly. She even looks down on the elders in the family, which causes gossip among the villagers. Actually, Tang Leo Yizi, Tang Jinfa, belongs to a less direct branch of the Tang family, a closer relative among the collateral branches. Ideally, they should live peacefully in Tang village, but they are never satisfied and always want more. Zhang thinks her son is very capable and acts recklessly. She often picks fights with Madame Chen and argues about Tang Wanan. Even the clan leader doesn't intervene. Zhang and her daughter-in-law are both unreasonable, which only causes trouble for themselves. No one is willing to stand up for them anymore. The only person willing to support them is the 18-year-old boy, Liu Yujin. Today, Mrs. Wang and Zhang caused a big fuss. Tang Wanan was injured again, and Madame Chen was hurt too. Dinner was difficult to prepare, and there wasn't much food available. Farmers usually eat only 2 meals a day. If they cook a lot at noon, they eat leftovers for dinner. If they have food at home, they often don't go to the grandmother's place, and by mealtime, the food is gone. On weekdays, they couldn't get much good food. At home, there were only a few shriveled potatoes, half a bag of sweet potatoes thicker than fingers, some of which were only half or full of insect holes. The only edible things were half a basket of wild vegetables and half a bag of coarse rice flour. Seeing these crooked, unappealing foods, Tang Wanwan's eyes involuntarily filled with tears. This family was truly miserable. Xiao Yi and Xiao Ro were at the age to grow taller, and they needed to eat fine rice or meat to grow properly. Their older brother especially needed meat to get nutrients. Tang Wanwan knew why her brother's leg had never healed. First, the food was poor, and second, the quack doctors misled them. If her memory was correct, Tang Wei's leg was only slightly injured, just a crooked bone. But now, he was almost half paralyzed. If he stayed like this for another year or two, he might become completely disabled. In the main hall, she could faintly smell the rotten flesh coming from the west room. Human flesh naturally smells terrible, the worst smell in the world. Wanwan, does it still hurt? I see you have no appetite. Eat more, said Madame Chen, trying her best. Normally, they would eat even less, just 1 or 2 small potatoes and a bowl of clear soup in front of each person. Sometimes, they had wild vegetables, but those without any oil were hard to swallow, let alone tasty. As for meat, forget it. Their family rarely ate meat all year. Only during festivals or when guests visited did they get a little shredded meat, and even then it wasn't for them. Madame Chen lived a very humble life. Scenes from their life played back in her mind like a slow old movie, each one filled with misery. People who are pitiful often have reasons to be hated. Their weakness and inability to resist led to their suffering. She wanted to fight back, but her strength was too weak, and that's why she ended up in this situation. Mother, I'm not very hungry. You all eat more. Today, I will feed medicine to my brother, Tang Wanwan said. Her face was a little red as she spoke, even though she had just eaten a big meat bun herself. No, Awan, let me do it, said Madame Chen. Mother, you eat first. I am much better now. Tang Wanwan quickly left the table to prove she was fine. She carried the medicine bowl toward her brother's room. After standing up, she realized how much her body hurt. But she had already spoken confidently, so she had to endure the pain. Oh, you child. Lady Chen looked at her daughter's thin figure, noting her limp walk. The injury was caused just today. Her eyes welled up with tears again. Brother, how do you feel today? Ahuan? Did you get hurt? Your brother is useless. I couldn't protect you. Although she was somewhat prepared, seeing her brother Tang Wei, Tang Wan's heart was deeply shaken. Such a good young boy, suffering so much from illness. Among the Tang children, Tang Wei was the most handsome and talented, bright, clever, a truly charming young man. Before Tang Wei became lame, Lady Zhang was kind to him, hoping he would bring honor to the family by passing the imperial exam. Since he was young, Tang Wei studied the 4 books and 5 classics. While others needed half a month or several days to memorize their lessons, he only needed to read once or twice to recite them perfectly, truly a child prodigy. Unfortunately, fate was unkind. The day before he was to take the provincial exam at age 12, he was saving a young lady being harassed and was beaten so badly that his leg was broken. The girl he saved not only failed to thank him but also falsely accused him of harassment. As a result, her mother ordered his broken leg and tendons to be cut. When Tang Wei was carried home, he was barely alive, having attempted suicide twice. If not for a sudden family crisis, he might have tried to end his life again. But now, he didn't want to die, he just wanted to live well, though life was very hard. Tang Wei became disabled, and he couldn't continue his studies. The old lady's attitude toward him worsened. She wouldn't even pay for medicine. Every time she was asked for money, it felt like they were pulling flesh from her body. Lady Chen and Tang Wan had to work twice as hard just to earn a few coins for medicine. The small amount of medicine they could buy was not good quality, so his health kept deteriorating. Once a young, handsome boy, his face was now pale and yellow, his eyes dull, with a streak of white hair at his temple, making people feel heartbroken. Especially his eyes, empty and lifeless, like a puppet that had lost its spirit. She had to find a way to give her brother the will to live. Even if she found a spiritual medicine to heal his body, his heart would still be wounded. Brother, I am very tough. I will get better in a few days. Today, I even managed to trip up Uncle and Auntie. Tang Wei did not know what was happening outside, only hearing Wang's loud, crying like screams. He felt very happy but also felt sorry for his sister. Awan, you're so brave. I'm proud of you, big brother. Brother, how does your leg feel lately? As he spoke, Tang Lian brought a basin of hot water, ready to help her brother wash up. Actually, she wanted to see exactly how bad Tang Wei's leg injury was so she could help treat it with herbs. She wasn't an expert in medicine, just knew a little, but if she used her intelligence to come up with a medicine, it wouldn't be surprising. Once, she was a child prodigy who never forgot what she saw. She was the top student in their area and learned quickly.
No, don't, Awan.
I'm fine, Tang Wei said, his face turning red. Go out, he said, covering his head with the blanket, so his sister wouldn't see his embarrassment. Brother, I just want you to feel better. I asked the town doctor, and with proper treatment, there's hope your leg can recover. Hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Tang Wei's face, but he felt even more sad. He knew his sister was comforting him. She was so young but so thoughtful. Usually, a girl of 15 would already be engaged. Girls who marry early often have children running around. But Awan, to take care of him and their younger siblings, had refused all marriage proposals. He felt he was a burden to the family. But Tang Lian wouldn't let her brother hide. She slowly pulled back his blanket, washed his face with a warm towel, and gently helped him relax his muscles by massaging his legs and knees. Brother, don't be afraid. I learned this from the old doctor. After I help you, the pain in your leg will ease a lot. But we don't have money. How would others teach you? Tang Wei asked, curious despite her confident words. I begged someone and I helped the old doctor dry herbs and gather medicinal plants. He saw I was diligent, so he taught me, she replied. Tang Wei wasn't sure if his sister's words were true, but if anyone in the family dared to do such things, it would only be her. She always cared deeply for others, thinking of them first, never considering herself. Does it feel better? Brother, does it still hurt? Perhaps he had never been pressed this way before. Tang Wei's previously pained face suddenly showed a hint of relief. He nodded slightly and hummed comfortably. Eventually, he fell asleep slowly. Seeing her brother finally not sleeping with a frown, Tang Wanwan felt a small sense of happiness, thinking her efforts had worked. She quietly stood up, gently rolled up her brother's pant leg, and checked the injury on his leg. Even though she was mentally prepared, seeing this weak young boy suffering from illness and injury made tears uncontrollably fall. However, these tears didn't come from her true feelings, but were likely influenced by the original owner's emotions. She was not the type to cry easily. After examining Tang Wei's leg wound, Tang Wanwan quickly made her judgment. Serious damage to the meridians and severe muscle atrophy, plus the limb had become partly stiff from long immobility. There was also likely a bed sore on his buttocks, near the thigh area, which was starting to rot and was swollen and red. The foul smell was probably coming from there. If she hadn't replaced the chip and checked Tang Wei's injuries, he might have died painfully within a few months, even without seeking death himself. Improper medication or ineffective treatment could lead to infection, and once infected, even a master doctor like Hua Toa would be helpless. Fortunately, it was still possible to treat everything in time. First, the bedsore and the damaged meridians, then break and reset the crooked leg bone. However, such procedures would require anesthesia. She didn't know the recipe for it. What should she do? Maybe she could wait until she reached the mountain and look for a solution, or try small experiments if necessary. Tang Wanwan was the type who thrived on challenges. While others would give up when faced with difficulty, she would push forward. The more challenging the task, the more excited she became. Luckily, she had already found a good excuse, claiming she learned herbal medicine and massage techniques from the town's old doctor. This way, she could explain to her family without revealing her true intentions. But how to treat her brother was still a problem. She needed time to think carefully. At night, Lu Eugene was knocking on the window from outside. He originally wanted to sneak in quietly, but unexpectedly, the window had been sealed shut at some point and couldn't be opened. It was the window Tang Wanwan had sealed herself. Seeing such an unsafe window, her professional instincts kicked in. While finishing dinner and having nothing to do, I found a piece of wood, split it in half with an axe, and quickly sealed the window shut. Seeing this sealed window, Lu Yujin felt helpless and almost wanted to cry. I should have known better than to come this way. Now, the shortcut is gone, and I can't secretly visit Awan anymore. Then there was an interesting conversation. Awan, is it okay if I call you that?
Sure.
Should I call you Lu Yujin, or Young Master Lu? Under the bright moonlight, the boy's face was a bit blurry and hard to see clearly, but his expression probably wasn't happy, because Tang Wanwan and he were too distant. Call me Big Brother Lu if you want. We're not that close, right? Just by eating a bun, you think we're close? Or are you reluctant to part with that meat bun? No, you misunderstood. I mean, you can be more casual with me, call me Big Brother or Big Brother Lu. So cheesy. Tang Wanwan rolled her eyes inwardly at Lu Yujin. So this is the real Lu Yujin. Others just see you as a straightforward guy from ancient times, clueless about romance, but they don't realize you're actually a shy, self-absorbed type. Alright, I'll call you Big Brother Lu from now on. Honestly, calling him Young Master Lu sounded a bit awkward. Big Brother feels more natural. Seeing that he wasn't leaving, Tang Wanwan waved at him, signaling for him to go away quickly. The two of them were separated by a window, saying one sentence, then the other, felt too strange. Are you okay? You should go back now. I need to sleep too. Tang Wanwan was very tired today, and now her whole body hurt. There was no medicine at home that could help, so she could only hold on and talk to him. I want to give you a boiled egg to help reduce the swelling on your face. It might help you heal faster. Looking at the two crossed pieces of wood in front of him, Lu Yujin really wanted to chop them apart. But he was afraid Tang Wanwan would ignore him if she turned away again. No need. My face is almost better. Tang Wanwan refused firmly. She wasn't a delicate young lady. She could endure this pain. The real problem was, she knew that rolling an egg wouldn't help her injury much, and if she took Lu's egg, she'd owe him a favor. Oh, here, I almost forgot to give this to you. Unexpectedly, Tang Wanwan did not take the egg she offered, but instead pushed something into his hand. Through the window, Tang Wanwan threw a small bag of money to Lu Yujin. He was accurate and caught it easily. He felt the jingling of coins and the weight of silver in his hand. Lu Yujin frowned and asked her, Awan, what are you doing? Do you think I gave you too little? Take it back. I don't need your money. I have my own. You have your own? When you split the family, you didn't get anything. This is just a loan from me, isn't it? Usually impatient, Lu Yujin was now a bit anxious. Without money, their family wouldn't survive. The girl was still trying to act tough. No, really, I don't need it. Brother Lu, it's late. You should go home quickly. Don't wake my mother. Poor Wanwan was like a jinx. Things that shouldn't happen. As soon as she finished speaking, they heard Mrs. Chun turn over in bed. Soon after, her voice came through. Awanwan, are you still awake? Who are you talking to? Hearing Mrs. Chen's voice, Wanwan froze in surprise and quickly signaled to Lu Yujin outside the window. Lu Yujin didn't know what was happening but felt guilty when he heard Mrs. Chen's voice. He hurriedly hid to the side. In his haste, his foot sank into the muddy ground and almost got stuck. To make matters worse, his other foot also sank into the mud. The back window of the Tang house was in a shady northern area, and it had rained recently, so the ground was wet. When Lu Yujin arrived, he had stepped on dry spots. The sudden sound of Mrs. Chen's voice made him look very awkward. Seeing his awkward state, Wanwan couldn't help but laugh quietly, covering her mouth with her hand, her body shaking with amusement. She laughed and said, "Mother, I'm already asleep. Maybe I was talking in my sleep." Talking in her sleep? That girl really knew how to lie with her eyes open. Lu Yujin felt a little hurt, as if he had been rejected. Was he just imagining things? He had bought new boots, but they got dirty. He was supposed to wear them tomorrow, when he went out. Now he'd get scolded again. His face darkened, and he quickly pulled his foot out, almost hopping away. Before leaving, he didn't forget to push the egg under her window. When he got home, Aunt Ching scolded him for a long time, saying the boots cost a lot of silver and it was hard to buy them. How could they be so dirty after just a short while outside? The next day, they agreed to meet the teacher at the academy. Lu Yujin's essay impressed the teacher, who invited him to join an advanced class at the academy. I heard that many talented students from other places also join this class. Being in this class is almost like being a top scholar next year, someone who might become the top scorer, the second-place candidate, or the third-place candidate. Everyone wants to perform well in front of the teacher. But this person, at a crucial moment, let everyone down. "Ching Annie, can you please stop talking? The teacher is teaching me how to study, not looking at my shoes. Please stop nagging." Lu Yujin was tired of her nagging. Bringing his aunt to the countryside was a bad decision. If it weren't for her good cooking, he wouldn't have agreed. If he had a choice, he would rather choose Old Ning. At least, besides drinking and fighting, he wouldn't bother with such trivial matters. All right, I won't say anything. But I haven't asked yet. Where did you go just now, and who did this to you? I want to find him and talk to him." Seeing Lu Yujin take off his shoes and walk barefoot on the ground, Ching Andy hurried after him. "Is it that little girl from the Tang family? I tell you, that old woman from the Tang family isn't easy to deal with. If you keep in contact with her granddaughter, it might cause trouble for her." Not long ago, Ching Auntie saw Lu Yujin secretly take 2 eggs from a bowl. She was still muttering in her mind, wondering why this kid suddenly liked eggs. He used to refuse to eat them even when coaxed. Tonight, he specifically asked her to cook 2 eggs. But she didn't see him eat, and when he went out for a while and came back, the eggs were gone, and he looked like this. Something must have happened. Ching Auntie knew that this boy was very secretive. If he didn't want to say something, there was no way to pry it out of him. She was also seeing her usually cold-faced nephew act differently toward that girl. But if it was the girl from the Tang family, forget it. She had already learned how fierce those women could be. Ching Auntie hadn't been in Tongjia village long. Because she had to take care of Lu Yujin's daily life, she also interacted with the villagers. But she didn't expect her first encounter with Mrs. Zhang to end with her being scolded harshly, accused of corrupting her granddaughter, and being a bad influence. If she weren't worried about Lu Yujin's reputation and warning her, she really wanted to argue back. Today, they just separated their households. "Auntie, when I'm not here tomorrow, can you bring some things to her house? Don't come openly." Lu Yujin was thinking that Tang Wanwan's family had nothing to eat, and he couldn't keep pretending everything was fine. What? They really separated their households? I thought it was just a rumor. Since they have separated the family, then there's no need to worry about that old lady anymore. Aunt Ching heard this and suddenly became interested, secretly planning to turn the situation around someday. Yes, they didn't get anything from the division. It's really tough on them. Surprisingly, Lu Yujin spoke a few words about something unrelated. "I understand. You just want to help them, right? Not for any other reason, but because you don't want to owe them to repay kindness." Aunt Ching took the initiative to say what Lu Yujin was about to say, giving him face. Lu Yujin nodded rarely and didn't argue anymore. Then he turned around and went back to his room, leaving Aunt Qing standing at the door. It wasn't until she saw herself blocked at the door that Aunt Qing realized Lu Yujin had finished talking. No praise or anything. But he still hadn't said what he was going to send over. After taking a cold shower, Lu Yujin felt his mind clearer. He sensed that Tang Wanwan had changed today, but he couldn't quite say what the changes were. Anyway, he liked her new look. She seemed more lively, started joking more, and even learned to lie a little. Her smile looked quite nice. Tomorrow, he planned to think of other ways to get closer to her. Maybe she wouldn't be so resistant to his help then. With this thought, he slowly fell asleep. Meanwhile, at the Tang family's third house, except for the twin siblings Tang Xiaoi and Tang Xiaoro, everyone else was deep in thought and didn't sleep well. Tang Wanwan also wanted to sleep, but the hard bed was so uncomfortable that her bones almost felt like they were breaking. She had no choice but to lie on her side near the edge of the bed and rest for a while. Tomorrow, she definitely had to find a way to make the bed softer. Although she had traveled here, she still hadn't broken her bad habits of paying attention to life's details. It seemed she needed some time to adapt to the conditions here. But her principle was never to settle for less. Changing the bed wasn't difficult for her. The hard part was finding things like a memory foam mattress or spring wires. And given her family's current situation, they couldn't improve their living conditions. So, she decided to find some soft materials to cushion herself temporarily to get through this crisis. Once life improved, she could think about getting a proper bed. The next day, Tang Wanwan woke up early and didn't see Lady Chen. She called out twice but received no answer, so she didn't dare to shout loudly, worried she might wake the others sleeping inside. There was a faint smoke rising from the stove, and in the pot, half a pot of hot water. On the table, there was a bowl of porridge and some leftover potatoes from last night, still warm. It seemed they had been steamed again, so she ate them as breakfast. She casually rinsed her mouth with salt water, thinking she had cleaned her teeth. The book said that in ancient times, people used green salt or willow branches to brush their teeth. Was that just a myth? According to the original owner's memory, the people here didn't bother to clean their teeth. At most, they just rinsed with water. Ordinary families wouldn't waste salt on brushing teeth. One use could last several days. Wasting salt like that would surely bring bad luck. In ancient times, salt was controlled by the government. It wasn't until the late Ming dynasty that salt, iron, and the textile industry were gradually opened up to private businesses. The Daxia kingdom kept strict control over salt. There was a big scandal when some merchants colluded with officials to secretly hoard salt and iron, causing prices to soar. Many common people couldn't afford salt and starved to death. After a new emperor ascended the throne, it was officially decreed that anyone caught selling salt privately, especially in serious cases, would face punishment for their entire family. Tang Jianfei also made a living from salt, transporting salt and iron for the government. His work relied on strength, but it was tiring and risky. This later caused problems for him. Some of the guards, to save on salt, would take off their clothes and soak them in salt pools when no one was watching. After drying their clothes, they would wear them again. When they returned, they would boil the clothes and extract the salt from them. Tang Jianfei, through connections, bought unrefined salt blocks, kept some for himself, and then handed the rest to his family. In Tongjia village, there was a large salt-making pond. The family had hundreds of members, including adults and children, and they used a lot of salt daily. Without processing, the salt couldn't be eaten. Some people even got poisoned from eating salt brine, which caused them to suddenly collapse and die. But this was only rough processing. To get refined salt, it would cost a lot, and most families couldn't afford it. After Tang Jianfei's trouble, the villagers' salt supply became a problem. They found a young family member to replace him in the salt work. But I don't think this person can handle the hardship. They tend to work inconsistently, fishing for 3 days and resting for 2, so don't expect them to bring back cheap salt. The people in Tongjia village can only buy official salt through regular channels. As a result, the price of salt suddenly increased from a few cents to over 10 cents. The salt issue really is a big problem. People need food, and salt is essential. Skipping salt even for one meal makes you weak. But eating unfiltered salt for a long time can cause health problems. Thinking about this, Tang Wanwan remembered seeing Wang Shi and Zhang Pozi today. Their faces had a slight purple tint. Mrs. Chun and her family probably eat less salt normally, so their poisoning isn't very serious. She needs to find a way to solve the salt problem, or else something bad will happen over time. As the head of the household, she now realizes how precious firewood, rice, oil, and salt are. Managing a family requires a lot of effort and care. Tang Wanwan originally planned to go up the mountain later, but seeing the current situation, she can't delay. Her mother hasn't returned yet, so she needs to prepare some things for the trip and talk to her first. While packing, Tang Wanwan found many finely crafted tools at home, like homemade bows and arrows and a curved knife for chopping wood. There was also a basket left in the corner, covered in dust. To outsiders, this basket looks ordinary, but to Tang Wanwan it's different. She remembered seeing a similar basket in the ancient blueprint of Liu Ban, though that one was simpler. This basket must have a story. In such a small mountain village, in a tiny, collapsing house, finding something like this makes Tang Wanwan wonder if her fate is too strange. Could it be that heaven arranged for her to come here? Sadly, the original owner's father has passed away, or she could ask him about it. With some hope, Tang Wanwan took out the basket again. She dipped a towel in water and wiped it carefully, trying to see if she could repair it. Luckily, after cleaning, the basket emitted a faint red glow. The bamboo material was very special, probably soaked in some potion. It was tough as iron, and when tapped lightly, it even produced a metallic sound. I want this treasure. From now on, it belongs to me, Tang Wanwan. In just a short while, Tang Wanwan finished preparing her gear for mountain climbing. She had all the necessary tools and self-defense items ready. She noticed that the curved knife and bow and arrow left by her father were quite good. She shot an arrow at a large tree outside, missing slightly, but she felt very happy. This bow could easily shoot with the strength of about 2 stones. In the past, she could only draw about 50 or 60 jin, roughly half a stone, and she was proud of it, admired by others. Seeing this powerful homemade bow and arrow, Tang Wanwan was truly impressed. Fortunately, her small handmade crossbow was quickly finished. She hid it in her sleeve, ready to use if she faced danger. Instead of using a spring mechanism, she made it manual. Just pressing the trigger with her hand, she could instantly shoot the bamboo arrows stored inside. In the future, she planned to replace the bamboo arrows with iron ones, which would be much more powerful. While Tang Wanwan was happily preparing, Lady Chen was suffering from someone's teasing. That morning, after finishing breakfast and seeing the children still not up, Lady Chen went to find the Wang family's daughter-in-law to give her the new shoes she had made. Lady Chen was very skilled at embroidery and careful in her work, so her shoes were very popular in Tangjia village. Originally, she was supposed to deliver the shoes within 7 days. To get the 10 coins sooner, Lady Chen stayed up 2 nights working hard and finally finished the shoes. 10 coins could buy a meal for the day, so she felt relieved. But unexpectedly, for some reason that day, the person who had agreed to pay after receiving the shoes suddenly changed her mind. The Wang family's daughter-in-law kept making excuses, first saying the shoes looked outdated, then criticizing the craftsmanship, and finally claiming 10 coins were too much and refusing to buy them. Poor Lady Chen explained for a long time, but the daughter-in-law still refused to take the shoes. When Lady Chen was about to leave, she said she would take them for 5 coins. 5 coins for a pair of hand-embroidered shoes. After working 2 sleepless nights and blistering her fingers while sewing the soles, she was lucky that the daughter-in-law agreed to this price. Even though Lady Chen was usually patient, she was visibly upset. She packed up the shoes and said coldly as she left, "Miss Wang, I don't know where you heard those words, or if you're listening to gossip. My shoes are 10 coins a pair, and I won't sell them for less." "Haha, Lady Chen, you shouldn't pretend anymore. Only I dare to pay 5 coins. If you don't believe me, ask around and see if anyone else is willing to pay for your shoes." The wife of the Wang family watched as Lady Chen walked away and said happily, Serves her right. Of course, Lady Chen didn't believe what young Mistress Wang said. She was fed up with the nonsense and started asking around from house to house. But the more she asked, the colder she felt inside. She couldn't figure out what was wrong. She searched almost the entire village, knocking on every door. Some people scolded her harshly and chased her away when she tried to ask. Seeing people shoo her out like flies, Lady Chen even wondered if her skills had declined. She looked at the new shoes she made, checking them carefully. The craftsmanship was perfect. This time, she used both flat and round stitches, making the embroidery on the shoes look vivid and lively. Maybe there was some new shoe style she didn't know about. She asked 2 more families, but they wouldn't even let her in. Lady Chen was stubborn. Finally, she clenched her teeth and knocked on one door. She politely asked, "Aunt Six, I want to ask what happened. Why won't anyone buy my shoes? Usually you all praise my work." "Open the door, Aunt Six." "Aunt Six, I know you've always treated me kindly. Can you open the door and talk to me for a moment?" "Aunt Six." "All right, stop knocking. Do you want the neighbors to hear?" Aunt Six was of average height, with a kind-looking face, though her eyes looked a bit tired. She wore a brand-new autumn shirt, but the sleeves looked a little long and ill-fitting. Seeing Lady Chen knocking so pitifully, she finally decided to open the door. She thought to herself, no matter how bossy that old woman was, she wouldn't dare to bully her. After all, she had 2 sons. When she saw Lady Chen, she kindly advised, "Yuzhen, just accept your bad luck. Who told you to get involved with the wrong people? Honestly, your family is struggling so much. Maybe it's better to return to your parents' house." Her parents' home? With their current situation, who would take them in? And she didn't even know where her family was. Lady Chen's face showed a strange expression. She didn't respond to Aunt Six's words but asked her own question. She only heard her sigh softly and say, "Auntie, that's easy to say. They say a daughter married out is like water spilled on the ground. Once it's gone, you can't bring it back. I believe I usually behave carefully and kindly to others, never offending anyone. Why are you all targeting me today? You're right, but kindness can be taken advantage of. You need to be more cautious in the future." "Six Auntie, I don't understand. Could you explain it to me?" While speaking, Lady Chen noticed that Sixth Auntie kept unconsciously pulling at her sleeve. She quickly grabbed her arm and said, "Six Auntie, your clothes look very nice. The craftsmanship is good." Six Auntie felt proud and immediately showed off. "This dress was bought for me by my eldest daughter-in-law on my birthday. It's Sue embroidery, top quality, something most people can't afford. You probably haven't seen such fine work before. Even if you made it a year, you wouldn't earn that much." Lady Chen's gaze drifted lightly over the pattern on Six Auntie's dress. "Sue embroidery? It's only a rough imitation. The quality is just acceptable." Lady Chen pretended she had never seen such work and said to Six Auntie, "You're lucky, Auntie. Wearing this dress makes you look lively. But I think you've recently lost a bit of weight. The hem seems a little long. If you don't mind, I can sew a few stitches for you." Six Auntie thought Lady Chen wanted to do business and quickly tugged at her sleeve. "Oh, no need. I think it's fine as it is. No, it's not long at all." Lady Chen seemed to have guessed her thoughts and quickly grabbed her arm. "Six Auntie, it's just a small matter. I'll just cut a little and sew the edge, and it'll be perfect. Do you know how to do piping? The kind where the edge of the clothes can be turned out? I've seen city ladies wear clothes like that. Looks very nice. Hand me the scissors and needle and thread. I'll be done in a moment." "All right, but remember, you said you wouldn't ask me for money." After a while, Lady Chen staggered out of Sixth Auntie's house, clutching her shoes in her arms, looking lost as she walked home. Her eyes were vacant, her face expressionless, and her body trembled as if she was forcing herself to hold back something. She walked on in a daze, but her mind kept echoing Sixth Auntie's words. "Yuzhen, don't mind Auntie's talk. Your eldest sister-in-law and mother-in-law have already talked to the villagers. They said that if anyone dares to buy your shoes or associate with you, they'll make sure they regret it." It couldn't be true. It must not be real. She rushed out quickly, almost without stopping for a moment. Lady Chen didn't believe what her mother-in-law and eldest sister-in-law said. Since she knew her husband and married into the Tang family, her husband had always told her to respect and obey the elders, to listen to their advice, and never to go against their wishes. But now, why were they treating her family this way? They had already made concessions. Her husband's condolence money was almost entirely given to them, and they didn't ask for a single penny when dividing the family. Why were they still pushing her family so hard? She couldn't understand, and her mind was buzzing with confusion. Tang Wanwan was anxiously waiting at home for her mother. When she heard familiar footsteps outside and saw a familiar piece of clothing, she hurriedly went to greet her happily. She called out, "Mother." But before they could speak, they saw Lady Chen, who suddenly collapsed backward. Her fall was so sudden that Tang Wanwan, quick on her feet, caught her just in time. However, because of her own imbalance, she lost her footing and both of them fell to the ground together. Ouch! Tang Wanwan accidentally hit her back on something the ground, and she gasped in pain. Her cry of pain also startled the two younger children inside, who came out to see what was happening. "Big sister. Mother. Hurry up and help sister up." The two children, with Tang Wanwan's help, grabbed her hands and pulled her legs, helping to get Lady Chen into the house. Tang Wanwan took a moment to calm herself before shifting her twisted waist back into place. But it was still injured, and walking now caused her to breathe painfully. What bad luck! She pinched the person's middle point, pressure point, fed her some water and rhythmically pressed on her chest with crossed hands, then patted her back, using all her first aid knowledge. After a while, Lady Chen slowly regained consciousness, but her face was as pale as paper. Tang Xiaoi and Tang Xiaoro were still young, but seeing their mother like this, they were so frightened that they stood silently beside Tang Wanwan with blank faces. "Big sister, I'm scared. Mother, are you okay? You look so terrible," the children said honestly, unable to lie. Seeing her wake up and facing three worried faces, she thought about her uncertain future and felt utterly helpless. She just wanted to die. "Awan, why did you save me? Why didn't you let me go find your father?" "Mother, don't talk nonsense. We will be fine. What's wrong with you? I saw you leave this morning. You went to deliver shoes, but they didn't want them. Is it because my grandma and the others caused trouble again? Besides them, no one in this village hates us." Tang Wana's body holds a mature soul, so she sees through all the tricks between people. Mother's shoes are made by people from this village or neighboring villages. They are affordable and good quality, so they are somewhat famous. If not for Grandma Zhang always withholding their money, our family would be doing better with the money from the original owner and mother. Today, Lady Chen went out for so long and came back feeling dizzy and faint. The shoes didn't sell, which shows she was very upset. She looked very distressed, which is easy to see. Lady Chen slowly sat up. Tang Xiaoi and his sister saw their mother wake up and snuggled close to comfort her. Lady Chen hugged her children, then started crying silently. After a while, she said, "Awan, no matter what, I won't let you starve to death. Once I catch my breath, I will go talk to them. I won't let them bully us like this. Mother, don't say anything more or think about it. Just wait for me." Then Tang Wanu hurried out the door. She looked like she was full of determination and anger, something she had never shown before. After a while, Lady Chen realized what her daughter was about to do and quickly stood up, shouting loudly, "Awan, don't go. Come back." As soon as she stood, she felt dizzy and slowly collapsed again. Tang Xiaoro was so scared she almost cried, but Tang Xiaoi was more sensible. He directed his sister, helping their mother back onto the bed and straightening her up. Then he said seriously, "Sister Ro, watch over mother here. I'll go help big sister." Tang Xiaoro looked at her brother and asked, "Brother, are you sure? Grandma and the others are fierce, fiercer than tigers on the mountain." Tang Xiaoi patted his chest firmly and said, "Big sister said I am a man now. As long as I am not afraid in my heart, I am a real man, the head of the family. Yes, brother, you can definitely do it." Seeing my brother stand tall and full of fighting spirit, Tang Xiaoro also thinks he looks very much like a real man. She looks forward to him growing up quickly so he can help her sister and mother. That way, Grandma and Uncle and Annie won't dare to bully them anymore. Tang Xiaoi then tells his sister to take good care of their mother and brother at home while he goes to help the eldest sister. Tang Wanwan rushes outside. Normally, she would be furious and want to use a knife to deal with Zhang Pozi and Wang Shi, who are causing trouble. But just as she is about to reach the old Tang family house, a gust of wind blows, and her mind suddenly clears. No, she cannot act impulsively. It turns out that without rights, there is no voice. Even if she rushes over and teaches Zhang Pozi and Wang Shi a lesson, she will face criticism from all the family members. She might even be called to the ancestral hall to kneel and be punished. If she disobeys elders like this, her mother's future will be harder, and their family might not be able to stay in Tang Village anymore. What she needs now are food and supplies, not to show off or act tough in front of others. She must think of a way to both teach them a lesson and make sure they don't dare to be so arrogant again. As for Tang Wanwan's skills, she mainly knows how to make various mechanical devices and some wooden or bamboo crafts. Her creations are very realistic and detailed. While she is thinking about what to do, she notices a small insect flying around her. Her mind suddenly becomes quick. Why not use this? It turns out she saw a bee flying in front of her. That's a good thing. She didn't know there were bees here. There are wild bees and also domesticated ones. With proper care, wild bees can become hive bees. The most interesting part is that bees are like family. They follow you if you feed them tasty food. Usually, bees don't act alone. After walking with them for a while, Tang Wanwan finds a small beehive on a tree. To her surprise, there is honey inside, with a yellowish liquid flowing. It's like finding treasure after searching everywhere, so easy to get. Standing under the tree, she can almost smell the sweet honey. This tall tree posed no problem for Tang Wanwan. She climbed it easily with her hands, reaching the hive in just a few moments. Just as she was about to grab the honeycomb, she looked up and saw a person wearing a ghost mask, staring at her with hollow eyes. It all happened so suddenly. Even though Tang Wanwan was brave, seeing a masked face behind the tree still scared her. What made her angrier was that this person was so cold. She almost fell down, but he didn't help her. Luckily, she grabbed the tree trunk and didn't fall. Hey, who are you? Why are you hiding here and pretending to be a ghost? The person was sitting on the tree branch. From his shape, he didn't seem very old, but it was unclear what he was doing there. Are you brave enough to take this? He asked, pointing at the honeycomb. Yes, I am. It's nothing difficult, she replied. Tang Wanwan looked at him and then at the honeycomb. She thought, maybe he's also after this, waiting here like a trap. I told you, this isn't yours or mine. Whoever gets it first, it's theirs, right? She said. That's true, but I saw it first. If you want to take it, you need my permission. She suddenly felt a sharp pain in her teeth. Could this ghost-masked person be an idiot? But you can't prove you saw it first, can you? So I don't care, he said. Tang Wanwan quickly broke a branch and hit the honeycomb with it. Can you share some honey with me? I just want a little, he said after thinking for a while. Soon, the honeycomb shook as she hit it. Many bees flew out. She used the branch to scoop some yellow honey and then threw the branch on the ground. Her move was effective, smelling the honey. The bees all flew away in a big rush. The honeycomb was empty, and Tang Wanwan easily took it in her hand. Then she made a graceful jump and landed softly on the ground. She wrapped the honey-covered branch with her clothes, shook it behind her, and strode away confidently. Hey, stop. Wait. This belongs to me, she heard him say. Gu Mingyuan didn't expect to meet such an unreasonable girl here. If he had known the honeycomb was so easy to get, he would have used this method himself. Done. He was bragging to his older brother about making honey-glazed chicken wings tonight. Right now, the most important honey syrup is gone, so there's no point in trying. It's all your fault. If I didn't wear this, that girl might be so captivated by my handsome face that she would fall for me. Gu Mingyuan suddenly threw the mask into the nearby river. His ghost mask had scared many people before. He even enjoyed it. Whenever someone offended him, he would find a way to scare them. Seeing others panic or lose their minds made him very happy. But today, wearing the mask made him feel deeply ashamed. Even a young girl with yellow hair wasn't afraid of him anymore. What's the point? Most importantly, he threw away the mask to make that girl fall for him. Then, she would obediently give him the honey syrup she had. Yes, that's what he should do. Meanwhile, Tang Wanwan took the honeycomb and quickly gathered all the precious bees and honey back home. On the way, she happened to meet Tang Xiaoyi, who was looking for her. So, Tang Wanwan asked him for help. They were about to do something big. Big sister, what big thing are we going to do? Tang Xiaoyi asked excitedly. You have to promise me first. No one else can know about this. Only you and me. If you tell anyone, you're betraying your sister. Only little kids would betray their family. Hearing this, Tang Xiaoyi immediately pounded his chest and promised he wouldn't tell anyone. He would keep her secret. All right, I trust you'll do it. Just don't say anything, and I'll handle everything. Okay. Tang Wanwan directed Tang Xiaoyi to take most of the honey from the hive. A little bit was left because she would need it later. After they finished collecting the honey, they quietly left. But this time, Tang Wanwan's plan wasn't to go to the Tang family's old house. Instead, they headed to the riverbank. Tang Xiaoyi looked at his sister in confusion and asked, Big sister, you said we're using the hive to deal with grandma and uncle and aunt. Why are we going to catch fish at the river now? Silly boy, who would do something bad in broad daylight. Bah, no, we're acting on behalf of heaven, punishing the wicked. So, we wait until nightfall, when it's almost dark, to do it. That way, no one will see us and our mother won't get involved. Tang Wanwan continued to brainwash Tang Xiaoyi. Yes, sister is right. First, we catch some fish to fill our stomachs, then we will have the strength to work.
Exactly.
Tang Wanwan nodded repeatedly. Although Tang Xiaoyi is still young, he understands things quite well, just like her. He's very clever. However, Tang Xiaoyi looked at his sister, who was carving a bamboo stick, saying she wanted to take him to the river to catch fish. He doubted whether his sister could really catch fish. But he didn't dare say it out loud because his sister cares about her pride. If he said it, she might feel sad. His sister is beautiful and capable. She's the best sister in the world. Hey, what are the big and small ones doing? Gu Mingyuan was looking around for Tang Wanwan but unexpectedly saw her nearby with a little boy. They were holding a bamboo stick, looking excited and not knowing where they were going. He quickly went over. Hey, girl, stop right there. Seeing the person in front of him, he was dazzled by her good looks. Tang Wanwan thought he wasn't talking to her and hurriedly grabbed Tang Xiaoyi to speed up and walk past him. Gu Mingyuan was standing there, ready to be amazed by Tang Wanwan. But she didn't even look at him, as if he was invisible. What's wrong with this girl? Does she not see this handsome guy right in front of her? Girl, stop. I want to talk to you. But unexpectedly, Tang Wanwan and Tang Xiaoyi, who had been walking quickly, nearly ran away when they heard him. Soon, they disappeared from sight. Gu Mingyuan was about to lose his temper. Could it be that they weren't from here and didn't understand what he was saying? His big eyes, like they were on top of his head, seemed to ignore everyone. You little brat. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, I will find you. Oh, I'm exhausted. Big sister, why are we running? Do you know that young man? No, I don't. Tang Wanwan lied with a straight face. Don't know? Then why are you running?
I think he was talking about you.
He said something about a girl with a beehive. You just brought back a beehive earlier. Shill, little kid, don't talk nonsense. Sister only took the bees to protect us from being stung. I was doing a good deed. That person probably saw I was doing a good deed and wanted to compete with me to get credit from the chief. Tang Wanwan was worried that Tang Xiaoyi might not understand, so she carefully explained everything. After listening, Tang Xiaoyi suddenly understood and kept nodding, exclaiming, Oh, I see. So that's how it is. My sister is really amazing. Even a grown man can't compare to her. At this moment, Tang Xiaoyi's gaze at his sister was no longer full of admiration, but something deeper. Whatever she said or did now, he thought was perfect. Tang Wan felt a little proud inside. Today, she was glad she reacted quickly and took the lead. That fool had been waiting there for a long time and didn't get anything. He probably saw her now and was so angry he could burst. So she hurried to catch some fish and go home, planning to act later when it was dark. She didn't want to involve Tang Xiaoyi in the plan to teach Zhang Pozi tonight, but she couldn't do it alone. She needed someone to help. Besides, children are hard to suspect, so she was confident she could do it without being caught, which is why she brought Tang Xiaoyi along. Now, the brother and sister reached the lower part of the river. The water here was shallower, and there were water plants on the bottom. Such places were most likely to hide big fish. Tang Wan took off her shoes and socks, rolled up her pants, and carefully stepped into the river. The water was warm and comfortable, though the stones under her feet felt a bit sharp. She took a few steps forward to get used to it. The water was very clear, with a few small fish and shrimp swimming around her feet, which tickled a little. She looked up and saw distant mountain peaks hidden behind white clouds, like a beautiful landscape painting. She sighed. If only she had the talent for painting, she would love to capture this stunning scene. Xiaoyi, don't go into the water. Just play by the riverbank. Big sister, I want to help you. Actually, Tang Xiaoyi wanted to play in the water. Usually, his mother never let him and Xiao Ro go to the riverbank because it was dangerous. But today, his big sister was taking him there, and he didn't want to miss this chance. So, while replying, he quickly took off his shoes and socks, ready to go into the water. Don't come over here. If you do, the big fish will run away. Just pick up some snails or catch little in the cracks of the rocks. It's easy to find them. Tang Wan then explained her plan to Tang Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi was skeptical but thought, if he could catch snails, aren't snails for chickens and ducks to eat? Could people eat them too? Xiaoyi loved playing and thought everything was fun as long as he wasn't stuck at home. Excitedly, she followed her sister's method to find small. Soon, she had a good catch. She happily raised her hand and shouted loudly, "Wow! Big sister, I found one like this. Little E, great job. Put the snail on the shore. When we go back, we can take it with us. Your sister will make you something tasty." Oh, so snails are easy to find. They live in the water, and I saw one right away. With this, little E became even more eager to find more. People here don't dare to go into the water. They say there are water ghosts down there who eat children. Tang Wanwan knew this was because they couldn't swim, and every year some people drown in this river. Tang Wanwan didn't believe in superstitions. She held a bamboo stick and poked around the water plants. Here, she poked here, tapped there. When she moved, tiny fish and shrimps, no bigger than a finger, hurriedly escaped from the water grass. After a while of testing, she realized there were many fish here. Using a fishing net might catch even more, but she hadn't seen any big fish. Maybe they were hiding in the deeper water. She put the bamboo stick aside, bent down, and picked up a few stones from the river. She smiled slightly and threw them forcefully in different directions, then opened her crossbow. Just as she did, a dark gray figure quickly darted away from her feet. Tang Wanwan squinted and watched the ripples in the water. She gently pressed her finger, and suddenly, a splash of water rose up. A silver fish with a white belly flipped over, and the water turned red with blood. A faint smile appeared on Tang Wanwan's face. She calmly reloaded her crossbow and walked over slowly. She had caught a fish weighing at least 2 jin, about 1 kilogram. It seemed she had done this many times and was very skilled. There was no electric box or pesticides around. The fish and shrimp here relied on natural rain and good weather. As long as there was enough rain and no drought or flood, the fish in this river would never run out. Little E, look what sister caught. Tang Wanwan showed her brother her prize. Little Yi's eyes lit up with happiness, and he grinned from ear to ear. Wow, a big fish. Sister is amazing. Do you want more? Yes. Tang Wanwan threw the fish onto the shore with good aim. Little E quickly caught it. The fish was injured but still very lively, struggling desperately. But it was no use. Catching this fish was a rare treat, and soon it would become a delicious meal. For little E, who had been hungry for a long time and hadn't seen any meat, this was a lifesaver. Then he stopped looking for the snails and ran back to the shore, holding the fish tightly. Tang Wanwan saw how nervous Xiao Yi was and felt both amused and a bit sad. He was so hungry, he wanted to bite the fish directly, holding it close to his chest, afraid it would fly away. She quickly said, "Xiao Yi, go over there and pull some grass to tie around the fish's mouth so it can't escape. If you keep holding it like that, it might die soon and your clothes will get dirty." "Okay, I can do that," Xiao Yi replied. She then pulled some grass and awkwardly twisted it into a simple rope with her small hands. After a while, she finished and they put it on the fish. "Big sister, is this right?" Xiao Yi showed off to her sister. "Yes, that's perfect." "Xiao Yi, how did you learn to do this?" "I learned from Dad." "I learned a lot from him, but I've forgotten some things," Xiao Yi said shyly, scratching her head. "Did Dad often make things like this before?" "Yes, his bows are very good. Many people in the village asked him to make them, but they never paid him. The money was taken by Mom. Don't you know about these things, sister?" "Oh, I was just testing your memory," Tang Wanwan said, then went back to fishing. Soon, she caught another big fish. One by one, 2, 3, 4 fish were thrown onto the shore, helplessly flipping their eyes and moving their gills. Soon, more blood appeared on the water's surface, and more fish floated up. Gu Mingyuan saw this scene and was so scared he sat down the ground. "Oh my God, this isn't a woman. She's a fierce warrior." He couldn't believe how powerful she was. She could catch fish in the water easily. If she swung her spear at a person, they might lose their life. When she caught her 8th fish, Tang Wanwan felt like someone was watching her from the shore. She immediately put away her crossbow, held a stone in her hand, and threw it toward the shore. Suddenly, she heard a loud cry. Unfortunately, Gu Mingyuan's head was hit, and he got a bump the size of an egg. Now, he couldn't hide it anymore and decided to show himself. "Lady Hero, stop shooting. I give up, isn't that enough?" I saw a young man in white clothes suddenly emerge from the bushes on the shore, wearing a friendly smile. His voice carried a familiar tone. Soon, Tang Wanwan matched him with a masked person. Could he be that unlucky guy? He looked decent, but he was a bit clumsy. When Tang Wanwan saw Gu Mingyuan appear in front of her, she wasn't very surprised. She glanced at him and said, "Hiding in the bushes to watch people isn't very polite. Do you have this hobby? Not hiding in the trees, but hiding in the bushes? Where is your ghost mask? Not wearing it to scare people anymore?" As Tang Wanwan was about to get ashore, she felt something hard under her foot. When she looked down and touched it, she couldn't help but want to laugh. Wasn't that his mask? Did he throw it into the river? He doesn't want it anymore. It seems her little really affected him. It's lost. If it's not fun, I won't play anymore. You seem pretty skilled. What's your name? Can we be friends? Just as Gu Mingyuan finished speaking, Tang Xiaoyi suddenly rushed in front of him, blocking him and Tang Wanwan with his hand. He asked fiercely, "Who are you?" "Don't think about hitting my sister." Brother Lu said that anyone who tries to get close to her is a bad person. Gu Mingyuan heard this and realized that Tang Xiaoyi's words weren't his own, but someone had taught him. He smiled. These siblings are quite interesting. He pretended to be curious and asked Tang Xiaoyi, who is Brother Lu, "If he doesn't want others near your sister, does he have feelings for her himself?" Tang Xiaoyi was stunned by the question but quickly replied, "Brother Lu is just Brother Lu. He really cares about my big sister." The younger brother didn't understand Gu Mingyuan's meaning, but he understood. Tang Wanwan couldn't help but look at Gu Mingyuan with slight annoyance, already labeling him as a bad person. "Xiaoyi, ignore this bad guy. Let's pack up the fish and go home quickly." To Tang Wanwan, Gu Mingyuan was just a spoiled young master. She didn't know where he came from, but he kept pestering her. She had already tried to avoid him earlier, but he kept coming after her. If he didn't stop being so tactless, she wouldn't be polite anymore. For people bothering her, Tang Wanwan had 3 ways. First, hit them. Second, hit them again. Third, hit them hard until they are afraid and stop bothering her. She watched the siblings gather the fish haphazardly, preparing to go home. Gu Mingyuan slowly said, "This young lady is not actually my person. If I were to bother you, it's because my belongings were taken by you. I can't explain to my superiors when I go back. I am a cook, and I came to your Tang village in search of rare ingredients. How about we make a deal? I'll lend you my spice pack to cook fish, and in return, you can give me some honey nectar." Seeing her sister stop and seem hesitant, Tang Xiaoi quickly tugged on her sleeve and whispered, "Sister, you're right. He's really a bad person. I said he wouldn't leave easily, and now he wants our things. Let's go back and ignore him." But Tang Wanwan didn't leave. She had her own thoughts. This Gu surname guy's mouth is a bit annoying, but he's not really a bad person. As for the spice pack he mentioned, it really touched Tang Wanwan's heart. She was worried too. This fish isn't like shrimp or crab, which can be cooked simply with water and salt and still taste good. Without seasoning, the fish would just taste very fishy. Making fish soup might be okay, but plain fish is often too strong in smell. Thinking about how the only seasoning at home was salt, Tang Wanwan felt like her mouth was already filling with a fishy taste. She turned to him and asked, "Are you really a cook? Do you have a spice pack?" "Of course, absolutely. Do you know Yonglin Pavilion?" "I am their cook." "I don't know," Tang Wanwan replied coldly, cutting him off. Gu Mingyuan was covered in dust, but didn't get angry at her words. Seeing the brother and sister walking ahead, he hurried to follow behind. He continued, "No worries if you don't know. You'll find out soon enough. Once you go to Yonglin Pavilion and mention my name, Gu Yunji, they'll treat you very well. It's a place for cooking with many senior brothers and sisters. They're very nice." As he spoke, he secretly smiled inside, thinking, he's not deliberately using his older brother's name. It's just that this girl is so fierce. Probably only someone like her brother, who's usually very intimidating, could handle her. Also, their older brother usually looks down on women, so he wonders what will happen when he meets Tang Wanwan. Thinking about how impressive Tang Wanwan looked when catching fish earlier, he really wanted to bring his brother over to see. Could he catch fish like that? Just a few quick flicks towards the water, and the fish flipped over, showing their white bellies one after another. Thinking about how these two might really meet someday, Gu Mingyuan's face showed a mischievous smile, as if he had a clever plan. But before he could hide his smile, Tang Wanwan turned around suddenly. They almost bumped noses, startling both of them into stepping back. "Hey, what are you doing? Are you maybe thinking I look too good and want to bother me?" Tang Wanwan, looking annoyed, grabbed his collar and patted his face. She said, "With someone like you, do I need to flirt?" Gu Mingyuan almost cried. He wondered how this woman looked. Her hand was on him now. Was she trying to bother him? He wanted to struggle, but it was useless. His collar was in her hand, and he couldn't move. Plus, they were so close that he could see her face clearly. She looked pretty, even though she seemed fierce. Her lips were pink, her eyes big and bright, and her expression was clear. Her skin was a little yellow, and she looked a bit thinner, but otherwise fine. Seeing Gu Mingyuan staring at her like a lovesick fool, with his eyes fixed on her, Tang Wanwan blushed unexpectedly. Feeling shy and a little angry, she pushed him away. But after pushing him, she was holding a silver bag in her hand. She waved it and said, "Since you were so rude just now, this is a little compensation. You can leave now." Gu Mingyuan saw the seasoning packet in Tang Wanwan's hand and realized he had been touched. When did that happen? He didn't even notice. Thinking about how Tang Wanwan had touched him, his face turned red. A person should be respected after all. This woman was really... He blushed even more and loudly said, "You touched me too. Why can you take mine?" "No, I want to go back with you. If you don't let me, I'll shout about what you just did."
Stop talking.
"Follow me. If you dare say another word, I will stop you." Tang Wanwan cut him off before he could reveal anything about the honeycomb. "That's better." Gu Mingyuan changed from anger to happiness, forgetting about what just happened. He happily followed Tang Wanwan. "Later you will cook the fish. You said you're a cook, right? I want to see your skills. Also, once you go inside, you're not allowed to say a word. You can only stay in the kitchen. When you finish cooking the fish, you can leave," Tang Wanwan warned him seriously. And give me the honey extract. Gu Mingyuan clearly has a submissive personality. Even though Tang Wanwan treats him like that, he doesn't get angry and only cares about his honey extract. No problem, just wait and see what your young master, will do. The two of them entered the small courtyard of the Tang family, one after the other. Seeing the scene inside the house, Gu Mingyuan suddenly looked at Tang Wanwan with sympathy, thinking, "You're so impressive, but why does the house look like this? Did it get robbed? There's nothing left, this is so sad." He moved his lips as if he wanted to say something, but Tang Wanwan threw some fish onto the ground and said harshly, "You're messing with the fish here. I'll go get your honey extract. Don't say much else."
Oh.
Seeing Tang Wanwan's fierce expression, Gu Mingyuan wanted to say something but hesitated and didn't speak. He smelled medicine from the main room. Maybe there's a patient inside. "All right, now we have something to do," Gu Mingyuan said, lowering his head and looking at the few struggling fish on the ground, feeling a bit helpless. He tried to remember how his older brother prepared fish. Did he use a knife and cut along the fish's back? Meanwhile, Tang Xiao was curious about his sister and the young man surnamed Gu going into the kitchen, so he didn't pay attention to himself. He was still thinking about the strange object his sister threw earlier, which looked quite interesting. Why else would her and the young man's expressions be so strange? Driven by curiosity, Tang Xiao secretly ran to the riverbank and looked for the object in the grass. After searching for a while, he suddenly saw something that scared him so much he sat down hard. "Oh my gosh! What is this creepy thing? It's so frightening." Even Tang Xiao, who isn't easily scared, was trembling at first sight. He took a few steps back and waited a moment. Seeing that the thing didn't move or attack, he dared to approach again. He looked at the mask's terrifying face. Rather than being afraid, he felt a bit excited. The mask was about the size of a face. His own face was smaller, so it looked a little big on him, but it wasn't impossible to wear. After putting on the mask, Tang Xiao felt braver. He thought, maybe if I wear this, I won't be afraid of the two bratty girls from the Tang family or the other kids in the village. Just as he hid the mask away, he saw Tang Danny appear from a distance, and she was alone. Usually, Tang Danny and Tang Rui often bullied him and his siblings. Tang Xiao's mind quickly turned, and an idea came to him. Today was the perfect chance for revenge. Seeing Tang Danny happily licking a piece of candy, Tang Xiao deliberately lowered his head and walked past her. Danny, who often bullied them, was surprised to see him ignoring her and immediately shouted loudly, "Hey, Tang Xiao, stop right there." Fearing she wouldn't chase him, Tang Xiao kept silent and hurriedly moved forward, running into the nearby woods. Seeing this, Danny thought he must be hiding something, so she quickly followed behind, shouting, "You little brat, stop right there. Are you trying to run? Hurry up and give me whatever tasty thing you have." Tang Xiao said nothing and dashed into the small woods. Once inside, he ignored his heavy breathing and hid behind a big tree, his heart pounding like drums. He was both hoping Danny would come closer and worried about what might happen if something went wrong. Looking around, he saw a red cloth someone had thrown nearby. He picked it up and tied it around his face, making him look like he had a long tongue. In his rush, he also loosened his hairband, leaving his hair messy and wild, making him look even more like a ghost. After a while, Danny indeed found him. When she entered the woods, she looked confident, like a little queen. "Tang Xiao, come out now. Don't hide." "I saw you," she said, hands on her hips, walking almost sideways.
Tang Xiao.
"I'll count to 3. If you don't come out, I'll hit you every time I see you. I'll even pull down your pants so you'll be too embarrassed to face anyone." Hiding behind the tree, Tang Xiao trembled with anger, clenched his fists tightly, wishing he could rush out and teach Danny a lesson. But no matter how much Danny insulted and humiliated him, he stayed silent. He was determined to surprise her and scare her away. Danny kept talking, and before long, she was almost at the edge of the woods. Behind the trees was the riverbank, where the wind blew strongly, making a mournful sound like a crying woman. Danny was actually very timid. She usually relied on her parents for protection, acting proud and bossy. But when real trouble came, she was the first to want to run and hide. As I walked deeper into the woods, it became increasingly quiet. Halfway through, Tang Danny suddenly regretted her decision and wanted to turn back. She muttered to herself, "Tang Xiaoyi, that brat, didn't he leave on his own? Is he trying to trick me? When I catch him, I'll give him a good lesson. Tang Xiaoyi, I won't play with you today. But since you scared me on purpose, I'll make sure you pay for it tomorrow." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around. But just then, she suddenly saw a ghostly face silently appear in front of her. The eyes were hollow, the red tongue was hanging out, looking like it was bleeding. The hair was messy and standing straight up as it reached out toward her.
Ah!
Tang Danny had never seen such a scary scene before. She couldn't hold herself and fainted immediately, her eyes rolling back. When Tang Danny let out a scream, Tang Xiaoyi wanted to stop her because he was afraid she might attract others. But he didn't expect her to be so easily frightened. "Haha, Tang Danny, you finally fell into my hands." Tang Xiaoyi was both happy and a little nervous. Seeing that Tang Danny was unresponsive, he quietly tiptoed over and kicked her. Still no reaction. He then squatted down, pinched her chubby face, and tugged at it until her face was deformed, but she still didn't respond. Just then, Tang Xiaoyi suddenly smelled a foul smell of. He followed the scent and frowned. No way did Tang Danny actually wet herself? The hem of her skirt was wet. Since this was Tang Xiaoyi's first time doing something bad, he felt guilty about scaring Tang Danny into fainting and waking up the adults. Not knowing what to do, he decided to go back and hide. He ran outside, thinking it wasn't safe to leave the mask uncovered. Seeing a pile of hay nearby, he had a quick idea. He secretly stuffed the mask into the middle of the haystack. In his panic, he thought hiding the mask in the hay was the best way to keep it hidden. He planned to sneak back and hide, but unexpectedly, he bumped right into Gu Mingyuan, who was being chased out by Tang Tuantuan. "Oh dear. What are you doing, little guy?" Gu Mingyuan bumped into Tang Xiaoyi, causing him to stumble. Luckily, he recognized him and didn't fall over. Seeing him almost lose his balance, Gu Mingyuan quickly caught him, grabbing his arm and asking. Seeing Tang Xiaoyi with messy hair and a nervous look, Gu Mingyuan hurriedly asked, "No way, I haven't seen you in a while. Why do you look like this? Did you do something bad?" "You're the one who did something bad," she replied, kicking and grabbing him, twisting her small body into a mess. Tang Xiaoyi felt even more anxious when her feelings were mentioned, but Gu Mingyuan grabbed her arm, trying to run away but couldn't break free. Her face turned red from holding her breath. This scene was just seen by Tang Wanwan. She immediately stepped forward like a protective mother hen, pushing Gu Mingyuan away. "Hey, are you still a man? How can you bully a kid?" Gu Mingyuan was caught off guard and quickly explained, "No, I just noticed he looked upset, so I asked." "Kid, tell me, did your brother bully you?" "Big sister, save me. He's grabbing me and won't let me go," Tang Xiaoyi shouted. Seeing Gu Mingyuan bullying her brother, Tang Wanwan wouldn't let him get away. She hurried forward, grabbed his arm, kneeled on his leg, and pushed Gu Mingyuan to the ground, making it hard for him to get up. Tang Xiaoyi saw how brave her sister was and was so excited her eyes sparkled. She shouted loudly, "Big bad guy, see if you dare to bully me again. My sister is so awesome." Gu Mingyuan, who had never been pushed down like this before, looked a bit disheveled and annoyed. He said angrily, "You little girl, you're too rough. I was only worried about your brother. Look at him, something must have happened. You're really ungrateful. My family's matters are none of your business. Today's issue is settled. From now on, I'll pretend I never saw you and you don't know me." "How can you say it's settled? I have lots of seasonings and I only got a tiny bit of honey. You're too stingy. And I want my seasoning bag back. Are you leaving? Or do you still want to get beaten up?" "I'm willing to stay and fight," Tang Wanwan said, slowly rolling up her sleeves. The move she used to flip Gu Mingyuan was just a warm-up. She hadn't even started fighting seriously yet. She didn't expect him to be so fragile. Seeing her stance, Gu Mingyuan stepped back a few paces, but he didn't want to give up. He thought if I leave now, I won't be able to explain myself. He quickly said, "No, I have something to say. That seasoning bag isn't mine. You have to give it back." At this moment, Gu Mingyuan realized what it meant to shoot himself in the foot. He had been careless with his words and showed off his skills in front of Tang Wanwan. Now, he had dug his own hole and had to fill it himself. He doesn't really know how to cook. He just wants to join Yonglin Pavilion. He has been trying to impress his older brother for a long time. His brother said that if he could find a dish he hasn't cooked before or use some rare ingredients to make a dish, he might consider letting him become an apprentice. As the third young master of the Gu family, Gu Mingyuan doesn't need to do this, but he is interested in a young lady from Yonglin Pavilion and vows to marry her. He even boasted in front of her that he wanted to join Yonglin Pavilion. Then he secretly stole his brother's spice pouch and followed his good friend Su Xiaoyu to Tongjia village. Things took a turn from there. Gu Mingyuan studies at Penglai Academy. He's not useless. He just loves to play and make friends. He once read in a book that bee honey is the sweetest food in the world, with a rich, sweet taste. It can be used in cooking, medicine, and beauty treatments, and is very nutritious. He saw a beehive in a tree and climbed up to sit under it, thinking that wearing a mask could scare people. Unexpectedly, he met Tang Wanwan, a female warrior. His usual tricks didn't work on Tang Wanwan at all. "Are you leaving or not? Don't make me use force," Tang Wanwan said without hesitation, grabbing a broom to chase him out. Gu Mingyuan could only leave with a Wulan sullen face. He had to think of another plan. After being pushed to the door, Tang Wanwan took Tang Xiaoyi back inside, poured hot water to wash his face, and used a wooden hairpin to tie up his hair. The fish was already boiling in the pot, filling the small kitchen with a tempting aroma that made everyone's mouth water. Originally, Tang Wanwan asked Gu Mingyuan to cook fish. Instead of doing that, he badly cut the fish, causing the insides to spill out. Fish scales covered the floor, and the kitchen was nearly flooded. When Tang Wanwan, who had brought back Honey, saw this scene, she almost fainted from anger. If Tang Wanwan hadn't known some cooking skills herself, she wouldn't have been able to eat the fish today. Today, Tang Wanwan caught 6 fish of different sizes. They couldn't all be eaten at once, so she decided to eat 2 herself, give 1 to Lu Yujing, and salt the rest to enjoy slowly later. She loved eating boiled fish and grilled fish, but unfortunately, she didn't have much of the seasonings. She had already used half a small bowl of chili, and there probably wasn't much left. She also used some star anise and Sichuan peppercorns. She thought it would be great if she could get more seasonings easily or find some vegetable seedlings to plant in her small yard, so she could have fresh ingredients anytime. She planned to build a vegetable garden there for future use. It's almost mealtime and time is a bit tight. She plans to make boiled fish. Boiled fish slices are easy to prepare. Just remove the bones, slice the fish thinly, season the broth well, and bring the water to a boil. When it's almost ready to eat, add the fish to the broth and use chopsticks to lift it out to serve. If there are side dishes like cabbage or radish, add them in when the water boils. Then put in the fish slices. Once the fish is cooked, the vegetables inside are ready to eat too. For those who like stronger flavors, they can also enjoy raw fish slices dipped in soy sauce, cooking wine, garlic, chili, and other seasonings. This makes for a very tasty snack. Some people prefer to dip it in mustard, but Tang Wanwan prefers cooked food and isn't very interested in raw fish slices. Back to the point, in this resource-scarce place, it's impossible to get Tang Wanwan to give up her seasonings. She really needs them now, especially since Gu Mingyuan personally brought them to her. They agreed to exchange, and she feels she has nothing to regret about what she did. Tang Wanwan also noticed that the seasoning packet was beautifully embroidered, indicating that Gu Mingyuan's family is quite well off. Only wealthy children would waste silk fabric on such a bag. She thought about showing the pattern to her mother to see if she could sew it, maybe learn from it, and come up with new designs. While brushing her brother's hair, she praised, "Our little E has really nice hair, and his features are good-looking. If he eats better, his hair will shine even more. But once you tie your hair, don't run around again. Go see if Mom is awake. We'll eat soon." Tang Xiaoyi was confused by his sister's praise. He felt more guilty. The older sister never used such straightforward words to praise him before.
Could she have found out?
He vaguely heard the noise outside and imagined Tang Danny furrowing her brows, glaring fiercely, like a fierce mother, rushing over to scold him. Even Auntie San was not easy to deal with. He couldn't help but jump down from the stool, lowering his head and nervously picking at his nails with his left hand, afraid to look at Tang Wanwan. Tang Wanwan was smart. Seeing her brother like this, she knew something was wrong. At first, she didn't notice Tang Xiaoyi wasn't home, but later she realized. She thought he had gone out to play. But when he came back, he looked disheveled, panicked, and guilty, as if he had done something wrong. When Gu Mingyuan was here earlier, she didn't expose him but instead used an excuse involving Gu Mingyuan to send him away directly. Speaking of which, Gu Mingyuan was used as a by her. But this wasn't Tang Wanwan's fault. It was Gu Mingyuan's own bragging and big talk without planning that tricked her, which is why she sent him away. It turns out Gu Mingyuan can't cook at all, probably only knows the basics, and even made up a fancy name, claiming he's from Yonglin Pavilion. Maybe even Yonglin Pavilion was something he invented himself. Xiao-yi, don't worry. No matter what happens, Big Sister will protect you. Tang Xiao-yi was very surprised, not expecting her sister to seem to see through everything. Big Sister, enough, don't say more. Hurry up and help clear the table. We'll eat soon. Okay. Tang Xiao-yi happily ran to the main house. Tang Wanwan sighed, thinking to herself that no matter what Xiao-yi did outside, she would cover for him and never let him be bullied again. By now, Mrs. Chun had woken up. From what Xiao-yi said, her sister had already prepared the food, and a nice smell was drifting through the house. She still couldn't believe it. Xiao-yi, where did your big sister get the food? It smells so good. Tang Xiao-yi proudly replied, Mother, today my sister and I went to the river to catch fish. We caught a lot. Mrs. Chen's face immediately turned serious. Nonsense. The river is very dangerous. What if you fall in? You're not allowed to go there again. Tang Xiao-yi thought her mother only scolded a little and didn't seem very angry, so he felt happier. He pulled her hand and said, Mother, my sister only went to the river because we really had nothing to eat. But she was so good at catching fish. Mrs. Chen looked suspicious and asked, How did your sister catch the fish?
Tell me.
Tang Xiao-yi only knew that when his sister moved her hand, something like a chopstick would stick straight into the fish. He couldn't explain what it was. After gesturing for a while without explaining clearly, he finally said, Anyway, my sister is very good at it. Mother, since sister can catch fish to eat, we won't be hungry anymore in the future. Mother didn't speak, just silently stared as if thinking about something. After a while, she said, Call your sister over to set the table. Let's eat. Finally, after passing this test, Tang Xiaoyi felt so happy that her feet felt light, and her heart was almost flying with joy. She had never been so happy before. She exchanged a quick glance with Xiao Rou and hurried to the kitchen to share the good news with her sister, telling her that Mother wasn't angry with them. Seeing such a rich meal in front of her, Mother was stunned for a moment and didn't speak. On the biggest bowl on the table, there was a full bowl of fish, with chili peppers inside the fish slices, looking very tasty. Today, their table didn't have steamed potatoes but instead had some round, ball-like things. There was also a plate of dark-colored slices, probably fish or something similar. Mother looked at her daughter and asked, Owen, did you make all this? Did you meet someone special today? Tang Wanwan's cooking skills were taught by Mother, and she knew her daughter's skills very well. Yes, Mother, I met a cook who taught me to make many dishes. This is the first time I made this, so I don't know if it's good. You all try it. Seeing her mother's expression wasn't quite right, Tang Wanwan couldn't tell what she was thinking, but she could see the changes happening to herself. She thought she might as well bring up Gu Yunji, since they wouldn't see each other again anyway. Really? Who is he? What's his name? Why would he help you? For no reason. And where did all these ingredients come from? Seeing that her mother wasn't so easy to fool, Tang Wanwan changed the subject. Mother, you're just recovering now, don't worry so much. I caught quite a few fish today. To thank him, I gave him the biggest one. He was so happy that he gave me a spice bag. To ease her mother's worries, Tang Wanwan even took out a dark green spice bag to show her. Mother, look at this embroidery. Isn't it beautiful? Do you recognize it? Mother glanced at the embroidery, her expression deepening. She looked at the pattern for a long time before saying, I've never seen it. Mother, are you tired? Why don't you try some fish?
Cooking.
Seeing that Mother didn't seem very interested, Tang Wanwan quickly scooped some fish onto her plate. Madam Chen asked her about the other dishes, and Tang Wanwan explained each one. After steaming the potatoes, she mashed them with a little salt and mixed in some whole grain flour, which made the taste quite different. Besides boiling fish, Tang Wanwan also marinated some slices of fish with a bit of chili. Unfortunately, she didn't have vinegar, or she could have made a spicy and sour fish dish. The tangy and crispy flavor was very appetizing. It looks like that cook is quite skilled. They even taught you to make such delicious food. Awan, you've worked hard, Madam Chen said, seeming to have little appetite, eating only a small amount before setting down her bowl and chopsticks. Mother, I'm not tired. Xiao, Yi, and Xiao Ro, if you like the food, eat more. I'll go deliver food to brother. Tang Wanwan also ate a little casually now, worried that something might happen later. You've also worked hard today. Let me do it, Madam Chen said, gently stopping her daughter from getting up, taking her bowls and chopsticks, and heading to Tang Wei's room. Watching her mother walk as if she might collapse at any moment, Tang Wanwan silently vowed to earn money quickly to improve their family's life. The two younger ones also needed good food. Both looked thin and pale, clearly lacking proper nutrition. Seeing how happy they were today eating, Tang Wanwan felt very proud and wanted to feed them until they were chubby and healthy. They were still finishing their meal when they suddenly heard the loud, rough voice of little Wang outside calling out. It sounded like many people had arrived. The wall had been broken by Wang's footsteps and hadn't been repaired yet, and the gate's fence didn't matter much anymore. Soon, little Wang and a group of people arrived at their yard, loudly knocking on the door. Tang Xiao Yi, you little brat, come out here. Big sister, I'm scared, Tang Xiao Ro said, tears welling up when she heard the noise outside. The wooden door was being pounded loudly, and there were sounds of things being thrown inside the yard. Big sister. Tang Xiao Yi was very frightened, stammering for a long time, trying to explain. But Tang Wanwan didn't let him speak. She simply said, you two stay here and behave. When mother comes out, hold her tight, so she doesn't hear anything, understand?
Yes.
Tang Xiao Ro nodded desperately. Seeing her brother frozen in place, she tugged his arm, and Tang Xiao Yi finally nodded blankly. Tang Wanwan stepped forward, counting the knocks on the door, then forcefully pulled it open. She nearly caused little Wang to stumble while knocking, but luckily, she held onto the wall nearby to keep her balance. When she looked outside, she saw 3 people arriving. Besides little Wang, she didn't recognize the others, so they must be her family from her maternal side. Tang Wanwan stood at the door, blocking little Wang from taking advantage of the situation. Third aunt, knocking on my door in broad daylight. If you break the door, will you pay for it? Seeing how long it took Tang Wanwan to come out and open the door, and how she almost fell, little Wang's anger grew. Her voice became sharp. Where is that little troublemaker Tang Xiaoyi? Tell him to come out. Don't think I'm afraid of you, Tang Wanwan. Hand him over now, or don't expect me to stop. Third aunt, you're an elder. Please speak respectfully. No wonder Danny always uses bad words. If others knew how you're teaching your children, who would still come to ask for marriage. Little Wang almost choked on Tang Wanwan's words and immediately became furious. She placed her hands on her hips and shouted loudly at the door, Tang Wanwan, do you think I'm afraid of you? My mother-in-law and sister-in-law are lenient with you, but I'm not. You let Tang Xiaoyi scare my daughter with a ghost costume. I want an explanation now. Bring the person out. Pretending to be a ghost to scare someone? Tang Wanwan thought Xiaoyi wouldn't do such a thing. The child was always well-behaved and considerate, never causing trouble. But she was also suspicious why little Wang insisted that Xiaoyi was responsible. Tang Wanwan kept her expression calm, seemingly untroubled. Third aunt, do you have proof that Xiaoyi did this? If you do, I will hand over my brother to face you. But if he didn't do it and you're falsely accusing him, don't think you can harm him even a hair. Brother, let's not waste time with her. Break into the house and search for him, one of the men said quickly. Just as they were about to force their way inside, Tang Wanwan pulled out a bamboo arrow and pressed it against little Wang's neck. Don't move. If you dare to act, I'll poke a hole in her neck right now. I've said my brother didn't do this. If you have proof, come and get him. But if you're just here to cause trouble, you'd better ask yourself if what I hold in my hand is willing to let you do that. Wan, don't be reckless. Step back, Chen's wife called out, hearing the commotion and trying to come out, but Tang Wanwan stopped her.
Mom, don't worry.
This isn't something they can falsely accuse us of. We're not just anyone they can bully. I felt a sudden stabbing pain in my neck. Seeing Tang Wanni's behavior, it didn't seem like she was joking. Miss Wang was so frightened her heart almost jumped out of her chest. Thinking that the older sister-in-law was caught in this girl's hands, Miss Wang felt regretful and knew she needed evidence before confronting anyone. However, after the older sister woke up, she couldn't explain anything clearly. She kept saying Tang Xiaoyi's name, so Miss Wang firmly believed Tang Xiaoyi was responsible. She then brought her family brothers to confront her and settle the matter. Wan, my good niece, let's talk nicely. Brother, you all step back and don't scare Wan. The two countrymen looked at Tang Wanni and, after some thought, one of the older men stepped forward and said, Girl, since you're just a child, we won't argue with you. But today, you need to give us an explanation. Big sister said she was in the small woods today and was scared into fainting by Xiaoyi pretending to be a ghost. She's still talking nonsense now. We're just worried about her, so we came to ask.
We mean no harm.
Tang Wanni immediately smiled. You're still adults. You believe the nonsense my sister said? That's really funny. Please, uncles and third aunt, go back and ask clearly. If you find proof that Xiaoyi did it, I will make him come and apologize and pay your medical expenses. No questions asked. After saying that, Tang Wanni made a gesture for them to leave. Miss Wang's face turned red and white, and she kept signaling to her two brothers. They also felt it was unfair to accuse someone without reason. Plus, Tang Wanni was tough and even threatened them. They had underestimated her. Today was clearly their first confrontation, and they had lost. There was no need to say more, to avoid further shame. Let's go, third sister. We'll ask big sister again when we get back. Miss Wang didn't expect things to turn out like this. She stubbornly refused to leave, sat on the ground, and started crying. Mother, please get up and see your daughter. Your daughter is being bullied, and my brothers won't stand up for me. This girl is riding over me. I can't go on living. I finally gave birth to big sister after more than 20 years. I raised her with care. Today, she's been bullied like this, and no one is helping me. Maybe I should just die. Third sister, what are you doing? If something's wrong, let's go back and talk. I won't leave. I won't go until that little brat comes out. Miss Wang's second brother also felt ashamed of his sister and turned to leave, covering his face. As she walked, she said, Third sister, if you don't mind being embarrassed, I do. Your behavior will reflect poorly on Aishing and Aiwa if it gets out. There was such an aunt, notorious for her bad reputation, which also affected her nieces and nephews. In ancient times, people cared about their reputation. Once someone's reputation was ruined, even matchmakers would avoid them. I don't care. Danny is my daughter. If she is wronged, only I, her mother, will stand up for her. If you want to leave, go ahead. From now on, I won't acknowledge you as my brothers, second brother, or first brother. Woo woo woo. Little Wang sure suddenly started crying after speaking. Third sister. Third sister, what are you trying to do? Seeing their sister like this, the two brothers also felt troubled. Unless you let her open the door, I will cry at my parents' grave every day, saying you don't care about me. If Danny gets hurt, I won't live anymore. Even in death, I will take her with me to be buried together. Little Wang sure pointed at Tang Wanwan with her finger, showing a look of disgust on her face. Originally, these two men were about to leave, but now, Unable to help it, they turned back and slowly approached Tang Wanwan. Knowing what she was holding, they were on guard. One on her left, one on her right, they prepared to surround her. Girl, we're not being unreasonable. We really have no choice. Just let us take your brother away. Yes, if your brother is innocent, we will question him, and if he really didn't do anything, we will let him go. Tang Wanwan knew these people didn't keep their promises, especially that little Wang Shi, who had bullied her and her siblings before. If Xiao Yi was taken away, who knew how they would treat her? She stood her ground, holding a stick in her hand. If they came closer again, she was ready to fight them. Stop right there. Step back now, or don't blame me for being rude. Girl, we have no choice. You see, we're not unreasonable.
Exactly.
If you say your brother is innocent, let him come out so we can ask him. My brother didn't do anything wrong. Why should I let you accuse him? If you want to come in, you have to go through me first. After saying that, Tang Wanwan prepared to fight, taking a stance. The two brothers looked at each other, feeling that this girl was quite difficult to deal with. But since their sister was causing trouble here, they had no choice but to press on. The two brothers showed good teamwork, silently nodding and moving to surround Tang Wanwan. Tang Wanwan suddenly let out a sharp cry and swung her stick. One of them crouched low, while the other reached out to grab her stick. Tang Wanwan wouldn't let them take her stick. She quickly twisted her body, stepped aside, and turned in front of the two men, swinging her stick again. Just as the stick was about to hit them, someone suddenly dashed in from outside and grabbed her stick. Stop! This is a misunderstanding. Everyone, don't fight anymore. Seeing who had grabbed her stick, Tang Wanwan was surprised. It was Su Xiaoyu, someone she hadn't seen in a long time. Young Master Su, is that you? His speed was so fast that Tang Wanwan hadn't had time to see clearly. He was already in front of her. Awan, you're being too formal. When we were kids, you always called me Little You. Why are you so distant now? Su Xiaoyu looked at Tang Wanwan and smiled. He was wearing a long robe that made him look tall and handsome. Looking at the elegant man in front of her, Tang Wanwan's eyes flickered. It's amazing how much he had changed. In her memories, the original Su Xiaoyu was thin and dark, but now he was tall and handsome. Su Xiaoyu had often come to Tangjia village to play since he was a child and knew several of the Tang sisters. The famous Pingyuan Hall in town was owned by his family. His grandfather was once a barefoot doctor, and later, because of his good medical skills, he became well known and opened a pharmacy. Under Su Xiaoyu's father, the small pharmacy grew into Pingyuan Hall, opening several branches in the Qilian Mountains and Qinling area. Su Xiaoyu's father often came to Tangjia village to treat the village chief, elders, and their families. When Su Xiaoyu was young, he often accompanied his father to practice medicine, and by chance he got to know the Tang family. Miss Wang also recognized the man as the matchmaker's candidate for today, young Master Su of Pingyuan Hall. She immediately jumped up from the ground, wiped her tears, and tugged at his sleeve. Young Master Su, you came at just the right time. You have to help me. My daughter was frightened by Tang Xiaoyi, and if something serious happens, how can I live the rest of my life? After speaking, she wiped away 2 tears. Little auntie, you can rest assured. I just checked on Danny earlier. She was only a bit frightened. I gave her some calming medicine, and after a few days she will be fine. Mrs. Wang saw that the illness was personally checked by Su Xiaoyu, so she smiled more. She quickly said, "That's very kind of you. I trust Danny's health to you now." Su Xiaoyu has been studying medicine with his father since he was young. He has seen many common illnesses. He is still studying at Penlai Academy, but after classes, he often helps in the pharmacy. With such a talented young man and good family background, no wonder Mrs. Wang didn't want Tang Wanwan involved. She was afraid her daughter wouldn't be chosen and might lose a good future husband. While they were talking, someone else came in. It was Gu Yunji, who had just returned. Tang Wanwan didn't know what he was up to and turned her face away, pretending not to recognize him. She looked at Su Xiaoyu and asked, "Young Master Su, you said earlier it was a misunderstanding. What exactly is going on?" Gu Mingyuan saw that Tang Wanwan suddenly refused to acknowledge him and pretended not to know him. He immediately stepped forward and said, "Oh, So you are Miss Tang Wanwan, the third of Tang. I've heard that you are quite famous for your temper. Today, I finally see it myself. Tang Wanwan rolled her eyes at him, looking annoyed. She said coldly, I don't know you. Don't try to get close to me. Gu Mingyuan immediately said, Hey, you're too harsh. We just broke up, and now you act like you don't know me? Tang Wanwan's face darkened. She wanted to shut him up with one. She muttered softly, If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Hearing their quiet arguing, Mrs. Wang's face also looked strange. Su Xiaoyu looked over at them. Mrs. Wang then went to Gu Mingyuan and smiled as she said, Young master, you're right. Our Tang family only has one oddball like Tang Wanwan, hot-tempered and loves to fight. Look at me, I almost got a scratch from her just now. Gu Mingyuan was not as patient as Su Xiaoyu. Seeing Mrs. Wang's fake smile and her pretending to be friendly, he looked annoyed. Auntie, who are you? I'm talking to Awan. Why are you interrupting? He also said, and that mask thing you did to scare people? That was me. If you want to find someone to blame, come find me. I've paid for the medical expenses, so stop accusing good people. Gu Mingyuan spoke and threw a small silver ingot into Xiao Wang's hand. As Xiao Wang looked at the silver ingot, her eyes widened. It was at least 5 or 6 taels. Indeed, this wealthy person was generous with his money. Seeing that the young man didn't look very old, she wondered if he was already married. Just as she received the silver, her mind was racing with thoughts. After a moment, she chuckled and said, Oh, it was just a misunderstanding. Young master, what should I call you? You really know how to joke. Why did you go into the woods to scare people? It wasn't intentional. Your daughter came up to me on her own. I hadn't even spoken to her when she suddenly fainted. Who can I blame for that? All right, Ming. Su Xiaoyu was about to call Gu Mingyuan's name, but he suddenly pinched her arm hard. He then changed his tone and said, Since the misunderstanding is cleared up and your young lady is fine, I think you can go home now. I'm not sure how to address this young master.
I think my daughter made a mistake.
I'll have her apologize to you later.
No need for that.
We have other matters to attend to. Please go ahead and leave. Tang Wanwan felt like vomiting. Seeing Xiao Wang's greedy, sycophantic face, she couldn't stay any longer. She turned and went inside. Just as she was about to close the door, 2 guards appeared outside. One was Su Xiaoyu, and the other was Gu Mingyuan. They looked at her with smiles, one on each side. Tang Wanwan didn't want them to see her family's awkward situation. She also wanted to consider her brother's feelings. Seeing people around her age, handsome and elegant, and comparing herself, she refused to let them come in, no matter what. Since we helped you out, aren't you going to let us in to chat? Did you really help me? If you didn't come, I could handle it myself. Su Xiaoyu looked worried and asked Awan, Did something happen? Why didn't you and your brother come to eat earlier today? Please don't trouble yourself, young Master Su. It's our family matter. We can handle it ourselves. If there's nothing else, please leave. After saying this, Tang Wanwan closed the door firmly, turning them away once again. What's wrong with her? Gu Mingyuan looked confused and asked Su Xiaoyu, Aren't you familiar with her? You don't know the reason? How should I know? Could it be that I saw Sister Rui and didn't see her? Is she angry? Maybe. Women often get jealous, you know. Now that you're engaged to Tang Rui, you probably offended her. So, Awan might also like me? Su Xiaoyu thought that was unlikely. She always seemed indifferent and cold toward people. When Su Xiaoyu said Tang Wanwan liked herself, Gu Mingyuan couldn't help feeling a bit annoyed. He patted his friend and said, Why would a fierce girl like her like someone like you? Think about me. Handsome, charming. She has no reason not to like me. But instead she likes you? Really? You, handsome and charming?
Haha.
Su Xiaoyu didn't expect to tease Gu Mingyuan. Why not believe it? I, Gu Mingyuan, am talented and good-looking. I match her easily. I'm afraid it's just unrequited love. You should stop bothering my sister, Su Xiaoyu said, then curiously asked Gu Mingyuan, By the way, Mingyuan, how did you two meet? From how Awan looks, she seems to have a grudge against you. What do you mean, have a grudge? She must like me. She was just shy and said that in front of you guys. Today, she even cooked with me. We're good friends. Su Xiaoyu immediately smiled, clearly not fully convinced. Really? Fake or not, tell me. Gu Mingyuan then recounted how they met that day, mentioning only Tang Wanwan's fierce fishing in the river, not the bees or honey. He also didn't mention the embarrassing incident of being kicked out of the kitchen. When Su Xiaoyu heard this, she wasn't surprised but smiled and said, "It's been a while."
She seems to have changed a lot.
I didn't expect her to become so impressive. She sighed. It's a pity I didn't see it myself. You haven't seen her in action. She was like a female warrior. Those fish didn't stand a chance. Gu Mingyuan remembered Tang Wanwan's fierce side and felt a bit uneasy. It's better not to provoke her in the future. Seeing Gu Mingyuan looking so emotional, Su Xiaoyu couldn't help but look at him again. His usual fearless nature was only overshadowed by his older brother. Today, he seemed a bit different. He asked again, "Mingyuan, it looks like you were hiding something from Awan earlier. Why can't you say your name? Did you do something wrong again?" Friends understand each other well, but Gu Mingyuan wouldn't admit it. "No, I just didn't want her to know my name. She's so fierce. What if she blackmails me later?"
Ha!
"Keep dreaming," Su Xiaoyu said, smiling slightly. His smile was warm, like spring sunshine. It was hard to believe that Gu Mingyuan was the one who did today's things. Does he know how to cook? I didn't think so. Being able to eat is enough. Su Xiaoyu seemed to understand why Tang Wanwan looked so fierce whenever she saw Gu Mingyuan. "But are you really the one who caused that scary thing today? I know you have a ghost mask, but I think you don't have it on now," Su Xiaoyu said, looking at Gu Mingyuan's expression as if he could see through him. Gu Mingyuan turned his head and replied, "Isn't this outcome a happy ending for everyone? Why bother about the truth?" For Gu Mingyuan, this matter could be easily settled with a few silver coins. But for the Tang siblings, it was a big problem. If not handled well, it could cause even bigger trouble. "All right, let's go back and drink some wine. I'm craving wine. How about my brother makes us some good food tonight?" Gu Mingyuan walked to the small courtyard of the Tang family. His nose caught a very fragrant smell. He wanted to go inside and grab some food, but Tang Wanwan, who was not very welcoming, didn't even let him in. This made his stomach rumble even more. "Your brother? Can you ask him?"
Su Xiaoyu asked.
"I have a way," Gu Mingyuan said, touching the treasure in his pocket with a smile. Luckily, that girl gave him something to report back with. The trouble was, the seasoning bag was lost, and he didn't know how to get it back. Later, he decided to give up and thought, "Whatever, I'll wait until my older brother finds out." They were walking side by side when they saw a horse rushing toward them. They quickly moved aside. Ordinary people wouldn't pay attention, but the young master riding the horse caught their eye. It was a big, chestnut-colored horse with shiny, smooth fur and long, strong legs. The horse was trotting along. Its saddle was new and very finely made. The horse was running swiftly, and the young lord on horseback sat steadily, like a mountain. He wore a plain robe that looked gentle and refined, with a graceful posture. Gu Mingyuan watched him with envy, thinking, "This young man looks quite extraordinary." However, he noticed that the young lord was riding a fine horse at the front, while two young servants followed behind, each carrying two large bundles, which seemed mismatched with the noble horse. When the young lord passed by them, he didn't even glance at them, his gaze fixed straight ahead. It probably would have been fine if he just kept going, but instead, the young lord urged his horse forward and stopped at Tang Wanyang's courtyard gate. The two servants behind him carried their bundles into Tang's small yard. Now, they became curious about this young man's identity. Who is this person? He looks quite proud. Why did he go into that girl's house? Gu Mingyuan asked Su Xiaoyu. "I don't know," she replied. Usually people think this way when they see someone stronger or on par with themselves. They want to compare. Gu Mingyuan and Su Xiaoyu didn't say much, but their eyes followed the horse and the young man, who had already reached Tang's courtyard. They were very curious and wanted to ask more. "You said you're very familiar with this village, and that everyone knows you, and you call yourself a popular person," Gu Mingyuan said with a hint of sarcasm. "Popular? Why don't you give me that title? I used to come here often, but I've been busy lately, so I haven't come much." Still, I can't say I don't know everyone who enters this village, Su Xiaoyu replied. I guess he's a friend of Ah Wan, Gu Mingyuan said. Su Xiaoyu looked at Gu Mingyuan, then glanced away, as if hesitant to speak. Gu Mingyuan couldn't help but stare at him. Why are you looking at me like that? Don't you see how handsome I am? Gu Mingyuan said, deliberately shaking his head. Seeing his playful attitude, Su Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh until his stomach hurt. He knew Gu Mingyuan loved to flatter himself. I just think you're acting a bit strange today. You seem very interested in Ah Wan's affairs. But I remind you, Ah Wan isn't like the girls you usually like. Don't bother her for no reason, Su Xiaoyu warned. Gu Mingyuan was surprised to see himself in such a light among friends. He looked a bit embarrassed and quickly said, I was just asking out of curiosity. I wonder if she treats that young man the same way. Not sure. Maybe you should ask her, Su Xiaoyu replied, knowing he wouldn't actually do that. I won't ask. Let's go home, Gu Mingyuan said, turning to leave. After Su Xiaoyu and Gu Mingyuan left, Tang Wanwan went inside to talk with Madame Chun about what had happened. Madame Chun, after hearing, became curious about Gu Mingyuan's identity and said he was unreliable, advising her daughter to stay away from him in the future. Tang Wanwan smiled and said, Mom, I understand. I won't see him again. Today, he was just here with young Master Su to meet Rui for a marriage match. Hearing the word match, Madame Chen's expression darkened slightly, and she softly said, Young Master Su was originally someone you knew. He is a good boy and good at medicine. If Rui marries into their family, she won't have to worry for the rest of her life. Tang Wanwan had her own opinion. Mom, marriage is really unpredictable. Some people marry well but don't have a good life, while others seem to marry badly but end up doing better later. Life is something we live through, not just watch. Madame Chun was surprised and teased her daughter. Look at you, talking so confidently. It's like you've experienced it yourself. Well, everyone has their own fate. Ordinary folks like us can only leave it to fate. Tang Wanwan shook her head, clearly disagreeing with her mother's belief in fate. She believed only she could decide her future. The life she wanted to live was something she had to create herself. She didn't believe in that superstition. After their chat, Tang Wanwan told her mother she was going to tidy up the dishes and urged her to rest for a while. Madame Chun, feeling weak and in a bad mood, went back to her room to rest. After finishing her chores, Tang Wanwan quietly pulled Tang Xiaoyi aside to ask about what had happened. She was sure Gu Mingyuan wasn't responsible because he had no time to commit the act. The only person who seemed suspicious was her younger brother, Tang Xiaoyi. Tang Xiaoyi thought that telling his sister about scaring Da and I with a ghost story would get him scolded or beaten. Surprisingly, his sister didn't scold him, but instead advised him to be clever and careful in what he did. She told him that to punish the bad guys he needed to do things wisely and also protect himself. Xiaoyi thought his sister was comforting him and nervously said, Big sister, I'll listen to you from now on. I won't cause trouble anymore and won't bother Da and I or Sister Rui. Tang Wanwan gently patted her brother's head with some affection and said, What I tell you is from the heart. This world isn't fair, and if we don't fight back, we'll always be bullied. Even if we live a good life in the future, we must not bully others or act arrogantly. Remember this clearly. I understand, sister. When others bully us, we should stand up for ourselves, but we must not become like them and bully others. You are so good, little one. Remember this. Don't tell Mom or anyone else, just the two of us know. Yes, I understand, big sister. Just after they finished talking, they heard someone calling outside the door. It was Lu Yujin at the gate of the Tang family's small yard. He had gotten off his horse and brought the things he bought into the yard. Seeing the door was closed, he called her name. Today, Lu Yujin went to the academy to report and completed the registration. He probably wouldn't come back often in the future. On his way back, he bought many things from the street. He knew that after Tang Luanyuo's family split, there was nothing at home, and they hadn't taken any money from him. So he thought of buying some daily necessities and things they might need to help them out in a hurry. When Tang Luanyuo heard someone calling her outside, she thought it was Su Xiaoyu returning again. Usually, no one would call her like that. Listening carefully, it sounded like Lu Yujin's voice. He was calling so loudly. Was he afraid others wouldn't hear? Tang Luanyuo quickly told Xiao Yi to go find her sister Xiao Ro to play. She was happy that her older sister didn't blame her for what happened earlier. Holding Xiao Ro's hand, she ran to the window to peek out, calling out Big Brother Lu, and said, "It's Big Brother Lu." Lu Yujin immediately took out a bag of candies and handed some to Xiao Yi to share with Xiao Ro. "Why are you here?"
Don't spoil them, he said.
From how Xiao Yi was talking about what Lu Gij said, it was clear that Lu Yujin and Xiao Yi had a good relationship. It seemed Lu Yujin wanted Xiao Yi to watch over her sister and not let other men get close. "It's nothing much, just some candies," Lu Yujin said with a gentle smile, his eyes full of warmth. Even Tang Luanyuo, who didn't understand love, was impressed by his expression in the sunlight. She thought to herself, I wonder what good fortune the original owner had in their past life to make him treat her so differently. Tang Luanyuo was very sensible and knew that what he cared about was her appearance and their past relationship, not who she was now. Today, Lu Yujin's face had lost some of its youthful softness and gained more of a scholarly, mature look. Her long hair was with a ribbon, and her hair ends seemed to hold some beads that sparkled when she moved. She wore a simple, fitted patterned robe with a dark green wide front coat over it. Standing there, she looked very elegant. Others in plain robes might seem like country folks, but for her, there was a special charm. Around her waist, she carried a fragrant pouch she had never seen before. When close to her, you could smell a faint minty scent from her nose. She wore soft leather boots, with her pants tucked inside for easy riding. She must have looked very handsome on horseback just now. Today, she dressed up nicely, though it was unclear what she had been doing. "Wow, is that your horse?" "So impressive," Lu Yujin said, placing many things beside her. But Tang Wanwan was most attracted to his horse. She walked over, looked at the horse here and there, touched it, and seemed hesitant to ride it. Yujin thought she would be surprised by the gifts he bought her. But she didn't even glance at him, her eyes fixed on the horse instead. He felt a little disappointed, thinking he was less important than a horse. However, Lu Yujin was not angry. He was used to Tang Wanwan's personality. Since she didn't chase him away today, he considered it a good sign. He then instructed the two nearby, "Put the things inside the house and go back first." "Yes, young master." The two nodded and carefully carried the items inside before quietly leaving. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaoyi and Tang Xiaro saw these things and were very surprised. "Wow, so many things. Not just that, there's also food. Wow, steamed buns, big meat buns. Mother. Tang Xiaro excitedly ran into the house to call Aunt Chen. "Why are you doing this again? You're so kind to me that I feel useless. Don't do this anymore." "This is the first and last time," Tang Wanwan said, a little angry. Seeing her upset, Lu Yujin quickly explained, "You can think of this as a temporary loan of silver I gave you. When you're better off, you can pay me back. We're friends after all. I can't just watch your family suffer from the cold or hunger. And I heard your little sister-in-law caused trouble again. Are you all okay? Do I look like I'm in trouble?" "I'm fine," Tang Wanwan said, then turned to look at the horse again. She gently stroked the horse's back, looking very happy. Lu Yujin walked over to Tang Wanwan and looked down, just able to see her soft hair and slender neck, which made people want to protect her. Thinking about hearing villagers gossip about her family today, no one could imagine that such a weak-looking girl's shoulders could carry so much. Yet, her face still had a smile, and there was no sign of worry inside. "From now on, if you need help, just come to me. Or ask Aunt Qing. She will help you." Actually, Lu Yujin wanted to ask about the two people who helped her out earlier, and how they were related to her. Lu Yujin moved to Tang's village later. After he arrived, Su Xiaoyu stopped visiting, so they didn't know each other well. "Okay, thanks a lot." Seeing her quick reply, he knew she wouldn't ask for help unless it was really necessary. This girl was too strong-willed. Lu Yujin wanted to put his hand on her shoulder to comfort her, but thought it might scare her again, so he didn't do it. Instead, he asked, "Do you want to ride a horse?" "Yes." Tang Wanan nodded repeatedly, but then shook her head quickly. I'm too clumsy. I'm afraid I won't learn. She remembered her past experience of falling off a horse and getting hurt, almost having her legs stepped on by the horse, and she swore she would never learn to ride again. But today, the horse was so handsome and beautiful that Tang Wanan was immediately drawn to it. If she could ride such a horse, she'd feel so proud. The horse's coat was a deep red, shining in the sun like a red silk cloth, making her want to reach out and touch it. This made her even more eager to learn how to ride. However, her idea of riding a horse was very different from Lu Yujin's. Tang Wanan thought that if she learned to ride, she could use the horse to carry things. She wouldn't need to ask others for help. She could handle things herself. She was now weak and couldn't lift or carry anything. The burden of earning money and supporting her family still rested on her shoulders. Learning to ride was a skill she needed to master. Once she learned, she could buy her own horse in the future, making everything more convenient. It's not hard. I promise I can teach you to ride in 3 days. Really? Tang Wanan was a bit skeptical. Lu Yujin's boast sounded exaggerated. It's quite simple. You just need to learn a few key points. Watch carefully, Lu Yujin said, then quickly mounted his horse and ran out to the field outside. His way of riding was very handsome. Then Lu Yujin slowed down his horse and started teaching Tang Wanan how to ride. First, keep your back straight, then hold the reins tightly and squeeze your legs against the horse's sides. When the horse starts to run, lean forward slightly and gradually pick up speed. Once you get used to it, you can start with a slow trot, then speed up to enjoy the thrill of riding freely. Another important thing is to find your feel for controlling the horse. The rider and the horse need to develop a good understanding, which requires effort from the rider. Others can't do it for you. So, riding a horse sounds easy, but actually doing it is quite difficult. They practiced for about an hour. Tang Wanan was so tired she had sore waist and back, and she was sweating heavily. She finally lay down on the grass and refused to move. Lu Yujin saw her showing her innocent, girlish side, which was rare, and couldn't help but tease her. Lazy pig, get up. After saying that, he reached out and tickled her nose. Suddenly, they became very close. Tang Wanan was surprised by his touch. Lu Yujin immediately realized it might not be appropriate and quickly apologized. Sorry, I couldn't help it. It's okay, Tang Wanan replied, then immediately stood up from the grass and went to lead the horse. Lu Yujin stood there, feeling a strange sensation inside. That moment, it was like tiny ants were biting his heart, causing a slight sting and a tingling feeling. They silently led the horses side by side. After a while, the awkward atmosphere between them slowly disappeared. Riding can be tiring, but you'll get used to it in a few days. I think you're pretty good at it. In just this short time, you've almost learned the main points of riding. That's because my teacher is very good, Tang Wanan said. Honestly, Lu Yujin was a good teacher, patient and kind. He repeatedly helped Tang Wanan correct her posture without getting annoyed. Once, her foot accidentally stepped on his hand, but he didn't say anything. That made Tang Wanan feel a bit embarrassed, so she secretly practiced harder. In the end, she managed not to make too many mistakes. Being your teacher is my honor. You are a smart student. In 3 days, you'll show me what you've learned. Overall, thank you for today. Once I learn to ride a horse, I will treat you to fish. How about that? Tang Wanan slowly relaxed, feeling much less embarrassed. Her heart was pounding as if it might jump out of her chest. She thought she might be sick, but after keeping some distance from Lu Yujin, that strange feeling disappeared. Hearing Tang Wanan say this, Lu Yujin's handsome eyebrows furrowed slightly. He tilted his head and asked her back, if you don't learn, then I won't get to eat the fish you make. Would you treat me to fish today? Could he be like a dog, smelling the fish she cooked? But that fish was from lunch, and it would be rude to ask for leftovers. She hurriedly said, not today, maybe another day. I caught several fish today, and saved one for you. Oh, I get a share too. I'm so surprised. You shouldn't feel so sad. I don't have much, but I will share everything I have with you. Then, I want your heart. Would you be willing to give it to me? Lu Yujin stood beside Tang Wanwan, quietly asking himself. Just after thinking this, Tang Wanwan looked at him with strange eyes, then looked at herself and asked, "Do I have something dirty on me?" Lu Yujin shook his head. Confused, Tang Wanwan asked again, "Are my clothes torn?" She looked at her clothes from side to side. No, Lu Yujin shook his head again. Suddenly curious, Tang Wanwan asked, "Then why are you looking at me with such strange eyes?" "Well, that's because I am about to leave you. I want to remember how you look," he replied. Seeing Lu Yujin's strange expression and tone, Tang Wanwan immediately asked, "Brother Lu, where are you going?" "I will start going to the academy to study from tomorrow. That means I can only come to see you after school and teach you how to ride a horse," Lu Yujin explained. He didn't understand why Tang Wanwan suddenly looked so happy. Shouldn't she be sad and reluctant to see me leave? "You're going to the academy? Congratulations." "Not everyone can get in," Tang Wanwan said. She knew the Wang family wanted Tang Qing to attend a small class at the academy, but they had no money to pay for it. Recently, they were very anxious. If the original memory is correct, Lu Yujin was not only good at writing and archery, but also a talented poet. He was truly a rare, young genius. But why would he want to hang around her, a crooked-necked girl? However, he thought about going to the academy to study, so he wouldn't need to watch him every day or constantly give her things. It was really good. Fortunately, some paths must be taken, and some things are necessary. Seeing Lu Yujin suddenly become sad, she inexplicably said these words. Tang Wanwan didn't know how to respond. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something. She ran to the kitchen and after a while, she came back holding a bloody fish. "Here, your fish?" Lu Yujin didn't expect the fish to be so badly damaged. It had 2 holes and bulging eyes, clearly tortured before death. Perhaps because the scene suddenly changed, Lu Yujin didn't take the fish from her for a long time. Tang Wanwan grabbed his hand and placed the fish directly into his palm. Imagine a handsome young man holding a bloody, rolling-eyed fish. Lu Yujin probably would never forget this scene in his life. But what he did remember was the feeling of her hand when she grabbed his. Her delicate little hand was slightly cool, and the coolness seemed to climb from her hand, slowly spreading up his arm to his chest. So this was what her hand felt like. This was the first time they held hands like this. "Sorry I didn't get to eat the fish you made yourself, but I'll take it back and ask my aunt to make fish soup. I'll also bring some for you, okay?" "Sure, thank you," Tang Wanwan said, and went back. Lu Yujin stood silently for a while, looking at the fish in his hand, and then at the direction she had just gone. A slight smile tugged at his lips as he said to himself, "You finally remembered to give me something." What Tang Wanwan didn't know was that Lu Yujin disliked eating fish the most. He said fish was too fishy, with a strange taste in his mouth. Usually he avoided fish completely, but today he took the fish she handed him. Not only did he not dislike it, but he also planned to take it home for his aunt to make fish soup. Truly, people are strange creatures. Sometimes, a single event or a person can completely change their previous thoughts and feelings. Or perhaps, this is what they call loving someone so much that you love everything about them. Whenever Lu Yujin had nightmares at night, he dreamed of falling into the water and nearly suffocating. In his dream, that face, full of warmth, courage, confidence, and a smile, slowly pulled him to the surface, finally freeing him from the guhap, sea of suffering. He decided that Tang Wanwan was his destined person, the one he would protect and marry in this life. But Tang Wanwan didn't care for him the same way. She often pushed him away. This made Lu Yujin feel sad, but he gradually got used to it and tried to change himself to better suit her. Aunt Qing saw Lu Yujin bring back a fish and was so surprised her jaw almost dropped. She thought he might have lost his mind. She didn't expect him to say, "Aunt Qing, I want to drink fish soup tonight," in such a stubborn and serious way. Aunt Qing first responded with a simple, "Oh," then widened her eyes and asked loudly, "Huh, Yujin, what did you just say?" Her voice was so loud it almost hurt his ears. Lu Yujin had to cover his ears and repeat himself slowly. "I said I want to drink fish soup tonight."
Oh.
"No problem."
But you.
Aunt Ching was very curious about how Lu Yujin changed his preferences. He couldn't stand the fishy smell and didn't eat fish himself, nor could he bear to see fish on the table. This made Aunt Ching, who loved eating fish, switch to vegetarian food. Now she was finally happy to be able to eat fish again. Though happy, Aunt Ching still had some doubts in her heart. Who made him change his mind? At dinner, she found out the answer because Lu Yujin asked her to serve the other half of the fish soup, as he planned to deliver it himself. Of course, it was for the girl named Tang. Wait, Yujin, what's wrong with your hand? Aunt Ching saw him reach out to take the food box and noticed a scratch on the back of his hand. With his skills, no one could get close to him easily, so how did that injury happen? It's nothing. Aunt, I'll go ahead and eat. You don't have to wait for me. Lu Yujin knew she was overreacting. It was just a small scratch. He had already applied some ointment when he got back, so it didn't hurt anymore. His skin was just a little red. If he had known she would make such a fuss, he would have just covered his hand with his sleeve. Hey, have you put on medicine? This kid, he's really got her heart now. Seeing Lu Yujin becoming more unreliable, Aunt Ching couldn't help but worry. Her sister had specifically told her to watch him carefully and make sure he focused on his studies, so he wouldn't fall behind. Today, Lu Yujin, who usually knows how to act appropriately, was willing to risk everything for a young girl with yellow hair. The Lu family is about to select the next heir, and this is his only chance to return home. His hand was injured today, and he doesn't know what might happen tomorrow. Moreover, the third branch of the Tang family seems to be beyond help. Tang Jianfei is no longer around, and Madame Chen is about to remarry. Perhaps Tang Wanwan is just pretending to be interested, trying to attract Yujin's attention. She might have learned about Madame Chen's situation by accident. Aunt Ching thought more and more that she needed to step in and warn the girl. In the past few days, the third branch of the Tang family has been having trouble every day, always overshadowed by other families, and they have no power to fight back. People like them only hold Yujin back and offer no help at all. After making up her mind, Aunt Ching followed closely behind Yujin as they left the house. She overheard Madame Chen asking Yujin and Tang Wanwan where they went to cut willow branches, then quietly left to find Tang Wanwan by the river. Yujin didn't know that Aunt Ching was following him. He was holding a food box, planning to stay at the Tang family later and enjoy fish soup with Tang Wanwan. But he ended up empty-handed. He thought Tang Wanwan might return soon, so he went inside to see Tang Wei. They talked for a while and got along well. It turned out Tang Wei already knew Yujin was going to Prenglai Academy, probably told by Tang Wanwan. Tang Wei was very envious of Yujin and encouraged him to study hard. Yujin nodded and said he would. He needed to learn many things at the academy and was going there on a mission, so it wouldn't be easy. He also told Tang Wei that if he were healthy, he might have already been top of the class and encouraged him not to give up. Tang Wei sighed and said that with his current condition, he just hoped his family was safe and that he could peacefully end his life without thinking too much. Yujin promised he would find a way to treat Tang Wei's leg injury. They talked for a long time, and as it was getting dark, Tang Wanwan still hadn't returned. Yujin was about to go look for her. But at that moment, Tang Wanwan unexpectedly came back. Yujin was overjoyed and hurried to greet her. "Awan, you're finally back. If you didn't come back soon, I was going to come find you." Tang Wanwan was holding a bag filled to the brim. It seemed to take a lot of effort to drag that bag back. Lu Yujin wanted to help, but Tang Wanwan didn't let him. She stubbornly carried the bag into the yard herself. After dropping the bag, Tang Wanwan ran to the kitchen, scooped some raw water with a water ladle, and drank it eagerly, making Lu Yujin feel anxious. He quickly took the water ladle from her hand. "My dear, you can't drink water like that. It might give you worms in your stomach." "It's fine. I drink it often and I won't die," she replied. She knew the water in their home came from a spring on the mountain. It tasted very sweet. She didn't believe that this water could be poisonous or carry parasites. Thinking about how she used to spend money to buy such water in her past life, now she could drink it for free, and she wanted to drink her fill. After finishing the water, Tang Wanwan let out a loud burp without caring about her image. Lu Yujin looked at her with a frown, but since she insisted, He couldn't do anything. He then took out a food box from nearby. You're tired, right? Have some fish soup. I specially kept it warm for you. Honestly, after feeling hungry for so long, the smell of fish soup made Lu Yujin feel a bit hungry too. Thank you. I've already eaten, so you can take it back. It won't taste good tomorrow, she said. Since I brought it here, there's no reason to take it back. Why don't we eat together? It smells really good. Then let's leave it for now. Lu Yujin noticed her expression was a bit awkward, and her tone of speaking was also strange. She seemed polite but somewhat distant, very different from how she was when teaching her to ride a horse this morning. He asked, Alwanan, did something happen? Or are you feeling unwell? No, I'm fine. If you want to eat, go ahead. I need to do something, she replied. After saying that, Tang Wanan ran back to the yard, grabbed the cloth bag she brought earlier, turned it upside down on the ground, and a lot of fresh willow branches fell out. Seeing Tang Wanan run out and bring back so many fresh willow branches, Lu Yujin asked with some confusion, Alwanan, what are you going to do with these? Organize the willow branches. You probably recognize them, right? Look at me. How could I forget? You're the young master of the Lu family, of course you would know these things, Tang Wanan muttered to herself. There's no need to mock me. I'm just an ordinary person, not a young master. We have grown up together. Don't you know me well? If you hadn't saved me back then, I would have died long ago. Talking about the time when Tang Wanwan saved Lu Yujin was actually 4 or 5 years ago. Tang Wanwan almost forgot about it herself and didn't expect Lu Yujin to mention it again today. That day was when Tang Wanwan first met Lu Yujin, purely by chance. She had just come back from chopping firewood in the mountains and saw Lu Yujin lying beside the bamboo grove, looking pale and almost fainting. She ran over to help him. After asking, she learned he had been bitten by a snake, specifically a green bamboo snake. This snake is poisonous, but it doesn't kill immediately. If not treated quickly, it can cause lasting damage. Lu Yujin thought the bamboo grove was peaceful and pretty, so he often read there for quiet. But he didn't expect the hot weather to attract the snake. He didn't know how he was bitten. After the bite, the poison took effect, and he collapsed to the ground, unable to call for help. Coincidentally, Tang Wanwan had been bitten by this snake when she was young and had seen her father treat snake bites. Surprisingly, she wasn't afraid. She quickly told Lu Yujin to roll up his pants. Before Lu Yujin could hesitate, Tang Wanwan had already rolled up his pants herself and used her mouth to out the poison from the wound. Lu Yujin must have been very grateful to Tang Wanwan, and he couldn't forget her. Think about it, most adults wouldn't risk their lives to help someone. And she was just a little girl. It didn't end there. After helping to out the poison, she also found toad grass in the wild, which can clear heat and detoxify. She chewed it up and applied it to his wound. Just after Tang Wanwan finished bandaging Lu Yujin's wound, his servant arrived. Lu Yujin didn't even have time to ask her name before she ran away. Later, they called a proper doctor. The doctor, after hearing what happened, praised Tang Wanwan for her quick help. He prescribed medicine and Lu Yujin's wound healed in 2 days. Because of this, Lu Yujin always wanted to find Tang Wanwan to thank her for saving his life. The second time Lu Yujin met Tang Wanwan was when she was being bullied by Tang Rui and some other children. Without hesitation, Lu Yujin ran over with a stick and chased the bullies away. Only then did they start talking. When Zhang Pozi and Wang Shi found out about Lu Yujin helping Tang Wanwan, they scolded her. Zhang Pozi called her a sly fox and said she was shameless for seducing men at such a young age. She was made to kneel and wasn't given food for a whole day. Still, Tang Rui couldn't bear it anymore and secretly gave her a sweet potato. The sweet potato was too dry, and Tang Wanwan was eating it secretly, almost choking herself. After being punished and made to kneel, she was also told not to talk to Lu Yujin anymore, as it might ruin the reputation of the Tang family's daughters and affect their chances of marriage. The people at the old house scared Tang Wanwan, and her mother was powerless to help. She could only cry and do nothing else. The small girl couldn't fight against their power, so she could only stay far away from Lu Yujin. Over the years, they had little contact. When Tang Wanwan was beaten this time, Lu Yujin helped her report it, and he accepted her bread and other things. Their relationship slightly improved in the past few days. Unexpectedly, Aunt Qing came to talk to Tang Wanwan again. After hearing Aunt Qing's purpose, Tang Wanwan agreed without hesitation, promising she would no longer associate with Lu Yujin. This kind of scene was very much like the melodramatic CEO stories she watched on TV. Leave my son, and I will give you 10,000 yuan. As long as you leave my son, you can make your own conditions. You and your status are not suitable. Don't hold my son back. People should know their place.
Tang Wanwan Stacy Len.
What could she say? They were from completely different worlds. According to Aunt Qing, being with Lu Yujin would only delay his bright future, so she thought it was better not to say anything. Let bygones be bygones. You bought so many things today, probably cost a lot. Just consider it as what you owe me, and I won't owe you any favors anymore. Seeing Tang Wanwan suddenly distancing herself and speaking seriously, Lu Yujin was anxious. He looked at her face and asked, "Awan, what's wrong? Did someone say something to you?" Tang Wanwan had met someone, but she couldn't tell him. If she did, he would probably go back and argue with his aunt. Besides, she hadn't said she liked Lu Yujin. Leaving him was not an option. At most, she just lost a friend she could talk to. Losing him didn't matter much. She replied, "No, I'm busy. You should go back so your family won't look for you." After speaking, she began to carefully straighten some willow branches, cutting them to the same length with a knife. Once finished, she needed to process them further, peel off the bark, and twist them into ropes to tie on the bed. You can make a simple mattress bed by placing soft materials on top. This idea was thought of by Tang Wanwan after much brainstorming. Maybe this method can help reduce the discomfort of sleeping on a hard bed. Whether it will work or not depends on the final result. Old, thick willow branches are best. Luckily, it's autumn now and most willow leaves have fallen, making it easy to peel the bark and use it for making things. Willow branches can also be woven into various crafts, so Tang Wanwan is very familiar with them. While sorting the willow branches, Tang Wanwan was thinking that it would be great to find a palm tree. But that seems unlikely, as palm trees mostly grow in subtropical areas. In cold mountain regions like Chilean Mountain, they probably can't grow. Knowing it's unlikely, she decided to first gather some willow branches to use temporarily.
Awan.
Brother Lu, just go home. Don't say anything more, Tang Wanwan said, turning her back to Lu Yujin. Seeing her like this, Lu Yujin suddenly got a bit angry and turned to leave. Mrs. Chun inside the house heard their conversation clearly. When she saw Lu Yujin leave, she came out and asked, "Wana, is it really okay to treat young Master Lu like this? He was kind enough to bring you fish soup late at night. From how he looks, he probably didn't even have dinner and has been waiting for you to come back." "Mother, I understand. For someone like us, we can't compare to him. I know my own worth. Now that he's entered the academy, he will definitely pursue the imperial exams and a government career in the future," Tang Wanwan replied. "If you know it's impossible, then why waste time now? You're too sensible, mother." "Actually, our family has also caused you trouble," Mrs. Chen said, helping her daughter organize the willow branches and asking what she was making. "Mother, I am making a bed." "Using this to make a bed? I haven't heard of that before." Mrs. Chen looked curious. Tang Wanwan explained, "Mother, I saw this in a book. It says to twist willow branches into ropes and tie them on the bed to form a net. When you lie on it, it's very comfortable and even bouncy. This bed is called a mattress bed." Tang Wanwan improvised, thinking no one here knew about a mattress bed, so she made up a good reason for her special bed. Lady Chen listened and couldn't help but smile. "You're so clever, like a little mischievous monkey, just like your father was. He used to love tinkering with strange and unusual things all day long."
That means I take after my dad, then.
"By the way, mother, does dad know how to make many things? He must be quite skilled." Lady Chen's face suddenly changed. "Kids shouldn't ask so many questions. It's getting late, let's hurry up." Tang Wanwan looked at her with curiosity. Seeing Lady Chen's quick change of mood made her even more puzzled. Did her mother have secrets she wasn't telling her? What was she hiding inside? Her father had been gone for a long time, yet she still wouldn't talk about him. Was she avoiding memories? Or was there something else going on? All right, with you helping me, I can work much faster. Tang Wanwan changed the subject to lighten the mood. The mother and daughter worked for a while, tidying up the willow branches. Tang Wanwan placed the branches on a pot to steam, then urged Lady Chen to go to bed. Lady Chen still wanted to finish making the insoles, so she went back to her room. As it was getting dark, Tang Wanwan quietly called her younger brother, Tang Xiaoyi, to come out. He knew they were about to do something important with his sister, even if he didn't know exactly what. He trusted her. He was very excited, eyes wide, and whispered, "Big sister, are we really going to teach them a lesson? Tell me what to do. I promise they won't find out. Yes, we have to be very careful not to be seen. We never show mercy to bad people. We fight fire with fire, eye for eye. That way, they won't bully us." "I will remember what you said, big sister." Tang Xiaoyi nodded firmly. "Wait outside," Tang Wanwan instructed her brother. Then she went to a small nearby hut and quietly took out the beehive with the bees inside. Her clothes were still tightly wrapped around her, so she didn't dare take them off. "Let's go." After a while, the brother and sister finished their plan. They quietly crouched in a corner outside the wall, looking down from above, waiting for news from inside the house. "Big sister, do you think this will work?" Tang Xiaoyi was doing something like this for the first time with his sister. He felt nervous but also a little excited. His sister told him that if they secretly smeared honey on Grandma's door, windowsill, and pillars, and if she came out of the house, they would have a good show to watch. It was already past dinner time. Usually, Granny Zhang would walk around the yard at this hour, checking on her daughters-in-law and children, enjoying a kind of queen-like treatment. After finishing her rounds, she would return home, wash her face and feet, and go to bed. Sometimes, if she couldn't sleep, she would sneak a couple of smokes from her husband, puffing clouds of smoke before lying down.
"Shh."
"The old witch is coming out," Tang Wanwan whispered to her brother, gesturing for silence. Tang Xiaoyi almost laughed when his sister called Grandma that, but luckily, Tang Wanwan quickly covered her mouth, so Granny Zhang didn't notice. Suddenly, they heard a creak as the door opened. An old woman, hunched over, stepped out. She wore pointed cloth shoes, with her pant legs tucked into socks. When she walked, her steps were slightly pigeon-toed. She moved like a general inspecting her battlefield, glancing around here and there. She took small, careful steps toward her eldest daughter-in-law's house. As she walked, she suddenly saw something on the ground. Her eyes lit up, and she bent down to pick it up. But she only managed to pick up one item before noticing another near the water channel where she usually poured water. Excited, she hurried over, happily grinning from ear to ear as she picked up the second item. She mumbled to herself, "I knew it. I heard magpies calling early this morning. That must mean good news. Most likely, the money that fell is from today's visitors from the Su family. Since there's one, maybe two coins, perhaps if we search the yard, we might find even more silver. Old man, come out quickly." "What's the matter?" "I was about to sleep." "Hurry up." The old lady dared not raise her voice too loud, worried that the two neighboring daughters-in-law might overhear and come to pick up the money too. If they did, this good fortune would be gone. But the old man listened to his wife and came out, knowing better than to ignore her. Otherwise, he'd never have a peaceful night. And that wasn't all. If she was upset, she could go on about trivial matters for 3 days and nights. "What's going on? Why so jumpy?" Tang Laoshan hesitated in the house for a moment before coming out. "I found some money," Granny Zhang said happily, spreading the 2 coins she held in her palm for her husband to see. "Where did it come from?" Tang Laoshan's eyes brightened too. The coins shone under the light, clearly real money. "It was found in our yard. Maybe someone lost their purse today. I found 2, maybe more. Let's look together. You check from this side, and I'll check from that side." Old man Tang rubbed his eyes and couldn't help but yawn, saying, "It's unlikely. Why didn't we see anything during the day? That's why I say I'm lucky. I saw a shine on the ground with my lamp, and when I looked closer, it was money. I even picked up 2 pieces at once." After saying this, Granny Zhang nudged her still drowsy husband and said, "Hurry up, let's split up and look." Old man Tang nodded, put on his coat, and both of them started searching diligently, heads low, watching the ground.
Time should be about right.
Shall we just wait and enjoy the show? Tang Wanwan listened outside clearly. She knew Granny Zhang wouldn't give up easily after seeing the money on the ground. Sure enough, she called her husband out, and they both searched hard for the silver coins, giving her plenty of time. When Granny Zhang came out, Tang Wanwan quietly opened a small gap in her coat. To make it more effective, she released 7 or 8 bees at once, then quickly covered the hive back with her coat. She and Tang Xiaoyi then crouched down, slipped over the wall, and hid in a distant, concealed spot across the street, waiting for news. The bees, guided by scent, initially flew around chaotically, but soon all headed straight to Granny Zhang's yard. Since Granny Zhang and Old Man Tang both held lamps, the bees wouldn't go elsewhere. Granny Zhang was focused on the ground when suddenly she heard strange sounds nearby. She looked up and saw a dark, winged thing flying toward her face and the lamp. "What's that?" She thought it was a flying insect and swatted at it twice, but didn't pay much attention. Soon, she felt a tickling on her neck. Normally, she would scream, but today she dared not. Seeing her breathe in sharply and wave her hands in front of her, Old Man Tang hurried over and asked what was wrong. Granny Zhang lowered her voice and said, "Don't come closer. Finding the silver is more important." Old Man Tang looked helpless and said, "It's late. What could we find now? I just saw something bite you, so I came to check. I'm fine, just a few small bugs. Nothing serious." But he thought to himself, she's probably too focused on the money. Unexpectedly, Old Man Tang's words cut off abruptly. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang's wife let out a loud scream and quickly covered her face. The oil lamp suddenly fell to the ground. If Old Man Tang hadn't been there, the lamp might have caught fire. It turned out that right after Zhang's wife said it was nothing, something prickled her forehead. That area is very sensitive, with thin skin, and being suddenly pricked made her unable to bear it. Oh, it's a bee. Where did this bee come from in the middle of the night? But everything around was dark, and the bee kept flying from here to there. They had to be careful not to get stung, and it was hard to catch it quickly. Zhang's wife kept screaming loudly. "Help! Jianmin, Jianyong, the eldest daughter-in-law, the second daughter-in-law, someone is in danger." Meanwhile, Mrs. Wang was in her room with her daughter Tang Rui, choosing clothes. They never expected that today Rui's matchmaking was very successful, which made them very happy. They knew the old lady came to scold them every night, telling them not to sleep early, but to wait until everything was settled. While chatting, they relaxed and talked about family matters. Rui was proud and confident. Now that she had a good match, she looked at the dull clothes in the house and complained about wanting new clothes and bracelets. Seeing her sister wanting to buy new clothes and jewelry, Tang Riyue whispered in dissatisfaction, "Mother, you promised her that on her 13th birthday, you would give her a new dress. Our family isn't well off, and my second sister wants to buy this and that." Rui's worry wasn't unfounded. The family's money was running low, and with her second sister buying clothes and bracelets, she felt she wouldn't get her share. Rui gently took her sister's hand and said kindly, "Little sister, just let your second sister have this one time. You celebrate your birthday every year, so it's not a big deal this time." Second sister promised that next year, on your birthday, she will give you a new outfit. How about that? Young Master Su is not from an ordinary family. If second sister dresses well, others will look up to us more. If I marry into a good family, I will find a good match for you too, Ryue said confidently. Ryue puffed up her chest proudly. "Mother, look at my second sister. She always acts like this, but her words never come true." "Oh, you're excited now, huh? Do you think I've been in a better mood lately? I dare not hit you. I told you, don't always imitate that little troublemaker Tang Wanwan and try to oppose me. You won't get good results." Tang Rui got angry and slapped her sister. Tang Ryue immediately started crying loudly. "Oh, both of you stop arguing. It's giving me a headache. I promise I'll buy whatever you want." With Wang's words, the two daughters stopped fighting, each lost in their own thoughts. Tang Riyue ran outside in anger, and Tang Rui also felt upset. Wang felt overwhelmed. She needed to make clothes, and her daughter wanted a new bracelet. After calculating, she felt there was too little silver in the house, less than 2 taels total. The school needed some money, and her two daughters were causing trouble at home. She wished she could find some silver somewhere to spend. Mom was thinking about how to get some money when her son Tang Cheng hurried in. Mom, something's wrong. Grandma is causing trouble again, saying she's going to die. She wants you to come and save her. That old woman is causing trouble again. One day, she'll ruin this family. Xiaowang was bringing her daughter Tang Danny some secretly steamed meat. She urged her to eat quickly. The meat was steamed with radish, and although there was only a small piece at the bottom of the bowl, it smelled very good. The meat and bones were brought by her brother today. Her eldest brother ran a meat shop and secretly hid some meat in his sleeve for his sister, along with 2 large bones. Wang was afraid her mother-in-law would find the meat, so she hid some and steamed a little for her daughter. The bone broth was made for the whole family, and since they didn't finish it, she brought some back. When she heard Granny Zhang crying loudly, Wang was so frightened her hand trembled, and the hot broth spilled all over Tang Danny. She immediately started crying, accusing her mother of deliberately not wanting her to eat meat. Tang Jianyong also scolded his wife, saying she couldn't even feed her daughter properly. Wang was holding back her anger and went to her mother-in-law's yard. It was a mess, and she didn't know what everyone was fighting about, so she got caught up in their chaos. In the end, only Granny Zhang was bitten. Wang's arm was bitten once, and her older brother stepped on her foot, claiming it was bruised and asking him to pay for medicine. Wang immediately argued with her sister-in-law. After Tang Wanwan finished reading, she showed no expression on her face. She held her brother's hand and prepared to leave. When she decided to do this, she already expected such a result. When the actual events happened, the ugliness of human nature, selfishness, and greed was fully revealed. Tang Xiaoyi seemed frightened and quietly asked her sister if they had done something wrong. Tang Lianlian firmly replied, "No, Xiaoyi, we didn't do anything wrong. Even if we hadn't acted today, the hidden conflicts and problems between them would eventually come to light. It's just a matter of time. This is called karma." Usually, they pretend to respect the old witch, but when trouble arises, they only care about themselves. Yes, sister is right. I feel happy seeing them get into trouble. Finally, it's not us who are unlucky, said Tang Xiaoyi, who is still young and quick to feel emotions. But everything should have a limit. We just gave them a little lesson. They aren't completely evil. We stopped at the right point. Tang Lianlian warned her sister not to lead her astray. Are they okay after being bitten by the bees? They won't die, just a couple of days of pain. Oh, that's good. Tang Xiaoyi felt relieved when he heard they were fine, not wanting his older sister to be bullied again. After a while, the two reached the crossroads. Tang Lianlian told Tang Xiaoyi to go home alone, as she needed to put the beehive back on the original tree. Otherwise, if someone found out she had the hive, they would definitely know about the bee sting incident involving Granny Zhang, and it would be linked to her. Tang Xiaoyi obediently went back and told his sister not to come home too late. However, fate is unpredictable. Tang Lianlian thought everything was perfect today, but just as she was placing the hive back on the tree and was about to climb down, she was suddenly startled by someone standing in front of her. It was none other than Tang Riyue. Xiao Yu? What are you doing here? The surprise made Tang Lianlian stammer. Jia, what are you doing here? Tang Riyue asked, tilting her head curiously to look at the tree. But in the dark, she saw nothing. Fearing she might discover the hive, Tang Lianlian quickly pulled her aside.
I didn't do anything.
I took advantage of the moonlight to gather some branches for use. Oh, I thought you climbed up the tree for something. You misunderstood. I can't climb trees, especially not in the middle of the night. Tang Riyue listened and thought Tang Wanwan made sense, so she dismissed her doubts. By the way, Xiaoya, when did you come out? Did something happen at your home? Why is it so noisy? Tang Ryue looked at Tang Wanwan's unclear expression and said, Sister Wanwan, do you really not know? I don't know what happened exactly. My grandma and others were stung by bees. My mother and second aunt went to help. I was annoyed with my sister, so I ran out. After hearing this, Tang Wanwan thought to herself, so, Tang Ryue has been out for a while, but she doesn't know whether she saw her climbing the tree to hide something. Her words earlier probably stopped Tang Ryue's guesses, but she couldn't be sure if the girl would tell others about today later. Tang Wanwan suddenly decided, if she couldn't keep her close, she might as well bring her into her own group. Today, Liu Yujin bought a lot of things for her family, so she looked for something to give her. She took her hand and said, how about going to my sister's house? I made fish today. You can try it later. But why are you upset and arguing with your family? Mostly because Rui is selfish. She already bought new clothes and asked Mom for more clothes and bracelets. My birthday is coming soon. I don't have many wishes, just want a dress I saw in town last time. As long as I have that dress, I will be happy. Tang Wanwan knew about this. It was because Tang Rui wanted a new dress. She and Tang Ryue got approval from Zhang Pozi, and they went to town together. In the clothing shop, Tang Ryue liked a pink dress with water sleeves and a fitted waist. She liked it so much, she couldn't look away. Tang Rui mocked her a few times, and Tang Ryue cried out of frustration. Tang Wanwan comforted her. She didn't expect that Tang Ryue still longed for that dress. Tang Ryue has fair skin and a slim waist. Wearing that dress would look beautiful. The dress was decorated with pretty beads, making her look dazzling. No wonder she couldn't forget it. But that dress was the shop's signature item. Tang Wanwan remembered they asked for the price, and after hearing it, they all gasped. The dress cost more than 100 taels. It's not that the Wang family can't part with the money, but it's really difficult for them to come up with it. Xiaoyu, do you really want that dress? Yes, I hope my mother will buy it for me. I understand. Let's go back and eat fish. Tang Wanwan held Tang Ryue's hand, and the two sisters walked shoulder to shoulder back home. Thank you, Sister Wan. Tang Ryue is the younger sister that Tang Wanwan knows well. In the past, she was the only one who didn't look at them with strange eyes or bully them. When their siblings were punished, Tang Ryue would secretly give them food. Of course, most of the punishment was on the unlucky Tang Wanwan. Today, she was slapped by Tang Rui because of this, which shows she really cares about it. Tang Wanwan is a person who remembers kindness and wants to repay it. Since she learned about Tang Ryue's wish, she, as an older sister, definitely wants to help her. Based on her understanding of the biased and unfair treatment from the big uncle and aunt, she wouldn't care about her little sister's feelings. Otherwise, she wouldn't just watch her being bullied without comforting her, and instead let her run out at night without coming to find her. A couple of silver coins might be a bit stressful for Tang Wanwan, but with her skills, she can definitely earn them. She figures there are only a few days left, so she needs to plan carefully and think about the best way to make money. Meanwhile, after Su Xiaoyu and Gu Mingyuan returned home, Gu Mingyuan, who had promised to treat Su Xiaoyu to a meal cooked by his older brother, took her directly to Yonglin Pavilion to find Gu Yunji. Getting into Yonglin Pavilion isn't easy. You need a waist badge, and everyone coming in and out must be registered to prevent troublemakers from sneaking in. Gu Mingyuan didn't have a waist badge, but since everyone knew the second young master of the Gu family, they let him in. However, they couldn't go inside. At most, they waited in the reception room outside, had someone pass a message, and then waited for the important person to come out and see them. Whether they could personally taste the dishes made by Chef Gu depended on luck. It's said that in recent years, Chef Gu rarely cooks himself. Most of the work is done by his apprentices. He is mostly resting and enjoying retirement. At most, he handles some affairs at Yonglin Pavilion, and he might appear if there's a major matter. Speaking of Gu Yunji, his relationship with Gu Mingyuan must be mentioned. They are brothers, but half-brothers with the same father. Gu Yunji's mother passed away when he was very young. He only has a small portrait of her and a hairpin, which is said to be a token of love given by his father to her. Gu Mingyuan and Gu Xinwen are mother and daughter, while Gu Xinyu is the daughter of Aunt Zhao. The current head of the Gu family is Gu Mingyuan's mother, who was once a concubine and later officially recognized. She is from the Wang family. This means that Lord Gu has 2 sons and 2 daughters, and he has married 3 wives over time. Yonglin Pavilion was founded by the Gu family and has been around for over 100 years. It is only part of the family's business, as now both the Gu and Wang families jointly manage it. 10 years ago, Yonglin Pavilion faced a crisis, but the Wang family stepped in to resolve it. As a result, the Wang family successfully became half-owners. The Wang family's daughter became the main mistress of the Gu family, and each side contributed talent to run Yonglin Pavilion. Both families secretly build their influence and keep each other in check. Yonglin Pavilion's greatest achievement is that it is a place dedicated to training culinary talents for the royal family and some noble officials. It has produced several famous imperial chefs, some of whom have worked in the kitchens of local officials or noble families. The most famous is currently the head chef in the capital, Master Chen. He is very young, only in his 20s, but he is an extraordinary cook with superb skills. Some say Yonglin Pavilion is like the emperor and officials' eyes and ears in the common people. The staff they send out appear to be cooks, but they are actually gathering intelligence for the court. Who would care about the movements of a chef? With the royal endorsement, Yonglin Pavilion is very popular. When it recruits new apprentices, hundreds of people gather on the grass outside. Now, it is almost time for Yonglin Pavilion's autumn recruitment. The streets are busier with carriages and horses, and inns in Tang Town are full of guests, making the town lively. It's all thanks to Yonglin Pavilion. Once new apprentices are recruited, they will buy clothes, tools, and ingredients. Shop owners in Tang Town have already prepared supplies, hoping to do business with Yonglin Pavilion. Gu Mingyuan, on such a day, tried to meet with Gu Yuni, but unfortunately, it was very unlucky. Su Xiaoyu also knew it was unlikely, so she told Gu Mingyuan so. However, Gu Mingyuan was confident that his older brother would see him today. I'm sorry, second Master Gu. Young Master Gu is busy and cannot come out to see you right now. Gu Mingyuan simply smiled faintly and patted the shoulder of the old man who came to deliver the message. He said, Uncle Chun, tell my older brother that I found something good today. It's the ingredient he wanted to find a few days ago. He said he wanted to test me, so I'll show him today. All right, I'll tell him. After a while, Uncle Chun came back and said that Gu Yunji asked him to wait at home because he would return soon. Let's go back now. I still have some wine from Yonglin Pavilion hidden away. Let's drink until we're satisfied. Gu Mingyuan linked his arm with Su Xiaoyu, and they walked side by side, attracting many onlookers who pointed and whispered behind them. Wow, there's actually private stock from Yonglin Pavilion. My dad loves that stuff. He's been wanting some for 2 months, but hasn't had a single sip. Tonight, I'll brag to him about it, Su Xiaoyu said shyly with a smile. Then when you go back, bring 2 bottles. I only have 4 left, and I had to persuade my older brother for a long time to get them. But I know he has a 20-year-old aged brew. If we're lucky today, maybe we'll get to try it, Gu Mingyuan said mysteriously, making Su Xiaoyu a little excited. When Su Xiaoyu arrived at the Gu family, she unexpectedly ran into Gu Xinyo, who was just about to leave. Gu Xinyo looked proud and aloof. Without even greeting her, she tried to walk past them. Gu Mingyuan immediately stopped her. Gu Xinyo, stop right there. Do you see me as your brother? I come back, and you don't even say a word. And when guests arrive, you don't greet them. Where have your manners as a young lady gone? Gu Xinyo rolled her eyes at her brother. Brother, he's your guest, not mine. And I'm not interested in lectures. After saying that, she called her maid and turned to leave with a sway of her hips. What did you say? If you dare, say it again, Gu Mingyuan said, but before he could finish, Gu Xinyo had already run out of sight, making him so angry he wanted to hit something. Su Xiaoyu kept her expression calm. She was used to Gu Xinyo's attitude and wasn't surprised. She believed in acting properly. If she hadn't done anything wrong, she wouldn't be afraid of being falsely accused. Sorry, brother. I didn't know Xinyo was home and would behave like that. She's really rude. It's okay. I've explained the misunderstandings before. Whether she believes it or not is up to her. I didn't do anything wrong. Alright, let's forget about it. Let's go to my place. The Gu family is very large, with each young master and young lady having their own garden. The maids and servants number over 10. Gu Mingyuan lives in the Shangting Garden, while Gu Yunji lives in Huaxia Garden. Each garden is about the size of a typical family's yard. Su Xiaoyu looked at the decorations in Shangting Garden and couldn't help but marvel, saying, "Wow, no wonder he's the second young master of the Gu family. This garden is really beautiful, and the environment is nice. What's so impressive about it? My brother's garden is far away from here. We hardly talk and it's so boring. It's more fun outside," Gu Mingyuan replied. "My brother is often elusive. I find it hard to see him even once," Su Xiaoyu teased. "Then just hurry up and find a match, like me. Once you get married, the garden will be lively," Gu Mingyuan joked. "I'm not in such a hurry to marry," Su Xiaoyu said. "Look at my dad. My mom controls him so much he wishes he could stay by her side all day. It's so annoying." They sat in Gu Mingyuan's room, chatting while eating tasty snacks and fruit to stave off hunger. Neither of them had eaten much at the Tang family today, and now it was evening. They were both very hungry. "Haha, well, you haven't reached that point yet. Look at me. My dad keeps urging me," Su Xiaoyu said. "Do you like Rui? I think she's not as interesting as a Wan." Gu Mingyuan thought about Tang Wanfan's fierce personality. He found the girl kind of intriguing. But dealing with someone like Tang Rui, who is vain and ambitious, and her formidable mother, made him think it might be better to just give up. "It's not about liking or not liking. It's what my dad and mom arranged. As long as I can get by," Su Xiaoyu replied, seeming to not care much about her future wife. "Brother, I have to remind you, when you marry, you should pick someone you find comfortable and whose temper matches yours. You'll be together for a lifetime. If you marry someone you dislike and have to treat her like a queen every day, it might be better not to marry at all," Gu Mingyuan said thoughtfully. He was giving him a kind warning but didn't want to hurt his pride. They continued talking in Gu Mingyuan's room, eating snacks and fruit to satisfy their hunger. Neither of them had eaten much at the Tang house today, and now it was evening. They were both very hungry. "You talk as if you've already married," Su Xiaoyu said with a smile. "But your older brother is quite grown up. Has he not married yet?" "Sure, let's not talk about that. Come on, eat something," Gu Mingyuan said. Gu Mingyuan had just stuffed a bunch of grapes into Su Xiaoyu's mouth when he suddenly felt someone enter. The room immediately darkened, and a tall, handsome figure walked over to the two of them. The newcomer had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, with a graceful presence that made Gu Mingyuan and Su Xiaoyu look less impressive in comparison. However, compared to Gu Yunji, they didn't quite match up. Gu Yunji not only looked good, but also had a noble aura. Every movement he made exuded mature, manly charm, making the two young men seem less refined. Su Xiaoyu was surprised to see Gu Yunji and looked stunned. The last time he saw him was 2 years ago, when Gu Yunji was somewhat down and often drunk. Today, he looked completely different, full of charm and vitality. "Young Master Gu," he greeted. "Don't be so formal. Sit down," Gu Yunji said as he took a seat. He looked at Gu Mingyuan and reached out his hand. "Where is it?" Seeing a very elegant and beautiful hand appear in front of him, Gu Mingyuan couldn't help but twitch his lips. It looked like a hand meant for playing the piano, not for cooking. Gu Mingyuan sighed inwardly. "I was out all day today. You come back and don't ask if I'm safe, but you ask about ingredients. Looks like I, your brother, am not as important as some food item." Gu Yunji chuckled. "Aren't you standing right in front of me? The answer is obvious. Why would I need to ask?" As expected of the young master of the pavilion, his words were sharp. Gu Yunji's purpose was clear. He wanted to see the new ingredient Gu Mingyuan had obtained. He was curious about what good thing he had gotten. "Did you agree to join the pavilion to learn?" "I went through a lot to get this, risking my life," Gu Mingyuan said as he fumbled inside his clothes. He soon pulled out a cylindrical object. It had a stopper on top, and when opened, a rich, sweet aroma filled the room. The smell was wonderful, light and fresh, with a hint of sweetness that made people's appetites grow. If Gu Yunji could turn it into a dish, it would surely taste amazing. Gu Yunji's gaze stayed on the cylindrical object for a moment and asked, "Where did this come from? It doesn't seem like your thing." Carefully smelling, I detected a faint fragrance on this small tube. I guessed it was floral, but actually, it seemed to be a woman's scent. None of that matters now. What's important is that this small tube is quite well made. The cork fits perfectly, sealed tightly, and it can hold liquid without leaking. I've been looking for something like this for a long time and never found it. Gu Yunji has an extraordinary sense of smell. Few people can compare. In the storage room, he can tell if vegetables, meat, or seafood are fresh just by sniffing. If someone uses old or spoiled ingredients, you'll be in trouble. Everyone in Yonglin Pavilion fears Gu Yunji. They're afraid he might punish them if they make a mistake. But if he praises someone, that person can enjoy a good reputation in the pavilion for days. Oh, this is from a friend of mine. Brother, what do you think of this honey? Does it taste right? Gu Mingyuan feels a little proud. He doesn't care who found it. Gu Yunji gently pinched some from the small wooden barrel with his fingertips, put it in his mouth, then quickly resealed the cork. He said to Gu Mingyuan, "I can treat you to dinner tonight, but you need to pass the test to enter the pavilion." If I were you, I wouldn't want to be in the lower class with kids your age. That would raise the average age. Gu Mingyuan's face suddenly fell. Come on, brother, you can help me get into the advanced class. Just teach me a few times and I'll earn it. Gu Yunji snorted and said, "You're overthinking that." Rejected harshly, Gu Mingyuan felt very hurt. While Gu Yunji went to the kitchen to cook, he kept complaining about how unkind and unfair Gu Yunji was, hurting his young heart in front of others. Su Xiaoyu was nearby, listening and laughing. She said, "The way you two brothers get along is really funny. People outside don't know your relationship and might think it's terrible. But I actually envy you. Still, let me give you some advice. Forget about entering the pavilion. I don't think you're cut out for cooking."
Who says that?
I used to not want to learn, but if I really try, I'll surprise you all, Gu Mingyuan said stubbornly. Are you trying to chase after the pretty senior sisters inside? I've heard quite a few rumors about you, she teased.
Who's talking badly about me?
Tell me, I'll definitely beat him up. Come, young Master Su, cheers. Thank you for your care and help for Mingyuan lately. I truly admire old Master Su's medical skills. Gu Yunji unexpectedly toasts himself, and Su Xiaoyu feels a bit surprised and quickly raises his cup in return. From the moment Gu Mingyuan took the wine from his elder brother, his nose twitched constantly. Seeing him tease himself, he immediately became displeased and said, "Hey, elder brother, why is Xiaoyu taking care of me? Clearly, I am the one protecting him, okay? Also, why is your wine still new today? That aged brew you've stored for 20 years should be used to reward me, your loyal servant. Go away. I don't want to be kicked out of Yonglin Pavilion next time, so just shut up." Gu Mingyuan truly covered his mouth with his hand, looking tearful and aggrieved. I toast young Master Gu. Let's drink to this first. Meanwhile, Gu Yunji and Su Xiaoyu continued discussing some medical techniques. Gu Mingyuan couldn't quite understand, so he focused on the dishes on the table and the wine in his cup. Since there was no reason not to drink or eat, he ate and drank without hesitation, tilting his neck as he ate. He didn't notice when the banquet ended. When he woke up, it was already the next morning. He thought he was still at the dining table, but found himself in bed. When a maid was helping him wash up and prepare for breakfast, he saw his elder brother sitting there waiting for him. Meeting his elder brother so early in the morning, it didn't seem like a good sign. Gu Mingyuan's heart skipped a beat. Gu Mingyuan casually sat down across from him, smiling as he looked at Gu Yunji. His smile seemed somewhat ingratiating. Gu Mingyuan's expression was calm as he picked up a cup of freshly brewed Sanqing gold and silver tea. He took a gentle sip and looked at his brother. The young man in front of him had delicate features and a sparkle in his eyes that couldn't be hidden. At that moment, Gu Mingyuan realized his second brother seemed to have grown up and was no longer that little kid always following behind him. His elder brother's gaze made Gu Mingyuan feel increasingly nervous, so he tried to hide his inner panic with words. "Good morning, elder brother. Why did you decide to have breakfast with me today?"
Why?
Can I keep you company? No, you're usually busy, and last night you worked hard too. You didn't even think about getting some extra sleep. Usually Gu Yunji had the habit of waking early. He believed that the sun, moon, stars, and all things in the universe had their own spirits. Getting up early to enjoy the morning dew, breathing fresh air, walking in the woods, and doing some exercise all help maintain health. So, he patrols around the garden, works up a sweat, then takes a shower, changes into clean clothes, and heads to Yonglin Pavilion. Sometimes he goes up the mountain to find needed ingredients or other items, or simply stays there for a few days. In short, as Gu Mingyuan says, his older brother is quite mysterious and capable. Are you caring for me? Or did you do something wrong and are afraid to see me? Gu Mingyuan's heart trembled. He thought, as expected, his brother's sharp eyes can see through everything. But he's not naive. He will never admit to what he has done. Brother, come have some tea. Have you eaten breakfast? The porridge today is quite good. Stop talking nonsense. Are you asking if I said something, or are you going to tell me? Gu Mingyuan continued to defend himself boldly. Brother, did you hear what others said about me? A few days ago, I went to find little sister Linglong just to take her shopping. I didn't do anything else. And what could I do? According to you, I'm just a person with nothing to do, idle and carefree. No, I mean my things. Where did you take them? Return them to me. Gu Yunji reached out his hand. What things? Yesterday, I gave you all the bee nectar I found. The seasoning bag. You know what I mean. Did you secretly take it while I was taking a bath and changing clothes? Brother?
If you want what's inside, fine.
But that bag is mine, and you're not allowed to take it. Gu Mingyuan hesitated, seeming to want to say something, but not daring to. Brother, I have something to say, whether I should or not. Have you not forgotten her? For someone ungrateful, only thinking about getting ahead, forget about her if you want. I saw the bag looked quite old, so I just immediately take it out or you won't do anything these days. You'll only help me find it. When you find it, you'll regain your freedom. Big brother, please don't be like this. I'm doing this for your good, Gu Mingyuan said with a look of deep sorrow. Back then, Big brother loved that woman deeply, and it ended badly. Now, he still keeps her embroidered items, which shows he hasn't truly forgotten the past. Gu Mingyuan now seems to understand. His older brother has reached marriageable age, yet he has no woman by his side. Could it be because of this? Half a day. His arm finally couldn't resist his thigh, and Gu Mingyuan gave in. Big brother, that woman is really too strong. I couldn't win against her. Also, I traded that honeycomb for the honey. It seems she really likes the seasoning inside. Maybe if I talk nicely, she'll give that bag to you. After saying this, he also shared some details about Tang Wanwan, describing how she got the honeycomb and her brave nature, vividly telling the story. As soon as he finished, Gu Yunji had already left like the wind, leaving only a sentence. Study hard. When you come back, we'll settle the score. After a long while, Gu Mingyuan finally asked the maid beside him if the young master had left. The maid said he had already gone far, and only then did Gu Mingyuan relax, patting his startled chest. That scared me. I thought my brother was going to hit me. Hearing this, the maid also looked like she had escaped danger, quickly nodding in agreement. Yes, I saw how fierce the young master looked just now. I was so scared, I didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Gu Mingyuan spoke, but didn't allow others to gossip about him. He warned the maid, remember, what happened today must not be talked about in the house. If you dare to spread it, I will have to dismiss you. Yes, young master. I understand. After breakfast, seeing that it was getting late, Gu Mingyuan hurried to the academy. Just as he entered the gate, he happened to meet Su Xiaoyu, who was yawning and had swollen eyes from lack of sleep. Brother, what's wrong with you? Did you not sleep well last night? Did you drink too much? Gu Mingyuan went over and put his arm around Su Xiaoyu's shoulder, smiling as he asked. Su Xiaoyu looked bitter and said, What are you talking about? You had a good night, but I only ate half my meal before being called away.
Why?
Gu Mingyuan was very curious. Something happened in Tongjia village. To be precise, Tang Ryue's mother and grandmother had an incident, Su Xiaoyu said, unable to stop yawning. His eyes were nearly closing as he walked. Gu Mingyuan's expression was quite interesting, and he immediately laughed happily. Huh, this is fresh news. They called you in the middle of the night for something big, huh? Your future son-in-law is quite good, but you haven't married your wife yet, and you're already busy with other things. Xiaoyu said, that's right. My dad is out on a medical visit, so he's not home. Since it's about the Tang family, I have to care. What exactly happened? It looks like you haven't slept all night. Xiaoyu nodded and then explained, they don't know what happened either. In the middle of the night, they were bitten by bees, and it was quite serious. Isn't it strange? Who would expect a swarm of bees to appear at this time? Gu Mingyuan was stunned when he heard this, as if something suddenly flashed in his mind. What's wrong, Mingyuan? Why do you look like that? Xiaoyu asked, noticing his expression. It's nothing.
I was thinking about something. What are you thinking about?
Gu Mingyuan had already regained his composure. He remembered Tang Wanwan's story about attracting bees with a hive. He didn't think it was a coincidence, so he dismissed the idea. I guess I was overthinking. Gu Mingyuan waved his hand at Xiaoyu, dismissing some confusing thoughts. Then he asked, by the way, how are they doing? They probably need a few more days of ointment. Being stung by bees is very painful, especially the pain itself. Most people can't stand it, Xiaoyu replied. Thinking of Wang Shi and Grandma Zhang crying loudly, she really didn't want to see them suffer again. And since they are relatives of Tang Rui, it would be inappropriate for her future son-in-law not to help them. Surprisingly, after hearing this, Gu Mingyuan didn't comfort his friend, but looked quite happy. He smiled and said, haha, bad people get bad results. In the future, we should do good deeds and avoid doing bad things. His friend, who sometimes speaks impulsively, was used to his unpredictable words. Xiaoyu was no stranger to this, but since he had no recent conflicts with Grandma Zhang and Aunt Wang, he wondered why he said that. Curiously, he asked, Mingyuan, what do you mean? Do you have opinions about them? Did they slight you today? No, I don't care about that. As for whether they slight me or not, I wouldn't bother if it weren't for you. The main thing is, they've been bullying Awan and her family. Now, these two wicked women were happily at home when they got stung by a bee. Isn't that just retribution? It seems even heaven can't stand their misdeeds. How do you know about Awan's family? Su Xiaoyu asked Gu Mingyuan, looking at him with suspicion. Usually, he didn't like meddling in others' affairs. Since Gu Mingyuan just met Awan today, his concerns seemed a bit over the top. I heard it from people in the village, Gu Mingyuan replied evasively, then asked him back. You've been to Tongjia village so many times, you probably know about this, right? Gu Mingyuan looked at Su Xiaoyu with a disdainful expression, as if he had committed some terrible crime. Su Xiaoyu didn't argue but told the truth. Honestly, I don't know much about it. I was wondering why I didn't see Awan's family today at the meal. I haven't been in contact with them for a long time, so I didn't realize they were going through such hard times. And you say you're friends with Awan? You don't even know what's going on with her. That's really unkind. Somehow, Gu Mingyuan suddenly felt sorry for Tang Wanwan. Her father was gone, and her aunt and grandmother kept bullying her. Thinking of her family's poverty, Gu Mingyuan decided that when he had time, he would send some things to her family. After all, they had once been acquaintances. He decided that regardless of whether the bee incident was related to Tang Wanwan, he wouldn't get involved anymore. Anyway, the unlucky ones were the wicked mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. If she found out, she would surely be happy. Seeing Gu Mingyuan's changing expressions, sometimes happy, sometimes worried, Su Xiaoyu sighed and said, Mingyuan, you know how mean the people in Tongjia village can be. As an outsider, I keep visiting a girl who isn't married yet, and I don't even look sick. Won't people gossip about me behind my back? She has an older brother who's sick, right? You can use that as an excuse. Su Xiaoyu didn't expect Gu Mingyuan to know about this, and thinking of Tang Wei's situation, he couldn't help but say, even my father can't cure him. What can I do?
Besides.
He hesitated, afraid Gu Mingyuan wouldn't like what he was about to say, so he kept quiet. Besides what? Don't hold back. It's nothing. Let's go. It's getting late, and if the teacher finds out we're late, we'll get punished. That old lady keeps teaching all day like she's reciting scriptures.
Who can stand it?
If a beautiful teacher came, I'd go to class every day.
You.
Xiaoyu smiled at his boldness, thinking he was overly confident. Besides, in this world, there are no women who serve as teachers. She thought he was just imagining things. As they talked and walked outside the classroom, they suddenly saw a face that looked somewhat familiar. A young nobleman was standing face to face with the dean, talking. He was turned away from them, so they couldn't see his face, but his tall, upright figure and well-proportioned build suggested he was quite handsome. The dean's face was also smiling happily, as if he had just eaten a delicious meal. Gu Mingyuan and Xiaoyu looked at each other, thinking they might be seeing a fake dean. Usually, the dean was very stern and rarely smiled, so today's smile seemed strange. Gu Mingyuan looked for a moment and muttered, "Strange. Why is it him? How does he know the dean? Could he have used connections?" Seeing Gu Mingyuan mumbling, Xiaoyu looked more carefully and immediately recognized him as the young man on horseback they met yesterday. Isn't he the one who went to see Awan yesterday? I wonder what their relationship is. Let's go inside first. We'll find out later, Gu Mingyuan said thoughtfully. Okay. They entered the school, which was messy inside. Most people were talking or eating. Some were sitting in a pile, watching the dean and Lu Yujin talk outside the window. Gu Mingyuan walked up quickly and kicked a few people over without saying a word. What are you looking at? The teacher is coming soon. The people were so engrossed that they were caught off guard. When they saw it was him, two of them dared not speak, got up quietly, dusted themselves off, and went back to their seats. But the other two weren't willing to back down. Seeing Gu Mingyuan, they got even angrier. Gu Mingyuan, how dare you kick me? Are you tired of living? One shouted loudly. He was tall and strong, with a loud voice. The person next to him also yelled, Gu Mingyuan, you're too arrogant. We were just watching quietly, and you came up and kicked us. Who do you think you are?
Why?
Want to fight? I'm ready to go all out today, Gu Mingyuan replied confidently, feeling angry inside. He pulled Xiaoyu forward. Xiaoyu quickly stepped in to mediate. Everyone calm down. It's not a big deal. I apologize on Mingyuan's behalf. Xiaoyu, if you do this, you're not my brother, Gu Mingyuan said as he pulled Su Xiaoyu behind him. Tal Zhongheng didn't agree and immediately said, Su Xiaoyu, Gu Mingyuan did something wrong. Why should you apologize? If anyone should apologize, it's him. And he should kneel and apologize to me. Gu Mingyuan got angry and challenged Zhongheng, kid, if you have the guts, fight me alone. Anyone who frowns at me, I'll deal with them later. Sure, let's fight. Who's afraid of whom? Zhongheng replied with a fierce look, glaring at Gu Mingyuan. Let's go outside to find a place, someone suggested. Mingyuan, Zhongheng, calm down. There's no need to fight. If the principal finds out, they might send you back. Su Xiaoyu tried to stop them, worried Gu Mingyuan was about to cause trouble. Xiaoyu, he's my brother, so he's like me. If I'm afraid of you today, then I'm just a spoiled kid. Dare to mention my family, and I'll beat you until you're covered in bruises. Then let's do it, Zhongheng said without hesitation. He stepped forward to fight. Gu Mingyuan was caught off guard and got hit in the eye. He cried out in pain and, angry, turned around and punched Zhongheng. They immediately wrestled, knocking over a row of tables. Others were so scared they hid inside. Some even got hit by falling tables. After a while, Zhongheng pinned Gu Mingyuan down. Gu Mingyuan tried to get up several times, but was pushed back by Zhongheng's fists. Zhongheng, being much taller, had the advantage. He grabbed Gu Mingyuan's hair and was about to smash his head into the nearby table corner. Seeing this, Su Xiaoyu rushed forward and desperately hugged Zhongheng's waist, shouting, Mingyuan, please stop. You can't beat him. Zhongheng sneered, Gu Mingyuan, today you've met your match. If I don't beat you, you'll call me Grandpa. I'll be named after you. Then he punched Su Xiaoyu in the face, causing him to turn his head and hear the sound of bones cracking. Zhongheng quickly swung his fist toward Gu Mingyuan's temple. Zhang Heng fought very fiercely, showing no regard for anyone's safety. People who didn't know better might think they had a serious grudge. The people in the classroom were so shocked by the scene that some closed their eyes, too afraid to look. The class monitor only remembered to report to the teacher now, and his legs were trembling as he walked. Just when everyone thought a tragedy was about to happen, a young boy silently approached Zhang Heng and suddenly twisted his arm. Zhang Heng's hand immediately turned numb, and his face looked unhappy. "We're all classmates. Why do you have to be so rough?" His voice sounded firm like metal hitting metal. He was very handsome and had a strong presence, which made everyone stare in amazement. Zhang Heng didn't expect anyone in the school, besides Gu Mingyuan, to dare oppose him. The newcomer was a young man with a fair face. Calmly, Zhang Heng said, "Oh, I wonder who it is. Turns out it's the little white face clinging to the dean's leg. Mind your own business, or I'll make you crawl back to your mother." He then laughed loudly, acting very arrogant. Some people laughed, while others held back their anger, watching to see how the handsome young man would handle it. Gu Mingyuan was also surprised and didn't understand why this person came to help him. He quickly said, "Brother, thank you for your kindness. I can handle my own problems." After speaking, he felt his face burning. He thought to himself, "Why am I acting like we're brothers? I don't even like him." Unexpectedly, Lu Yujin spoke calmly, "You're occupying my desk, and it's too noisy." Then, he moved his hand lightly and stepped forward. With just this simple move, Zhang Heng, who was over 6 feet tall, fell backward onto the ground, unable to move for a long time. Everyone was stunned at first, then suddenly clapped loudly. Su Xiaoyu took the opportunity to rescue Gu Mingyuan. After getting up, Gu Mingyuan immediately clenched his fists and went to punch Zhang Heng. Unfortunately, Zhang Heng was hit and yelled loudly, his face swelling like a pig's head. He begged Gu Mingyuan for mercy, and only then did Gu Mingyuan stop. Next time you try to hit me, think about your own strength. If I hadn't held back, you'd be in trouble," Gu Mingyuan warned. Yes, I won't dare again," Zhang Heng replied, secretly glancing at Lu Yujin. He thought, "You brat, your face is thick, and you're just riding on someone else's coattails." But he helped him, not me. What can I do? Just accept my bad luck. At that moment, the teacher entered the classroom. Seeing the scene, he clapped his bamboo stick and said, "Are you trying to rebel? Hurry up and tidy the desks." Additionally, Gu Mingyuan, Zhang Heng, Su Xiaoyu, and Wei Shun, step aside for a moment. "I didn't hit anyone, they did." Wei Shun complained unfairly. "You are all classmates, yet you watch them fight without trying to stop it. You lack team spirit, so everyone will stand and think about your actions." Others, "Copy the first 10 poems from the Book of Songs 20 times and submit them tomorrow morning." The teacher paused and then said, "Lu Yujin doesn't need to copy anything. The whole class except him." Suddenly, there was a chorus of groans. I feel like I'm going to die." Gu Mingyuan, Zhang Heng, we hate you." "All right, class is over." Gu Mingyuan endured the pain in his eyes until the teacher left. His shoulders and eyes were sore. He wasn't ungrateful, so ignoring his eye injury, he ran over to talk to Lu Yujin. "May I ask your name, sir?" "Thank you for helping me today," Gu Mingyuan politely asked, raising his hand. Lu Yujin calmly packed his books, then stood up, looked at him, and said, "You should put medicine on your eyes immediately, or it might get worse. I helped you today because you helped Awan yesterday. Don't think I owe you anything. We're not close." Lu Yujin was quite arrogant. After speaking, he walked away. Gu Mingyuan rolled his eyes at his back and muttered several unkind words. Then, Su Xiaoyu accompanied Gu Mingyuan to the medical room. Seeing his gloomy expression and that he hadn't responded for a while, he guessed that Gu Mingyuan had never faced such defeat before and couldn't understand it. He chuckled softly. "It's okay, don't overthink it. Just consider that you two are even now." "No, what I can't understand is why he helped me in the name of that rude girl. And look at his arrogant attitude, as if I owe him a big favor. You haven't received any great kindness from him. I heard Zhang Heng has a good background, so we should avoid provoking him. I'm afraid of him, Gu Mingyuan snorted, clearly feeling upset. Forget it, forget it.
Calm down.
After school, I can go out with you to play.
How about that?
Actually, Su Xiaoyu offering to go out with Gu Mingyuan was already very kind. Usually, after school, he would go back to help at the medicine hall. Unlike Gu Mingyuan, who is a rich kid with plenty of free time, knowing exactly what to do. I don't want to go. All right then, you should rest well these days and take care of your eyes first, Su Xiaoyu said. Can I come to your place? I'm afraid my older brother will ask questions if he sees me like this. Gu Mingyuan hesitated, still worried about being caught fighting at school.
Okay.
Tang Ryue ate the fish cooked by Tang Wanwan and thought it tasted really good, which made her feel much happier. She had hoped her mother, or that not-so-great sister Tang Rui, would call her back, but neither showed up despite waiting all day. When it was almost dark and she was completely disappointed, she decided to give up and stay. She decided to help Tang Wanwan instead. If they were in a hurry, let them be anxious. She also wanted them to feel what it was like to wait anxiously. To be honest, Tang Wanwan was very efficient. They worked late into the night, and the bed frame was finally finished. This was thanks to Tang Wanwan's good leadership and careful guidance. The bark of the willow trees was already peeled, and Tang Ryue was in charge of lighting the stove. Even the two little ones, Tang Xiaoi and Tang Xiaoro, weren't resting. They helped nearby. After the bark was boiled, Tang Wanwan processed it further, baked, kneaded, and twisted it. She made the bark very tough and then twisted it into long ropes, like braiding dough. Next, she drilled holes in the bed frame and tied the ropes, creating a crisscross pattern. When finished, it became a bed net made entirely of willow ropes. Seeing Tang Wanwan drill holes and weave the ropes into the bed frame, Tang Ryue was amazed. She looked stunned because Tang Wanwan was so skilled, as if she had done this many times before. Usually, drilling holes with a drill and hammer in a bed frame was very hard work, something only experienced carpenters with many years of practice could do. But Tang Wanwan did it so easily, almost effortlessly. This was unbelievable. While Tang Wanwan worked, Tang Ryue watched with wide eyes, unable to hide her surprise. Sister Wan, you're amazing. When did you learn this? I had no idea. I used to watch my father do it often. I learned just by watching. I was also surprised. I didn't think drilling holes would be so simple. Then I want to try too. As soon as Tang Ryue finished speaking, she let out a loud scream. The wood was so hard, it felt like stone. She accidentally hit her hand with the hammer. Fortunately, she only used a little force, or else her would have become bloody and mangled. Xiaoyu, don't scare me. How is your hand? It hurts a little, but it's okay. What do you mean, okay? Look at your finger, it's all red. Tang Wanwan immediately started rummaging through the boxes and finally found a little bit of leftover medicine for bruises and sprains, which had already dried up. She mixed it with some water, mashed it up, and applied a little to Tang Ryue's finger. Then she told Tang Ryue to rest well and just watch from the side. Tang Wanwan quickly finished making the whole bed by herself. After finishing, she lay down to test the bed's elasticity and weight capacity, which could probably hold 400 or 500 pounds without any problem. The bed was very springy. To make it more comfortable, they could add some straw underneath. If possible, they could also add a cotton blanket, but since they didn't know where to find cotton, they decided not to think about it for now. They prepared clean, neatly arranged straw and laid 2 thick layers on the bed. Then they covered it with a patched-up sheet, and their new bed was ready. Now I order you all to lie on the bed. Use as much strength as you want. I'll go first, said Tang Xiaoro, a small girl with big, round eyes. She was a little thin but very cute. She volunteered herself. All right then, I'm the older brother. I'll let you lie down first, Tang Xiaoi said, holding back his urge to rush onto the bed. Hey, Xiaoi, you're pretty considerate, said Tang Ryue. No need to hold back. You and Xiaoro can both go on together. Xiaoyu, you come too. Seeing how fluffy and soft the bed looked, Ryue also felt a little excited, wondering if it was really as comfortable as Sister Wan said. Jia, can we really all lie on it together? I'm worried the bed might break if all 3 of us sleep on it, she said, because it was made of willow branches, which are quite fragile and could break with a jump. Just relax and sleep confidently, Tang Wanwen said. After that, she stretched out her arms wide and lay down forcefully on the bed. Suddenly, she bounced up, and apart from the straw underneath making a rustling sound, it felt almost like sleeping on a real bed. So comfortable. Seeing how relaxed and happy her sister looked lying on the bed, Xiaoyi and Xiaoro imitated her, each trying to act natural and making everyone laugh. Xiaoyu, try my new bed. You can use some strength too. Encouraged by Tang Wanwen, Tang Ryue, feeling a little nervous, lay down on the bed. As soon as she did, she almost didn't want to get up again. Wow, this bed is so comfortable, it even bounces you up. Really comfy. Sister Wan, you have to take responsibility for me. What's wrong, little you? Is your finger hurting again? Tang Wanwen hurried to check her finger. Seeing it was a bit red but not swollen, she quietly relaxed. If Tang Ryue's hand had really been hurt badly, her uncle and aunt would have used that as an excuse to criticize her again tomorrow. She was genuinely afraid of arguments, so instead of fighting, she preferred her to do more chores. Speaking of her uncle and aunt's hands, the Su family's medical skills were impressive. They quickly fixed her dislocated hand. Seeing how smoothly they made the bed today, Tang Wanwen thought maybe she should go to the mountain tomorrow to look for good wood and bring some back. She wanted to make a wheelchair for Tang Wei. Her brother couldn't keep lying in bed all the time. If he kept resting, serious problems might happen. To celebrate their new bed, that night, Tang Wanwen, Tang Ryue, Tang Xiaoyi, and Tang Xiaoro all slept together on one bed. There was a tradition that the more people sleeping on it, especially young unmarried ones, the better, symbolizing good fortune and happiness. Early the next morning, Madame Chen saw the 4 children sleeping neatly on the big bed and couldn't help but smile. Looking at Tang Wanwen's childlike face and the 2 young children, her worries grew heavier. But she had to push her worries aside and go to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for the children. Yesterday, Lu Yujin had brought them many things. Madame Chen made some dough, with coarse rice flour to make pancakes. She even added an egg, and when fried, it smelled wonderful. While frying, she enjoyed the aroma but was reluctant to eat any herself. She only ate half a yam and drank half a bowl of hot water for breakfast. Just as she finished eating and was about to tidy up the messy willow branches in the yard, her third aunt, with a smile on her face, entered the small courtyard. Now that the wall was gone, and the bamboo fence was just a decoration, anyone could come directly to their door without permission. Big sister, you're at home. Great news, said the third aunt happily, walking quickly into the yard. Shh, third aunt, speak softly, don't say too much. Lady Chen nervously made a hand gesture to her third aunt, indicating not to let the children inside hear. Seeing Lady Chen so anxious, the third aunt lowered her voice slightly, but still spoke loudly. Big sister, they will find out sooner or later. Hiding it now isn't a good idea. Lady Chen was afraid her daughter might oppose her, and if she softened her stance, she might change her mind again. If that happened, the pressure on Wanwen would only increase. Anyway, no matter the outcome, even if others keep criticizing her, she must do this. Let's hide it for now. Once things are settled on that side, I'll tell her. By then, it will be too late to regret. The third aunt looked at Lady Chen and her eyes brightened. Today, Lady Chen was dressed in a new deep blue jacket with a collar buttoned up to her neck, making her neck look slender and long, and her skin quite fair. At first glance, Lady Chen still looked good, with a balanced figure and pretty features. She could be described as charming, but her long-term poor nutrition and weak health made her look a bit tired. Otherwise, she would look even better.
All right then.
I've already arranged to meet them today. If everything goes well, this matter will be settled. The lucky day will be at the end of the month. So soon? Lady Chen's eyes welled up with tears, and she suddenly felt overwhelmed. She thought it would take at least a week or a month to prepare, but now it seemed the decision was made within a few days. When that happens, she won't be part of this family anymore, and she won't see her daughter and son often. The reactions from the old house are still unknown, whether it's good or bad. Thinking of this, Lady Chen's heart pounded loudly, almost as if her heartbeat was about to burst from her chest. What should she do? Awan is still young. She needs someone trustworthy to take care of her. Otherwise, even if she leaves, she would feel uneasy inside. Third aunt, can't we delay this a bit longer? I want a few more days. Oh, my big sister, stop hesitating. The butcher is very popular now, and the matchmakers are already visiting their house every day, even almost breaking the threshold. They are serious about this. They said they'll first agree with you, then meet you to see if it's a good match. If you miss out on this, don't come crying to me. I've been supporting you wholeheartedly for your good. All right then. You wait outside, and I will go with you later. Mrs. Chun returned to the kitchen, wiped her hands, then went inside to greet Tang Wanwan, saying she was going to the town with Aunt San to pick out new shoe styles. She told her to stay at home and watch over the house until she returned. Tang Wanwan felt a bit strange and asked Mother, "Isn't Aunt San usually the one to bring back the shoes for you? Why do you want to go yourself today?" Mrs. Chen suddenly felt nervous and didn't know how to answer. Wanwan was very perceptive and quick to react. After thinking for a moment, she said she wants to pick out a few nice patterns and try making them at home. Tang Wanwan then took out the seasoning bag with embroidery, saying, "Mother, I think this pattern looks nice. Why not try making this one?" This embroidered bag was very well made, so Tang Wanwan kept it as a cloth for herself, separate from the other seasonings she had already poured out. She hoped her mother would learn to embroider it. Maybe she could sell it for a good price. Mrs. Chen didn't expect her daughter to think of this. It seemed she just wanted to stop her from going to the town. Maybe she had overheard something. Mrs. Chen suddenly looked serious and pretended to be unhappy. Wanwan, do you not want me to go to the town?
Fine, I won't go then.
We can just sit at home and wait for Lord Lu to bring us food, and maybe get laughed at. Tang Wanwan was surprised that her mother was angry. Her heart softened, and she quickly said, "All right, then go ahead. But try to come back early. I want to go up the mountain today to see if I can find something useful." "Okay, I understand, Mother," Mrs. Chen said, almost rushing out without looking back. As she left, tears silently streamed down her face. She sobbed quietly, covering her mouth to stop herself from crying out loud. Seeing this, Aunt San gently pulled her outside, all the while trying to comfort her and give her some advice. "Mother, today seem a bit strange," Tang Wanwan said, mainly because of her woman's sixth sense. Her intuition was usually very accurate, but she couldn't quite pinpoint what was wrong with Mrs. Chen. While she was thinking, Tang Ryue turned over and looked at her with surprise, asking Wanwan, "Who are you talking to all alone? It's kind of scary. Imagine you just woke up in the morning. The first thing you see is someone next to you with wide eyes, muttering to themselves." Tang Ryue woke up just in time to hear Tang Wanwan talking to herself, mentioning words like mother and some strange things. She didn't catch exactly what was said. "Oh, it's nothing. Little you, why did you wake up so early? Did you sleep well last night?" Tang Wanwan finished speaking, then casually placed an embroidered bag containing seasonings on the bedside table and turned around. She planned to rest a little longer before getting up. She was really tired from staying up late last night, and now her whole body felt sore and aching, like her bones had been pulled apart. "I slept very well last night. I've never slept on such a comfortable bed before. Sister Wanwan, you're so clever. If we sold this bed, we might get a good price," Tang Ryue said happily. Actually, Tang Wanwan was also thinking about selling the bed. Now their family was very poor, and they had no strong workers, only her and her mother. If they didn't find a way to make money, they would starve. She smiled faintly and said, "In the daytime, we can find some willow branches, soft vine twigs, or similar materials." "Okay, as long as Sister Wanwan wants to do it, I will help," Tang Ryue replied eagerly. Then she curiously picked up the embroidered bag that Tang Wanwan had just placed beside her pillow. The bag had held seasonings, so it still carried a fragrant smell, especially the scent of star anise and bay leaves, which was very pleasant. Because Tang Wanwan didn't know much about the world structure, she wasn't familiar with the crops, spices, or plants here. If she had the knowledge of the modern world from 60 or 70 years ago, she wouldn't worry about making money. If that didn't work, she could just go back to catching fish in the river and eat enough first. Seeing Tang Ryue holding the embroidered bag and smelling it with delight, her eyes showed happiness and envy. Wow, who embroidered this? The pattern is so beautiful. I wonder what it's called. And this bag feels so soft. It looks like good material. Where did you get it, Sister Wanwan? Oh, someone gave it to me. It has reeds embroidered on it. What are reeds? Tang Ryue asked curiously. That's water calamus, which grows in the water. It produces a long flower stalk and is also a kind of traditional medicine. The scientific name of reeds is water calamus, symbolizing happiness for believers. Many people hang calamus in their homes or dry it to make sachets, which are used to ward off evil spirits and bring good luck. Actually, reed grass is a very good medicinal herb. It can help stop bleeding and also has another use. It is a component in making anesthetics. In the Compendium of Materia Medica, it was noted by Li Shizhen for its medicinal properties, but at that time, it did not include the anesthetic called Ma Fei San. It wasn't until Hua Tuo developed Ma Fei San that, besides adding small amounts of poppy flower leaves and other herbs, he also included reed grass. Later, there were many explanations about reed grass, and Tang Wanwan remembered them all. I remember now. So that's how it is. That's great. Wonderful.
Yay.
Suddenly, Tang Wanwan excitedly jumped out of bed, so enthusiastic that she didn't even put on her shoes, and started dancing in place. This made Tang Ryue almost run out to call someone, thinking her sister had lost her mind. She looked at Tang Wanwan with a blank and strange expression and said, "Sister Wanwan, are you okay? Don't scare me." After her excitement, Tang Wanwan hugged Tang Ryue and said, "Little you, do you know? I finally thought of a good idea. I want to help our big brother with his leg." Tang Ryue almost choked from being squeezed too tightly, then sat back on the bed with a look of defeat, tapping her embroidery bag while speaking. "Sister Wanwan, you probably had another dream and are talking nonsense again. I've heard you say this many times before, but it never worked. Besides, you guys don't have money to hire a doctor from the capital. My mother said that doctors in the capital are very skilled. They can even bring the dead back to life. Since Brother Wei is so sick, only a divine doctor can cure him." She then added, "It's all because of that rich young lady, ungrateful. When I see her someday, I'll scold her so badly, she'll be covered in dirt." Tang Wanwan sighed and said, "We don't even know who that family is. Brother doesn't say anything either. Maybe we'll never find out in this lifetime." When Tang Wei had the accident, Tang Wanwan was still young, and Madame Chen and Tang Jianfei never spoke about it. Plus, the daughter of that mansion never appeared again. The whole matter remained a mystery, hanging over Madame Chen and her family's heads. Actually, if the Tang family tried to find out, they could gather some information. But the big Tang family had no one willing to stand up for them. This only made things harder for Tang Wei. Today, if Tang Ryue hadn't stubbornly asked what the reed really was, Tang Wanwan wouldn't have paid much attention. But now, seeing the reed growing in clear, gentle water, standing upright, her mind immediately replayed some related information about reeds, like a repeating machine. Thinking of poppies, her mind suddenly filled with details about their growth, care, and uses, like an encyclopedia. This is so amazing. Could it be that I've unlocked some incredible special ability? Tang Wanwan knows she has a good memory, but this feels a bit too clear and sharp. Tang Wanwan thought of a few more traditional herbs, some effective, some not. She guessed it was because their ancient and modern names are different, which is so strange. She didn't know how she triggered this knowledge, but it was very useful to her. She had already found the recipe for anesthetic powder, and it seemed she no longer needed to stumble around blindly, like a headless chicken. The earlier herbs she thought of, cattails and poppies, are indeed the main ingredients for the anesthetic powder. Before she could think more, Tang Wanwan wished she could grow wings and fly outside to gather cattails, poppies, and other herbs to make the powder. If this experiment succeeded, she could ask Dr. Su to help re-break her brother's bones. Yes, she also wanted to make a wheelchair for her brother. Her mind raced through many plans. Tang Wanwan wished she could grow 18 hands at once. But since Madam Chen had gone out and wouldn't be back soon, she could only ask Tang Ryue for help. Xiao Yu, I have something to ask you. Is that okay? Seeing Tang Wanwan come to ask for help, Tang Ryue was eager. She had her eye on an embroidered pouch. Her face lit up with a sweet smile as she grabbed her arm. Sister Wanwan, what's our relationship? If you need me to do something, just say it. But I have a small request. If it's not possible, just forget I said anything. Tang Wanwan couldn't help but smile. She tapped her nose and said, You little rascal. You haven't even helped me yet, and you're already making requests. Hee, just a small request. Can I have that pouch? I really like the embroidered reeds on it, and I want to learn too. Looking at Tang Ryue with her head slightly bowed and a shy expression, Tang Wanyan immediately understood. Oh, so our little Ryue has fallen in love and wants to get married. Are you thinking of participating in the temple fair to show off? I'll definitely agree to that. It's just a small bag, you can take it. Really? That's wonderful. Thank you, Sister Wanyan. I knew you'd be the best. The annual Tongjia Village's temple fair was coming up. All eligible young women could dress as the 7 fairies and join the parade. If someone's embroidered handkerchief or embroidered ball was taken by an unmarried young man and they liked each other, they could directly propose marriage. The temple fair was open to outsiders, so nearby villagers and townspeople could also join. There would be some market selling goods, which was a good chance for Tongjia Village to earn some money. Vendors needed to pay a deposit to set up stalls, but villagers had special treatment. They could set up stalls in designated areas for free, as long as they didn't open shops. Before the event, the village chief would give a speech and invite local important people. Invitations were sent out for these guests. Bodyguards would also be hired to keep the event safe. It was a very exciting festival to look forward to. The fair happened once a year, and it was always crowded. It was almost time again, just 4 or 5 days away, which explained why Ryue wanted to try embroidery with new patterns. Ryue was happy, but didn't get carried away. She asked Wanyan if she needed her to do anything. Sister Wanyan, you said there's something you want me to do. What do you need?
It's like this.
I need to go up the mountain for something very important. Can you stay at home and watch over little E, little Ro, and my brother? Ryue hesitated. She hadn't gone home last night and wouldn't go back today. If her mother found out, she'd surely get scolded again. She thought for a moment and said, Sister Wanyan, maybe I should go back and check. If everything's fine at home, I can come back afterward. I'll tell my mother. You know she was stung by those bees yesterday and is probably in a bad mood. Plus, I didn't go home all night. Tang Wanwan thought Tang Ryue was right. She hadn't thought everything through carefully. After some thought, she took one of the 2 pickled fish left in the basin and gave it to Tang Ryue. This is a small thank you. You can take it home, and it will also explain things to your mother. Mrs. Wang is very strict and won't allow much. Tang Ryue bringing home a salted fish should be enough to satisfy her. Besides, she was stung by a bee yesterday and probably hasn't had the courage to see anyone today. When Tang Ryue saw that Tang Wanwan had given her such a big fish, she was a little surprised and firmly refused. Sister Wanwan, your family has many people. Keep it for yourselves to eat. I really can't take it. Foolish girl, I caught several yesterday and already kept some for myself. You can take it home to eat. If you like it, I'll catch more next time. Respectful obedience is better. Seeing Tang Wanwan's words, Tang Ryue also felt hungry for fish. The fish Sister Wanwan cooked yesterday was so delicious, she would never forget it. Since her family still had some, she said, Thank you, Sister Wanwan. I'll go home first and come back later. Okay, I'll wait for you. Tang Wanwan then washed up and looked again at the coarse, rough salt grains. She frowned. After thinking, she boiled some water. She used an old, broken wooden bucket at home, washed it thoroughly, and then used a knife to cut a round hole about 5 centimeters in diameter. She attached a round bamboo tube on top, filled it with a piece of large thumb-sized charcoal, and wrapped with gauze. The salt water inside would slowly seep out. This is a simple filtering method. The charcoal acts as a natural filter. When salt water passes through the charcoal, It automatically filters out impurities. After filtering, the salt water goes through the gauze to separate any remaining sediments, making the resulting salt pure. To get even purer salt, Tang Wanwan went outside to pick some smooth stones. She cleaned each one carefully and placed them in a salt-drying pond. When the noon sun appeared, the temperature in the pond would rise. The salt water on the stones would gradually evaporate, leaving behind crystals. The best way to purify salt is through distillation, but it consumes a lot of salt, which she couldn't afford since their household salt was precious and limited. Tang Wanwan connected this wooden bucket to the salt-drying pond at home. After a day, they would have clean salt to use. After a busy morning, I finally woke up my younger brother and sister. The bed was so comfortable that Tang Xiaoi and Tang Xiaoro slept without waking up, each looking like little lazy bugs. Seeing that the two kids refused to get up, Tang Wanwan couldn't help but laugh and cry. She had no choice but to use her secret trick and shouted, "Hurry up and get up. If you sleep in, no pancakes for you." The tempting smell of food was too strong. These were pancakes, rare treats that they only had once a year. Immediately, Tang Xiaoi and Tang Xiaoro got up quickly, each faster than the other. Tang Xiaoi was even more daring. He ran outside only wearing his big shorts, without any pants on. But before he could succeed, Tang Wanwan, who had seen through everything, grabbed his clothes. "Xiaoi, go back and put on your clothes. How can you go out like this?" Tang Xiaoi didn't dare disobey his older sister's command. He obediently went back to put on his clothes. When Tang Xiaoi came out, he saw his sister already eating pancakes. His mouth watered, and he muttered, I shouldn't have been so clever." Seeing his frustrated look, Tang Wanwan couldn't help but laugh. She patted his head and said, "You all have your share. No need to be in such a rush." After preparing the two kids, Tang Wanwan took an egg from her bag, cracked it into a bowl, and added a few drops of honey. The smell was sweet and inviting. She brought it to her brother Tang Wei in his room, and also poured some water for him to wash his face. To her surprise, her brother was still lying on the bed like a puppet, eyes wide open. "Brother, you woke up early. Why didn't you call me?" Tang Wei looked a bit weak and said after a while, "I heard the noise outside and woke up." "Are you hungry?" "After washing your face, we'll have breakfast," Tang Wanwan said as she prepared for him. She brought a wooden basin and dissolved some salt and water for him to rinse his mouth. Tang Wei's expression didn't change much, and he didn't seem very happy, still very dull. But when he saw the bowl of water she brought, his face showed a little surprise. "What's this?" "Brother, this is salt water. You use it to rinse your mouth. After that, we'll have breakfast." "Okay," he agreed without asking why and followed her instructions. Tang Wanwan felt very sad when she saw her brother looking so lifeless. Whether they are truly family or not, anyone would feel upset seeing a young boy at his best suddenly having his wings broken. Imagine how hopeless he must feel. After Tang Wei finished rinsing his mouth, Tang Wanwan used a warm cloth to wipe his face, then her hands and neck. She wiped his face and hands, but he didn't want her to wipe his neck. She had to stop and quickly grab a pancake and a bowl of honeyed egg drop soup. "Brother, drink this first. After you finish, we can eat the pancake." "I don't want to eat. Give me some taro instead." "Brother, we have some at home. Xiao Yi and Xiao Ro are also eating. I just ate some too. Mother's cooking is very good." Suddenly, Tang Wei got angry. His voice grew louder. "I don't want it. Take it away now." "Brother, what's wrong?" "This is made by Mother. She went to town to buy some flowers and will be back at noon. You'll be hungry if you don't eat." Unexpectedly, Tang Wei suddenly looked up, tears filling his eyes. "Awan, listen to me. Take it away. I don't want to eat." After saying that, he covered his head and hid himself again. "Brother, this egg is hard to get. It has honey inside. It's very sweet." Hiding under the blanket, Tang Wei suddenly started crying loudly, hitting the blanket with his hands. "It's all because of me. I'm useless. I might as well die. Then you won't have to carry me around. You can find someone else to marry." He cried and spoke at the same time. Tang Wanwan quickly pulled the blanket off her brother, hugged his back with her arms, and gently patted his back, like soothing a child. Brother, I know you're feeling hopeless and helpless. Don't worry, I will help you. If you give up now, no one can save you. Not for long, very soon. Brother, you must believe in yourself. Tang Wanwan didn't know how to comfort him well. She only knew that when someone is angry or upset, they need to be consoled. Her mother used to do that for her. Sometimes, just offering something she loved or promising her a wish could make her feel better. If those don't work, it means she's truly angry or sad.
Awan, Marie-Louisa.
He treats you well. If you stay with him, you won't suffer. You won't be able to stay in this house for much longer anyway. Brother, what are you saying? I would never leave you or abandon you. I won't marry anyone without you. Moreover, Xiao Yi and Xiao Rou are still young. If we work hard together, our days will get better. Hearing her sister say this, Tang Wei knew she didn't understand everything. She didn't know that mother was going to remarry and leave them, marrying a man other than their father. What does father mean to her? What will happen to Awan? Although Tang Wei spent most of his days lying in bed, his mind was clear and sharp. He overheard his third aunt and mother talking in the morning and knew that mother was leaving. She was going to remarry. He understood that her decision was because their family was very poor, but he still felt very sad, ashamed, and angry. Poor Awan was still happy over a simple cookie and a bowl of egg soup. How could he tell her? How could he make her understand this news without hurting her? It was too hard. Big brother, do you want to go outside and take a look? Seeing his brother so sad and unable to cheer up, Tang Wanwan decided to make a wheelchair for him. Once it was ready, he could go outside, and maybe his mood wouldn't be so bad. Tang Wei showed a hint of helplessness and reluctance. You can't carry me. I'm too heavy. No need, brother. I can help you go outside, and you can even walk by yourself. Tang Wanwan's eyes sparkled brightly, as if she was glowing. Her eyes were full of hope and light. So beautiful. Tang Wei couldn't bear to see such a lovely expression. Perhaps it would disappear soon, leaving only endless pain and suffering. Do you remember when the Qiqiao Temple Fair starts? Every year on the 7th day of the 7th month, which is also the day when the cowherd and weaver girl meet. Of course, I remember. If I'm not mistaken, it's in 5 days. When she mentioned the number 5, Tang Wei's face suddenly changed, and he froze like a statue. Tang Wanwan was scared to death and quickly shook his arm. Big brother, what's wrong? Are you okay?
I'm fine.
Tang Wei thought about how in 5 days, mother was going to remarry. It felt like a thunderbolt hit him. How could they choose such an unlucky day? Big brother, I'll keep a secret for you. I promise you'll be able to attend the temple fair. Also, you should drink the egg soup and eat the cookie, so you won't be hungry at noon. I'll go out for a while and ask Little Moon to watch the house. Whatever happens, you must wait for me to come back. Tang Wanwan thought her brother was feeling upset inside, so he was happy one moment and crying the next. Seeing her brother like this, her heart felt even more anxious. Awan. Tang Wei hadn't finished speaking when Tang Wanwan suddenly left like a gust of wind. When he was upset, he could only find comfort in books. When he felt a bit better, he would practice calligraphy, but he couldn't do it for long because his wrist would get sore. There was nothing he could do, so he gave up. Most of the time, he just stared at the ceiling, thinking about many things. Tang Ryue was quite reliable. She didn't make Tang Wanwan wait long before arriving. Seeing her, Tang Wanwan was quite happy. At least she had a somewhat dependable sister. She also asked if there was anything going on at home, mainly to check the situation. Yesterday, she only heard that Granny Zhang and Mrs. Wang were shouting loudly in the yard. She didn't know if they had been stung or how badly they were hurt. Talking about yesterday's events, it was quite a coincidence. If Tang Ryue hadn't suddenly appeared in front of her, she might have gone to the old house to see what was happening inside. Tang Ryue said her mother and grandmother had been stung by bees and were somewhat badly hurt. Luckily, her father had called Dr. Su overnight to treat them, and they were feeling much better now. Hearing this, Tang Wanwan's heart skipped a beat, and her face showed a hint of disappointment. Just a little pain, and that was too easy on them. She wondered why Dr. Su was working so hard. She could have let them suffer a few more days. The Su family's medical skills weren't bad, and with Dr. Su applying ointment, they would recover quickly. But she said aloud, "That's good. At least nothing serious happened." Tang Ryue looked at her with curiosity and asked, "Wanwan, you must really hate my mother and grandmother, right? I thought you wanted something bad to happen to them." Tang Wanwan's expression suddenly turned serious. She thought, this girl's eyes are pretty sharp. She wasn't sure if she was unintentionally testing her or just telling a story. She smiled slightly and replied, "Xiao Yu, how can you say that? I don't wish them any harm. We're family after all. Breaking bones still involves the bones. By the way, your mother didn't ask where you went last night?" Tang Wanwan felt that Tang Ryue's return was a bit too smooth. Usually, Mrs. Wang wouldn't keep her at home and prevent her from coming to our house. That day, she even fought her and dislocated her hand. Based on Wang's quick-tempered and vengeful nature, she should find another reason to come knocking and regain some face. "Like I said, I've already come to see you," Tang Ryue said, now feeling a bit nervous. She turned her face away and looked toward the yard. "Oh, I hope she didn't trouble you," Wang said. "After all, she's my mother," Tang Ryue replied, but her voice sounded a little insincere. Tang Wanyang smiled casually, as if to dismiss the matter. She said, "That's good. I was worried your mother and Rui might cause trouble for you." Then she took Tang Ryue's hand, and the two sisters went into the yard together. Once inside, Tang Ryue's eyes never left the simple filter that Wanyang had just made. It was easy to make once you understood the principle. Today, they were in a hurry, but if Wanyang had more time and tools, she could make a filter 10 times better. She looked surprised at the new thing in the yard. She remembered there was nothing like that before she left. It looked strange. What is this? Did you make it, Wanyang? What's it for?" Tang Ryue only glanced at it quickly and then noticed a new device in the corner of the yard, wooden barrels and bamboo pipes connected to a salt evaporation pond below. Her eyes lit up. "Yes, I use it to filter salt. Little you, the salt we eat actually contains harmful substances. Filtering it makes it safer, and the taste of the salt will change too." "Really? Our salt has poison in it?" Tang Ryue looked very surprised. "Yes, most of the salt we buy is processed roughly, and many toxins aren't removed. By adding charcoal and filtering cloth, we can block out the harmful substances." Tang Ryue quietly remembered this and asked a few more questions. Wanyang didn't hide anything and told her everything. Tang Ryue looked very happy and said with a smile, "Wanyang, you're so clever to think of this. How did you come up with the idea?" "Seeing how others do it, I learned from them," Wanyang said. She then took Tang Ryue to Little E and Little Ro, telling them to listen to her. Little Ro was very obedient. She happily walked over, took Tang Ryue's hand, and looked very well behaved. Since she was a girl and a bit timid, as long as she was told what to do, she could play at home all day. Little E is a boy who wants to go out and play. When asked to stay at home all day, he keeps thinking about sneaking out. After hearing Tang Wanwan tell him to behave and listen at home, he suddenly made a request. "Big sister, can I go gather firewood? I'll just do it behind the house, not anywhere else. How about I go to the river to pick some snails? I won't go into deep water." Tang Wanwan quickly saw through his little tricks and refused. "Little E, stay at home and wait for your sister to come back. You can play jump rope or kick the shuttlecock with Xiao Ro and Sister Xiao Yu. If you listen well, I'll reward you when I return." "All right then, come back early," Little E said reluctantly, hanging his head. Seeing his sad expression, Tang Wanwan suddenly had an idea when she looked at the stones on the ground. She held the stones they usually played with in her hand and reached out to him. She opened her palm, revealing 3 small stones. She tilted her head and asked, "Do you want to learn a magic trick from sister?" "Yes." Little E didn't know what magic was, but he believed what his big sister said.
"Good.
"Watch carefully. I have 3 stones now, and I will make them disappear." Immediately, Tang Wanwan, Tang Xiaoro, and even Tang Ryue all looked very curious, wide-eyed, gathering around her. Watch closely, I'm about to make them disappear. Tang Wanwan showed them her stones, then closed her hand. She pressed her fist with her other hand, applying force. When she opened her hand again, the 3 stones were gone. The 3 children immediately opened their mouths wide, looking everywhere for the stones.
Wow. How did you do that?
Where did the stones go? Huh, strange. I saw Sister Wanwan's hand didn't move at all. Other hand. Do it again. This time I want to see clearly. Yes. Open your eyes wide. Over here, I'll watch, sister. At the strong insistence of her 3 younger siblings, Tang Wanwan repeated the trick. After watching, they still couldn't figure out how she did it. Ha ha ha, practice on your own, and I'll tell you the secret when I come back. Sister, I really want to know now. Where did those stones go? Tang Xiaoro looked up at her sister with an innocent face. No, I can't. Let me think. Big sister isn't allowed to say anything right now, Tang Xiaoi said, holding on to her pride. Tang Ryue also frowned and thought hard. Tang Wanyan left home amidst the reluctance and curiosity of the 3 of them, heading up the mountain to search for treasures. The things she prepared last time didn't need much organizing this time. She could just take them directly. She was actually very curious about what material the basket was made of. It was well crafted, and the bamboo was incredibly tough. When she tapped it, it made a metallic sound. Unfortunately, Tang Wanyan didn't know the name of this bamboo, and no related information came to mind. To her surprise, she took her father's large bow, and a beautiful, powerful name popped into her head, King Lu's bow. The making process was quite complicated, but after looking at it, she believed she could make one, though her arm strength was too small to craft such a large bow. A 30 sha bow was manageable, a 50 sha bow was okay, but she couldn't make an 80 sha bow at the moment. Tang Wanyan wondered if this bow was also related to the legendary master Jin Luban. The Jin Luban crafting encyclopedia recorded various ancient bows and arrows, but no King Lu's bow. There were many crossbows, especially the repeating crossbows, which were widely used. Tang Wanyan remembered their academy and a military school jointly made 10 types of crossbows: large, small, waterproof, fully automatic, and semi-automatic. The most common were the 2-, 3-, and 5-shot crossbows, with the maximum being a 7-shot crossbow. The 7-shot crossbow had 2 rows, 3 crossbows on top and 4 below, which could be moved or linked together. This was their most proud creation, requiring great skill and design. The springs, the distance between each crossbow, and their coordination had to be perfectly aligned. Otherwise, not only a 5-shot, but even a 3-shot crossbow might not work properly. With these thoughts in mind, Tang Wanyan headed up the mountain. She carefully searched for what her ancestor knew about this mountain forest. She had a rough idea. Tongjia village was near the Qilian Mountains, extending east to the Yellow River Valley, connected to the Qinling and Lupan Mountains. There were glaciers, snow-capped mountains, basins, and high peaks reaching 4,000 or 5,000 meters. There were also pristine forests, where wild animals like bears, boars, tigers, and even the king of the forest, lions, could be encountered. The area was covered year-round by dense foliage, in the most primitive coniferous zones. The humid soil and climate here made it an ideal environment for rare, medicinal herbs. It is likely that the inside is filled with countless rare and strange beasts. But opportunities and dangers go hand in hand. Only brave and skilled hunters form teams to enter the mountains. If lucky, they can return fully loaded. If not, they might even lose their lives. Others can only watch from outside, gathering firewood or wild fruits, and maybe catch a rabbit or wild chicken by chance. That's considered good luck. Tang Wanwan knows that to get valuable items, she must go deep into the mountains. The outer mountains rarely have even wild fruits, let alone rare medicinal herbs. Fortunately, she prepared well before leaving: tools for climbing, food, and water. Along the way, she collected any useful herbs she saw, putting them into her backpack, which has many pockets for storing things. All these are for emergencies. Chuanqiong, honeysuckle, kudzu. Tang Wanwan counted her spoils as she walked, feeling very happy. These items can last her a while. Chuanqiong helps clear heat and detoxify, and can soothe the lungs and relieve pain. Most importantly, it reduces inflammation. For her brother Tang Wei, drinking Chuanqiong soup often can ease his illness. Kudzu has many uses. She can grind it into powder to make tasty snacks, and it also helps relax muscles, reduce fever, generate fluids, and quench thirst. People with weak spleens or diarrhea can also eat it. Unfortunately, Tang Wanwan only found a thick piece of kudzu root. Usually, kudzu grows in tangled clusters, so finding one piece means there are many. But it seems someone has dug here before, leaving only one piece behind. Later, Tang Wanwan's luck worsened. She walked for half a day without seeing anything good. As she climbed higher, the terrain was full of thorny bushes and many trees, blocking the sunlight. Since she was in a less traveled area, there were no paths, only holes or ditches dug by others. What made her laugh and cry was that she almost stepped on a mouse hidden in the grass. The gray mouse probably got its tail caught, let out a squeak, and then, like a startled bird, darted into the grass. At first, Tang Wanwan didn't realize it was a mouse because the gray shape was quite large, so she used her hand crossbow to shoot. Her shooting skills are quite good, and she hit the target directly. She heard 2 more squeaks, and then the grass in the bush swayed, and the creature stopped moving. "Ha, finally caught you. Let's see what good stuff you have." Tang Wanwan giggled as she stepped forward and pushed aside the grass to take a look. She immediately became very angry. Her face stretched out in frustration. Turns out it was a mouse. Normally, she wouldn't hesitate to throw such a mouse far away, but now was a special time. The family hadn't tasted meat in a long while. Plus, the mouse was quite fat, with a big head and ears from eating well. She weighed it in her hand and guessed it was about 3 to 4 pounds. This made Tang Wanwan think of the saying, great mouse, do not eat me." Everyone was starving, yet these mice seemed so carefree. Could there be some lucky treasure nearby? Then Tang Wanwan analyzed the situation. Based on what she knew about mice, they usually live in fields, granaries, or storage rooms in houses. Out here in the wild, there probably isn't a good place for them. She turned back and searched where the big mouse had appeared. She found a chestnut, some yellowed leaves, and a piece of root. The most important thing was that the root had mature seeds on it. Seeing the leaves and root, Tang Wanwan's eyes lit up like she'd been struck by lightning. She thought, God really isn't abandoning me. I found a tiny bit of hope. If she guessed correctly, this was the root of the poppy flower she was looking for. She had thought it would take a long time to find, but compared to the flower itself, the water calamus was much easier to find. It's usually sold in stores, just needing fresh ones which might take some time to find. But the poppy flower was very hard to find. It was truly difficult to find without searching everywhere, yet now she had it with little effort. Unfortunately, the mice had damaged some of it. Tang Wanwan carefully took some seeds from the poppy tree, wrapping them in an old cloth like a treasure, and kept them close in her pocket. The seeds were mature, so even if she couldn't find the flower now, she could find ways to make them sprout quickly. That way, she wouldn't be without seedlings later. Her mother, Lady Chen, had suggested sewing the pocket inside her clothes so she could hide things more easily. That way, her belongings wouldn't be easily searched out by others. Tang Wanwan did this instinctively. After storing her items, she suddenly realized that her actions reflected the thoughts of her original self. Her feelings towards the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law on that side grew even stronger. She remembered the past grudges and vowed not to let them get the better of her again. Next time, she would pay them back double. Just as Tang Wanwan was thinking this, she suddenly sneezed. She muttered to herself, "Could something be wrong at home? Every time I mention the people over there, I sneeze. But probably not. Nothing serious could happen at home. Never mind, I should first look for poppy flowers. With my brother's help, there's hope." So Tang Wanwan threw the unlucky mouse into her basket and immediately started a thorough search, moving faster than before. She even followed the scent of the poppy flowers, trying to see if she could find any clues in the woods. Perhaps it was luck, or maybe divine protection, but she searched for nearly an hour, from sunrise until noon. With nothing to do, she climbed a chestnut tree to rest and eat lunch while watching below. Unfortunately, there were no chestnuts left on the tree. Otherwise, it would have been a tasty meal. Just as she was feeling frustrated, she suddenly caught a fresh scent from the northeast, like the smell of some trees. Tang Wanwan, who is very sensitive to the smell of wood, followed the breeze, which was blowing from the southeast toward her. She sniffed along the scent and saw wisps of smoke rising in the green forest. At first, she thought her eyes were playing tricks on her, or that it was just mist from the mountains. But the smoke was drifting south with the wind, indicating there were people living there. It was around lunchtime, so they should be cooking. If she guessed right, the smell was from yellow sandalwood, red sandalwood, poplar, and tea trees. Tea trees are valuable. Every part is useful. She definitely couldn't miss this chance. After eating some dry food, Tang Wanwan jumped down from the tree and headed straight toward the area with many trees. Based on the terrain, she thought that if she crossed this mountain, there might be a basin between the two peaks, full of water and land, perfect for planting various trees. As an expert, she crossed half the mountain and reached the top, where she saw a valley. The valley was peaceful, with some houses, large forests, fruit orchards, and even vegetable gardens. But these gardens didn't look like ordinary ones. Besides vegetables, there were also some medicinal herbs. White motherwort, lilies, yams. These herbs were strange. They seemed edible. Tang Wanwan quietly snuck near the large garden. Outside, there was a wooden fence, but it wasn't high enough to stop her. She easily climbed over it with a gentle flip. This wooden fence seems more for decoration than for keeping out intruders. Suddenly, Tang Wanwan became curious about the owner of this garden. Someone actually lives in this remote mountain area, and they've made many things, all of which look valuable. With so many treasures here, yet no one watching and no signs of life outside, she wondered why. It would be great if she could get an iron chain. She could then go directly from the mountaintop to the bottom. But she can solve this problem herself. Her 5-claw hook can help her reach halfway up the mountain. Then she can use a sled to slide all the way down, which is quite easy to do. Since she found this new place, she decided to explore it carefully. Tang Wanwan looked at the wood and herbs here and made a mental assessment. The plants seem to grow well, but the rarest types are few, mainly rosewood and yellow rosewood, which are very precious. The yellow rosewood from Hainan and Cheongzhou is especially valuable. Hainan's fragrant wood is famous, and Cheongzhou has oil and bark varieties. Old items made from yellow rosewood are truly valuable, and small accessories like bracelets made from it are quite popular. She wondered how the market here is doing. The yellow rosewood here is only average. The trees are mature enough. If she could get a piece to make a bracelet, she could earn some small money, which shouldn't be a problem. Gambling on incense, jade, or stones. Only those who truly bet on these are real gamblers. True refined people enjoy playing for fun, driven by interest and love for the game. When they see an opportunity, they buy directly and can make a big profit quickly. This is much better than those risking everything to make a big score. Wow, she's discovered a new world. Is anyone here? Tang Wanwan looked around, but no one was there. Could it be that someone is cooking? Why is there no one guarding such a large place with so many treasures? She looked around for a while, and indeed, no one was there. She guessed most people wouldn't reach this place. She had climbed up this mountain with her climbing tools, her 5-claw hook. She had a long rope attached to the hook. When facing difficult terrain, she would throw the hook to catch onto a big tree or a large rock, and then she could swing herself up like a monkey. She headed toward the herb garden, hoping to find something she needed. That would be great. After searching for a while, Tang Wanwan suddenly noticed a small patch of dark gray nearby. Her eyes flickered, and she thought she might have seen it wrong. Quickly, she almost ran over, and it was indeed real. It was a mature poppy flower, about 10 or so plants. She could resist yellow sandalwood and she didn't need rosewood, but she really couldn't part with these poppies. She called out twice, but no one answered. Deciding to take a risk, she tore off 4 or 5 plants and stuffed them into her basket. Then she hunched over, ready to retreat. Just as she reached the fence of the garden, Tang Wanwan saw a withered yellow sandalwood tree leaning to one side. Could this tree already be dead? It was dried out, and she knocked on the trunk, which made a dull sound. But on the other side, a small branch about arm thick was making a crisp sound. Her eyes lit up immediately. She saw that this branch was shiny black and red, as if it had an oily glow. Sorry about this, I found it on the ground. She quickly pulled out a small saw and cut the branch off in a few strokes. She placed it in her basket and slipped into the woods. She pressed a 5-prong hook against a large tree trunk, lowered a rope, and carefully aimed. Wrapping cloth around her hands, she grabbed the rope with both hands and looped her legs around it. Let's go. While Tang Wanwan was climbing down the rope into the mountain, someone in the garden had come out. It seemed they noticed someone had been there, and he shouted loudly, "Who's out there?" A man in his 30s appeared, with a broad face and a full beard. He wore rough linen clothes, with bandages on his waist and legs, looking like a farmer. But from his stance, it was clear he was a martial artist, walking steadily and firmly. He didn't see anyone and hurried to check the yellow sandalwood trees, relieved when they were all still there. Then he went to the herb garden. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he saw that 4 or 5 poppy plants had been stolen. He slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Oh no." He quickly headed toward the ditch outside the garden, whistling a few notes toward the northwest. Soon, a young man in black appeared. Seeing the young man in black, the man immediately went to meet him and asked, "Black Bear, it's bad. Someone stole our herbs. You were guarding the mountain outside. Did you see anyone coming up?" The boy called Black Bear is very strong and broad-shouldered, with dark skin that makes him look quite similar to the bear and the blind bear. He looks a little dizzy now, but he knows Uncle Huang called him because something important has happened. Losing the medicinal herbs is a big problem. "No, I was just looking, no one was there," Black Bear says, but he sounds unsure. Uncle Huang is not an ordinary person. He immediately sees that Black Bear is lying. He frowns and says, "Humph, you must have been drinking again. I can smell alcohol on you. I just went to the bathroom and lost the young master's herbs. Now, everything is ruined." "What herbs?" Black Bear becomes nervous. If they are common herbs, he can pretend he didn't know. But if they are special, then they are really in trouble. "These are the herbs the young master finally found last time. He told us to take good care of them. We were supposed to harvest them in a few days. What should we do now?" Black Bear is stunned for a moment. Then, he quickly runs outside the garden. "Uncle Huang, wait. I'll catch that little thief and let you deal with him. He probably didn't run far. All right, I'll send a message to the young master later. I'll also look around nearby," Uncle Huang says. He sighs and shakes his head. "Fortunately, that little thief still has some conscience and left us a few herbs. Otherwise, we'd be in serious trouble." Then he turns and heads in the opposite direction. Black Bear chases after him, but finds nothing. He feels something strange about the whole thing. Uncle Huang also doesn't notice that both of them look disappointed when they return. "It seems we can't hide it anymore. The young master will punish us, so we just have to accept it," Black Bear says. "Yeah, keep looking around. See if anything else is missing." "I'll send a message to the young master right away," Uncle Huang replies. When Gu Yunji receives the message via pigeon from Chilean Mountain Villa, he is about to take 2 people to Tongjia Village to recruit students. Since he is going to Tongjia Village anyway, he decides to go together. The 2 leaders are very happy when they hear this. A few days ago, the elders told him that this year's demand is very high and they want to recruit more students. Not many of the current applicants are qualified, so they ask if he can find a way to recruit more. They can offer better conditions and any extra costs can be covered separately. Talents are the fresh blood of Yonglin Pavilion, so Gu Yunji agrees happily to expand the recruitment. Just before leaving, he suddenly receives a pigeon message. After reading the pigeon message, Gu Yunji hurriedly sent Lu Hongying and Huang Zheng ahead to Tongjia Village to check the situation and make some notes. He planned to handle his own affairs first, and then go there later. "Young master, aren't you going?" "I was hoping to go with you," Lu Hongying looked a bit disappointed. She had finally learned from her aunt that Gu Yunji was going to Tongjia village today to recruit new students. She wanted to have a chance to be alone with him and seize the opportunity. Huang Zheng, her junior, was someone she could trust completely, so taking him along was more convenient. She didn't want plans to suddenly change. Yes, you go ahead first. I'll finish my work here and meet up with you later. If I don't go now, you can still handle things, right? Faced with Gu Yunji's steady gaze, Lu Hongying's face flushed. She quickly lifted her chin, puffed out her chest, and confidently said, "Of course. Young master, please rest assured. Hongying will do her best." "That's good," Gu Yunji replied before leaving. Lu Hongying looked away, feeling a bit proud. Huang Zheng then spoke softly to comfort her. "Senior sister, are you upset? But I think young Master Yunji isn't refusing to go. He's just going later. Maybe we should find some good seedlings first. If we find talented people for the young master, it will be a great achievement." Lu Hongying thought for a moment and nodded. Her junior had a point. She said, "All right, since the young master isn't here today, you should be more careful with your work. If you do well, it will benefit you too." "It's what I should do," Huang Zheng replied shyly. The two of them packed what they needed and got into a carriage. Not long after the carriage left, it was stopped by a girl in green. She boldly reached out and stopped the carriage. Seeing Huang Zheng, she called out, "Brother Zheng! Brother Zheng!" Huang Zheng, hearing her voice, wished he could hide his face with his sleeve, but the carriage had already stopped and there was no time. When the carriage was suddenly blocked, the coachman was very annoyed and was about to scold the rude girl. But then he saw that beside the girl in green was another girl in pink. Seeing her appearance, his expression immediately became very respectful. He quickly called out, "Second miss." The girl called the second miss was none other than Gu's second daughter, Gu Xinyu. Because Gu Xinyu had helped him before, when his son was sick, she paid for medicine and helped his family through difficult times. Even if today the person stopping the carriage is Gu Xinyu, he cannot scold others. The coachman immediately got off the carriage and went to greet him. As a result, Gu Xinyu felt a bit embarrassed. After greeting Su Bo, Gu Xinyu couldn't help but wink at the green-clad girl beside her and softly said, "Cici, you should go quickly. I have something to do, so I'll leave first." Lucy immediately grabbed Gu Xinyu's hand, reluctant to part. "Xinyu, can you wait a little longer? I want to ask where Brother Zheng is going. If it's fun, we can go together. If you go back now, you might run into your mean older sister again, and she might scold you." Earlier, when they were shopping, they met Gu Wenwen. Seeing them choosing clothes, she ran over with a proud look, mocking her sister's beauty. She said she didn't have big enough and wanted to wear the same color clothes as her, implying her sister was less beautiful. Gu Xinyu, with a good temper, didn't argue with her and even said her sister was very pretty. Lucy felt upset for her close friend and was about to reply, but Gu Xinyu held her back. Since Gu Wenwen and her companion didn't buy any clothes and just walked along the street, not long after, a carriage came by. They recognized it as the Yonglin Pavilion's carriage, and coincidentally, the handsome young man sitting inside was Lucy's crush. So, Lucy pulled Gu Xinyu to stop the carriage. To their surprise, they actually succeeded. Gu Xinyu originally thought that helping Lucy stop the carriage was enough, and she would go back. But Lucy was worried about being rejected by the serious Huang Zheng, so she wanted to bring Gu Xinyu along. Seeing Gu Xinyu hesitating, Lucy ran in front of Huang Zheng to ask him, "Brother Zheng, where are you going? Can I come along to play? I've been stuck at home all day, and I'm bored to death." Huang Zheng didn't want to tell her where he was going, so he said, "Cousin, you should go back quickly. It's going to rain soon. I have important things to do." However, Lu Hongying, who was sitting in the carriage with Lucy, recognized her voice and opened the curtain. She exclaimed happily, "Miss Lucy, it's you. Are you also going to Tongjia village?" Hearing this, Lucy got excited. "Ah, Sister Hongying, where are you going? My father also went there today. Why don't we go together?" Lesisai's father is the Deputy Salt Transport Officer, responsible for managing people and handling daily affairs. It was he who brought back the news of Tang Jianfei's death. Your father also went today. Was there something important? Miss Lesasai, if you want to go, I can take you along, but my junior brother and I might be busy today. Then Heart Rain, and I can help you both. Lesasai immediately pulled her good friend over and introduced her. Sister Hongying, Cousin Zheng, this is Miss Gu Xinyu. She is the younger sister of your young pavilion master. I think if you're recruiting new members, it would be better to bring us along. We can help you. Meanwhile, Huang Zheng was sitting somewhere, feeling annoyed by his cousin's persistent pestering and preparing to politely refuse. He looked up and saw Gu Xinyu standing confidently, which caught his eye. His initial words of refusal turned into, "All right, if you don't mind, let's go together." Lesasai was so happy, she clapped her hands. Before Gu Xinyu could express her opinion, she was already pulled onto the carriage. Lu Hongying also looked excited. If she could build a good relationship with the young pavilion master's sister, she would be closer to her goal. Lesasai brought her along. She was the daughter of the deputy salt transport officer, and Gu Xinyu was the young pavilion master's sister. With these two identities helping, their plans would go more smoothly. Today, the deputy salt transport officer was also in Tongjia village. If he spoke up, things might become even easier. Tongjia village had nearly 1,000 people. Finding a few talented cooks shouldn't be difficult. The Yonglin Pavilion had always maintained good relations with them. This trip was harmless and beneficial. Most importantly, during the upcoming Qiqiao Temple Fair, she could gather information about which young talents would participate, allowing her to plan ahead. Lu Hongying planned to prepare 2 options. If things didn't work out with the young pavilion master, she could meet other talented young men at the temple fair, select and evaluate them, and then make new plans. Regardless of Lu Hongying from Yonglin Pavilion, Huang Zheng with Gu Xinyu and Lesasai, whether their efforts to recruit new members in Tongjia village succeed or not, the story continues with Gu Yunji. After receiving a message via pigeon from the mountain, he hurried to Qilian Mountain Villa. When he arrived at the garden and saw the large hole in the ground where the soil had been uprooted, his handsome brows furrowed. He squatted down and looked at it for a while before asking Huang Tianqian about what had happened. Huang Shubin's real name was Huang Tianqian. When Gu Yunji asked him about what happened, he didn't dare hide anything and told him everything honestly. After hearing this, Gu Yunji snorted softly and continued to look at the muddy ground where poppies were originally planted. There were 7 or 8 plants there, and when they bloomed, their bright red flowers looked very beautiful. Now, the flowers had withered, and the leaves had turned gray-brown and dried up. Where the buds used to be, small gray spherical balls the size of glass beads had grown. The seeds had now ripened, and it was clear that someone was after these. He had managed to get a few plants from outside for trial planting. They said this plant was very effective for treating dysentery and could also help with sleep and some gout-related issues. He was planning to wait until the seeds matured to test them gradually, and if successful, he would increase the planting area. But unexpectedly, someone had stolen so many plants at once. Now, he couldn't even do his experiments properly. "Forget it, just harvest everything so they won't keep stealing," he said. The person who gave him the seeds also told him that eating the young shoots or using the SS to brew tea could help boost alertness and calm the mind. With only a few plants, there was no need for further experiments. Angrily, Gu Yunji reached out to pull the poppies himself. Huang Tianqian quickly stepped forward. "Young master, let me do it." "Yes, pull them all out. I need to take them away later," Gu Yunji replied. Huang Tianqian quickly pulled out all the poppy plants, revealing a patch of muddy ground with a few small holes. Gu Yunji looked more carefully now, inspecting every inch of the ground without missing anything. The two of them silently watched from the side, not daring to speak. When Gu Yunji was working, anyone who interrupted was basically risking their life. After a quick look, Gu Yunji had a rough idea. The ground had been stepped on by 3 people. Big shoe prints, medium-sized shoe prints, and a very small, light shoe print. Unfortunately, only half of the small shoe print remained. The other half was in the grass and unclear. The 2 larger shoe prints clearly belonged to 2 of the local people. The small, narrow, pointed shoe print was very light, and it didn't look like a man's or an adult's. It resembled a child's footprint. Who could it be? Could it be that this person was short, talented, and able to find this place? Gu Yunji never imagined that a teenage girl would come here to steal his things. Here, Yonglin Pavilion is seen as a symbol of power. Since it belongs to Gu Yunji's private property, ordinary people are not brave enough to come here. Only Huang Tianqian and Black Bear are allowed inside. Anyone who dares to cause trouble here is like stirring up trouble on the tiger's head or stepping on the Tai Sui's toes. Only those who are tired of life would dare to attack this place. Because the person's goal was unclear, Gu Yunji thought for a moment and decided to first take a footprint as evidence to present to the authorities. With this footprint, the thief wouldn't run far. He trusted County Magistrate Feng's ability to solve cases. Just last month, Feng had cracked a series of thefts that other provinces couldn't solve. In less than half a month here, Feng had also solved this case. Gu Yunji believed this case wouldn't be difficult for him either. Then he ordered bring paper and a pen. Meanwhile, Black Bear and Huang Tianqian were secretly nervous. They felt that today, the young pavilion master's reaction was a bit unusual. Usually, he would scold them harshly upon arrival, but instead, he only said a few words. Both of them were stunned and didn't know how to respond. When they saw the elegant bamboo-like hand reaching out to them, Huang Tianqian kicked Black Bear. Black Bear glared at him angrily. They looked at each other for a long moment before Black Bear suddenly snapped out of it. Feeling like his was on fire, he jumped around and ran into the house, causing chaos as he searched for things and threw everything around. Finally, he found paper and a pen. Here they are, young pavilion master, paper and pen, Black Bear said with a big smile, eager to serve him well. Gu Yunji took the paper and pen, raised an eyebrow at Black Bear's impatient look, and said displeased, "Where's the stool?" Black Bear immediately slapped his forehead. How could I forget? He rushed into the house again, brought out a stool and a table, then laid out the paper and ink. Only then did Gu Yunji slowly walk over. He held his sleeve in one hand and picked up the brush with the other. His brush moved like a snake, carefully dotting and dashing across the paper. Soon, a very unique shoe print appeared vividly on the paper. After finishing one drawing, he didn't stop. He copied it again, drawing a second one. When he finished, he threw down the brush and turned around, walking into the garden with his hands behind his back. The two men hurried forward to see what the young pavilion master had drawn. When they saw the drawings, Black Bear and Huang Tianqian exchanged glances, and both rolled their eyes upward, speechless. This is what the young pavilion master drew? It just looks like a shoe print to me. That's still half, after all. Why did the master draw this? Huang Yuanqian thought for a long time, but couldn't understand. The Black Bear wasn't much smarter, but to avoid showing that he didn't understand, he said, "It must be that the young master has a deeper meaning. Could it be that the young master likes a girl? That's why he's always wearing shoes like that? I'm not sure. Maybe. Let's keep an eye on it. Yes, we must pay attention." Originally, Gu Yunji was walking along happily when the foolish conversations of his two subordinates almost caused him to trip. Luckily, just as he was about to fall, he grabbed a nearby tree trunk to steady himself, avoiding embarrassment. Still, he looked a bit clumsy. He bit his lip and said angrily, "For the next month, neither of you should leave the mountain. As for food, you'll have to find your own." Hearing this, the two of them immediately let out a loud wail. "Young master, I know I was wrong. Please don't do this." The Black Bear almost kneeled. Being forbidden from leaving the mountain for a month was fine, but no alcohol for a month would be deadly for him. Without wine, he'd feel completely dull. He could hunt some wild game and have old Huang cook it, but without wine, what could he do? His mouth would just taste bland. Suddenly, life felt very dull to him. Huang Tianqian was quite happy. He clapped a large hand on the Black Bear's shoulder and said, "Now, this is good. I have someone to keep me company. Kid, stop complaining." Huang Tianqian's meaning was clear. He knew exactly who was mainly responsible for this situation. The young master's small punishment was meant to teach them a lesson. Banning them from leaving the mountain for a month was already lenient. As for not drinking alcohol for a month, it didn't affect him much. He simply didn't like it in the first place. Huang Tianqian was just a farmer. Gu Yunji favored him and brought him up the mountain to plant trees, tend herbs, and work in the vegetable garden. He loved this natural world. As long as he had work to do, enough food, and his freedom wasn't restricted, he could stay here for a year without issue. Once, when he was very poor and desperate, Gu Yunji paid for his mother's funeral and gave him work. He was forever grateful to Gu Yunji and never argued with him. The black bear was rescued by Gu Yunji from outside. When he was found, he was so thin he looked like a cat and liked to bite people. Gu Yunji was the only one who saw him and wasn't bitten. A basket of meat buns was enough to lure him away. From around 4 years old to 17, he was raised and taught a good set of martial skills. Unfortunately, the black bear was not suitable for cooking, so he was left on the mountain to watch over the farm. At first, the black bear kept running down the mountain, but each time, Gu Yunji would send him back. Until one day, the black bear couldn't hold back anymore. Gu Yunji then told him that when it was time to do something, he would be allowed to do it. He should stay peacefully on the mountain, protecting the farm and its people. Now, under his care, if herbs are lost, he wouldn't be mainly responsible. Who wants to be with you all day? It's so boring we barely speak, and one of those talks is always an argument, the black bear said gloomily, pacing anxiously. Seeing the two arguing non-stop, Gu Yunji didn't bother to stop them. He thought that their constant bickering added some life to the scene. If everyone were as serious as him, the world would be too lonely. Just as he was about to leave, Gu Yunji suddenly froze. What was that? When he saw the marks on the withered tree, he was stunned. What could have made such marks? They were so smooth, like they had been cut with a blade. Even someone with internal strength would find it hard to make such a clean cut. Meanwhile, the two were still annoyed, and Gu Yunji said, "Clean this up. Tonight, you two are coming down the mountain with me." What does the young master mean? The black bear was stunned again, his excited heart pounding wildly with joy. Huang Tianqian tilted his head and thought for a moment before saying, "It seems he wants us to tidy up here, then go down the mountain tonight. Then it's really happening. I don't have to stay on the mountain and be a monk anymore." However, for Tang Wanan, Gu Yunji going down the mountain was not good news. He had already informed Magistrate Feng Ji to send a team to secretly catch the thief stealing herbs, and they needed to solve the case quickly. As soon as Gu Yunji left the mountain, someone was already rushing to report his whereabouts. Soon, the people in Jin Garden knew where Gu Yunji was headed, and they also knew he was going to the county office. A young woman in yellow reported this. The middle-aged man sitting at the head said, "Keep following Gu Yunji. I want to see what he plans to do. Additionally, Yar, are we ready to send people to recruit at Tongjia village? The conditions are much better than theirs. If we find good candidates, we must seize them and not give them any chance." "Yes, daughter. I will arrange it right away," said the woman in yellow with excitement on her face as she left. "Finally, we are going to face Yonglin Pavilion directly." "That's great." According to the informant from Jinyuan, Gu Yunji originally planned to go to Tongjia village today, but changed his mind at the last minute. So, their people split into 2 groups to continue tracking the movements of Yonglin Pavilion's team and report promptly. Jinyuan is a place that specializes in food, run by the large family Su. They are not as big as Yonglin Pavilion but are also wealthy, spending a lot to attract talented people from all over the south of the river. In the past 2 years, Jinyuan suddenly rose in prominence for unknown reasons and seemed to be competing with Yonglin Pavilion. They also openly opposed Yonglin Pavilion, often causing trouble during their operations, and there was even an incident of harm. Whenever trouble occurred, it was always the elders of Yonglin Pavilion who handled it, and Gu Yunji never appeared. Some people said Gu Yunji was a coward, while others said he had given up. As a result, the people from Jinyuan became more arrogant. Now, hearing that Gu Yunji was going to Tongjia village to personally recruit new members, they decided to join the fun. Su Anya is the adopted daughter of the master of Su Garden and one of his 3 trusted aides. He adopted 3 orphans, carefully trained them, and finally placed them under his command to do his work. She was about to go out when she met Su Onxuan coming from the opposite direction. Su Onxuan, 20 years old, was very capable and always saw Gu Yunji as a strong rival, never ignoring his presence. Xiaoya, where are you going? Su Onxuan, tall and handsome, reached out to block her way. Seeing Su Onxuan, Anya frowned unconsciously. She didn't want her brother to ruin her plans at this moment. Brother, I am just running an errand for the garden master. Are you going to Tangjia village to stir up trouble? Su Onxuan asked bluntly. Anya instinctively bit her lip and denied, no. Is something happening in Tangjia village? Then she looked at her brother with an innocent expression. Su Onxuan didn't seem to know her tricks. He looked at her with his eyes and said in a firmer tone, anyway, I've already said what I needed to. If you end up losing out, don't come crying to me. After Su Onxuan left, Su Anya Kai whispered, don't worry, I will definitely let you down. Because I will never lose to anyone.
Wow.
So cool. Coming down the mountain like this, just like getting into a car. So exciting. Tang Wanan had made a simple raft using vines and trees, with a handle at the front and a handrail at the back. She sat inside, wrapping the outside with branches, curling up comfortably inside. From afar, it looked like a small wooden boat rushing downhill, unstoppable and powerful. Before making it, Tang Wanan analyzed the pros and cons. She made the raft enclosed to reduce injuries from branches and rocks during the descent. She also used 2 sharpened branches crossed diagonally, which, when in action, looked like sharp swords cutting through the mountain path. When descending, Tang Wanan chose areas with lots of grass and trees, holding the basket close to her chest. This made her go much faster, and she reached the bottom of the mountain in less than half the time it took to go up. After reaching the bottom, she quickly cut the vines with a few strokes, dismantling the raft immediately. Checking her backpack, she found everything was intact: huangli wood, poppy flowers, herbs she collected, and even the fat rat she shot dead earlier was still safely inside. The rat was now dead, of course. Feeling good, Tang Wanan hummed a song as she headed back to Tangjia village. As she walked, she thought that she could remove the rat's insides and roast it to eat. Rat meat wasn't much different from pork, as it was tender and flavorful. The rat had grown up eating food from the mountains, so it didn't have any strange smell. If she didn't mention it was a rat, no one would know. When she entered the village, Tang Wanan suddenly noticed it was unusually lively, as if many people were around. She wondered what's happening. She quickened her pace toward home, faintly hearing children crying, sniffling, and sobbing intermittently. Could it be Xiao Rou's voice? Xiao Rou, what's wrong? As she got closer, Tang Wanan also heard her younger brother Xiao Yi's voice. Her voice carried a hint of crying and anger, as if she was arguing with someone. You are not allowed to take our things. This was made by my older sister. You can't move it. My sister will be back soon. When she comes back, she won't forgive you. Go away, little brat. Even if your sister comes back, she still has to give me this bed. This was Aunt Wang's rough voice. I won't give it, Tang Xiaoyi continued. Please, Aunt Wang, this is our new bed. Don't take it. Boo-hoo, big sister. Tang Xiaoro begged sadly. Get lost. Annoying little girl, Wang shouted angrily, kicking Tang Xiaoro away. Don't hit my sister. Tang Xiaoyi immediately stepped forward to stop Wang, but Wang kicked her away twice. The courtyard was filled with crying. Among the crying, Wang's loud voice could be heard. Jianmin, Jianyong, what are you all waiting for? Hurry and move out. Mom's back hurts. Maybe if she sleeps on this new bed, she'll feel better. Tang Wanwan heard this and quickly changed from walking fast to jogging. Her smile froze on her face, and her eyes nearly shot fire. Her fists clenched tightly, then she opened her basket and reached inside. Wife, isn't that inappropriate? Maybe we should wait until your younger sister comes back, said Tang Jiamin. What do you mean inappropriate? This is called filial piety. Dad and Mom worked so hard, raising us so we can take care of them when they're old. If there's good stuff at home, we should use it first, she replied. Let's move it out, it's okay. Lady Chun is so gentle, she can't even properly. Even if she stands in front of me, she wouldn't say a word. Maybe she'd even offer it herself, haha that fool. Mom, maybe we should forget about it. When Sister Wanwan comes back, I won't know how to explain. Tang Ryue almost cried. She told her mom that Sister Wanwan made a new, comfortable bed. But unexpectedly, her mom first said to come see the bed, then from looking to touching, then lying on it. After lying down, she said it was pretty good and directly called her dad and Uncle San to move the bed away. You useless girl, what are you afraid of? Mom is here, Wang said, tapping her youngest daughter's head with her finger and scolding. Exactly, Ryue. Tang Wanwan is very good at making things. If she can't do it again, she'll just make a new one. You're really useless. If I just ask her directly for a bed, it would be easier. Tang Rui looks down on her useless sister, always opposing her. People might think she's Tang Wan's real sister. Just thinking about it makes her angry. Oh, what is this? It looks interesting. Tang Rui first admires the bed. She immediately likes it and wants to take it for herself. She whispers to her mother, which makes Mrs. Wang excited. Without waiting, she plans to move the bed herself, pretending it's for the old lady, and take it to her house. Now she also notices the other things in the yard and shows some interest. Seeing Tang Rui's greedy look, like a wolf, and thinking about what happened to the bed, Tang Wan feels like she's in great danger. She quickly blocks the filter with her body. This, you're not allowed to touch. Sister Wan said it's used to filter salt, she says. Still calling her Sister Wan? Tang Wan, are you kidding? I'm your real sister. You're a sneaky girl. Tell me, what is this? Is it real that it's used to filter salt? Tang Rui deliberately criticizes Tang Wan, testing her tone. Could it be that Tang Wan is just pretending? What's with this stone and bamboo? What's she up to? She touches and fiddles with it. Anyway, it's what Wan said. Don't underestimate this thing. It can turn coarse salt into fine salt. The salt we eat is poisonous, but with this, it becomes good salt, Tang Wan explains, though not very clearly, but the meaning is understandable. Hearing this, Tang Rui immediately realizes there's more to it and points at the filter. Mother, this is the real good stuff. Let's move this first. Maybe we can give it to the head of the family and get a reward, she whispers to her mother. At this moment, Tang Jianmin and Tang Jianyong, under Mrs. Wang's pressure, are already inside preparing to move the bed. Mrs. Wang, hearing her precious daughter say this is more valuable, quickly changes her mind and says, yes, this is good. Let's put this in the old lady's yard first. When it's used, our family can set it up too. She then shouts into the room, eldest third, come out quickly. Take this apart first. Inside the room, Tang Wei is already on the ground, holding a bench, enduring pain, and ready to throw it at the eldest and third uncles who are moving the bed into the house. He glared angrily, his voice hoarse, like a wild beast close to death, with a fierce expression. You all better not touch Awan's things. Even if I lose my life, I won't let you move them. Tang Jianmin and Tang Jianyong were stunned, unsure where the voice came from inside the house. When they looked again at Tang Wei's ghostly face, they were so frightened they let out a scream. A ghost. They hurriedly ran outside. What's wrong? Why are you so scared? Is there a ghost in the house? Hurry up and deal with this. It's a good thing. That brat Tang Wanwan actually came up with some new tricks. If we're going to do this, it should be my Rui doing it. Why should that girl get all the benefits? Mrs. Wang really dares to think big. Seeing so many strange things in the small yard, she even wants to flatter her own daughter. Her face is so thick it's almost unbelievable. She only cared about her own words and didn't notice the strange looks from Tang Jianmin and Tang Jianyong. When they came out, she quickly waved at them, saying, hurry up. There are good things here. Check the room and see what can be taken. Take everything away later. They don't have many family members, just kids. They won't finish eating anyway. It would be a pity if it goes bad. Tang Wanwan reached the yard gate, still hearing Mrs. Wang's shameless words. She wished she could immediately step forward and tie her arms up or shut that talkative mouth forever. Tang Jianmin and Tang Jianyong still felt scared, thinking about Tang Wei's face that looked just like a ghost, and his eyes. Both of them wanted to retreat. They were about to say, forget it, but Tang Wanwan had already entered the yard and was walking toward them. Seeing her current appearance, they froze in place, speechless. Tang Jianyong pointed at Tang Wanwan, wanting to tell Mrs. Wang she was back, but he couldn't say a full sentence for a long time. She. What she? Are you seeing ghosts? Hurry and get it. Don't wait for her to come back. That girl is tricky. Just get it. Hurry up and take as many hands as you can, Mrs. Wang continued to order. Yes, hurry up. Okay, do it quickly. Mrs. Wang responded, thinking it was Tang Rui speaking, but then she noticed something was wrong. She saw her daughter's face was expressionless and looking strangely toward the door. Her gaze followed. When she saw Tang Wanwan suddenly appear at the door, Mrs. Wang's face immediately turned cold. Tang Ryue was stunned when she saw Tang Wanwan enter the room. She was so shocked that her eyes widened, feeling like the world was ending. Her scalp tingled, and her whole body felt frozen. She tried to speak, opening her mouth several times, but no sound came out. Tang Xiaoro saw her older sister and started crying even louder. Tang Xiaoi saw Tang Wanwan and, ignoring her own pain, ran toward her. Big sister, please tell Uncle and Aunt not to take our things. Those are ours. They want to take everything, and we have nothing to eat. Tang Wanwan told Tang Xiaoi and Tang Xiaoro to stay behind her, and softly said, Be good. Go to the side. Then she slowly walked up to Mrs. Wang. Mrs. Wang hadn't seen who was coming, and suddenly a fuzzy, blood-stained thing was thrown into her face. She was so frightened she screamed "ah" and sat down the ground. When Tang Ryue saw the mouse, she was so scared her face went pale. Tang Jianmin and Tang Jianyong looked just as frightened. Tang Wanwan stepped forward and held Mrs. Wang down. She pressed a stick against Mrs. Wang's face and grabbed her arm. Her eyes were cold and emotionless, and her voice was icy and distant. Do you want to die or live today? I will help you decide. She looked around and said, If any of you dare to come forward, I will cut off her arm first. Awan, please don't do anything rash. We can talk. There's no need to be impulsive. We're just here to help you clean the yard, said Tang Jianmin, even though he didn't agree with his wife's actions. He didn't stop her and even became an accomplice at a critical moment. Now that things had gotten so out of hand, he panicked but quickly thought of a way to calm the situation. He wanted to keep Tang Wanwan relaxed and to release the person. As long as she let go, everything could be discussed. He tried to persuade her to relax her guard while signaling to his brother to sneak behind Tang Wanwan and subdue her. Yes, we're helping you tidy up. Look at how messy your yard is.
Haha.
Tang Jianyong said carelessly. Quick, save me. Tang Wanwan, you little brat, let me go. Mrs. Wang, pressed down by Tang Wanwan's stick, was near the dead mouse beside her mouth. The mouse's eyes were still staring at her, making her feel sick and almost. Don't move. If you move again, I can't guarantee your arm will stay intact. Suddenly, they heard Wang's scream of pain. Ah, it hurts. My hand, she cried. Tang Wanwan pressed a little harder, and Wang's face twisted in pain, her elbow bent unnaturally. Awan, please don't do this. She's your aunt. If you hurt her, the clan leader won't forgive you. They will hold a public trial. Now you're acting like my relatives. When you bullied Xiao Rou and Xiao Yi earlier, trying to take my things, where was your family loyalty then? Don't tell me that now. I find it disgusting. After speaking, Tang Wanwan looked up at Tang Ryue and said, Xiao Yu, you're so kind. I trusted you so much. Yet, you teamed up to bully Xiao Yi and Xiao Rou, and you lied to me. Huh. My good sister, Tang Ryue added sarcastically from the side. Big sister Wan, I really didn't mean to. You can hit me or scold me, just don't ignore me, Tang Ryue said, starting to cry and pulling on Tang Wanwan's arm. You don't need to pretend, Tang Wanwan replied coldly. Honestly, she was quite disappointed in Tang Ryue. She had thought of her as a sister, wanted to buy her birthday gifts, and truly cared for her, yet she was just bringing trouble into their home. I'm sorry, big sister Wan. I won't let you hurt them. Tang Ryue suddenly snatched the stick from Tang Wanwan's hand. As she spoke, she stepped forward, hugged Tang Wanwan tightly, wrapping her arms around her body, and shouted loudly, Dad, Mom, run quickly. Seeing this, Tang Jianmin and Tang Jianyong couldn't wait to escape, running away as fast as they could without needing any instructions. Wang was furious. These two useless men, seeing Tang Wanwan come back and then being scared off, were all cowards. She shouted loudly, Hey, don't go. Then she fixed her gaze on the basket behind Tang Wanwan. It looked heavy, and since they had just returned from the mountain, she guessed they had found something good. She asked, Girl, did you go to the mountain? Did you find something nice? Show it to Auntie. It's nothing.
You can leave now.
We don't welcome you here anymore, Tang Wanwan said, then went to retrieve the yellow pearwood stick from Tang Ryue. However, Tang Ryue had gone to the side, carefully examining the stick in her hand. She said, Oh, I thought it was something valuable. Turns out, it's just a broken stick. Though the color of the stick is a bit strange. Let me see it, Mrs. Wang said as she took a look, seeing it was just a dry branch and didn't pay much attention. Nothing useful. After saying that, she threw the stick aside, then kicked the disgusting old mouse far away, covering her nose with her hand and pretending to be surprised. No way, Awan. Why have you become so pitiful? You even pick up dead mice to eat. If you really have nothing to eat, just tell my wife and me, and I might soften my heart and give you some leftovers. Tang Rui listened and also started to laugh. TSK, children without fathers are truly pitiful. My mother is kind-hearted and thought of giving you a bite to eat. Look at your useless mother. Now that you're like this, she probably ran off somewhere happy and carefree. Don't talk about my mother like that. Now all of you leave me. Tang Wanwan took down her basket, ready to go inside. But Mrs. Wang's eyes sneakily looked at her basket, grabbing its strap. Wait, let me see what's inside. What did you put in there? She said, reaching her hand toward Tang Wanwan's basket. Nothing. Tang Wanwan moved her basket aside to let Mrs. Wang see, but she missed. She definitely didn't want Mrs. Wang to see what was inside. There were poppy flowers, and if they saw them, it could cause trouble. Mrs. Wang accidentally bumped her head against the wall nearby, immediately covering her head and cursing loudly. You brat, are you trying to steal and harm people? Come on, let's go talk to the village chief. Let me go. I didn't touch you. You bumped into me yourself. Still trying to lie? There must be something shameful hidden inside. Roy, you come help, Mrs. Wang said, grabbing Tang Wanwan's basket and refusing to let go. Tang Rui immediately stepped forward to help. Seeing that Tang Wanwan wouldn't loosen her grip, she tried to pull her hair and kick her legs. Let go of me, big sister. Suddenly, Tang Xiaoi appeared with a kitchen knife in her hand and rushed out. No one expected that Tang Xiaoi would risk her life for her sister. The knife was not a toy. Seeing her holding a knife, Tang Rui's face turned pale with fear. Tang Wanwan was also moved. She didn't expect her brother to do this for her. Xiaoi, don't be reckless. Big Annie and I are just joking. As she spoke, Tang Wanwan quickly took the basket back and hugged it tightly to her chest. Little brat, put down that knife. It's not a toy. Mrs. Wang was both angry and anxious. Seeing Tang Xiaoi holding a knife, she was so furious her liver hurt. Mother, please stop fighting. Sister Wan and her family are already so pitiful. Tang Ryue couldn't bear to watch anymore. You useless thing. Why do you always encourage others? Get out of my sight. Mrs. Wang decisively kicked Tang Ryue, who had just been protecting her with her life. Tang Ryue curled up on the ground, her face showing pain. Tang Rui didn't even look at her. She said with disdain, Mother, forget it. Don't bother with these poor folks. My clothes are dirty, and I'm in a bad mood. There probably isn't anything good anyway. Mrs. Wang took the chance to leave, saying, Let's go. It's really a favor to you, you little brat. Seeing her mother and sister leave, Tang Ryue didn't care about herself and felt ashamed to stay. She slowly got up, limping as she moved outside. When she saw Tang Wanwan standing there without helping her at all, a bitter smile appeared on Tang Ryue's face. She knew this was her own fault. After Tang Ryue left, Tang Wanwan finally relaxed, putting down her basket. The house was in chaos from the disturbance, and she didn't know where to start. If every time she went out, these matchmakers came to cause trouble, would she still want to live here? It seemed she needed to fix the courtyard wall and build a proper gate soon. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaoyi's knife clattered to the ground with a loud sound, and she suddenly burst into tears. Xiaoyi isn't afraid. Xiaoyi is the strongest. Xiaoyi can protect sister, she cried. Big sister, I don't want them to bully you. They are the worst, Tang Xiaoyi said with grievance, hugging her sister's waist. Yes, so we must become strong so no one can bully us, her sister replied. Yes, I will become strong as soon as possible, Tang Xiaoyi promised. Seeing Tang Xiaoyi clench her fists as if she wanted to grow up immediately, her sister couldn't help but gently pat her soft head. My silly little brother, do you think growing up is enough? Actually, when people grow up, they face more worries. It's better to stay a child. Adults worry about everything. But I see you all get bullied when you grow up. It's better if I grow up first and protect you, Tang Xiaoyi asked confused. Tang Wanwan was surprised. She didn't expect Tang Xiaoyi to say such wise words. She couldn't help but smile and said, it won't happen again. Things will get better slowly. But if it's our little Yi's wish to become stronger, she can take her time. Oh, I know what to do now. Tang Xiaoyi suddenly became serious and said some words that were somewhat uncertain. Tang Wanwan then stopped paying attention to her. It seemed she needed to plan carefully what to do next to earn money. She was about to tidy up here when she suddenly heard a dull thud from inside the room. Her heart sank immediately. She thought to herself, these bad people have been here for so long, causing trouble, and her brother is still inside. If they see him, they might say something unpleasant. Thinking of this, Tang Wanwan's face changed instantly. It's okay to bully her, but she can't bully her brother. When she ran into the room, she indeed found Tang Wei lying on the ground, looking pale like paper, sweating heavily, with his hair soaked with sweat on his forehead. Brother, what's wrong with you? After a long while, the two of them struggled to get Tang Wei onto the bed. They fed him some salt water and used a warm towel to wipe his face. Soon after, Tang Wei slowly woke up. Did they all leave? Surprisingly, the first thing Tang Wei said was this. Tang Wanwan nodded, feeling a bit sad. When she turned her face, she saw the thing placed nearby, and he hadn't touched it at all. It was the boiled water and eggs she prepared for Tang Wei in the morning, but he hadn't eaten any. No wonder he was sweating cold and fainted. His body was so weak, and he hadn't eaten anything that morning. Plus, being angry with her uncle and the others, it was a sign of low blood sugar. If he didn't eat soon, he might faint or go into shock. Thinking of this, Tang Wanwan immediately heated the bowl of eggs and then fed him little by little. After more than half an hour, Tang Wei's condition finally improved a bit. Tang Wanwan finally relaxed. She was so exhausted she almost collapsed. Her arms and elbows ached, as if they had been hit. Looking at the late afternoon sky, it was well past lunchtime. Tang Wanwan forced herself to stand up and prepare to cook lunch. Her mother hadn't come back yet, and she had promised to return by noon. Just as she was about to peel a mouse or cook some kudzu root to make kudzu powder, she suddenly realized she hadn't seen Tang Xiao for a while. Strange, where's Xiao? Tang Wanwan looked around the house, but couldn't find Tang Xiao. Xiaoyi, have you seen Xiao? Tang Xiaoyi was in the yard tidying up. Earlier, there had been a big mess at home, and everything was turned upside down. No, big sister. Then go look for her. Tell her to come back for dinner. I'll prepare something tasty for you both, Tang Wanwan said kindly. Okay. Tang Xiaoyi hurriedly went to find her sister, Tang Xiao. As soon as she stepped outside, she saw Lu Yujin riding his horse back from the academy. Seeing such a proud-looking horse and the more spirited Lu Yujin, Xiaoyi felt very envious. She hoped that one day she could dress nicely and ride a horse to the academy to study. She quickly called out, Big brother Lu. Xiaoyi, Why are you out? Have you eaten?
Lu Yujin asked.
Xiaoyi shook her head. Lu Yujin smiled immediately and handed her a bun he had prepared earlier. On his way back, he bought 2 meat buns from Jinji, wrapped in oil paper so they stayed hot. He told her, "Share these with your sister when you go home." "Thank you, big brother Lu. Can I ask you a few questions?" Xiaoyi looked innocent and harmless.
Sure.
"Can I touch your horse?"
Yes.
"Your horse is really nice. Can I ride it?" "Little rascal, you have quite a lot of ideas. Remember to tell your big sister that I'll be waiting at the usual place for her to learn how to ride."
Okay.
"But big brother Lu, can you let me ride your horse first?" Xiaoyi didn't want to wait. After Lu Yujin carried her onto the horse, he refused to get down, insisting on teaching her how to ride.
Tajda.
"Everyone, come take a look. The Yonglin Pavilion is recruiting new students. This is a chance to get rich and famous. Hurry up and seize it. Not only is it free, but there are no tuition fees either." Nearby, Lu Hongying and Huang Zheng, along with Miss Li Si and Miss Gu Xianyu, were setting up a stall for recruitment. The young men from the Tang family village had been sent by the village chief to help. These beautiful young women were the main attraction, and some eager volunteers tried to take over the signboard. Lu Hongying and Li Si carefully selected a few energetic young men and assigned them promotional tasks. Meanwhile, others busily arranged equipment for the upcoming new student tests. The young men were hitting copper drums loudly around the village, shouting loudly as they played. Their loud calls quickly attracted many villagers to gather and watch. Tongjia village is not very big, with a few hundred families spread over several hundred miles. Walking around the whole area takes quite some time. At least at the east end of the village, the sound of drums can be heard, but not necessarily at the west end. However, good news spreads quickly without much effort or promotion. It's like the news suddenly takes wings. Once one person tells another, it spreads rapidly and soon everyone knows. Yonglin Pavilion is recruiting students. Wow, hurry up and send your kids to try out. Exactly. Why is Yonglin Pavilion so popular this year? They even went to the countryside. Haha, our kids will bring honor to the family and make us proud. If my kid gets accepted, we'll have one less mouth to feed. That's true.
Let's go see for ourselves.
Wow, so many people. Lu Hongying was startled when she saw the long line of applicants, packed tightly together, making her gasp in surprise. Of course. Just look at how famous Yonglin Pavilion is. Usually, people have to apply on their own, and some don't even qualify. This year, they're recruiting specially. Who wouldn't want to take this good opportunity? Huang Zheng said proudly. Getting into Yonglin Pavilion isn't easy. Today is just a preliminary test. The children applying will have to go through several steps, like showing interest in food, sensitivity to flavors, finger dexterity, and attitude towards work. Each child will be tested once, and the results will be clear later. If they pass the initial test, their names will be registered and their families will be notified to come for a formal interview at Yonglin Pavilion at the scheduled time. If they pass, they become apprentices of Yonglin Pavilion. There's no fee to join. They can study, read, and even stay there without worries about food or clothing. For ordinary poor families, entering Yonglin Pavilion is a chance to change their lives. After finishing their studies, they can open a restaurant or work as chefs in big restaurants, becoming highly sought after in the area. However, there is an unwritten rule for those who leave Yonglin Pavilion. They are not allowed to easily teach their cooking skills to others. Even if they need to teach others, they must first become disciples of the Eternal Pavilion and earn the qualification to teach. This is called inheritance. Only one's own disciples can be taught, not outsiders. If the pavilion discovers someone breaking this rule, they will face serious punishment. The person who breaks the rule will never be allowed to become a chef again in their life. Responsibility and promises are equal. The more you gain, the more you must commit and take responsibility. Seeing more and more people lining up, some even daring to approach Gu Xinyu and Lesisai to chat, Lesisai suddenly lost her temper. Senior Sister Hongying, look at the people you've recruited. Aren't they just children? Why are there adults too? What's going on? Lu Hongying looked and immediately saw many young men mixed in the line, some even staring at the women. It's obvious they're not here for the test, but are here to see the young lady. These people are really annoying. What about those from Tongjia village? Hurry up and drive them all away, Lu Hongying said impatiently. Let me handle it. Huang Zheng heard his senior sister Lu Hongying muttering and, after understanding the situation, volunteered to step forward. Seeing him take action, Lu Hongying felt a bit better. She quickly said, "Tell those people to stay back. If they keep staring, we'll have to remove their eyes." Senior sister, they're just curious. Besides, more people make it livelier. Don't you want people to come and watch? Then tell them to get far away. I'll handle it, senior sister, Huang Zheng said, leading some young men from Tongjia village to move the others who didn't meet the age requirement to the side. They reserved a space in the testing area, and beyond that, no one else could enter. The scene immediately became orderly, with only children aged around 7 or 8 to 12 or 13 remaining. Lesasai saw Huang Zheng's strong ability and boasted to Gu Xinyu, "Xinyu, look at my cousin. He'll settle everything quickly. Unlike Miss Lu, who just complains and scolds. Her temper is really bad. This Miss Lu has a fiery temper. She's straightforward and doesn't beat around the bush," Lesasai said curiously, looking at Gu Xinyu. "This is what my little brother told me." "You know his personality," Gu Xinyu said with a smile. It seems she can be playful sometimes, as she started gossiping about Lu Hongying. Luo Cece heard Gu Xinyu mention that flirtatious guy, Gu Mingyuan, and immediately laughed. "So it was your little brother who told you." "No wonder. It turns out Gu Mingyuan has a reputation. He spends his days not doing proper work, but thinking about the sisters and young women at Yonglin Pavilion. He often goes there without reason. He likes someone pretty and pursues her relentlessly. But everyone knows who he is and doesn't dare offend him too much. Still, he has asked some girls out a few times. However, Gu Mingyuan's self-importance and Gu Yunji's noble elegance are so different that it's hard to believe they are brothers. One is like a high, pure cloud in the sky, and the other is like a duck running on the ground. It's not that Gu Mingyuan looks ugly, it's more that he gives off a very superficial vibe. Although he's a bit of a, compared to Gu Yunji's modesty and self-respect, Gu Mingyuan naturally falls short. On the other hand, Gu Yunji hasn't done anything wrong and doesn't flirt with girls everywhere. He is more attractive. The young women at Yonglin Pavilion all see him as their dream lover. Everyone knows Lu Hongying likes Gu Yunji. It's no longer a secret. Gu Mingyuan claims he knows women best, as if he's familiar with every detail. After chatting for a while, they helped organize the line. They told everyone to stand properly and come one by one, not to rush. When there are many people, trouble easily happens. After working for a while, they both felt tired and hungry. But it was a new and exciting feeling, and they didn't act like high-class young ladies, acting proud and aloof. Most children here are brought by their parents or older siblings, not coming voluntarily. But one little girl stood out. She was very obedient, standing at the back of the line, yet she was pushed and jostled by other children, looking a bit pitiful. "Why do you keep pushing her?" Gu Xinyu couldn't stand it anymore. She quickly went over and moved the two boys who had been pushing the little girl to the front. "Little sister, are you here alone to participate?" Gu Xinyu looked at Tang Xiaoro, noticing that she was quite cute. The child's big, round eyes and small, pointed chin, with two little horn-shaped braids, made her look very cute. Her tiny body was dressed in oversized, ill-fitting clothes, which made her seem even more pitiful. Gu Xinyu couldn't help but sigh. If this child had been born into a wealthy family, with her looks, she would probably be a little beauty. But she had no family to protect her. Alone and lonely, she looked quite sad. Actually, Tang Xiaoro had arrived early, standing at the end of a long line. Some people arrived after her and, seeing she didn't fight or push, started bullying her for being so obedient. Soon, they moved ahead of her. "Yes," she answered clearly and confidently. "Did you ask your family if you could come here?" "Yes." "Pretty sister, if I sign up successfully, can I eat here too?" Tang Xiaoro's voice was soft and childish, but her question was a bit surprising. Seeing such a cute little girl, Gu Xinyu felt she couldn't resist. She just wanted to help her a little. Later, she would see if she met the requirements. Yes, little sister, are you hungry? Would you like me to take you to get something to eat? Hungry, Tang Xiao replied without hesitation. Wow, Sinew, look at the cute girl you brought. What's your name, little sister? Lessa's eyes saw Gu Sinew had brought a lively, adorable girl and ran over to play with her. Strangely, no matter what she asked, the girl would answer, but she refused to say her name. She just smiled and pointed at the delicious-looking food on the plate in front of her, asking in a soft voice, "Can I eat this too?" When she heard she could, she took the food and ate without telling her name. She knew that once they found out her name, they would find her older sister, locate her home, and take her back. So, she must not let them know. She planned to wait until she successfully joined Yonglin Pavilion before telling her family. At that point, they wouldn't be able to change their minds. She understood all this clearly. She thought, if I join Yonglin Pavilion, my family will have one less mouth to feed. That way, my older sister and mother won't have to worry so much, and I can save money for my brother's medicine. When I save enough, I'll send my little brother to school and go to academy myself. At that time, she could make many delicious dishes to serve to them. Luckily, there were many people here, and no one recognized Tang Xiao. She comfortably sat there eating. No matter what happened later, she would fill her stomach first. Where did this child come from? Why is she eating here? What's your name?
Who told you to come here?
Seeing a little girl eating the snacks they planned to use later, Lu Hongying immediately got very angry and unkindly pulled Tang Xiao off the stool where she was sitting and eating.
Oh, ouchie.
It was that pretty sister who told me to come here and eat. Usually, when a small child encounters such a stern person, they would cry. But Tang Xiao was not afraid at all. She pointed at Gu Xinyu and said, then looked at Lu Hongying with an innocent face. Hearing how the child called her, Lu Hongying almost exploded with anger. Being called pretty sister and auntie, Lu Hongying was not much older than them, but if she was called that, it sounded like she was old. Lu Hongying was almost 18 and worried about being called old. But today, she was insulted right in front of a child, and she was so angry her head seemed to be smoking. What a rude kid. No manners at all. Hurry up and get out of here. I'm not leaving. The pretty sister told me to stay, Tang Xiao said, clutching a fragrant biscuit in her hand. She wanted to save it for Xiao Yi. Lu Hongying grabbed her arm and pushed her out. Tang Xiao immediately shouted, "Pretty sister, save me." What's going on? Hurry, Sinew, let's go see, Lesasai said when she saw the little girl being pulled out by Lu Hongying. Their faces changed, and they quickly rushed over. Miss Lu, what happened? Why is the little girl crying? It's this auntie. She won't let me eat, and she's mean to me. To be fair, Tang Xiao was quite clever and perceptive. She knew Gu Xinyu and Lesasai liked her, and Lu Hongying was very stern. Since they were together, if this mean auntie bullied her, she could call those two pretty sisters for help. She was right to think so.
Ha!
You little clever girl, calling her that, no wonder she got so angry, Lesasai said with a smile, looking at Tang Xiao. She was starting to like this child more and more. As long as a child is cute and smart, few people can resist them. Especially like Gu Xinyu and Lisi, who are wealthy young ladies never worried about food or clothing, seeing Tang Xiao so soft and cute, immediately had no resistance. Miss Lu, you're really something. Look what you've done to the children. Come on, sister, I'll take you over to talk to her. Thank you, beautiful sister. You're so kind. Tang Xiao tightly held Gu Xinyu's hand, her little mouth sweet as honey. Gu Xinyu then walked over, told Lu Hongying that she arranged the earlier matter, and asked if she could help test Tang Xiao first. All right, since it's today and I see you, I won't argue with her. What's your name? Later, you will join the others for the test. Seeing Tang Xiao immediately stand with the others taking the test, but refusing to say her name, Lu Hongying grew more annoyed. She thought, let's see how you perform later. If you do badly, I'll remove you immediately. She was already prepared. No matter the child's talent, she would discard her. Lu Hongying was someone who never liked to lose. Usually at Yonglin Pavilion, People tolerated her because of her status as an elder's niece, which made her arrogant. Today, being looked down upon by a little kid in front of everyone, she already hated her. But because of Goose Sinew and Lisi, she didn't want to cause trouble openly. However, she would never let this nasty child get away with it, unless the sun rose in the west. Next was the first test. 10 children were divided into 2 rows, 5 in each. In front of them were various foods, several bowls with water. The children saw the food. Some immediately opened their mouths to eat, only to be slapped by their parents right in front of everyone. Then they put the food down. Others nearby found it amusing. This side was led by Huang Zheng, who stood in front of the children and loudly said, "Everyone sit properly and listen to me. I announce that today's Yonglin Pavilion entrance exam begins. There are 5 steps. First, write your name on the paper with a pen. If you can't write, leave it blank. Second, say the name of the food in front of you, or what it's used for. Third, tell me the taste of the water in these bowls. Fourth, please tell us your favorite food and describe its exact taste in your own words. Fifth, use the ingredients on the table to make a dish and explain the steps aloud. Feel free to use your imagination and say anything. These 5 questions are neither too difficult nor too easy. If you answer at least 3 correctly, you pass the initial test. Each of you has 5 chances. Once you pass, you will have the opportunity to join our Yonglin Pavilion and enjoy lifelong protection." As Huang Zheng finished speaking, people below began to discuss loudly. Some looked confused and said the questions were too hard. Lusasai, standing nearby, kept watching Huang Zheng with admiration. She quietly said to Gu Sinew, "Sinew, look at my cousin Huang Zheng. He's really talented, eloquent, and impressive. Today's trip was worth it." Gu Sinew just smiled and nodded, but her eyes looked nervously at Tang Xiao. She secretly hoped she would succeed. She didn't know why she suddenly liked this little girl and truly wished her to win. Lu Hongying watched happily. Huang Zheng is kind, smart, and quick-witted. Most importantly, he's hardworking and always eager to step forward. Working with such a junior makes Lu Hongying quite satisfied. Otherwise, today's good opportunity wouldn't have come to him. Huang Zheng is truly talented. In front of so many people, he represented Yonglin Pavilion well. He spoke calmly and clearly, making everyone nod in agreement. When he announced the start, the copper bell rang, and the remaining time was for the test takers to prepare. There was only half an incense stick's worth of time. While the children were deep in thought or brainstorming, suddenly a woman in yellow appeared in the crowd. She was carefully watching the children's actions. After observing for a while, she shook her head slightly. But when she saw the smallest girl among them, her eyes lit up. The girl was doing very well, whether in operation or other tasks. She was confident and poised, even if not always correct. She showed great potential and was worth nurturing. It's okay if someone doesn't understand, but they must have wisdom and talent. If a student is very clever, teaching them will be much easier and more effective. But if a student is as slow as a cow, even if you spend a lifetime teaching, they may never become the person you want them to be. This girl is not someone else. Her name is Su Anya from Jean Garden. She also came to join the fun today. However, she is smarter and did not openly recruit people like Yonglin Pavilion. Instead, she chose a clever plan. First observe the candidates, then wait for the right moment to someone. At first, she didn't think of this idea. She heard Su Anxuan's advice, thought about it, and came up with this simple but effective plan. She was worried that if she revealed herself too soon and clashed with Yonglin Pavilion, she would become a target and her older brother and sister would benefit. The testing went quickly. Before the scheduled time, 3 children gave up. Their families saw that their children were not very talented and could only watch as such a good opportunity slipped away quietly. The remaining 7 children waited for their turn. The chief examiners, Huang Zheng and Lu Hongying, conducted the tests separately. Lu Hongying was the first to test Tang Xiao. Seeing her neat handwriting on the paper, she was a bit surprised. "Your name is Tangy? That's an unusual name."
Yes.
"Auntie, my name is Tang Xiao, which means small." Do you have any questions? Tang Xiao heard that she needed to write her name, and if she didn't, she would lose points. So she removed her last name and kept only the first two characters, using the name Tang Xiao. She had learned to write from her father and could write very well. Her father, Tang Wei, had handwriting so neat that no one said it was bad, better than printed words. Tang Xiao inherited this skill and wrote well too. Your name is quite strange. Could it be fake? If I find out you're using a false name, I will disqualify you, Lu Hongying warned her sternly. Although she was suspicious, the girl had already written her name, and according to the rules, she had to score her. May I ask what this is? Lu Hongying held a green plant and asked Tang Xiao. Portulaca, it can be stir-fried, eaten with other dishes, or used for medicine, Tang Xiao answered clearly, with proper pronunciation and tone. Her answer earned applause. Such a smart and quick girl is truly rare. In contrast, the other child, tested by Huang Zheng, performed poorly. He hesitated for a long time and only managed to say 1 or 2 words, and his answers were off-topic. Honestly, I think most of the test takers will be eliminated by the 5 questions from Yonglin Pavilion. However, those who pass the test will definitely be capable. This is one reason why it's so hard to get into Yonglin Pavilion. Many people also try to bribe the examiners beforehand to learn the answers early. The challenge is whether the exam questions are only given to the chief examiner just before the test, or if a few people share them together. Then, during the assessment, the questions are taken out of sealed scrolls and announced publicly. Imagine such strict secrecy. How could anyone cheat? This can even cure illnesses. You're not joking, are you, little girl? Hearing Lu Hongying say this, Huang Zheng felt his face flush. Today, Lu's senior sister was really embarrassing herself. Seeing the puzzled looks of the onlookers, Huang Zheng thought it would be best if no one figured out the truth. Yes, it can stop bleeding. I saw my father use it to help stop the bleeding from my injury. My father told me that purslane is a medicinal herb that can clear heat, detoxify, stop bleeding, and reduce swelling.
Huh.
Seeing the little girl speak so logically, Lu Hongying's smile froze. She thought the child was joking. She quickly looked at Huang Zheng, who nodded with a slightly awkward expression. Lu Hongying's face turned red suddenly. She forced a laugh and said, not bad. I was just testing you with what I said earlier. So, does that mean I've passed, Annie? Tang Xiao was overjoyed. As long as she answered one more question, she could pass. Remember, don't call me auntie again. If you do, I'll make you leave right now, Lu Hongying warned Tang Xiao sharply. Then, pretending everything was fine, she continued the test. Now, tell me what the 3 bowls of water in this picture are. Tang Xiao ignored her warning and thought that's how to deal with mean people. Her older sister had taught her this. She used to be timid and afraid, but now she believed her sister's words were right. She sniffed the water slightly, then dipped her finger in to taste it. The other children simply used their noses to smell, but tasting was more accurate. Seeing her do this, Huang Zheng secretly nodded, quite pleased with Tang Xiao. This is salt water, this is sugar water, and I don't know the name of this one, but I can taste that it's sweet, salty, and has a sour plum flavor. What kind of water is this? Lu Hongying's face suddenly lost its color, and she couldn't help but frown. She had thought this young girl was unremarkable and could be dismissed easily, but she answered perfectly in front of everyone. Now, she wondered how to make her leave. This was already the 3rd question. You answered incorrectly. There are other flavors you haven't identified yet. Are those spicy and astringent flavors? As soon as she said this, even Huang Zheng was surprised and stood up quickly. He grabbed Tang Xiao's small arm and said, "Little sister, say it again. How many flavors can you identify?" Unexpectedly, she sighed with a hint of sadness and said, "I can only taste 5 flavors. There's one more, it's sweet but not quite, I don't know what it is." "Senior sister, we should take this girl in," Huang Zheng said happily. Because the last bowl of water they tasted was a dipping sauce often used at Yonglin Pavilion, mixed with many flavors. It was made specifically to test their taste buds. Most people can identify 2 or 3 flavors, and few newcomers can identify 4. But Tang Xiao, so young, could identify 5, which showed she was naturally talented at tasting and cooking. She was truly a little genius. Wait, the test isn't over yet, Lu Hongying said with a displeased look. And junior brother, why are you overstepping? She's my student, Huang Zheng said apologetically. Senior sister, sorry. I just wanted to see this child because she's clever and quick-witted. We should keep good talents like her. It's rare to find someone so smart and with a good sense of taste. This is something you should teach her, Lu Hongying said irritably. Next, they asked Tang Xiao what her favorite dish was. She answered without hesitation that it was boiled fish. Then she described the flavor. Lu Hongying rolled her eyes and said, "You're talking nonsense. There's no fish without a fishy smell that's firm like tofu. You're just making things up. Most dishes in the Daxia Kingdom are cooked by boiling. Yonglin Pavilion does some stir-frying, but very few people get the chance to do it because oil is too precious. Even the senior disciples rarely get to cook with oil once a month. Usually the master chefs cook for guests and might take some oil for themselves. Most dishes here are steamed, boiled, or grilled over fire. Regarding chili condiments, only Yonglin Pavilion uses them for flavoring. Common people haven't widely adopted chili yet, and those used for seasoning are mostly rare items." When Lu Hongying heard Tang Xiao say this, she thought she was talking nonsense and that it was completely unreasonable. Tang Wanwan didn't realize how lucky she was. From the start, she had almost the most complete set of seasonings from the Great Xia Kingdom, or she wouldn't have been able to make such delicious spicy fish slices. Since Tang Xiao tasted her sister's spicy fish, she remembered the flavor deeply. She detected a spicy, slightly stimulating taste in the water and said so. She wasn't lying. Wow, did I really taste that? You can't cook it yourself, so how could others do it? Tang Xiao was very upset. This auntie was so mean. She kept arguing with everything she said. She was telling the truth, but the aunt insisted she was lying and making things up. Little as she was, she didn't know what to say and could only cry to express her frustration. Are you really from Yonglin Pavilion? How come you don't know anything? Exactly, do children lie? She must have tasted that flavor before to say so. Yes, this is just bullying. Is Yonglin Pavilion so special? As a result, Lu Hongying caused public outrage. Everyone sympathized with Tang Xiao and criticized her. You're so stupid. How could Yonglin Pavilion have such a foolish woman? I wish you wouldn't be here, Su Anya whispered to herself, waiting for a chance to pull people aside at any moment. All right, even if you answered this question correctly, Lu Hongying looked at the crowd criticizing her, including Huang Zheng watching nearby. She could only let Tang Xiao pass to avoid further blame. Oh, that's great. Tang Xiao was overjoyed. Now she was qualified to enter Yonglin Pavilion. She got 4 out of 5 questions right. Wasn't that a sure thing? Hearing Lu Hongying say this, Su Anya felt a bad premonition. It seemed they wouldn't have a chance anymore. So she quickly thought of a way to prevent Tang Xiao from advancing. Luckily, there was still some time. All right, the first round of testing is over. I will now announce the names of those who advanced, Huang Jing said, holding the list and beginning to read. The first batch of successful candidates is Tang Xingli, Tang Chunhua, and the last one, Tang Xiao. She's lying. Her real name is Tang Xiao. She didn't tell you her true name. She's just a little liar. Huang Jinggang read aloud that Tang Xiao had been chosen, but suddenly a foolish young boy rushed into the crowd and directly accused Tang Xiao. Hearing the boy's voice, Tang Xiao quickly hid behind the much taller Tang Xingli and Tang Chunhua. Tang Qingjin is so annoying. Why didn't you come earlier or later? Why did you come at this exact moment? If eyes could poke holes in a person's body, Tang Xiao would have already poked hundreds of holes in Tang Qingjin. Lu Hongying didn't expect that even the heavens seemed to help her. This boy appeared just in time, like a timely rain. She looked at Tang Xiao with a bit of satisfaction, thinking, this little girl is so clever at playing tricks at such a young age. She definitely must be stopped. She quickly called out to Tang Qingjin. Come here and explain clearly. What is really going on? Seeing so many people suddenly focusing on him, Tang Qingjin felt very proud. He usually didn't like the children from the third family because he thought they were poor and embarrassing for the family. Tang Xiaoro often cried, which he found very annoying. Plus, someone had just given him money to buy candy, which was rare. He wanted everyone to know that Tang Xiaoro was a little liar. He loudly pointed at her and said, "She's a little liar. Her name is Tang Xiaoro, not Tang Xiao. Do you know her? How do you know her name?" Lu Hongying continued to ask, trying to get him to tell the truth. Tang Qingjin proudly said, "She's my cousin. How wouldn't I know her name? I also know her father just died, and her mother is about to remarry." "That's not true. You're a big bad boy." Tang Xiaoro pushed Tang Qingjin forcefully and cried as she ran away.
See?
"I'm not lying. You'll find out when you go back. Your mother is looking for a new man and doesn't want you anymore." Tang Qingjin made a funny face at Tang Xiaoro and loudly shouted. Now, everyone in the village knew what was happening in their family. "It can't be true. My mother would never abandon me," Tang Xiaoro whispered to herself. "I'll go home now and tell them I can earn money. I won't rely on the family anymore," she thought as she ran home, her mind full of hope. Tang Xiaoro thought Tang Chung was just talking nonsense. However, when she reached the door of her house, she saw a few bundles wrapped in red silk in the yard. There was also an unfamiliar middle-aged man standing at the entrance, which made her freeze in surprise. Even if she didn't know what these things were, she could tell something was wrong. She was young but had seen weddings before. It looked like these red silk bundles contained food and gifts for the bride's side. Almost instinctively, she hesitated to step into her yard. Instead of going inside, she quietly listened from behind the wall. The house was lively, with many people present. She overheard the people in the yard talking excitedly about when the bridegroom would come to pick up the bride and about choosing an auspicious day. The woman called sixth and also asked the boy next to the middle-aged man to call her mother Mom. Hearing this, Tang Xiaoro realized the situation was real. She couldn't accept it and ran away crying, covering her mouth.
Mom, why don't you want me?
"You don't want me anymore. What am I supposed to do?"
You.
"I don't want Mom to get married." Tang Xiaoro was very sad. Usually, her mother was her main support. She could share her happiness and sadness with her. Her mother protected her from the wind and rain. She was everything to her. Now, someone else was calling her mother Mom. What should she do? What about her brother and sister? How would they live in the future? She saw no hope or future. Even Yonglin Pavilion wouldn't want her anymore. Her future seemed bleak, and she didn't know what to do. While she was crying and feeling hopeless, she suddenly felt someone approaching her and offering a fragrant handkerchief. "Little sister, come with me. I can provide food and drink and teach you how to cook. You could achieve great things someday. What do you think?" The fragrant handkerchief was held out to her, and in front of her appeared a beautiful, fairy-like woman, just like the pretty sister she saw earlier. Tang Xiaoro was still cautious. Seeing this sudden appearance of the sister, she didn't immediately reach out to take the handkerchief. With teary eyes, she said carefully, still catching her breath and looking a bit adorable, "I don't know you. Why should I go with you? What if you're a bad person?" Su Anya was immediately amused by Tang Xiaoro's serious words. She replied warmly, "It's okay, if you don't know me. As long as I know you, that's enough. I know everything about you. Your name is Tang Xiaoro, right? You are 8 years old. You have a mother, a sick brother, an older sister, and a younger brother, correct?" "Yes, so what? If you ask our neighbors, they'll all know," Tang Xiaoro said with a sullen expression, clearly not interested in talking to Su Anya. At first, Su Anya thought this 8-year-old girl was easy to talk to. Maybe if she said a few nice words and wished her a bright future, she would happily follow her. But she didn't expect her to be quite clever and not so easy to persuade. Because of this, Su Anya became more interested in the girl and decided she must take her away no matter what. Once someone like her joins her, she wouldn't betray her easily. To become the successor of Jean Garden and compete with her older brother and sister, she needed to have her own people. And those people had to be strong, so they could help her in competitions. You're mistaken. I only came to see you with your mother's permission, Su Anya said. You know my mother? Did you get her permission? Does that mean my mother doesn't want us anymore? Little Ro, your mother has her difficulties. She has to work hard to earn money and take care of your brother's illness. Do you know how hard it is for a woman to support a family? That's why I told your mother I would take you to learn a trade. When you finish your training, you can earn a lot of money to help your mother and family.
Where is that?
Yonglin Pavilion? Tang Xiao asked, her eyes bright. It showed she still really wanted to go to Yonglin Pavilion. Su Anya's smile froze for a moment. Then she replied, No, but it's even better than Yonglin Pavilion. Besides teaching you cooking and reading, Jean Garden will also give you a monthly allowance and new clothes. Isn't that good? Jean Garden? Why haven't I heard my older sister mention it? You're probably a liar, Tang Xiao said. Then she stood up, patted her wrinkled pants, and prepared to leave. Su Anya couldn't help but laugh and feel a bit helpless. This child was really clever. She had promised such good conditions, yet she still wasn't convinced. Wasn't her family very poor? Su Anya only knew about Tang Xiao from what Wang and Tang Qing told her. Mr. Wang is very greedy for money and was worried about how to get some silver. Suddenly, he saw a very beautiful and wealthy young lady. He gave her silver and asked about the situation of the unlucky family from the third branch of the Tang family. He immediately spilled everything about their situation to Su Anya, like pouring beans from a bamboo tube. Now, Su Anya knew what kind of words to use to persuade Tang Xiao to listen and follow her. Little Ro, do you think I am lying to you? I have 5 taels of silver here, enough for your family to live on for a year. I will leave this silver for your family in front of you.
Can you come with me?
This way, you can also help your family and learn some skills. Isn't that a way to repay your mother's kindness? Sure enough, after hearing Su Anya's words, Tang Xiao was a bit tempted. Are you telling the truth? She asked, turning to look at her. Of course. My name is Su Anya, the third young lady of Jinyuan. If you don't believe me, you can ask around, Su Anya said confidently. She was sure Tang Xiao wouldn't go to ask, because just the 5 taels of silver was enough to make most children obedient. Can I come back to visit someday? No, not unless you finish your studies and officially become a member of Jinyuan. Then you can come back to visit your family. By that time, your monthly allowance will be several times or even 10 times what it is now, Su Anya promised. She wanted to train Tang Xiao to be her helper and wouldn't let anything outside influence her during this process. But Sister Ya, can your family come to visit you? Yes, I promise, Su Anya said. Really? Okay, I agree, Tang Xiao said, then took Su Anya's hand with her small hand. Su Anya felt her soft hand and was very happy. She quickly took out a small bag with 5 taels of silver and placed it in Tang Xiao's hand. Here, this is 5 taels of silver. I didn't lie to you, right? You can give it to your family now. I'll wait here for you to come over, she said. Unexpectedly, Tang Xiao didn't take the money bag from Su Anya, but pushed it back. She looked up at Su Anya and said, Please help me secretly hide it at my house. I don't want them to know I am leaving right now. Su Anya was surprised that this little girl had such high emotional intelligence. Her reluctance to see her family probably had 2 reasons. If it weren't for her reluctance to leave her family or her resentment towards her mother's remarriage, she wouldn't feel so conflicted and unsure how to face things. At this moment, Su Anya truly admired Tang Xiao's courage. She was so determined at such a young age, and with her talent in cooking, this girl will surely have a bright future. All right, watch this. I'll secretly put the money at your house, Su Anya said. Seeing that no one was in the small courtyard of the Tang family, she threw the money bag into their kitchen. Luckily, the wall around their yard had been knocked down by Wang Shi, or else it would have been hard to hide the money bag without being seen, as she would have had to go through the yard. Now you can rest assured, right? Don't worry about your clothes, food, or daily needs. Your sister will prepare everything for you, and I promise you'll live more comfortably than a wealthy young lady. When Su Anya returned to Tang Xiao, she said this, worried she might not feel at ease, and she considered all her concerns. Even if Tang Xiao went home to pack, there wasn't much to pack. Since she was leaving, she should be firm about it. Let's go. Tang Xiao straightened her back, her small, thin body standing tall, as if she suddenly looked several years older. All right, since you've made your decision, we'll leave now. Fortunately, Su Anya had prepared well. After finishing her arrangements, she immediately called the coachman to bring the carriage. She then took Tang Xiao onto the carriage. Once on the carriage, she quickly pulled the curtain tight. Inside, Su Anya felt more nervous than anyone else because she had lied to Tang Xiao. Although she gave money to the Tang family, she hadn't obtained Mrs. Chen's approval. Essentially, she had taken the girl away without permission, which was dishonest. Plus, the people from Yonglin Pavilion also knew Tang Xiao. If they found out she was taking her away, it could cause trouble. Hurry up, driver, she nodded in understanding. The driver whipped the horses and started the carriage. After a short while, they saw Huang Zheng leading 2 young women and 2 children heading toward the Tang family courtyard from afar. Su Anya felt a small bead of sweat form. Luckily, the carriage soon left Tangjia village, and no one came after them. Seeing Tang Xiao's worried expression, Su Anya pulled her close and gently patted her back to comfort her. Little Ro, if you're tired, just rest for a while. We should arrive home in about half an hour. Don't think about anything or worry. Sister will help you.
Thank you, Sister Ya.
The carriage was moving very fast. Suddenly, a large group of soldiers was rushing toward them from the front. Along the way, many people looked nervous and hurried to find places to hide. Seeing this, Su Anya immediately ordered, "Driver, pull over and go slowly. Officials are handling the case. Everyone step aside. No one should wander on the road." As a result, most people on the road had already run away. Occasionally, 1 or 2 carriages passed by, but were stopped for inspection. Su Anya's carriage was also unexpectedly stopped. "What's your name? What are you doing here?" Su Anya smiled and answered with her name, then slipped a silver coin into the person's hand. "Big brother, I'm taking my sister to visit relatives in the countryside. May I ask what's happening? Why are there so many soldiers?" She pretended to be very scared, her expression very convincing. The man looked at her, noting she was pretty and didn't seem like a thief. He glanced at the carriage and saw nothing unusual. He waved his hand and said, "Nothing to do with you. Hurry up and go. Don't linger outside." "Thank you, big brother." After being allowed to pass, Su Anya looked out the window and saw a carriage approaching slowly. 2 men were inside, one very young and handsome, the other around 30, with a slim face and a mustache. Seeing their uniforms, Su Anya guessed they were officials, probably heading somewhere for work. When they arrived at Jean Garden, Su Anya realized that the people she saw on the road were actually County Magistrate Feng and the young deputy of Yonglin Pavilion, Gu Yunji. "So, you're Gu Yunji. You are quite good-looking." But Su Anya wasn't interested in men. Her goal was the successor of Jean Garden. Luckily, Tang Xiao was very sensible and didn't cause her trouble. After bringing her back, Su Anya sent her to the basic training class. However, she arranged for Tang Xiao to stay in the same room as herself, so it was like she was personally mentoring her. Su Anya's unusual behavior towards Tang Xiao also caused a small stir within the Jean Garden. Usually, selecting disciples in Jean Garden involves assessments and careful screening. Although not as strict as Yonglin Pavilion, it's not easy for just anyone to join. Su Anya directly exempted Tang Xiao from the assessment, took her as an inner disciple, and even arranged her residence to be with her. No wonder it caused some criticism. Meanwhile, things were going badly for Tang Wanwan. After finishing cooking, she hadn't yet seen Tang Xiao bring Tang Xiao back and sensed something was wrong. Usually, Xiao was obedient and well-behaved. Today, she was careless, distracted by the quarrel between Mother Wang and her daughter, forgetting to watch Xiao. When she found Tang Xiao, she saw him learning to ride horses with Lu Yujin, and she immediately scolded both of them. Tang Xiao was learning to ride but forgot himself. He didn't expect Xiao to be missing, thinking she had just gone out to play and would return soon. Hearing that Xiao still hadn't come back, he also became anxious. Big sister, how could Xiaoro not have come back? She usually just goes around the village and doesn't go anywhere else. Maybe there's some excitement in the village today, and she just went to see it, Lu Yujin suggested, trying to help as he saw Tang Wanwan was very worried. But Tang Wanwan didn't appreciate this and said, "Young Master Lu, you should go back and read your books. It's none of your business what's happening at my house." Just as Tang Wanwan turned to leave, Lu Yujin reached out and stopped her. "Awan, Xiaoro is like a little sister to me. If she's missing, I'll be worried too. Please don't always act so distant. Big sister, don't be like that. Brother Lu is kind. Look, he bought us meat buns. He's so good to us," Tang Xiaoi said from the side. Tang Wanwan was instantly furious. She didn't expect a few meat buns to buy Tang Xiaoi over, and she immediately threw the bag of buns onto the ground. "Even if my sister is gone, you're still eating buns? How heartless can you be?" After saying this, she turned and ran toward the busiest part of the village. Tang Xiaoi started crying. "Big sister, I really didn't mean to." Lu Yujin saw Tang Wanwan's reaction and frowned. The girl always had a fiery temper when something happened, but she never used to be like this before. What's going on? Thinking of this, he still felt uneasy. He casually tied his horse to a nearby tree and took Tang Xiaoi's hand, saying, "Let's go. Big brother Lu will take you to find your older sister and Xiaoro. We will find her for sure." Tang Xiaoi looked a little scared and refused to move forward. "Big brother Lu, my older sister was so mean just now. It seems like she's really angry with me. Will she scold me again when she sees me later?" Tang Xiaoi was now regretting deeply. How could he be so playful and forget about finding Xiaoro? He could ride his horse anytime, but he chose today. If something happened to Xiaoro, he would never forgive himself. "If you don't go look for Xiaoro with us, your older sister will get even angrier. Come on. Big brother Lu will help you find her." Tang Xiaoi nodded at last. "Xiaoro, where are you? Don't scare your brother. Xiaoro." The three of them split up to search. After a long while, they still couldn't find Xiaoro. Eventually, they regrouped in a lively area, and their attention was drawn to the group at Yonglin Pavilion. Do you think Xiaoro might have gone inside there? Tang Wanwan felt helpless. She couldn't find her sister and didn't know how to explain herself when she returned. Seeing Lu Yujin come over to help, she felt embarrassed to scold him again. After all, he came along himself. She didn't ask him to come. She wasn't clingy and just wanted help finding her sister. "I looked inside earlier, but I didn't see Xiaoro," Tang Xiaoi said with his head down, looking exhausted and very upset. Then he looked at Tang Wanwan and said, "Big sister, you can hit or scold me. It's my fault for not watching my sister properly." His voice was choked with emotion. Tang Wanwan felt sorry for him, but knew it wasn't the time to blame anyone. She reached out and patted his head gently, comforting him. "It's okay. Don't blame yourself. It's my fault as the older sister for not taking good care of her. I wasn't in a good mood earlier either." Lu Yujin didn't expect Tang Wanwan to apologize after scolding earlier. "Big sister," Tang Xiaoi suddenly threw himself into Tang Wanwan's arms and started crying sadly. After a few sobs, Tang Wanwan stopped Tang Xiaoi from crying. She looked serious and said, "A man shouldn't cry easily. You're a boy, so you can't act like a little girl. When something happens, don't just cry. Remember, big sister is here, and we will think of a way together." Tang Xiaoi nodded heavily, with his eyes a bit red, and said, "Then I'll go ask again." "Yes, let's go together. There are so many people here. As long as Xiaoro has been here, someone must have seen her. I'll go with you." Lu Yujin came to Tang Wanwan's side, always watching to see if anyone bumped into her or touched her. The place was very noisy and crowded. The main road was packed, with people on trees, walls, and even some folks brought chairs from their homes, standing on them to see better. Everyone was copying each other, creating this chaotic scene, so much so that even ants couldn't crawl through. Time is running out. The assessment will end soon. Children, you need to hurry. Someone was reminding them. The crowd watching was mixed, some happy, some worried, some just here for fun. Tang Wanwan couldn't see what was happening in front, even on tiptoe. Lu Yujin suddenly pulled her arm and boldly made a path with his body. "Excuse me, please move aside." But no one moved. Lu Yujin raised his voice and covered his nose with his sleeve, saying, "Oh no, someone might have caught a contagious illness. Everyone, run quickly." This finally caused a reaction. People started retreating like a tide. Lu Yujin, with a victorious look on his face, led Tang Wanwan straight to the exam site at Yonglin Pavilion. Seeing the three of them sneaking smiles, as if they had tricked everyone, the people who wanted to curse saw Lu Yujin, the mischievous troublemaker, and the fiery girl Tang Wanwan. They all looked like mice seeing a cat and quickly moved aside. This caused some chaos at the scene. People trying to leave wanted to come back, and those still outside, finally having a chance, wouldn't let it go easily. They almost caused the exam hall to collapse in the crowd. Lu Hongying saw Lu Yujin and Tang Wanwan, the main troublemakers, and loudly shouted to the young helpers from Tangjia village, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and catch these troublemakers."
But
He's young Master Lu. If it were others, they would probably just seize him casually without caring about rules and lock him up for a few days. But this person is Lu Yujin, who dares to cause trouble at the Tai Sui's head. Young Master Lu, so what if he is? Does he have 3 heads and 6 arms? Hearing Lu Hongying say this, Lu Yujin turned his head. At that moment, Lu Hongying's eyes lit up. It was a look of excitement, like spotting prey or a target. He was graceful and elegant, with an extraordinary presence. From the way he looked, he seemed quite ordinary. Lu Hongying secretly judged Lu Yujin in her mind. Lu Yujin didn't even glance at Lu Hongying's probing and cautious look. He ignored her completely and focused his gaze on Huang Zheng, who seemed to be in charge. "Who is the person in charge here? We have urgent matters to discuss. Sorry to trouble you, but we need to speak with someone quickly." "Urgent matters? Does that mean you can just disturb us anytime?" "You should know this is the assessment site of Yonglin Pavilion. It was about to end, but now everything is messed up because of your disturbance." When Tang Wanwan heard the words Yonglin Pavilion, she felt strangely familiar, as if she had heard it before. After thinking carefully, she suddenly remembered. Gu Yunji, yes, that guy. Last time, he boasted to her that as long as his name was mentioned at Yonglin Pavilion, he could do anything without trouble. Could it be that Gu Yunji is doing very well there? Maybe she should try using his name? "We're here to find someone. It's urgent. Can we look for them?" Lu Yujin finished speaking and then looked at the children sitting at the assessment site. Tang Xiaoi also split up to look inside. Xiaoro? Stop. What are you trying to do? Quickly stop them. Do you think this is a place you can come and go as you please? Lu Hongying looked very angry. The young men from the Tang family village, who were maintaining order, heard the commotion and hurried over. They stepped forward to block Lu Yujin's way from both sides. But unexpectedly, these few people recognized each other immediately.
Ha!
I wondered who had the guts to ignore Yonglin Pavilion's people.
Turns out it's you, kid.
Be smart and get out of here. I'm here to find someone today, and I don't want any trouble. Lu Yujin clearly stated his intention from the start. So what? You don't want to leave? Hurry up and get out, or I'll make you regret it later. The leader is named Tang Ziche, the grandson of the clan chief, who has been acting arrogantly in the village. He once had a conflict with Lu Yujin over something. Seeing him behave this way, Lu Yujin felt impatient. He originally wanted to see if Tang Xiaoro was involved, but he didn't expect the group led by Tang Ziche to be so rude. He didn't reply and simply walked inside. Stop him quickly. Are you looking for a fight? Tang Ziche and his 3 companions formed a circle around Lu Yujin, ready to catch him. Lu Yujin clenched his fists, prepared to fight. Suddenly, a gentle voice came over. May I ask if Gu Yunji is here today? Could you please call him out?
What?
Who are you looking for? Gu Yunji.
Why?
Is he not here today? Tang Wanwan asked casually. She clearly knew the person very well. Lu Hongying's face changed instantly. She made a stop gesture with her hand, and the 3 people with Tang Ziche also froze. What does this mean? Should they chase him away or not? Hey, what's going on here? Can someone explain? After a while, Tang Wanwan and Lu Yujin were both called inside. Lu Hongying and Huang were nearby, while Gu Xianyu and Le Sisi watched curiously, wondering who Tang Wanwan really was. Gu Yunji is a very important person. Ordinary people wouldn't even dare to call his full name. Yet she dared to call him directly, as if she knew him very well. Xianyu, do you know her? She actually knows your older brother, Le Sisi asked Gu Xianyu. I haven't seen her before. But I really don't know who my brother knows, Gu Xianyu replied quietly. She is gentle and well-behaved. Usually, she stays in her room doing embroidery or tending to flowers. She only goes out when Le Sisi comes to find her, or if she needs to go to social events, buy clothes or makeup. That's strange. She doesn't seem to be pretending. But it's really interesting. Look at Miss Lu's face. She's so angry she's turning green, Le Sisi whispered to Gu Xianyu. Their voices were loud enough that Lu Hongying glanced their way. Gu Xianyu quickly pulled Le Sisi aside and said, Le Sisi, don't say that. Seeing her friend joking about Lu Hongying's jealousy, Gu Xianyu's face turned a little embarrassed. However, don't say this, but this girl is quite special. Haven't you noticed she's different from others? Maybe your older brother likes girls like her.
Silsi.
Gu Xian became a little anxious and stomped her foot. Seeing Gu Xinyu was worried, Silsi stuck out her tongue playfully and said, All right, I get it. I won't mention this. I'll keep my mouth shut and see what they say later. Silsi stood nearby watching the scene, while Gu Xinyu also observed Tang Wanwan secretly. She thought the girl dressed quite normally, but her overall aura was very different from a typical rural girl. How to describe it? Her presence, her vibe, felt extraordinary. She looked like she had little chest and no notable face, just slightly bigger eyes with dark pupils that looked lively. Her eyes could easily catch people's attention, and the more you looked, the more attractive she seemed, hypnotic even. Today, Tang Wanwan wore her old clothes, tying a bit of fabric at her waist into her pants. This made her waist look smaller, even though the clothes were loose, creating a surprisingly slim, willow-like waist. Truly impressive. Gu Xinyu felt a little envious. She dressed so casually, without fancy fabrics, yet still showed her style. She had to admit, she was very talented. Tell me, what is your relationship with our young master? Lu Hongying called Tang Wanwan and Lu Yujing inside, but it wasn't to offer tea. Young master? With him? Tang Wanwan couldn't believe she was mistaking Gu Mingyuan's carefree look for the young master of Yonglin Pavilion. Could she be wrong? She almost said this aloud, but saw Lu Hongying's eager expression, as if she wanted to eat her up. She quickly stopped herself and changed her words. I'm friends with him. Is he here today? My sister is missing. We came to ask if you've seen her. May I ask your name, miss? My surname is Huang, and my given name is Zheng. This is my senior sister, Lu Hongying. Our young master isn't here right now. May I ask your sister's name and her features? Perhaps with more people, we can help find her. Huang Zheng spoke calmly and politely. His words sounded much more pleasant, and he was much better at handling people than Lu Hongying. Tang Wanwan quickly looked at Huang Zheng with gratitude. Oh, young Master Huang. Thank you for your help. My younger sister is about this tall, 8 years old this year, and she is wearing. Also, her name is Tang Xiao. I don't know if you have seen her before. Tang Wanwan briefly described her sister's features and clothing.
What?
Your sister is Tang Xiao? Humph, no wonder you look familiar. Turns out you're all the same family, Lu Hongying said without hiding her dislike for Tang Xiao, speaking openly. Senior sister. Huang Zheng felt something was wrong and immediately pulled Lu Hongying's arm. Lu Yujin was getting angry. Looking at Lu Hongying, he asked, What do you mean?
Say it clearly.
Young Master Huang, have you seen my sister? What exactly happened? Seeing Lu Hongying's attitude, they must have met Xiao. But what happened is unknown. Tang Wanwan was more inclined to believe Huang Zheng. It's like this. Your sister came to us earlier for an assessment, but she didn't use her real name. So there might be some misunderstandings, Huang Zheng explained briefly. Xiao participated in the Yonglin Pavilion's new talent selection, but didn't use her real name. What is she trying to do? Humph, she's just a little liar. But she's not the one we lost. She heard that her mother was planning to remarry, so she ran away herself. She's gone, and it's none of our business. Lu Hongying finished speaking when Tang Wanan suddenly grabbed her arm. What did you say? Repeat that again, Tang Wanan said, grabbing Lu Hongying's arm with a fierce look as if she wanted to eat her. Lu Hongying was frightened by Tang Wanan and felt pain in her wrist. She impatiently shouted, Can you speak properly? You hurt me. Are you a female bandit? Let go of me quickly. Say it again. What did you say about my mother? If you dare to lie, I'll make sure you never speak again. Do you believe it? Tang Wanan's face had changed. She had heard what Lu Hongying said but couldn't believe it. Wanan, calm down. Don't jump to conclusions before we understand what's going on. Lu Yujin also saw something was wrong and tried to calm her down. Tang Wanan, with her quick temper, would explode if she found out her mother was involved and hadn't been told. Lu Hongying still didn't realize how serious Tang Wanan's words were, thinking she was joking or just speaking casually. She suddenly jumped in front of her, looking somewhat gleeful, and said, Huh? You little girl, you're so bold. Do you think knowing our young master makes you special? Listen carefully now, your father just died, and your mother is about to remarry. TSK, you're really quite pitiful, almost nobody wants you anymore. And your mother, she must be a flirt. Suddenly, Lu Hongying let out a sharp sound and covered her face with her hand.
Ah, why did you hit me?
Hitting you is nothing. I was actually planning to hurt you badly, Tang Wanwan replied sharply. Before she finished speaking, she slapped Lu Hongying hard. No one saw exactly how Tang Wanwan delivered the slap. Anyway, Lu Hongying's face immediately swelled up, looking quite embarrassed. Tears welled up in Lu Hongying's eyes but didn't fall. She wiped her face with her sleeve and sneered, All right, you little girl, you're quite bold. I'll remember this. Someone, come here and tie up this brat. If you dare to hit Yonglin Pavilion, your good days might be over. However, despite Lu Hongying's words, no one moved. 3 people beside Tang Xija stepped back, ready to act but waiting for their leader's command. Hey, I told you to come and tie her up, Lu Hongying urged again. At this moment, Tang Xija didn't seem to listen to Lu Hongying. He immediately stepped forward to bind Tang Wanwan but said impatiently, Miss Lu, we're not here to serve you. I'm Tang Xija, and these are Sikhen and Sahan. If you want your brothers to do something, you need to show some attitude. But I think it's actually your fault, he added quickly. Talking about her mother like that in front of everyone. No wonder little sister Tang is angry. He changed his tone quickly. Just moments ago, he was ready to confront her, and now he was calling her little sister. Lu Hongying was furious when Tang Xija refused to follow her orders and ignored her. She shouted at him, Tang Xija, are you trying to go against us? Your grandfather, the clan leader, asked you to help us. I've been hit, shouldn't you help me fight back? But I feel like you might be right, Tang Xija added with a hint of sarcasm. There's no need for you to play the hero here. Awan, maybe we should go back and see what's happening. Lu Yujin angrily dismissed Tang Xizi's words, ignoring his good intentions. Seeing the 2 people arguing nearby, he worried they were wasting time. Afraid Tang Wanwan would get anxious, he suggested they go back quickly to check if Tang Xiao had returned, so they could feel at ease. Tang Wanwan agreed and nodded. All right, I'll go back with you to check. This matter also concerns our Yonglin Pavilion. Also, I apologize on behalf of my senior sister to Miss Tang. It was her harsh words earlier, so please don't take it to heart. Huang Zheng suddenly came out as a mediator. Tang Wanwan didn't expect Huang Zheng to be so reasonable. If everyone at Yonglin Pavilion was this understanding, it would be much better. Just as they were about to leave, Lu Hongying suddenly appeared from nowhere, holding a knife, and rushed forward to attack Tang Wanwan. Huang Zheng, do you like that girl? How can you protect her? Step aside. Be careful. Lu Yujin quickly turned and pushed Tang Wanwan toward Huang Zheng, then reached out to grab Lu Hongying's knife. Seeing someone bump into him, Huang Zheng instinctively reached out to help, but was surprised to see it was Tang Wanwan. He was instantly frightened and let go of her, but luckily, Tang Wanwan stood steady. The situation was too sudden. No one expected Lu Hongying to retaliate so fiercely. Fortunately, Lu Yujin was here. Otherwise, Tang Wanwan might have been seriously injured even if she survived. Lu Yujin reacted quickly, dodging the incoming knife by moving aside and using a small grappling technique to try to take the knife from Lu Hongying. Lu Hongying ignored his efforts and kept forcefully stabbing downward. During the struggle, Lu Yujin was accidentally cut but managed to seize the knife. In less than a moment, Lu Yujin pressed his wrist and pushed Lu Hongying to the ground. She fell to her hands and knees, clearly in pain, and started crying. "Fine, you all gang up to bully me alone. I'll report to my aunt and the young pavilion master later, and I'll have all of you caught," she shouted. "Miss Lu, are you alright?" Gu Xinyu asked with concern, trying to help Lu Hongying. "Don't pretend to be kind." Lu Hongying suddenly swung her arm, knocking Gu Xinyu's head against the nearby table corner, causing a large bump and some bleeding. Lusasai has always protected her friends fiercely. When Lu Hongying treated her friend so badly, she immediately got angry. She didn't listen to Lu Hongying and quickly scolded her. "Hey, Miss Lu, how can you be so unkind? You're like a dog, always biting. Xianu cares about you, but you're treating her like this. When you go back, you better explain to Mr. Gu." Lu Hongying was also confused and didn't see clearly who was coming. She acted impulsively and pushed the person away. But she didn't realize that Gu Xinyu was not easily pushed around. She hurriedly changed her words. "Sorry, Miss Xianu. I didn't see clearly just now. I didn't mean to do it." If you didn't mean it, then you must have done it on purpose. You hit Xianu's head. If anything happens to her later, you'll be responsible." Lu Hongying didn't expect Lusasai, who seemed careless, to be so firm when it mattered. This made her feel threatened. Her aunt is a senior elder at Yonglin Pavilion, and she's usually a bit mischievous, but wouldn't normally interfere. But this time, it involved the young master's sister. She had even wanted to win her over. Now she was in real trouble. Gu Xinyu is the young master's sister, and he cares for her deeply. If he found out she was hurt, she would definitely be punished. Plus, Tang Wanyan knows the young master, and if she added fuel to the fire, she might not survive. "Miss Xianu, I really didn't mean to do it. You saw the situation just now. It was her pushing me," Lu Hongying said. Hearing Lu Hongying's nonsense, Tang Wanyan really wanted to say, "Ignorance is truly frightening." She was too tired to argue with her, because arguing would only make herself angrier, make others laugh, and she wouldn't realize it. "Is there anything you need? Come to my house. I have herbs. I can help you treat your injuries," Tang Wanyan said. Afterward, she helped Gu Xinyu up, not wanting unrelated people to get involved because of her.
I'm fine.
Before Gu Xinyu could stand up, she suddenly felt dizzy, her vision blurred, and she fainted, falling backward. Gu Xinyu's fainting pushed the atmosphere to the limit. Many people hurried forward, eager to see what was happening. None of these people had seen such a scene before. Lu Hongying and Huang Zheng fainted, not knowing what to do. The doctor was still in town, about an hour away. When he arrived, it might be too late. "Quick, put her on a flat surface." Tang Wanwan saw that Gu Xinyu's face was pale, her fists clenched tightly, looking like she was having a heart attack. She immediately ordered someone to lay her flat. Gu Xinyu's face was not red, her heart was not beating fast, and she showed no fear at all. She remained calm and in control of the scene. Fortunately, someone quickly found a door panel, and a few people lifted her onto it. Everyone stepped back and let the air circulate, Tang Wanwan said quickly, as the crowd around her kept watching closely. The others weren't much better off, squeezed and twisted by the onlookers. "What do you mean by air circulation?" Tang Xija pushed to the front, looking at Tang Wanwan with curiosity. She was so serious and commanding, which looked adorable and charming. Also, the slap she gave Lu Hongying earlier was quick and sharp, very neat and beautiful. Tang Xija didn't know why his mind was suddenly distracted by this young girl who just appeared. He felt that nothing was more important than protecting her and staying close to her. Tang Wanwan rolled her eyes at him and said, "If you all step 10 steps away, the air will circulate." Unexpectedly, Tang Xija understood her words immediately and grasped the main point. He waved his hand and told everyone, step back 10 steps. Did you hear what Miss Tang said? Hurry up. Since Tang Xija was the grandson of the clan leader, he was used to showing respect. As he spoke, the crowd initially surged forward like a tide, then suddenly retreated all at once with a loud bang. Seeing Tang Xija commanding everyone to step back, Lu Yujin couldn't help but say annoyed idiot. He didn't expect Tang Xija to actually listen. When Wang Wan just said it, he believed it completely. But it was just anger. Lu Yujin didn't know where it was coming from. Tang Wanwan ordered someone to gently lift Gu Sinyu's head a little higher, then loosen her collar slightly to help her breathe. She also pressed on her chest to help her breathe more easily. After a while, Gu Sinyu woke up. When she saw that the person who saved her was Tang Wanwan, she looked surprised. Luo Sisi, the big mouth, immediately told her what had happened while she was awake, including how Tang Wanwan saved her just now. What happened to me? It really made Miss Tang worry. Gu Sinyu sat up, looking a bit embarrassed. Miss Sinyu, have you ever had similar symptoms before? Do you usually feel unwell? Tang Wanwan asked, which was reasonable. She just wanted to check if she had a history of heart problems. Usually, such illnesses tend to recur after the first attack. If not taken seriously, it could be very dangerous. Gu Sinyu didn't pay much attention and smiled, saying, I am generally in good health. I guess I was just a little tired today. However, I still appreciate your concern, Miss Tang, she added, linking her arm with Les's eyes. Cece, we've been out for a long time. Should we head back? Gu Sinyu was worried that if they stayed out too long and didn't return, her aunt might start complaining. Her aunt wouldn't embarrass her publicly, but might make things difficult for her mother. She didn't want her mother to worry or feel upset. The atmosphere here was completely spoiled by Lu Hongying, who wasn't very bright. Everyone also lost interest in staying any longer. The selection process for Yonglin Pavilion still had some follow-up tasks. Luckily, most of the qualified children had already been chosen. The next step was to follow up with each admitted student and notify their parents to bring them to report to Yonglin Pavilion on the scheduled day. Seeing them ready to leave, Tang Wanwan quickly stepped forward to stop them. Miss Sinyu, please pay attention to what I asked earlier. If you often feel dizzy or have chest discomfort after returning home, please see a doctor. Also, your head wound is still bleeding a little. Let me help you bandage it at my house. All right. Thank you, Miss Tang, Gu Sinyu replied quietly, then smiled slightly and said, Thank you, Miss Tang. Her head was injured, and she needed to take care of it, or she wouldn't be able to explain it to her family when she got home. However, Gu Sinyu thought that Tang Wanwan's sincere advice was quite interesting. They had just met, yet she cared so much about her. Even though she lived under the same roof as her older sister, who treated her like a stranger, this young girl's warmth was more comforting. Gu Sinyu couldn't help but wonder, was Miss Tang really close to her older brother? What kind of person was she? Suddenly, Gu Sinyu became curious about Tang Wanwan. She decided to visit her home to clear up her doubts. Gu Sinyu is a woman who deeply desires sibling love. Although she grew up in luxury and comfort, she often feels lonely. Her older brother is too busy to pay much attention to her, and her second brother is irresponsible. She thought having an older sister would mean someone to talk to, but instead, her sister is often aloof and criticizes or excludes her. It's as if her sister is competing with her for things, but Gu Sinyu is easily satisfied and has few demands. Fortunately, Gu Sinyu is kind-hearted and simple-minded. Unlike many wealthy young ladies, she doesn't have many complicated thoughts. If a child grows up in such a bad environment, their mind might become twisted. Since that's the case, let's go together to Miss Tang's house to see if Tang Xiaoro has returned home. We also have some responsibility in this matter, and we will see it through, Huang Zheng said when he saw Gu Sinyu want to visit Tang's house. For some reason, he suddenly got excited and decided to go along. Sure, let's all go together, Liz Cece said, not wanting to go back too early. She hoped to stay outside a little longer. Junior brother, you. Lu Hongying was about to object, but Huang Zheng seemed to already know what she wanted to say. He gently tugged her sleeve and said, Sister, Let's keep this matter small. I advise you not to get involved. If the young master gets angry, no one can help you." When mentioning the young master, Gu Yunji, Lu Hongying looked defeated. She replied, "I understand. But after today's matter, you're not allowed to talk about it when you go back, or I won't forgive you. I hope no one mentions it." "Do you think I'm stupid?" Huang Zheng responded to Lu Hongying. After a while, everyone set out in a large group toward Tang's courtyard. After returning home, Tang Wanwan looked at the quiet, unchanged courtyard and finally relaxed. She thought to herself that Lu Hongying was really a troublemaker. She had heard some rumors from somewhere and was spreading nonsense in front of Xiaoro.
Mom?
She called twice, and Mrs. Chen came out. "Awan, you're back. Who are all these people?" Mrs. Chen didn't expect so many visitors suddenly, and they looked quite important. She felt a bit suspicious. "Mom, they're my friends. By the way, did anything happen at home?" Tang Wanwan looked around, noticing that the house was still the same. "Xiaoro, let your friends come in and sit." Tang Wanwan rarely brings people home. Today, so many unfamiliar faces came, and Madame Chen knew it wasn't convenient to talk about it now, so she didn't respond. "All right, Mother, you can pour them some water." Tang Wanwan told them to sit wherever they liked. There weren't even proper chairs at home, so no one sat down. They just stood in the yard, looking around and glancing here and there. Tang Wanwan arranged for Gu Xinyu to sit on a stool, and Lu Hongying found a broken-legged bench to sit on. "Mother, has Xiaoro come back?" Tang Wanwan pulled Madame Chen aside to ask. Madame Chen looked confused and asked quickly, "Isn't Xiaoro with you?" Tang Wanwan explained that she was cooking at home and sent Xiao Yi to look for her, but she couldn't find her. "What should we do? Should we report to the authorities?" "Mother, don't worry yet. Later, we'll send everyone out to look again and see if we missed anything. I believe Xiaoro is so well-behaved she wouldn't get lost." Madame Chen looked around the yard at the people there. It wasn't suitable to make a fuss, so she said, "All right, let's hope Xiaoro is safe." Everyone's attention then turned to the filtering device Tang Wanwan had made. It took her about 2 hours to make it, and the salt in the salt pond had already started to crystallize. With the midday sun shining brightly, the salt in the pond looked shiny and very pretty. "Wow, is that salt? What are you going to do with it?" Lesasai was the first to notice this strange thing. She reached out and grabbed a handful of the crystallizing salt, her eyes lighting up. "Is this fine salt? Really, is this fine salt?" The importance of salt in everyone's mind is well known, and fine, pure salt is something most people can't get. Even the Les family, despite Les Cece's father being a deputy salt transport officer, still couldn't get such pure, clean salt at home.
Let me see.
It really is fine salt. "Miss Tang, did you make this? You're amazing." Huang Zheng even tasted the salt himself. It was salty with a hint of sweetness and had no bitter taste at all. It looked like a very good product. "Oh, I just heard from a wandering salt merchant that I tried to make some myself. And look, I just saw the salt forming. It seems like a good method. Do you want to hear about it?" "No, no need." Everyone was frightened. Such precious salt couldn't be spoken of casually. This is the recipe for making fine salt. No one would be willing to sell 1,000 gold coins, but in Tang Wanwan's words, it sounded like child's play. Everyone thought it was hard to believe. They wondered if she was just joking or if someone else was helping her. But it didn't seem likely. In the end, after she said that, her older sister didn't pay much attention to the matter anymore. However, Tang Xija, who was standing behind and ignored by everyone, kept the matter in his mind. Salt Pond was a big deal in Tongjia village. "Wait here for a moment. I'll go get some herbs to apply to Miss Xinyu," Tang Wanwan said, then went to the small house nearby. She placed her basket inside. After entering, she looked at the poppy flowers. Maybe it was just her mind playing tricks, but she secretly hid them near in the wall. As for the piece of yellow rosewood, she hid it among the grass in the house, even though it was just a dry branch. But anyone who knew about such things could tell that this was valuable and not something a family like theirs could easily get. It's not about thieves stealing, but about thieves being interested. Perhaps because she had a strange feeling in her heart, Tang Wanwan hid both of these eye-catching items. She left the herbs outside, then took some things she would need later and went to find other items. Shall we go eat something first? Later, my sister and I will discuss Xiao's matter, Chen Yangzi said, seeing her young son looking gloomy. She told him to go inside and get some food. It was already noon, and she was a bit late. Earlier, Tang Xiaoi had eaten a bun given by Lu Yujing, but Tang Wanwan had been busy and hadn't eaten anything yet. Tang Xiaoi went to the small kitchen and grabbed some food from the stove. Suddenly, he saw a money pouch that didn't belong to their family. Curious, he picked it up and found 5 taels of silver inside. He thought for a moment and didn't get angry but ran quickly to find Tang Wanwan in the small house. Big sister. Xiaoi, what's wrong? Look, sister. There's silver here. A lot of silver. Tang Wanwan then saw the silver in a purple money pouch. The pouch looked special, not like something ordinary people used. When she picked it up, she could smell a faint fragrance. Could it be a woman's money pouch? Meanwhile, Chen Yangzi was pouring water for them when Huang Zheng hurriedly stopped her. He asked a few questions about their family and also inquired about Tang Xiao. Huang Zheng told her that Tang Xiao was very talented at cooking and they were planning to admit her to Yonglin Pavilion. Chen Yangzi listened and found it hard to believe. Huang Zheng asked, "Young Master Huang, please don't deceive Auntie. My little Ro has never learned to cook. Annie, I really am not lying. Several of us saw it with our own eyes. Little Ro is very talented and excellent. If you let us train her at Yonglin Pavilion, she will surely have a bright future."
Really?
"I will tell her when I find her later," Aunt Chen said excitedly, thinking that if little Ro had a place to go, it might ease some of her family's burden. But what worries her most is, where has that girl gone? Tang Wanwan held the money pouch that Tang Xiaoi found and asked around, but no one had lost any silver. Upon reflection, it was unlikely that anyone from their group had lost it. They all arrived at the Tang family courtyard at the same time, and if they had no reason, they wouldn't have gone into someone else's kitchen for no reason. Lu Yujin noticed something strange and asked Tang Wanwan about it. She explained that the money came from the small kitchen, and since they were guests, they couldn't have entered without an invitation from the owner. "Are you saying that suddenly your family has 5 taels of silver, and at the same time little Ro disappeared? Could this be related to her disappearance?" Lu Yujin boldly suggested this idea. Tang Wanwan's face changed slightly, and she said, "Don't scare me. Could it be that little Ro was really taken away? Maybe we should go look for her outside. More people might mean more chances," Lu Yujin suggested. "Let's go find little Ro now," Huang Zheng also proposed. "Wait. Even if we go look, Miss Sinyu's injury and Brother Lu's injury need to be treated first. I also have a wound on my face," Lu Hongying said angrily. Tang Wanwan must have done this on purpose. "Oh no, young Master Lu, why is there so much blood on your hand?" Auntie Chen finally noticed a young lady sitting on a stool with a wound on her head. Lu Yujin's hand was injured, and blood was dripping onto the ground. "It's nothing. After Awan helps me apply medicine, I'll be fine," Lu Yujin said, constantly looking at Tang Wanwan. Tang Wanwan was much busier than Lu Yujin. She had already collected a lot of herbs from the mountain. In her hand was a small wooden bowl, and she was crushing the herbs with a rice grinder until they were mashed. As soon as she took out the bowl, a fresh herbal aroma filled the air. Everyone was immediately attracted by the smell. The herbs smelled so good. "What kind of herbs are these? Can I apply some?" Lu Hongying was now with a half-swollen face, and no one paid attention to her. She looked quite pitiful. Okay. Everyone thought Tang Wanwan would take this chance to criticize Lu Hongying harshly, but surprisingly, she agreed so straightforwardly. Tang Wanwan moved quickly and soon finished treating Gu Sinyu's wound. Lisi asked if it hurt and she smiled, saying it felt cool and comfortable. Usually, she hated the smell of herbs, but today, the herbs didn't smell bad, they smelled nice. She didn't know how Tang Wanwan managed that. Gu Sinyu was growing to like Tang Wanwan more and more. If her older brother really was with her, wouldn't she also be able to use fragrant, non-stinky herbs in the future? Lu Yujin had a knife wound on his wrist, which needed to be cleaned with salt water and then covered with herbs to stop bleeding and reduce swelling. After finishing, Tang Wanwan said to him, "Come back tomorrow, and I'll change your medicine. Don't try to be brave next time. For you, I'd do anything," Lu Yujin said without hesitation. His eyes looked deep and affectionate, like a clear pond, as he gazed at Tang Wanwan. Just moments ago, she had personally bandaged his wound. Normally, the pain felt like tearing, but now it was much better. When he looked up and saw her small face close to his heart warmed, and he couldn't help but say something romantic. "You're talking nonsense again." "I'm angry now," Tang Wanwan said, her tone firm, and she increased her grip on the bandage. Lu Yujin immediately felt a sharp pain and broke out in cold sweat. His grimace looked a bit funny. Still, he didn't cry out and simply smiled at her, daring to say, "Even when you're angry, you look good." You're hopeless," Tang Wanwan snapped and turned to leave. Wow, the amount of sweet talk was overwhelming, and the young people nearby couldn't hide their embarrassment. Huang, standing beside them, was even more stunned. He looked at Lu Yujin with admiration, thinking, this guy looks serious, but he's actually full of sweet talk. So this is how you charm girls? I've learned something new today. Initially, Tang Wanwan's face was serious, but after Lu Yujin's teasing, her cheeks turned red. Was she shy and turning her head to help Lu Honging with her medicine? Gu Xinyu, Li Si, and Lu Honging listened to their flirtatious teasing, and their faces weren't much better. Hearing Lu Yujin's cheesy words made them feel shy, but also full of envy. This dog food is so good that seeing the two of you being so affectionate makes me really jealous. Actually, many women are insincere. They say they don't want something but secretly wish for it. They secretly hope you will cherish them every day and constantly tell them sweet words. Which woman wouldn't want a man who treats her well for a lifetime? Even if he only speaks sweet words, she wouldn't mind. The key is that Lu Yujin is handsome, caring, romantic, and good at saying sweet things. With such a man by her side, what more could a woman ask for? He's good to you. Lu Honging surprisingly put away her temper and softly spoke to Tang Wanwan. Tang Wanwan didn't pay much attention to her, just responded with a and continued applying something to her face. At first, Lu Honging thought Tang Wanwan was going to put some ugly gauze on her face, but she didn't want that. Instead, Tang Wanwan took some unknown substance and applied it to her face. Soon, the burning pain from her injuries disappeared. After a while, once Tang Wanwan finished preparing the herbal medicine, her face no longer hurt. She quickly sat up and said to Tang Wanwan, "I didn't expect you to be quite capable. Today you slapped me, and I said things I shouldn't have. We're even now." "All right, I only remember kindness, not grudges," Tang Wanwan suddenly said, making a few people nearby laugh out loud. Ha ha ha. Tang Wanwan's cold joke made everyone laugh. While they were treating wounds and joking around, Tang Xija was attracted by the smell coming from the kitchen. "Wow, what delicious food is that? I want to eat." Tang Xija was really sharp-nosed. He wandered around here, looked around, and found the fish Tang Wanwan cooked. Without thinking much, whether it was cold or not, he picked up a piece with chopsticks and put it in his mouth. "Wow, it's so tasty. How did you cook this fish?" He took another piece and asked Tang Wanwan, "Are you called Tang Xiaowan? How are you so good at cooking? If you come work at our cafeteria, I can tell my grandpa and you could become the head chef there." Tang Xija knew her sister was called Tang Xiao, her brother Tang Xiaoi, so her name must be Tang Xiaowan. Tang Wanwan looked at Tang Xija and said, "Thank you for your kind words, young Master Tang. Also, I have no interest in working outside. It's getting late today, and I still have things to do. Everyone, please feel free to go." After saying this, she acted like she was seeing them off. "No, we're not leaving. We still need to help you find your sister, right? I suggest everyone try the dishes made by Tang Xiaowan, then go look for the person." "Oh, what's that meat? It looks really tasty." "Don't eat that," Tang Wanwan quickly warned when she saw Tang Zichek had already noticed the roasted mouse meat. However, Tang Zichek thought the opposite and assumed Tang Wanwan was reluctant to share. He eagerly took a bite and said with a smile, "Tang Xiaowan, don't be so stingy. Just one bite of your meat." How about I treat you to some next time? He ate happily, nodding as he took 3 or 4 bites in a row. Seeing how delicious he looked eating, Tang Wanwan felt even more uncomfortable. I really don't recommend eating this. You might regret it.
No, I'm joking.
Such good food. How could I regret it? Wow. How is this made? I've never had such tasty meat in my life. It's fragrant and a bit crispy. By the way, what did you sprinkle on it? Lu Hongying saw Tang Zichek drooling as he spoke and came over to look. After examining the shape of the meat, she muttered, "Why does this meat look so familiar?" After saying that, Lu Hongying shook her head and said, "It probably won't happen." She was already a bit afraid of Tang Wanwan. Once she touched her, she always ended up unlucky, and it was always consecutive misfortune. But unexpectedly, Tang Wanwan stared into her eyes and said firmly, "Yes, you're not mistaken." "Really?" "No way." Lu Hongying looked surprised, her eyes wide and her face showing shock. Meanwhile, Lesasai's curiosity was fully piqued. She quickly tugged Lu Hongying's sleeve and asked, "Miss Lu, what kind of meat is that? You all look so strange." "Hee. You'd better not ask," Lu Hongying replied, giving her a sympathetic look at Tang Zichek, who was about to eat all those skewers of meat. She swallowed hard and said, "I'll go find Tang Xiaoro." Zheng Huang didn't notice what kind of meat Tang Zichek was eating, only that the pieces looked small and thin. He couldn't help but ask Lu Hongying, "Senior sister, what kind of meat is that? You only told half the story, leaving the rest a mystery." "It's really hard not to know." "Haha, no matter what kind of meat it is, I've already finished eating." "You all missed out." Tang Xija was happily eating alone. Seeing Tang Xija's smug expression, Tang Wanwan walked over with a smile and gently said, "Young Master Tang, you're quite lucky. Today I found a very fat mouse outside. I brought it back while it was still warm, and then I took a knife and peeled off its skin." Before Tang Wanwan finished speaking, Tang Xija, sensing something was wrong, thought of the ugly image of the mouse. When he remembered the meat he had eaten and everyone's expressions, he suddenly couldn't hold back and started to.
Wow.
Cough, cough. Seeing the young Master Tang, who was jumping around like he wasn't afraid of anything, suddenly get sick, everyone felt very satisfied. Their expressions were quite lively, some surprised, some frowning, and many secretly giggling with their hands over their mouths. "You all," Tang Xija said between vomits, clutching his throat painfully. The feeling of vomiting was terrible. The worst part was that no one comforted him. They just laughed at him, making him furious. He kept vomiting several times. After he stopped, he looked at everyone's strange expressions and couldn't help but think of something. He kept vomiting, almost to the point of spitting out bitter bile, but he could only dry heave because nothing was coming out. "Tang Xiaowan, you really caused me trouble," Tang Xija said with a face that looked more bitter than eating bitter herbs. "This isn't my fault. It's what you wanted to eat, and you ate it happily," Tang Wanwan said with a smile. "Then why did you make mouse meat? And make it so delicious?" Tang Wanwan sighed slightly, seeming very regretful. "I was giving it to my big yellow dog." "Who told you to be so greedy?" Actually, what she wanted to say was, "You might not believe it, but this was the first meal with meat in a long time for my family. Poor people can't afford meat, so just having some to satisfy their cravings is already good." They didn't care about the meat itself. Before they could eat, Tang Xija had already snatched it first. "Who is Big Yellow?" Tang Xija looked confused. Everyone saw his silly expression and couldn't help but laugh again. It was only when his little brother nearby reminded him that he realized Tang Wanwan had called him a little dog. Tang Xiaowan, will remember what happened today." Tang Xija finished speaking and stormed off. He's never been so embarrassed before. After he left, his little followers also went away. Once he was gone, everyone found the situation amusing and couldn't help but laugh. "All right, everyone stop laughing. Let's split up and look for Xiaoro. Whether we find her or not, let's meet back here in an hour," Lu Yujin advised everyone. "Miss Sinew, since you're not feeling well, stay at home with my mother. Our main task is to ask the villagers if they've seen any unfamiliar women come to our village. Also, keep an eye on the riverbank, the woods, or other quiet places to look around. Although Tongjia village is large, splitting up makes the search much easier. I'll go with Brother Liu, Tang Xiaoyi automatically volunteered. He stood with Lu Yujin mainly because of those two little buns. Huang Zheng and Lu Hongying went together, so the remaining Lesasai could go with Tang Wanwan to look for people. Lu Yujin wasn't interested in this little kid. He immediately said to him, "Xiaoyi, didn't you say you wanted to help Miss Lu get familiar with the village roads?" Then he winked at him. At first, Tang Xiaoyi didn't understand what he meant. Seeing his gaze constantly on his sister and the way he was winking, he quickly got it. He hurriedly said, "Oh yes, Miss Lu, come with me. I'll take you along the riverbank path." "But I want to go with Cousin Zheng," Lesasai said, looking hopefully at Huang Zheng. "I'll go with Sister Shi." Huang Zheng was already wary of this clingy little cousin. Besides, he could tell that his cousin had some unusual feelings for him, which made him uncomfortable. He decided it was better not to go with her, or he might feel nervous again. "Miss Tang, I also want to help find Xiaoro," Gu Xinyu said as she stood up. "Miss Xinyu, we have enough people here. I'll also inform the village chief later to send more people to help. You're not feeling well and should rest more," Tang Wanwan told Gu Xinyu. "But stop, no buts. Mother, please take care of Miss Xinyu. We're going out now to find her," Tang Wanwan said, already asking Madame Chen to let Gu Xinyu rest inside. "All right, Awan, hurry and go. Let me know as soon as you have news," her mother replied. "Yes, I understand." Tang Wanwan and her friends went out to find someone, so Gu Xinyu could only wait at home. Due to her personality, she was not used to voicing her opinions. Since Tang Xiaoro was still missing, she felt a bit guilty about leaving. "Miss Xinyu, you must be tired after running around all day. Why not lie down on Awan's bed for a while? They won't be back for another hour." Gu Xinyu felt a little tired, probably because she had fainted earlier. She thought it was okay since nothing else was urgent, so she decided to lie down for a bit. "Thank you very much, ma'am." Mrs. Chen said no need to thank her, and led Gu Xinyu to Tang Wanwan's room to rest. "I'm really sorry, our home is quite simple, so I hope you don't mind. Miss Xinyu, what is your family name? I don't think we've met before," Mrs. Chen asked as she led Gu Xinyu inside. "Ma'am, my family name is Gu. Today, I came with them from Yonglin Pavilion to help recruit new students." Gu Xinyu spoke softly, sounding very pleasant. "Oh, I see. Miss Gu, you must come from a wealthy family. Your clothes are quite modest, but if you don't mind our Awan and Xiaoro, it's really rare to meet such a lovely young lady." Mrs. Chen looked at Gu Xinyu and liked her more and more. How could there be such a beautiful girl? Not at all. "I think they're all very nice. Besides, I don't have many friends, so I'm happy to meet them," Gu Xinyu said with a smile. "You're too kind. Miss Xinyu, this is Awan's bed. You can rest here for a while. I'll be outside. If you need anything, just call me." Mrs. Chen smiled at Gu Xinyu. She thought this girl was poised and gentle.
Okay.
After Mrs. Chen left, Gu Xinyu looked around the room. It was very simple, with almost no furniture, not even a dressing table that girls usually like. There was a bronze mirror on the wall and a broken wooden comb. Next to the bed was a small stool with a pile of messy clothes on it. She thought that with such simple conditions, the bed must be very hard. But when she sat down suddenly, she didn't feel the usual hardness. Why is this bed so comfortable? Gu Xinyu moved up and down, and the bed bounced lightly. Curious, she tried a few more times and found that the bed was surprisingly soft. After lying down, Gu Xinyu comfortably closed her eyes and sighed. This bed is so comfortable, even more so than the one at home. As she lay on the bed, she could faintly smell a light, fresh fragrance, like the scent of a certain tree. She was very curious and thought about asking Tang Wanyang later how this bed was made and where it came from. Since sleeping on this bed, she no longer wanted to sleep on her own bed at home. She had expected that she wouldn't be able to sleep in a stranger's house, but surprisingly, she fell asleep quickly while lying there. After falling asleep, Gu Xinyu had the same dream again. In the dream, a young boy stood at the edge of a cliff, reaching out his hand to her. She wanted to save him but was too late. He suddenly fell down.
Ah, no.
Goose Sinew's scream woke her up. When she opened her eyes, she found she was not at home. Her mind was a bit dizzy, and after thinking for a while, she realized she was at the Tang family's house. Strangely, she used to have dreams where she couldn't see the person's face clearly, but today she remembered the boy's face very clearly. He was exceptionally handsome. However, his eyes looked strange, as if filled with resentment. She didn't recognize him, so where had she seen him before? Could it be that I actually know him but have forgotten? Goose Sinew muttered to herself. When Goose Sinew was a child, she had a serious illness. After she recovered, she seemed to forget some things, and since then, she often had that strange dream. In the dream, she could never see the boy's face clearly. He wanted her to save him, but she was always a step too late. When she woke up, she often stared at herself in the mirror and asked her mother what had happened to her. Her mother always said nothing had happened. Her family also avoided talking about this matter, never mentioning it. Over time, Goose Sinew stopped trying to find out more. But today, something felt strange. How come she suddenly saw his face clearly? Feeling that something was wrong, Goose Sinew instinctively looked toward the door, and she was shocked to see a pair of hidden eyes in the darkness, looking at her with a somewhat fierce expression.
Ah.
The suddenness of it all made Goose Sinew nervous, and she fainted again from fright. "Miss Goo, what's wrong?" Mrs. Chun, who was working in the yard, heard two cries from Goose Sinew and hurriedly ran into the room. The moment she entered, she saw her son, Tang Wei, lying on the ground with a pale face, looking very unwell. She hurried over to help him up. "Where? Why did you get up without calling me?" Tang Wei looked calm on the outside, but was uneasy inside. He felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Mother, I needed to go to the bathroom and couldn't find you.
So I try to do it myself.
Then I will help you right away." "It's my fault. I didn't hear you just now." Mother Chen quickly came over to help Tang Wei. "Mother, has anyone come to our house?" Tang Wei asked casually, but his eyes nervously looked toward the door of Tang Wanwan's room. Mother Chen immediately stomped her foot, feeling a little guilty. "Look at me. I forgot to check on Miss Goo." "Where? Wait a moment." She hurried to check on Goose Sinew. The girl was dizzy, so she could only help her back onto the bed and let her lie down properly. Muttering to herself, "What should I do? I need to find a doctor, but where can I find one? Our family can't be without people. Mother, why don't I stay here and watch over her while you go find a doctor?" "But what will you do?"
I'm Fine.
"I can slowly walk with the wall support." Mother Chen thought for a moment. She believed that saving a life was a big matter, so she said, "All right, be careful." "Yes." After saying that, Mother Chen hurried off to find the village doctor. There was a part-time doctor in the village who wasn't often home. If they wanted a better doctor, they would have to go to the town and ask the Su family to come. The Su family's consultation fee was not cheap, and the journey was long. Most people with a headache or fever would just go to the village doctor. Tang Wei exerted a lot of effort to slowly crawl to the bed. He quietly looked at Goose Sinew lying there. She was truly beautiful, as lovely as her voice. Tang Wei couldn't be sure if that person was him, but based on his instincts, the one who saved him was definitely him. His mind was a bit confused now, and his thoughts drifted back to a few years ago. That day, he was beaten and kicked by a group of people. The young lady next to him clapped and cheered. The wealthy lady, dressed in fine clothes and looking stern, looked at him as if he were an ant on the ground. He told her she was mistaken, that he hadn't saved her daughter. Tang Wei refused to admit it, and then the lady ordered her people to beat him. Suddenly, a soft body pressed against him. Crying, she said, "You can't hit her. My brother is a good person." "Good person?" "That little girl is a troublemaker, trying to take advantage of her sister. If your sister's reputation gets ruined, even you won't be able to get married." "I don't care. Anyway, you are not allowed to bully him anymore," the little girl insisted. "Humph, you brat. Today, I'll let this troublemaker go just because of you." The heavy rain was pouring down. In the mist, he could only see her eyes shining brightly, her voice soft and sweet, very pleasant to hear. "Little brother, does it hurt?" The little girl tried to help him, but he turned his face away and softly said, "It doesn't hurt. Thank you." Later, Tang Wei found out that the young lady who ordered him to be hurt was named Gu, and she was the head lady of the Gu family. Could it be her? She actually came to the house. She probably didn't notice him. Thinking about how he had scared her into fainting earlier, Tang Wei felt very uneasy. He didn't even dare to look at himself in the mirror. He looked so ugly now, but her voice was still so sweet. She looked like a fairy, so beautiful. Tang Wei didn't go out of the room just to use the bathroom. He heard Gu Sinyu's voice. Hearing her talk with her mother about being from the Gu family, the memories buried deep in Tang Wei's heart slowly resurfaced. He hadn't told anyone about this, thinking he would never see her again in this life. But now, unexpectedly, she had grown into a tall, beautiful young lady. And himself? He looked at Gu Sinyu lying on the bed. His eyes moved slightly, but she hadn't woken up yet. Tang Wei was afraid she might see him, so he slowly turned around and groped his way back to his room. Once inside, he tightly closed the door. Then he took out a mirror and finally saw his reflection. He smiled, then started to cry. He punched the mirror, breaking it into pieces. His hand was cut and bleeding a lot. He just let the blood flow freely. "Doctor, quickly, check on her."
How is she?
When Lady Chen and the village doctor arrived, they found Gu Sinyu had already woken up. She looked a little weak, quietly resting by the bed, as beautiful as a fairy from the heavens, spotless and pure.
Thank you, madam. I'm Fine.
"I just don't know what happened earlier, and I fainted again. Really, I'm fine. You don't need to see the doctor." "Miss Gu, are you really okay?" "I'm fine. Let the doctor go back now." The doctor looked at Gu Sinyu's complexion and said, "It seems Miss is lacking blood and energy. You should eat more iron-rich food. As for other health issues, your face looks fine, so I think you're okay. Maybe I can prescribe some nourishing medicine for you to take a couple of doses?" "No need, doctor.
I'm really fine."
The doctor finally said a few more polite words and was sent away by Lady Chen. After the doctor left, Lady Chen still felt a bit embarrassed and thought the girl was very well behaved and quite adorable. "Miss Gu, are you hungry? Awan made some food earlier. Let me prepare some for you." "That sounds good." "Thank you, madam." Honestly, Gu Sinyu was feeling quite hungry now. Moving made her feel dizzy, and her stomach was empty. "Madam, this dish is really delicious. Did Miss Tang make it?" Having often eaten rich fish and meat dishes, Gu Sinyu found this light meal very fresh and new. The fish was tender and tasty. The round dumplings, made from some sticky ingredient, looked beautiful and tasted good. Lady Chen didn't know that Tang Wanwan had gone to the mountain to gather a lot of kudzu root and thought it was brought back yesterday by Lu Yujing. She said, "If Miss Gu likes it, it shows she appreciates Awan. You should eat more. This was made by Awan herself. If you like it, that's what matters." Miss Tang is really good at cooking. No wonder Xiaoro also has a talent for it. If she can join Yonglin Pavilion in the future, I can see her often. Hearing this, Lady Chen was very happy and quickly asked, "Really? Miss Gu is also at Yonglin Pavilion? Are there many people there? Is it very strict?" Gu Sinyu smiled at Lady Chen and said, "I'm not there, but my older brother is the young pavilion master of Yonglin Pavilion. He cares a lot about me. If I say Xiaoro is my good friend, he will help take care of her." "That's wonderful. Thank you so much for helping Xiaoro," Lady Chen said gratefully. "Madam, you're very kind. Seeing you makes me feel especially close," Gu Sinyu replied. After a pause, she asked, "Madam, I want to ask, are there only a few people in your family?" "What do you mean?" Lady Chen looked a bit surprised. "Well, I mean, are there only 4 people at home? Are there others?" Gu Sinyu asked this to confirm whether what she saw today was real or just her imagination. "There are 5 people in our family, but Awan's older brother has gone to another city and is not at home. Mrs. Chen knows where, doesn't like to socialize, and rarely sees anyone, so she didn't tell the full truth." "Oh, how old is Miss Tang's brother? What does he do?" "Why are you asking about that, Miss Gu?" "Her brother is a rough man, big and strong. Don't scare her when you meet her." Mrs. Chen quickly made up an excuse to cover for Gu Sinyu. Big and strong? That probably isn't him. Gu Xinyu thought for a moment and said, I was just asking out of curiosity.
Please don't mind.
Yes, your cooking is really good. If I have the chance, can I come again to eat? Mrs. Chen looked at Gu Xinyu and smiled. Of course, as long as Miss Gu doesn't mind that our food is simple and not very tasty. Then the two chatted casually about family matters. Gu Xinyu wanted to help with chores but was stopped by Mrs. Chen, who didn't let her do anything. Stop for a moment. What's wrong, Yunji? County Magistrate Feng looked at Gu Yunji. He saw someone pause slightly, open the car curtain, and confirm the source of the smell, then said, I'll go check. County Magistrate Feng wanted to follow down but was stopped by Gu Yunji. Sir, please wait. I'll be right back. We still need to go to Mang village later. Feng knew Gu Yunji had a strange temper. When he went down, it was probably for private business. This person was kind and warm like spring, but if angry, it felt like winter. Even his old friend was no exception. Feng was happy to rest in the carriage and said, All right, then I'll wait here. No need. You go ahead, I'll catch up later. Fine. Not even letting anyone see what's happening. What's so urgent? Feng immediately said to the coachman, Old Wang, let's go first. Old Wang responded, Got it. He whipped the horses, and they ran quickly, soon disappearing from sight. The people behind hurried to follow the carriage, only seeing dust rising in the distance. Not long after, they saw the landmark of Tongjia village, a large stone stele at the village entrance with the words Tongjia village carved on it. Is this really Tongjia village? Gu Yunji looked around, then took a few steps forward. On the bridge, he saw a girl in a red shirt sitting there crying with tears in her eyes, holding something in her hand. That thing looked familiar, and the smell was definitely the same. He thought it would be hard to find Tang Wanwan, but surprisingly, it was so coincidental. He quickly walked over. He approached her and offered a handkerchief. He asked, Miss Tang, oh, nice to meet you. Before he finished speaking, the girl was startled and suddenly fell straight down from the bridge.
Ah!
Fortunately, Gu Yunji was quick and caught her just in time. He pulled her back up, and she stood safely on the bridge. Tang Ryue grabbed the man who was holding her, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. She thought she saw a fairy from heaven. She was so beautiful. Even after Gu Yunji helped her onto the bridge, she kept staring at him in surprise. While she was distracted, Gu Yunji looked at the bag she was holding and then said, Miss Tang, are you okay? Luckily, I arrived just in time. Tang Ryue finally snapped out of her daze and looked at the man who suddenly appeared. May I ask who you are? Do I know you? Since she had a falling out with Tang Wanwan and was not getting along with her mother and sister, she was in a bad mood. She secretly ran outside, feeling sad inside. She thought if she hid on the bridge, no one would see her. But unexpectedly, a man's voice suddenly appeared, startling her greatly. She was originally sitting in the gap between the bridge piers, and when she was frightened, she almost fell into the water. But she found his words strange. He was the one who scared her, after all. Yet, he called her Miss Tang, so maybe he knew her? It's okay, if you don't know me. I know you, and that's enough. Are you Miss Tang? Tang Ryue didn't understand what he meant, so she nodded. Then I just saved you. Do you want to thank me? You saved me? Yes, I pulled you up just now, Gu Yunji said, his slightly frowned profile looking even more handsome. When he looked at her, Tang Ryue felt dizzy, as if dreaming, and her legs felt weak. She seemed to be hypnotized, responding softly, Thank you. How can I repay you? Actually, there's nothing much. But if you could give me that thing in your hand, I wouldn't mind. Tang Ryue didn't expect it to be so simple. She thought about the embroidered bag in her hand. Though she was a bit reluctant, it was the best thing she had to offer. She nodded and said, All right, but can you tell me your name? And how do you know me? Once he had the item and confirmed it was hers, Gu Yunji smiled faintly and said, My name is Gu Mingyuan. As for how I know you, you'll find out later. So his name was Gu Mingyuan? Seeing him prepare to leave, Tang Ryue hurried after him. Excuse me, will I see you again in the future? Coming back for her? Gu Yunji thought that was unlikely, but he was somewhat interested in the wooden stopper he had made for her. He glanced at her and said, maybe. Perhaps tomorrow, maybe the day after, or maybe someday in the future. After saying this, he turned gracefully and said, Miss Tang, see you next time.
See you next time.
Tang Ryue stood there, staring blankly in the direction where Gu Yunji disappeared. After a while, she felt something was off. This person appeared strangely, then said he had saved her, and now he was taking her embroidered bag. Could he be a scammer? Hey, wait for me. By then, Gu Yunji had already left Tongjia village. Looking at the bag in his hand, his eyes were deep and serious, very different from his previously rebellious look. He teased himself, Gu Yunji, is it really okay to deceive a little girl like this? Then, he dismissed his own joke. No, this isn't lying. He's helping others out of kindness so they won't feel guilty. He's just solving her problem. Once he understood, he stopped thinking about it. Anyway, with those children in Tongjia village, there shouldn't be much trouble. Gu Yunji's speed was quick. He arrived just as Magistrate Feng and his men were nearing Meng village, and he joined them. Seeing his expression, they knew he had handled everything. Magistrate Feng was not a talkative man, so he didn't ask further. Later, you all need to block each village entrance and check everyone carefully. Remember, don't miss any suspicious person. Yes. After finishing their answers, the people under Magistrate Feng's command dispersed quickly and cleanly. They chose to start at Meng village instead of Tongjia village because they received clues suggesting a suspicious suspect's movements. The issue of poppy flowers was important, so they were very cautious. They preferred to catch someone wrongly rather than miss catching the right person. Gu Yunji and his team knew they probably wouldn't find anything this time. Even with so many people searching almost the entire Tang village, they found no clues. It was getting late and Gu Xinyu and Lesasai also needed to go home. Tang Wanwan could only say goodbye to them. After seeing them off and returning home, Tang Wanwan felt very upset. Thinking about the rumors about Madame Chen made her feel even heavier-hearted. She didn't know how to ask about it. Tang Xiaoyi looked as sad as a wilted eggplant. Awan, have they all left? What did the village chief say about Xiaoro? Is Xiaoro really missing? Madame Chen said, tears welling up as she spoke. Tang Wanwan didn't know what to say, so she could only reply, I will report to the authorities first thing tomorrow morning. I heard Magistrate Feng went to Meng village and will pass by our place. Seeing her daughter's distant attitude, which seemed a bit cold, Madame Chen's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Awan, come here, I have something to tell you. Xiao Yi, go wash up and get ready to sleep early. Xiao Yi responded with an "oh," then went to wash up on her own. Tang Wanwan and Madame Chen sat facing each other.
Mother, what do you want to say?
Awan, have you heard any rumors today about me? No, I don't know what exactly happened. I want to hear it from you. Tang Wanwan paused and then said, I heard from the people at Yonglin Pavilion that Xiaoro ran back after hearing about you. But when we returned, we couldn't find her. Where do you think she might have gone? Hearing this, Madame Chen suddenly grabbed Tang Wanwan's hand and asked, Awan, did Xiaoro come back? When did this happen? It was probably around noon, less than half an hour after we returned looking for you. Madame Chen's face suddenly changed color, and she burst into tears, about to run outside.
Xiaoru, I'm sorry.
If I could bring you back, I'd do anything. Mother, I was wrong. Rower, come back soon. I was wrong. Mother, what's wrong? What exactly happened? Tang Wanwan looked at Mrs. Chen, who was kneeling on the ground and crying loudly, unsure of what to say. Mrs. Chen cried as she briefly explained what happened today. This morning, your third aunt came to see me. She said she was going to Zhang's house to check on things. She helped me find a family, a pig butcher. I thought that with the 10 taels of dowry and what they gave, it would be enough for you and your brother to live comfortably. So I went to see them secretly. I wanted to wait until everything was settled before telling you. I didn't expect things to move so fast. I just got back and hadn't had a chance to tell you when they sent over the dowry. Mother is useless. I wanted to take Xiaoro and Xiaoyi with me to lessen your burden. But I didn't expect Xiaoro to see it. She must think I don't want her anymore, Mrs. Chen said, getting more upset. She cried harder, gasping for breath. Wanwan, what should I do? Tang Wanwan looked at her, sighed, and helped her up. She said, Mother, get up. Such a big thing, and you didn't tell us? Do you still see us as family? I wanted to tell you after things were settled after we discussed it. I didn't expect this to happen. But I already told them to go back, and I won't mention it for now. Mrs. Chen was full of regret. If there was a medicine to undo mistakes, she would take it immediately. Now that this has happened, she felt ashamed and guilty. The news was spreading in the village, and she worried about what others might say or laugh at her. Mother, you should tell Xiao about this. This isn't how it should have ended. Since you took this step, you need to follow through. Otherwise, how will the villagers see you? The people in Tongjia village already looked down on her family. Now everyone knew Mrs. Chen wanted to remarry, but she hadn't married again and had lost her daughter. She was becoming a laughingstock. No, Xiao's situation is my fault. I absolutely can't do this. I will definitely find Xiao. As for this matter, it's up to you to decide. I have no opinion. After saying this, Tang Wanwan went to the yard, picked up and started to work the land. She felt upset inside and needed to do something to vent her frustration. She wasn't against Mrs. Chen remarrying, but she was angry that Mrs. Chen didn't tell them beforehand. Now, this matter has probably been talked about loudly in the village, making them feel very passive. It also caused Xiao Rou to be lost, and the situation is extremely bad. Mrs. Chen can't make any more decisions. What else could she decide? Her eldest daughter resents her, and her youngest daughter is gone. Tang Xiaoi probably also has opinions about her mother. At this point, Mrs. Chen is full of regret. As for the Zhang family, the situation came so suddenly. Meanwhile, the Zhang family members are at Aunt San's house, repeatedly saying kind words, asking her to find a way to persuade Mrs. Chen to change her mind. They brought many gifts. Aunt San, seeing such generous presents, is quite tempted, but Mrs. Chen is stubborn and refuses to accept. She feels very conflicted. Big brother, it's all your fault for being too impatient. Those children, especially the eldest girl, are stubborn. They don't dare to make a fuss because they're afraid of causing trouble, which makes the children lose trust. You guys are lucky. You directly let the girl lose her child. How can Mrs. Chen still trust you? Zhang the butcher sits there, looking very uncomfortable, with a worried expression. He explains, I just thought it was the right time to settle things quickly. I go out every day to do business. Aja eats well one day and is hungry the next. I just want to help the poor child find a home as soon as possible. Aunt San listens and understands, but she sighs and says, Brother Zhang, it's not that I don't want to help you, but your luck is just too bad. I dare not accept your gifts. If this doesn't go well, I feel guilty. You should go back quickly. Big sister, you can keep these things. As a man, I don't need these fancy cloths. I still think I'm willing to wait for her to change her mind. As for the betrothal gifts, I can add double. After saying this, Zhang the butcher didn't take the gifts and simply stood up to leave. Hey brother, take your things, Aunt San called after him. Zhang the butcher had already left with his people. Aunt San chased after him, but didn't catch up. She looked back at the pile of items on the table and frowned. After thinking for a moment, she said, Sigh, talking sweetly to others and taking from them shortens your reach. I need to think of a way to make this happen properly. The next day, Aunt San went to talk to Mrs. Chen about this again. Mrs. Chen immediately refused. Auntie San then repeated Zhang the butcher's words to her. Big sister, he said he truly wants to live with you, and he even doubled the bride price. Look at how sincere he is. He also said that no matter how long it takes, he's willing to wait for you to change your mind. Mrs. Chen was firm in her decision and remained unmoved. Auntie San, thank you for telling me. Please tell him I've changed my mind and that he can forget about it. I made a mistake once. I won't make it again. Auntie San didn't expect Mrs. Chen to be so stubborn, but she had already planned her move. With a big wave of her hand, a large pile of things was suddenly placed in her yard. I told you if he leaves things at my place, I can't take them. Whether you keep them or not, that's up to you. Anyway, I didn't eat the meat, but I just caused myself trouble. From now on, don't come to me with your matters. Wait, Andy-san, don't go yet.
Please talk to him again.
The things are all taken away.
I won't take them.
You decide what to do. After saying that, Andy-san left. Mrs. Chun and Tang Wanwan stared at the pile of things on the ground, both feeling helpless.
Awan, what should we do about this?
Tang Wanwan said she didn't know either. You can decide what to do with the things. If you don't want them, you can throw them away. Just consider that you accepted them. Mrs. Chun shot her a sharp look. You child, these things are not easy to come by. How can we just throw them away? At that moment, Tang Wanwan was in a corner of the small yard, carefully preparing a small patch of land, surrounded by a fence, looking very cautious. After loosening the soil, she sowed some seeds and then carefully covered them with a layer of straw. Seeing how careful she was, Mrs. Chun asked, Awan, what are you planting there? Mother, this is good stuff. It can cure brother's illness. We must watch it carefully. Mrs. Chun didn't know when her daughter had learned about medicinal herbs, so she asked, how do you know about this? I heard from Dr. Su. He went up the mountain to find it and wanted to try. Maybe it really helps brother's health. Hopefully it works. Weir's legs are getting worse. Mrs. Chun sighed and continued sweeping the yard with a broom. After Tang Wanwan finished preparing the land, she went to wash her hands at the water pond. While washing, she unexpectedly saw a layer of crystals forming on the surface of the salt pond. She exclaimed happily, Mother, quickly bring a basin. What's wrong with Awan? Lady Chun heard her daughter gasp suddenly and didn't know what had happened. Mother, hurry up, Tang Wanwan said urgently. I'm coming, Lady Chun replied, bringing a clean wooden basin. Look, Tang Wanwan happily showed her mother the salt crystals she had filtered out. Is this salt? Lady Chen's eyes lit up. Her husband dealt with salt all the time, so she knew a lot about it. But why is the salt so white and fine? She gently pinched the salt crystals with her fingers, and they instantly crumbled into small, shiny grains. Mother, this is fine salt. It's safe to eat and doesn't taste bitter. Lady Chun was very happy to hear this and praised her daughter. My Awan is so clever. Let's quickly put the salt away. We can keep filtering the rest, Tang Wanwan said. She ran to the kitchen, scooped with a spoon, and filled a big bowl. After checking the quality of the filtered salt, Tang Wanwan added another layer of filter net and replaced the used charcoal. She also added some stones from the salt pond and left some space around them. This made the salt drying pond bigger and water flowed faster. Seeing her progress, Tang Wanwan was quite satisfied. Using such simple tools, she had managed to filter the salt quite well. If she had a better filter net, it would work even better. Mother, take some of this salt to Uncle Village Chief and Aunt Third. Let them try it, she suggested. The village chief was quite kind to their family and often called them over. He even sent people to help find Xiao Ro yesterday. Although they didn't find her, they had tried their best. Aunt Third didn't need to be said. She had done a lot for Lady Chun and Carpenter Zhang. Tang Wanwan was also returning a favor to her mother. What about your grandma's side? Lady Chun asked. Should we send some to them too? No need. Mother, you forgot. We've already divided the family, Tang Wanwan replied. Lady Chun thought for a moment and nodded, saying all right then. Lady Chun took the salt to deliver, while Tang Wanwan continued working on her salt pond, trying to make it better and more stable. Suddenly, she saw Tang Xiaoyi running back in a hurry. While running, she shouted, Big sister, it's not good. Magistrate Feng can't come anymore. Early in the morning, Tang Wanwan had told Tang Xiaoyi to wait at the village entrance. If they saw Magistrate Feng's carriage, they would stop it and report a missing person, asking for help to find Tang Xiaoro. With officials involved, things might move faster, but whether Magistrate Feng would handle it properly was uncertain. Tang Wanwan wanted to try her luck. She thought Magistrate Feng had already arrived, but then more problems arose. Xiaoyi, what's going on? Based on the timing, they should have arrived by now. That's right. I heard the village head and others also sent people to greet the magistrate at the village entrance. The village head is also looking for Magistrate Feng, but do they know what the issue is? The The village had only called for officials because something serious had happened in the village. But such secret matters, no one would tell a young child like Tang Xiaoyi. Tang Wanwan was mainly worried about whether Magistrate Feng could come. But if she knew that his trip was to investigate the missing poppy flowers, she wouldn't be in such a rush to bring him back. I heard that Magistrate Feng's carriage broke down halfway, and they are coming back on foot. Couldn't anyone fix the carriage? What kind of trouble is this? Tang Wanwan couldn't help but complain. I don't know either, Tang Xiaoyi said with a helpless look. Tang Wanwan thought for a moment, then ran to her small hut, packed a few tools into her basket, and said, Xiaoyi, let's go. Xiaoyi looked at his sister with a strange expression, as if something wonderful was about to happen, which made him feel puzzled. If Magistrate Feng couldn't come, why was his sister so happy? Was she worried and confused about Xiao's situation? Seeing Tang Xiaoyi walking slowly behind her, Tang Wanwan pulled him and said, let's see if we can borrow a couple of ox carts. Maybe there's still time. The village head's son had a cart, but she didn't know if it had been sent out. It was unlucky. When Tang Wanwan went to borrow the cart, he was out plowing the fields. The village head was sitting in his yard, smoking a dry tobacco pipe, while his wife struggled to draw water from the well. After seeing her, they were very grateful for the salt she brought and praised her a few words. The village head said he would go see her salt-making tools when he had time. Tang Wanwan agreed. They said that if they had time, they could also install one at their home. The village chief happily agreed and kept thanking them. Big sister, what should we do now? If they wait for County Magistrate Feng and his people to arrive here, it will probably be noon. Delaying a little might also delay the chance of finding Tang Xiao. If Xiao is taken away by bad people, her danger will increase significantly. Let's think of another way. There must be a solution, Tang Wanwan was thinking, considering if anyone had a horse-drawn carriage or ox cart that they could borrow. Suddenly, she heard the sound of hooves in the distance, but it wasn't just one horse. Looking again, she saw two people leading horses, walking one behind the other toward the village entrance. Tang Wanwan's eyes lit up immediately. She grabbed Tang Xiaoyi's hand and said, come on, someone is sending us horses. Tang Xiaoyi didn't understand what her sister meant, but she saw Tang Wanwan already blocking the two people leading the horses, Tang Xija and Tang Xian. Please wait a moment. Originally, Tang Xija was walking slowly, but when he looked up and saw it was Tang Wanwan, his face suddenly became uncomfortable. Tang Xian, standing nearby, looked at her brother with some sympathy, unsure of what Tang Wanwan was going to do to him this time. Tang Xiaowan, I wasn't coming to find you, but you came to find me. It's just the right time. Tang Wanwan looked at Tang Xija, not understanding what he meant, so she asked, Tang Xija, I need your help today. I'm not here to pick a fight. Can I borrow a horse for a little while? I'll return it immediately after I'm done. Oh, you little girl, you have quite a mouth. This horse is for errands. Little kid, go to the side quickly. Seeing that Tang Xija was struggling to speak clearly, Tang Wanwan turned to Tang Xian and asked, where are you going? What are you doing? I have urgent business. Can I borrow one of your horses? Tang Xian didn't expect Tang Wanwan to talk to him instead of their older brother. He hesitated, unsure whether to tell the truth. We're going to pick up County Magistrate Feng. If we're delayed, it will be hard to explain. Before he finished speaking, Tang Xija kicked him. You talk too much. Tang Xian was kicked aside and smiled as he said, Big brother, she'll find out sooner or later. If she knows we're doing official business, she'll back off. Tang Xija listened and thought it made sense, so he stopped being angry. He looked at Tang Wanwan and said, little girl, did you hear that? Our two horses are here to pick up a VIP. So, you should handle your own matters. But Tang Wanwan didn't move aside. Instead, she stepped closer to him, still smiling. For some reason, seeing her smile made Tang Xija feel uneasy. He said, young Master Tang, why don't we make a deal? How about we go together? No, he replied. Do you want to try the best roasted lamb leg, pork chops, or spicy hot pot in the world? Tang Wanwan knew Tang Xija loved to eat, so she tried to persuade him. He's a good-hearted person, but talking to him is always difficult.
What's that?
he asked. It's delicious, but you'll need to bring the ingredients yourself. I'll cook for you.
How about that?
Sounds good, Tang Xija said, then suddenly shook his head. No, what if you put something strange inside again? I don't want to be tricked again. Absolutely not. It's a one-time chance. If you don't want to eat, then forget it, Tang Wanhan promised confidently. Tang Xija was actually tempted, but he still remembered the last embarrassing thing that happened. He needed to think of a way to deal with this girl, or he'd never feel at ease. Seeing the horses in front of him, he suddenly had an idea and smiled. All right, but there's one condition if you want to borrow my horses. Don't just ask for one condition. Tang Wanhan was willing to agree to two. But she still pretended to be reluctant and said, Why are you so stingy? Just borrow them, and you still want conditions? As long as it's not about money or goes against my principles, I can agree. Okay, that's what you said. Hurry up and catch up with me. After saying that, Tang Xija let out a loud laugh and jumped onto his horse. Afraid you can't catch me, Tang Wanhan said boldly, preparing to ride the horse that Tang Shuang was holding. Tang Shuang was worried and quickly stepped forward to stop her. Big sister, you haven't learned how to ride yet. What if you fall? That day, Tang Wanhan had only learned to ride with Lu Yujin, so she was a bit worried. But she knew the key to riding well, and with her martial arts skills, she didn't believe she couldn't ride a horse.
For Xiao, she had to take a chance.
Tang Situan heard that Tang Wanhan still couldn't ride a horse and kindly advised, Miss Tang, if you can't ride, I suggest you wait here. We're just going to ask County Magistrate Feng to come to the village. Isn't that the same? But Tang Wanhan had her own thoughts. She directly mounted the horse and said, Thank you. Please say a few less words to me. Maybe then I can catch up with Tang Xija.
Go.
After saying that, Tang Wanhan shot forward like an arrow, rushing out quickly. Tang Xiaoi and Tang Situan watched nervously. Miss Tang, be careful. Everyone come back safely. Be careful on the road.
Got it.
Haha, the little girl is racing against me. When Grandpa was teaching me to ride, you were still playing in the mud. Whatever. Tang Xija rode leisurely.
Go. Go.
At first, Tang Wanwan's riding was not smooth. She almost fell off twice. Then she remembered how Wu Zhao trained Xing Tsongma, a horse, and decided to try using bamboo arrows to train the horse. Whenever the horse moved strangely, she used a bamboo arrow to calm it. After a while, the horse surprisingly became obedient. She wasn't a cruel person and wouldn't let the horse bleed. She just pricked it lightly with the bamboo arrow, causing a slight on the skin, without bleeding. Horses are smart animals. Feeling the pain, they realize that the person riding them is not someone to mess with, so they dare not act up. Seeing the horse become more obedient, Tang Wanwan used the riding tips that Lu Yujin had told her. Soon, she figured out how to ride better, and her speed increased. When the horse started to run fast on the road, she felt like she was floating, like being in a fast-moving vehicle. Tang Wanwan thought to herself, people's potential really is unlocked when pushed. If it weren't for today's urgent matter, she might have taken a long time to learn riding. But now, she was confident she could catch up with Tang Xija and even surpass him. She was looking forward to seeing him get beaten again. Just you wait, little one. Tang Xija felt proud for a moment. About halfway through the journey, he suddenly heard the rhythmic sound of hooves behind him. His heart skipped a beat. He wondered if it was that girl. I thought I was overthinking again. How could that young girl possibly ride a horse? She doesn't have the conditions for it. Riding a horse isn't something an ordinary family can learn. The price of this horse is enough for a regular family's expenses for several years. Seeing Tang Xija's family situation, he thought it was already impressive that she could ride a horse, let alone ride well. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Coincidentally, Lu Yujin had just taught Tang Wanwan how to ride, and she wasn't an ordinary village girl. Hey, Tang Xija, keep going. I'm catching up to you. Tang Xija, who was leisurely ahead, suddenly heard Tang Wanwan's voice behind him and nearly fell off his horse. He adjusted his mood, turned around, and looked at her with a look of disbelief. This time, Tang Wanwan looked confident and brave on horseback. Tang Xija wished he could be blind so he wouldn't see her like this. Little girl, you've got some skills. Dare you run faster? No problem. The two of them then started running quickly. Tang Wanwan held the reins tightly, squeezed her legs against the horse's back, leaned slightly forward, and tried to keep her balance with the horse. Tang Xija thought this would make Tang Wanwan fall behind him, but he was wrong. Not only did she not slow down, but she actually sped up. He bit his lip and thought, can't you just let me win for once? Sigh, it looks like I need to show some real skill. Otherwise, I might really underestimate her.
Go.
Tang Xija took out his riding whip and sharply flicked the horse.
Ah!
The horse let out a fierce cry and suddenly charged forward like crazy. Hey, Tang Xija, slow down. Be careful, it's dangerous, Tang Wanwan called out, worried about the strange sound of his horse. Running so fast, if he falls, he could seriously hurt himself or break a bone. Haha, are you scared? Turns out you're just a little timid. Get lost, I'm not afraid. I'm just worried about you, she replied. I won't get hurt, Tang Xija said. But just as he finished speaking, the horse suddenly tripped over something. Tang Xija was like an arrow shot from a bow, rushing forward uncontrollably. He had already grabbed the reins and could have safely jumped off the horse, but the horse was startled by the trip and reared up, throwing Tang Xija off suddenly. The situation was extremely dangerous. It looked like Tang Xija was about to be trampled under the horse's feet. Tang Wanwan quickly urged her horse forward without hesitation. She jumped down from the horse and threw herself onto Tang Xija to protect his vital areas, her head, as they rolled into the nearby field ridge. Now that the autumn harvest was over, most of the fields were just leftover straw. Luckily, the muddy ground was soft. After rolling into the field, they tumbled a few times before stopping. Not far from them, two people watched this scene with wide eyes, shocked and frightened. Especially Tang Wanwan, who acted quickly. She jumped off her horse and threw herself onto Tang Xija to save him. Her brave act was incredibly impressive and very cool. What's going on? County Magistrate Feng Ji asked Gu Yunji. He looked at him as if to say, see for yourself. Then he quickly said, you go catch the horse, I'll go help the person. County Magistrate Feng Ji glared at Gu Yunji's back and said, you're always quick to take advantage. Why don't I go save him? You go lead the horse. Someone else said, I know a bit of medical skills. All right, County Magistrate Feng Ji could only silently complain to himself. Guess I won't say anything. It turned out that the carriage County Magistrate Feng Ji and Gu Yunji were riding in broke down halfway home and couldn't be fixed quickly. Seeing the good weather, they decided to take a walk, chatting and enjoying the scenery along the way. It was quite a pleasant stroll. But the journey back was too far, so they planned to walk to Tongjia village to borrow 2 horses or a carriage. Unexpectedly, they saw such a dangerous scene along the way. The key point was not a man saving a woman, but a woman saving a man. This woman was really impressive. After a while, Gu Yunji's mind kept flashing back to Tang Wanwan's graceful figure as she leapt off her horse at that critical moment, so brave and fierce. One word, amazing. It felt like a long time since anything had truly interested him, but this woman was quite intriguing. He wanted to know who she was. Miss, are you alright? Gu Yunji went to check on Tang Xija and Tang Wanwan, who were both unconscious, one face down, the other face up. Tang Wanwan was fine, just knocked out by the strong impact. Plus, Tang Xija, the heavy one, had pressed down on her twice, so she probably had internal injuries. Now, this unthinking fellow was desperately shaking her, almost causing her to fall apart. Tang Wanwan suddenly said with a bad mood, I almost got into trouble just because I was fine. After saying that, she struggled to lift her head and happened to meet a pair of deep, story-filled eyes. In the moment they looked at each other, both of them felt a bit strange, as if they knew each other before. Have we met before? Surprisingly, Gu Yunji was the one to ask first. I don't know if we've met before, but if you don't help me up now, you won't see me for much longer, Tang Wanwan said, grimacing from the pain in her chest. Gu Yunji, who usually didn't smile much, was amused by this interesting girl's words. He quickly said, "All right, I'll help you up." "Oh no, my leg." Tang Wanwan realized she had sprained her ankle when she tried to stand up. "What's wrong?" "Maybe you should sit here, and I'll take a look," seeing her face twisted with pain and her struggling to stand. Worried she might misunderstand, Gu Yunji added, "If you don't mind." "I mind." Unexpectedly, Tang Xija woke up. His forehead was bleeding from somewhere he had hit. When he opened his eyes, he saw Gu Yunji trying to take advantage of Tang Wanwan. Remembering how she had just risked herself to save him, he felt a surge of passion and decided he must protect her, not let a stranger take advantage of her. "Tang Xija, you're not dead? That's great." Tang Wanwan was quite happy to see him bouncing around alive again. Tang Xija looked at Tang Wanwan with annoyance and said, "You crowmouth. I look so handsome and talented. Does heaven really want me to die?" "Being handsome, I can't tell. Whether you have talent, I don't know. I only know that right now, you can't even take care of yourself," Tang Wanwan said, her words almost choking a living person, but she told the truth. Although Tang Xija was only slightly injured, his leg was hurt too. He limped while walking, not much better than Tang Wanwan. At this moment, Tang Wanwan was sitting on a grassy embankment covered with thatch, while Gu Yunji squatted in front of her, carefully examining her wound. According to ancient customs, a woman's feet shouldn't be shown casually to a man, or he would have to marry her. Fortunately, Tang Wanwan was not an ancient woman and was not shy about such things, and Gu Yunji was also unrestrained. In his view, Tang Wanwan was just a young woman. To him, she wasn't considered a romantic interest at all. "Fortunately, it's just a bone sprain, not too serious. I might need to realign your bones later." "Are you afraid?" For some reason, Tang Wanwan felt a strange sense of trust toward this man she had just met. She nodded and said, "I'm not afraid."
Just do what you need to. Good.
Without any warning, Gu Yunji suddenly grabbed her ankle and twisted it.
Ah!
Tang Wanwan screamed in pain, and after a moment, she realized her tears were falling because of the pain. "Why didn't you call me when you were doing that?" Gu Yunji didn't even lift his eyebrows, remaining calm as he took out a clean cloth from his pocket. He said, "I told you just doing that might ease your pain. It's just another worry for you. Isn't that better, simple and quick?" After that, he seemed to perform a magic trick, pulling out 2 small porcelain bottles from his pocket. He poured some yellow liquid and then some green powder onto the cloth. He mixed them together and then pressed the medicated cloth onto Tang Wanwan's ankle, wrapping it tightly. He wrapped it in one circle after another. Watching his slow, careful movements, Tang Wanwan felt as if her heart was also being wrapped in something, an odd but strange feeling. It was clear that Gu Yunji often did bandaging, and he did it very carefully and meticulously. Watching him bandage her wound was quite pleasing. Every move was smooth and graceful. Looking at Gu Yunji, Tang Wanwan suddenly thought of some poetic descriptions of handsome men from ancient times, like a jade among the commoners or a rare nobleman. Watching him work, she felt as if the world had become quiet. Such a wonderful person truly exists in this world. After he finished, Tang Wanwan felt her pain in the foot had eased quite a bit. "All right then, since you helped me bandage my wound, I forgive you." Gu Yunji smiled gently. This girl was quite interesting. She owed someone a favor, but was acting so confidently. He stood up and took out a silk cloth from his sleeve to wipe his hands. Tang Wanwan looked at the cloth he used. Such fine silk, clearly expensive. "What a wealthy gentleman. Your leg is temporarily bandaged, but you must not move it around for a while. Where do you live? Do you have family nearby?" Tang Wanwan didn't expect him to be so considerate, so attentive, truly a warm-hearted man. She still had an important matter to attend to, so she couldn't just stay and invite someone to a meal. She pointed at Tang Xija and said, "I came out with him. Our home is a bit far from here, but our horses are lost." While she was thinking of how to persuade someone to take them back, Gu Yunji suddenly pointed ahead and said to the approaching person, "Look, are these 2 horses yours?" "Young girl, Lord Feng has found our horses," the man replied. Seeing him, Tang Xija was very happy, but then he suddenly felt sad because he had overexerted himself and nearly fell down. Seeing Lord Feng riding one horse and leading another, walking toward them with a smile, Tang Wanwan was quite surprised.
Oh, Uncle Feng.
Hey, little one, what are you doing here? What's going on? Lord Feng looked a bit surprised when he saw Tang Wanwan. Gu Yunji then asked him, "Do you recognize them?" "Yes, I do. I know her father. He's from Tangjia village. I told you about him before." Lord Feng glanced at Gu Yunji. Gu Yunji was smart and immediately remembered what had happened. He thought, so this little girl is the daughter of the salt. Lord Feng had also tried to help with Tang Jianfei's situation and even gave some support to the Tang family. But surprisingly, the money for the clothing didn't benefit Tang Jianfei's children and wife. Instead, it made some people in the old Tang house richer. "Uncle Feng, today my niece came to see you because she has a favor to ask. Please help us." "Little Awan, what do you need from me?" "Lord Feng, my name is Tang Xija. My grandfather is our clan leader, and he asked me to invite you to Tangjia village because there's an urgent matter to discuss with you." After saying this, he looked a bit embarrassed and added, "We were originally here to pick you up, but an accident happened to the horses on the way." His voice grew quieter at the end. "I saw that. Now we have 4 people and 2 horses.
Let's discuss how to go back," she said.
The matter with Xiao Rou couldn't be rushed, and they couldn't explain everything now. Tang Momon thought they could talk more once they reached Tangjia village. She also wanted to see if they had any new clues, especially since Lord Feng was good at solving cases. Tang Xija didn't dare to compete with Lord Feng for the horses, so he quickly said, "Maybe you should go back first, sir. Tell the people in our village to send someone else to pick us up."
"How can that be?"
"How about the 2 of you injured, riding on horseback while we continue walking?" Lord Feng also looked uncomfortable and asked Gu Yunzihua, "What do you think?" "Sir, do you know where your carriage is? Is it far from here?" Tang Wanyang, who had been silent, suddenly asked. Lord Feng didn't understand why she asked this, so he replied, "Not too far." "That's good. Maybe I can see if I can fix the carriage. If I succeed, we can all go back together." "You can fix the carriage?" Gu Yunzihua looked at her with some curiosity. Tang Wanyang's lips curled slightly, her eyes bright. Then she proudly pointed to her tool basket and said, "If you want to see if I can, just let's take it and try." "No, you have an injury on your leg, so you shouldn't be moving around." His tone sounded a bit old-fashioned, like an elder. Tang Wanyang immediately argued, "Lord Feng, I am confident. Just give me a chance. If you don't trust me, let him ride the horse and take me. I promise I'll bring the carriage back." Gu Yunzihua saw her small hand pointing at him and had a bad feeling. Sure enough, she was assigning him a task. To make such a decision, either she was very capable or she was just trying to attract attention. No one at Yonglin Pavilion dared to treat him like this before. Command him? Let's see how capable she really is. Lord Feng didn't dare to go against Gu Yunzihua's idea. He looked at him, curious about how he would respond. To his surprise, Gu Yunzihua didn't say a word of protest, and happily agreed. He said to Tang Wanyang, "I can go with you, but if you can't fix it later, don't cry." Someone already made promises up front. Of course. Gu Yunzihua didn't say much more. He helped Tang Wanyang onto the carriage, almost holding her whole body up, which made her a little embarrassed. Once on horseback, her ears felt warm. He smelled very nice, really pleasant. Gu Yunzihua's focus was on her legs, checking if she was touched or if her injury hurt when the horse moved. When Tang Wanyang said it didn't hurt, he stopped asking. But as they approached the destination, Gu Yunzihua suddenly pulled the reins and turned to look at her face. "Can you tell me the truth now? Be honest with me. I'm giving you a chance if you come clean now." This person's mind isn't normal anymore, and his tone of voice has changed.
"Huh?
What did I say?" Tang Wanwan looked surprised. Her eyes were almost falling out. "Oh dear, my big brother. Your mood swings are too quick. You don't know how to fix a car at all. Do you think doing this will get my attention? You're wrong." Suddenly, Tang Wanwan felt very speechless. Is this person crazy? His mind isn't normal. She let out a sound and said, "Big brother, are you okay? Since I've arrived, I'll go on my own now."
Bye-bye. Go.
Seeing Tang Wanwan ignore his question and head straight for the carriage, he watched her walk away. Gu Yunji looked at her back again and thought, playing hard to get. There are many girls in Yonglin Pavilion who use this trick. I'm used to it. Let's see how long you keep pretending, he thought, and followed her. When she got off the horse, Tang Wanwan almost fell again. It was Gu Yunji who caught her just in time. But this time, he didn't do it gently. Instead, he quickly put her down on the ground as if she was a hot potato and kept his distance as if she carried a bomb. Haha, big brother, you really know how to play. Seeing Gu Yunji's romantic behavior, mistaking her for his admirer, thinking she said those things to attract him, it seemed the misunderstanding had gotten worse. I don't even know who you are or your name, and after just one meeting, you're already trying to me. This shows how infatuated she is and how narcissistic this person is. This time, Tang Wanwan didn't even bother to thank him. She struggled a bit to lift her precious basket, looked at the wheels of the carriage, and immediately understood the problem. The axle inside the wheel was broken, or rather, out of oil. The wheels had been running for a long time, overloaded, and with the uneven road, they jolted back and forth. No wonder it broke down. Fortunately, Tang Wanwan had prepared in advance. She took out a small bottle with half a bottle of kerosene. If Mrs. Chen found out, she would definitely be upset again. She often used moonlight to do needlework to save that little bit of kerosene, which often made her eyes red from staying up late. Big brother, can you help me? Help lift the wheel a bit. The wheels are locked into a slot that holds them in place. To add oil inside, the slot must be fully opened, then oil applied, and the entire axle greased, so it can spin smoothly. Otherwise, the wheel will keep getting stuck unless replaced. Gu Yunji looked at her repeatedly and uncertainly asked, "Are you really good at fixing things?" Tang Wanwan was tired of explaining and impatiently said, "Big brother, instead of arguing, you've already helped me remove the wheel." Gu Yunji stopped arguing and, under Tang Wanwan's instructions, easily applied oil to the wheel. She then took a brush-like tool and scrubbed all around and inside the wheel. She also directed him to kick another wheel hard twice. "Kick harder," Tang Wanwan ordered. Gu Yunji wanted to ask if she was doing it on purpose, but she insisted, "Keep kicking." Finally, she crouched down, checked here and there, pulled at some parts, and used a metal tool to tap and remove something. After fiddling for a while, she looked satisfied, like a proud parent watching their child, and smiled happily. "It should be fine now," Tang Wanwan said, lifting the wheel and turning it forcefully to check if it moved smoothly. Seeing that it was working well, she showed a proud expression at Gu Yunji. "Please, big brother, start the carriage and see if it can move." She then asked him to help her onto the horse, and they headed home. Seeing him hesitate, Tang Wanwan added, and Gu Yunji finally helped her onto the horse before rushing to start the carriage. Unexpectedly, the carriage started moving and sped off quickly. Gu Yunji looked at the little person ahead and wanted to apologize, but she suddenly started singing loudly. Could this be a song? Please don't hurt his ears. He didn't catch the tune, but he heard her sing 2 lines. "Let's live freely in the mortal world, riding horses and sharing the world's beauty." Lord Feng, Awan, and the others really came back. "Look, the carriage is fine now." Tang Xija saw the carriage and Tang Wanwan again, and his excitement was obvious. His admiration for Tang Wanwan had grown from his feet to his hair roots. "My little sister is so impressive, she's taller than my brother now, haha." On the way back, Tang Wanwan and Tang Xija were riding happily on their horses. Gu Yunji was driving the carriage, acting as a temporary coachman, sitting with Lord Feng. Seeing his dark expression, he couldn't help but feel curious and asked, "Since the carriage is fixed, why do you look unhappy?" It seems that girl really has some skill. She fixed the carriage herself. It's not that he was unhappy now, but he was waiting for Tang Wanwan to make a move, thinking that might clear his doubts. Maybe he had already received news and was prepared. But then, another small voice in Gu Yunji's mind said, perhaps she really doesn't know him, nor does she want to flirt with him. She doesn't care about him at all. She doesn't see him as a man. That's a complete sense of failure. He must make this young woman see him differently. Yes, he must make her realize her mistake deeply. Seeing Lord Feng praise Tang Wan'an so highly, Gu Yunji retorted, "It's just luck. Do you know how she fixed the carriage?" "How did she fix it?" Gu Yunji then explained, even showing him the tip of his shoe, which almost got crushed. "If it weren't for her, my shoes would have been ruined." "Ha ha ha, that's funny," Lord Feng said, probably seeing Gu Yunji unusually angry for once, losing his usual composure. "Is it really funny? There's nothing to laugh about." Gu Yunji snapped his whip, and the horse immediately galloped faster than before. Maybe she really fixed the carriage that way. Otherwise, why didn't we think of that trick? Gu Yunji didn't argue this time, and continued driving the carriage. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of Tongjia village. That was pretty quick. The road didn't seem so bumpy, Lord Feng said casually as he got off the carriage. Because Tang Wan'an had a leg injury, she couldn't get off easily, but before returning, she briefly told Lord Feng about her sister Tang Xiaorou's disappearance. "Please help me find my sister.
It's been a day and a night now."
There were outsiders from Yonglin Pavilion in the village at the time, and I don't know if there are any bad people mixed in, so they might have taken Xiaorou away. Yonglin Pavilion would not take someone away without a reason. I can guarantee that. Tang Wanwan couldn't help but glance at Gu Yunji and said, "You're not a member of Yonglin Pavilion. So how can you guarantee that?" Since Lord Feng is an official, he knows how to calm people's hearts. After thinking for a moment, he said, "There's no need for you to argue. I will send someone to find out the exact cause of the matter soon. When I have some news, I will tell you, little Awan. Later, I will visit your mother and family." Lord Feng smiled and said to Tang Wanwan, "Thank you very much, Uncle Feng. Big sister, are you alright?" Seeing Tang Wanwan riding her horse, looking a bit unusual, Tang Xiaoi quickly went to her side. At the village entrance, besides Tang Sihui, others also came to greet Lord Feng and his group. "Brother, you're back. Who is this young gentleman with Lord Feng?" Tang Sihui looked sharply at Gu Yunji, who was handsome and well-mannered. "I don't know him either. He probably is a friend of Lord Feng," Tang Sihui replied. "Oh, are they going back with us to talk?"
"Yes."
"Do you know who he is?"
"Yes."
"Brother, he's already gone. Why are you still looking over there?" Tang Sihui saw her brother talking to himself, constantly glancing back, even distracted when answering her questions. She waved her hand in front of his eyes repeatedly. "Oh, nothing. By the way, Rui, I want to tell you something."
"Tell me."
"If you help me succeed, I'll find out about that young man for you." Tang Sihui knew her brother very well. He was usually very proud and looked down on ordinary young men. Today, when she saw Gu Yunji, her face showed shyness. Anyone could tell she was interested in him. Here's the story. Today, Tang Xiaowan saved my life and got injured. When you go back later, help me get some medicine and food for her. And bring that box of lotus cake. She must like sweets. After I recover, I'll go thank her in person. Tang Sihui was surprised when her brother said this. She thought she must have heard wrong. Her brother, usually indifferent and dismissive of sweet words, even lowering himself to flatter others, was acting strangely today. The sun must have risen from the west. She teased him. "Wow, brother, you've become so considerate. Bringing medicine and food. Are you into her?" "No, I'm just grateful to my benefactor. Are you going or not? If not, I will ask Sitian to go." I also told Sitian about the young master's news. It seems that Tang Xiqing is helpless against Tang Wanwan and can't compete with her, but he is quite strategic when dealing with his own sister. Indeed, Tang Sirui became anxious, stomping her foot and showing a bit of her childish stubbornness. "Brother, you dare to tell her? She always fights with me for everything, and she can't stand to see me do better than her. If she finds out I like this young master, she might act first." Tang Xiqing didn't expect his sister to admit it openly and smiled. "Haha, I knew I was right. You like him, don't you? But liking someone is one thing. We still need to find out more about him. If he already has a family, then we can only give up." While they were talking, they heard someone calling Tang Xiqing. "Xiqing, hurry up and follow us." "What are you dawdling for?" "Okay, we're coming." Before leaving, Tang Xiqing reminded her, Suerue, remember what your brother said. Go help me find out more about him. Got it. Brother, remember to keep your word and ask around for me. Lord Feng, young Master Gu, apologies for the intrusion. Old Tang, the village chief, was overjoyed when he saw Gu Yunji because he was very hard to invite. Every year, their Tang village sent invitations to Yonglin Pavilion, but they were almost always rejected. A few days before the temple fair started, Gu Yunji personally came, and this was a rare opportunity. If Gu Yunji agreed to attend the temple fair, it might attract many wealthy young ladies. Once those young ladies came, they would bring their families' businesses and connections, which would be very beneficial for the development of Tang Village. Old Village Chief Tang. Oh, Village Chief Tang. Please, everyone. Village Chief Tang Lao of Tang Village is 76 years old, but looks to be in his early 50s. He is energetic, with bright eyes, and his voice is deep and powerful. It is said that he gets up every day at 3 in the morning, climbs to the top of the mountain alone, practices his boxing, and only when the sun rises does he come down. Every time, during the moment when the sun begins to rise, he takes a deep breath, exhales slowly, then mumbles to himself. After finishing, he looks both happy and disappointed, then slowly walks back. When they returned home, the wives had already prepared breakfast, and the whole family was eating together. The older and younger children were arguing and making noise, which gave everyone a headache. The old man, since turning 70, had decided to live alone. Someone would bring him his meals in the morning and evening. If he needed anything or had something to say, he would speak up, otherwise, others should not disturb him. Today, the old man gathered some important people early in the morning. They had been discussing for a long time, clearly deciding on something. He was dressed in a neat, clean, and tidy brown traditional outfit. He even put aside his usual pipe and held a cup of tea, waiting quietly for the guests. I heard that County Magistrate Feng and others had an accident on the way. When Tang Xija went to pick them up, there was a small mishap again. Fortunately, everyone was safe. Is Xija okay? The old man asked his eldest son, Tang Zhongqing. Father, Xija is lively and well, replied Tang Zhongqing, who looked 50 but seemed older than his father. Luckily, he married a kind and beautiful wife, who gave him a son and a daughter, Tang Xija and Tang Sui. Tang Xija's cousin, Tang Xian, was also well-raised and beautiful. She often outshined Tang Sui. Today, after seeing Gu Yun, Tang Sui wished she could hide him so her sister wouldn't see him. That's good. After we finish discussing important matters, we'll let him come in, said old Tang. He then kept his second and third sons, along with 2 elders from the clan, to stay and discuss. Yes, father, Tang Zhongqing replied. He had little say at home because he hadn't achieved much and didn't have the right to speak. No matter who you are or what position you hold, you need to do something impressive to earn respect. Otherwise, your life will be dull and unremarkable. I wonder why old Tang invited me today. Is it about the salt pond problem? County Magistrate Feng asked hurriedly after sitting down, not even taking a sip of tea, because urgent matters needed his attention. Yesterday, they went to Mang Village, but found nothing important, and Tang Xiao had gone missing. The thief dared to kidnap a child in broad daylight, which was very bold. If they couldn't solve this case quickly, the criminal might continue to cause trouble. Haha, Magistrate Feng, you're really sharp, you guessed it right. Old Tang looked very happy and suddenly changed his tone. But this time, it's not a bad thing. It's a great opportunity. Oh, a great opportunity? I'd love to hear more. Gu Yunji sat quietly nearby, listening without touching the tea beside him. Is the tea not to your taste? Old Tang paid close attention to details. Not thirsty for now. Thank you, Gu Yunji politely replied, not quite sure what the old man was trying to say. After thinking for a moment, he said, maybe I should go outside for a walk while you discuss your matters. That's a good idea, old Tang said politely, slightly satisfied because Gu Yunji was sensible. Zhongqiu, take the young Master Xiao out for a walk. Tang Zhongqiu, old Tang's second son, was well-educated, polite, and knew how to behave. so Old Tang trusted him a lot. After they left, Old Tang carefully ordered someone to show County Magistrate Feng what was in the bowl. "Please, Lord Feng, take a look at this. What do you think it is?" County Magistrate Feng examined it, and his eyes lit up immediately. His expression then became cautious. Old Tang said, "This is just a preliminary extraction and we already have such results. If we increase production and make all our equipment like this, Lord Feng, do you think our Tang village can take a big step forward?" County Magistrate Feng confirmed it was fine salt and promised, as long as Old Tang can turn all this salt into fine salt like this without any problems, not only will you be promoted, but if Old Tang wants the entire salt pond in the northwest, no one would dare to say a word. Old Tang was excited and shook hands with Lord Feng. "Please speak well of us, and I won't forget your kindness." "Old Tang, you're mistaken," Lord Feng said. "You are under my jurisdiction. Your achievements help me, and I will do my best. However, this matter is very important. I want to see where this salt came from and meet the person behind it." Old Tang smiled and said, "I won't hide from you, Lord Feng. You probably wouldn't believe it at first. We didn't believe it ourselves at first, but now that we have results, I dare to report to you. But it's not the time to meet yet. When the time comes, we will let her reveal herself." After speaking, he made a gesture inviting him. County Magistrate Feng followed Old Tang to their salt pond processing site. There, besides other salt ponds, there was a very strange device. "What is this?" "Please look, adults." Tang Lao reached into the salt pond and grabbed a handful of crystallized salt, which was white as snow and no longer dark, bitter, or astringent. Master Feng even tasted it himself and was immediately overjoyed. "Excellent, this is fine salt, carefully refined. Congratulations to Tang Lao and Tang Jia village. Haha, this is truly divine blessing for our Tang family village. Every year, we spend a lot of silver just to hire salt makers, often ending in nothing. Now, our village finally has a master, and he's from our Tang Jia village. Isn't that a sign that heaven is helping us? Very good, very good. I will report this immediately to the capital so the officials can come and verify. If we pass this test, Tang Lao and Tang Jia village will become extraordinary." Master Feng looked around but couldn't ask how it was done specifically. Still, he made this promise. "Thank you very much, sir. I've prepared a simple meal. Please join us, sir and young Master Xiao. We have other matters to discuss." "No need for food. I have other things to attend to. The salt pond matter is very important, and I must report it now. For thousands of years, salt has been vital for people's lives. Ancestors worked hard to refine salt, but their efforts often failed. Now there has finally been a big breakthrough. How fortunate we are." After seeing off Master Feng, Tang Lao quickly invited several important people inside to discuss how to welcome the Imperial Salt Envoy and how to expand the salt-making device. Once news spreads that they can produce refined salt, the impact will be huge. They need to keep the process secret while trying to maximize their benefits. While they were deep in discussion, a report came from outside. "Chief Tang, the village chief is here to see you." "Humph, that stubborn old man. Why would he come to see me? Tell him I won't see him." The last time they disagreed over something, and now they were at odds. Tang Lao was just sulking. The messenger looked uneasy and quickly said, "The village chief insists on seeing you today. He says it concerns the safety of Tang Jia village. Tell him to go back and do his job as village chief properly. The safety of Tang Jia village is under my protection. I don't need his involvement." A person suddenly burst in with a big smile on his face. "Hey, big brother, are you really mad at me? I'm here to apologize." He then took a small cloth bag and threw it onto the table. Everyone looked at the bag, curious about what valuable thing might be inside. The village head was very happy. The village chief glanced at Tang Mid-Autumn and said, "Mid-Autumn, open this and show it to your father. Let him see and learn something." Old Tang looked at his brother and said annoyed, "It's been a few days since we saw each other. You've gotten brave. Just put that thing in front of us while we're having a meeting. Go find a cooler place to stay." Seeing the old man angry, the others quickly spoke up for the village chief. They were all family, so a little anger was fine and wouldn't last long. Mid-Autumn didn't dare ignore his second uncle's words. He hurriedly said, "Since uncle has brought something good, let's take a look." Just one glance. He was afraid that the old man would get angry and kick him out too. When he opened the cloth bag, he couldn't help but shout, "It's refined salt." "Ha ha ha, now you're all stunned, right? Want to know where I got it?" The village chief looked proud. Since morning, after receiving the refined salt from Madam Chen, he had been thinking about whether to tell everyone. To be safe, he went to Madam Chen's house and asked where the salt came from. Madam Chen told him that the salt was made by Awan herself. At first, the village chief didn't believe it, so Madam Chen showed him the filtering device Awan had made. When he saw the fine, snow-like salt in the pond, he almost cried with excitement. Wow, this is refined salt. How could this girl be so talented? Could it be that they were too slow before? That a girl of just over 10 years old was better than them? But after looking at it for a while, he couldn't figure out how it worked or what each device did. He asked Madam Chen, but she couldn't explain it clearly either. The village chief thought carefully and discussed with his wife. They wondered whether they should tell others about this. His wife said it was a big deal. If it really worked, their Tang village would have a bright future. The village chief thought his reputation was small compared to this matter. The refined salt was a major discovery. For this great achievement, he was willing to risk his pride. It was worth it. Not wanting Tang Lao to hear, he not only laughed but also made a sharp remark. The comment nearly triggered the village chief's quick temper. "Still laughing, huh? We've seen this thing long ago."
Who are you to tell us about it?
"What? What did you say?" "That can't be true. I just got it this morning." Tang Lao glanced at Tang Zhongqiu and immediately understood his father's meaning. "Second uncle, you should go inside and take a look. We already have it." "That's impossible. How could it be so fast?" "I personally confirmed with Lady Chen." "Could she have also given you salt?" After the village chief saw their filtering device, he quickly shook his head. "That's not right. That's not how it should be." "What's not right?" "It's not like that." "Second uncle, are you jealous of us?" Tang Zhongqian, the third son of Tang Lao, echoed from the side. "Second brother, you didn't get any credit this time. You're probably feeling very regretful. So, why are you competing with me?" The village chief, who was not angry at first, suddenly got even more annoyed when he heard his brother's sharp words. "Big brother, I said there's something wrong with your thing. I'm not trying to argue about personal gains. We all want what's best for the village." "Fine. Tell us what's wrong. Go ahead and explain." Others also agreed. "Yes, second uncle, tell us. We got the formula yesterday, tested it today, and already produced salt. This salt looks even better than our official salt. Where did you get this formula? Is the person reliable?" The village chief continued to ask, feeling something was off. Maybe he was overthinking. Could it be that this salt formula wasn't from Awan, but from someone else who told her earlier than her brother? What is this person's true purpose? "Second brother, you don't need to worry about this. We were planning to celebrate grandly if we welcome the Imperial Salt Envoy. The temple fair will be lively and prosperous, and we'll even order some fireworks from the fireworks shop. We'll make it a big celebration." "Big brother, listen to me. This is an important matter. We must be very careful. Also, Lord Feng should report this later. If anything goes wrong, it could be a serious crime," the village chief said with some worry. Tang Lao thought his brother was jealous of him and spoke sincerely. "Second brother, you don't need to worry about this. You should still care about planting crops in the spring next year." After a while, the village chief left with a worried look. Old Tang then called Tang Xija inside. Soon, Tang Xija's voice suddenly came from the room. "I don't agree. I strongly disagree." Someone replied, "Your grandfather has already promised this to someone else. Even if you don't agree, you have to accept it. At least you should agree to the marriage first. The girl is still young, and you can wait 2 more years. 2 years may not be long, but many unexpected things can happen." Tang Zhongqiu spoke earnestly to guide Tang Xija. His meaning was clear. The grandfather was in a good mood now. thinking about the bigger picture, so the young man should make a small sacrifice. But Tang Xija was stubborn. He didn't like to beat around the bush. If he liked someone, he liked her, and if he didn't, he didn't. His grandfather wanted him to marry a girl with yellow hair, whose appearance he didn't even know. He definitely wouldn't agree. He raised his chin and said, "I will never agree. You can forget about it."
How dare you talk like that?
Your grandfather wants you to marry a beautiful girl, not to go through fire and water or take on heavy family responsibilities. Grandpa, I told you before, I can do anything you ask, but I can't be forced to marry someone I don't like. Besides, I already like someone. He spoke softly, almost too quietly for himself to hear. But Uncle Tang Zhongquan, standing nearby, heard him clearly. He quickly asked, "Do you like a girl, Xija? Really? Are you just making an excuse to fool your grandfather?" "Uncle, I really do like a girl, so I can't marry the girl you mentioned. You can also let Siju or my second brother, Sifin, marry her. They haven't married yet." Tang Xija shifted the responsibility to his younger brothers. "I told you, whether you marry her or not, you will marry her." Then the old man raised his voice loudly. "Bring him here. Lock him up. No one can let him out without my permission." It seemed the old master was very angry, upset that Tang Xija didn't understand his good intentions. He was sacrificing his own strength, the bloodshed, and the hardships he endured to build this family, all for this boy to have an easier life in the future. Who knows that he would not appreciate it? Not appreciating it is one thing, but even worse is him going against him. The Tang Wang family proposed to marry their youngest daughter, Tang Riyue, to Tang Xija, mainly because they valued his status as the eldest son and grandson, hoping to find a reliable support in the future. Otherwise, why would they give such an important salt recipe for no reason? This seemingly simple recipe is worth more than a fortune. After the old master verified that the recipe was safe, he sent many gifts to the Tang Wang family, including over 100 taels of silver, a lot of fine silk and satin, and some very impressive food and daily items. Mrs. Wang was overjoyed. "Let me out. You can't keep me locked up. I'm injured," she pleaded. However, once Tang Xija was locked in a small dark room, there was no way out. It would take at least 2 or 3 days for the old master to calm down or change his mind before he could be released. When news of Tang Xija's imprisonment spread, someone immediately went to find Tang Ruyue. At that moment, Tang Ruyue had just finished delivering items from Tang Wanwan's house. Hearing about her brother's situation, she immediately became anxious and started thinking of ways to help. After Lord Feng left the head of the Tang family, he went with Gu Yuni to find Tang Wanwan. Tang Wanwan showed Lord Feng the purse left in the kitchen, then provided a portrait of Tang Xiaoro and some of her features. Gu Yuni looked at the purse and said, "This is a clue. I suggest you start investigating from where this fabric came." Lord Feng thought this made sense and agreed. He took the purse and said to Tang Wanwan, "I'll take this purse for now as evidence. We need to do some more checks. Once there's progress, I'll have someone inform you." "Thank you very much, Uncle Feng," she replied. Lord Feng looked around at the simple house and the damaged, unrepaired courtyard walls. He then took out a small bag of money. "Owen, I don't have much today. Take this and repair the courtyard walls, and use the rest for household needs. I feel sorry for Brother Jianfei's situation, but I didn't expect you all to be living so hard. Uncle Feng, we can't accept this. We'll find ways to earn money. Besides, helping in emergencies isn't the same as poverty relief. You can help us temporarily, but we have to rely on ourselves to make money," she said firmly. Lord Feng was surprised that the young Tang Wanwan was so determined. He couldn't help but smile. Just as a gift from uncle to his niece, isn't that enough? "I don't have much, but if you come to visit me someday, bring 2 bottles of wine, and that will make up for it." Tang Wanwan thought that her family really needed money for now. She decided to keep the money until she earned enough, then buy some wine for Lord Feng and repay his kindness. She held her money pouch, thanked him, and said to Lord Feng, "Let's consider this a loan from Uncle Feng. When I have more money, I will pay you back." Lord Feng thought Tang Wanwan was joking. After all, even if a young girl could earn money, how much could she make? He gave money to Tang Wanwan and her mother out of sympathy. Their main supporter had fallen, the children were still young, and there was also a sick person at home. Relying on a woman to support such a life was very hard. He thought that giving them 30 taels of silver as condolence money would help, but he didn't expect their lives to be so difficult. As the saying goes, good officials find it hard to settle family matters. He could only do what was within his power. He smiled and nodded, saying, "All right, no rush. Take your time using it." County Magistrate Foam was also giving Tang Wanwan some face. He hadn't seen her in over a year and was surprised by how much she had changed. When he was about to leave, unexpectedly, Gu Yunji also left something behind. After he left, Madam Chin found an item on the windowsill. She quickly picked it up to look. When she saw it, she was shocked. She exclaimed, "On, this is incredible." That young gentleman left a fine jade pendant. Madam Chin saw him raise his hand and brush past the windowsill. After he left, she looked over and saw something extra on the windowsill. "What should we do?" This jade pendant looked very valuable, smooth to the touch, of excellent quality, not something an ordinary person could own. Why would he leave something behind? "Mother, do you think you saw it wrong?" Tang Wanwan was a bit surprised. This person was silent and left her something. Could it be that he also pitied her and was showing sympathy? Earlier, he said he was trying to attract her attention, and now he leaves this. What does it mean? She dared not have any connection with him. If she took his gift, she might be criticized later. Tang Wanwan thought for a moment and said to Madam Chin, "Mother, you should go return it to him quickly. We can't accept such a precious gift for no reason." Madam Chin agreed that her daughter was right and asked, "Oan, do you recognize this young gentleman? What's his name?" "I don't know what his status is, but he was so generous with his help." County Magistrate Feng gave them 5 or 6 taels of silver, but when Gu Yuni helped, he probably gave at least dozens of taels. Tang Wani doesn't know his name, and he never mentioned it. She said, "I'm not sure either. Maybe he's a friend of Uncle Feng." "All right, I'll go return it now. You stay at home and behave. Don't run around," Mother Chin warned her daughter. Tang Wanni listened and immediately smiled, pointing to her swollen leg, saying, "Mom, you go quickly. With my leg like this, I can't walk even if I want to." After Mother Chin left, Tang Xiaoi, who had been silent, moved his stool closer to Tang Wanni and said happily, "Big sister, do you think this young man likes you? It's his first time here, and he gave you such a valuable gift. Maybe it's a token of his affection?" Tang Wanni felt both amused and annoyed. She reached out and gently tapped her brother's head, saying, "You little rascal, where did you hear such nonsense? I don't know him well, and who knows what he's thinking." Unexpectedly, Tang Xiaoi jumped up and pointed at her, smiling. "Oh, big sister, you're shy. I heard people say that a gentle lady is a good match for a gentleman. Our big sister is the prettiest girl in the village. Maybe that young man has taken a liking to you." At this, Tang Wanni stopped teasing her brother and said with a slightly serious tone, "Do you know what a gentle lady and a good match really means? It doesn't apply to us. We're not qualified. When we have enough food, good clothes, and a nice house, then we can think about those romantic things."
I don't understand.
Isn't it true that handsome girls are liked by gentlemen and they want to pursue them? Do you want to know the answer? Tang Wanni looked at her brother.
Yes.
Tan Xiao Yi not that easily.
Then memorize the 3-character classic and the 1,000-character text, and I'll tell you later. Now Tang Xiaoi looked like he was facing a big challenge, realizing he needed to study. He quickly grabbed his bamboo brush, ready to sneak out. "That big sister, it seems we have no firewood at home. I'll go gather some. Our firewood is already stacked in 3 piles inside and outside the house." "Then I'll go cut some grass," he said. "There's no livestock at home. Are you planning to eat the grass you cut?" Tang Wanni couldn't argue with him anymore and had to give in. "Big sister, can I start memorizing the 3-character classic first? I haven't learned all the characters yet. Starting tomorrow, you can recite it with me in the morning. If you don't recognize some words, I will teach you. That should be fine, right?" In the end, Tang Xiaoi had to agree. But soon he was happy again because his sister gave him a task, not reading but collecting wood. She asked him to find all the wood at home and bring it to Tang Wanwan. After working for most of the day, he found about a dozen pieces of wood of various sizes. Since Tang Xiaoyi was not very strong, he couldn't move large pieces. The ones he found were medium-sized. Coincidentally, Tang Wanwan was helping her brother Tang Wei make a wheelchair, so they didn't need very big pieces of wood. He picked out a few pieces, saying they might be useful. Tomorrow, they would use a cart to take all the wood to the carpenter to shape it. Once the wood was roughly sanded and cut into sections, Tang Wanwan would cut it to the needed length and start making the wheelchair. It would take a few days because they didn't have all the tools and she would need to buy some more. Fortunately, with the money supported by county magistrate foam, she had enough silver to buy a few handy tools for woodworking. Xiaoyi, help me at the blacksmith shop to make a few things. Here's a pattern, just ask the master to follow it. And if anyone asks who made it, just say you did it for someone else, not me, okay? Sure, sister. Don't worry about my work. Can I go outside and play for a while? Once the work is done, you can play for a bit. Okay. Actually, when Tang Xiaoyi said he wanted to go out to play, he was planning to gather information. He wanted to know how the case with county magistrate foam was progressing. If things moved quickly, Xiao Rou could come back sooner. Awan, they left pretty fast. I couldn't catch up even if I chased after them. They have a carriage. Forget it. We should leave this for now and give it to them next time if we get a chance. Then you better keep it safe. It looks quite valuable.
Yes.
Tang Wanwan carefully kept the jade pendant on herself. The house's door wasn't even secure, so she wouldn't leave important things at home. It's better to keep them with her. After chatting for a while, Mother mentioned all the things at home and suddenly remembered what Gu Xinyu had said. She hurriedly said, Awan, look at my mind. I was so busy that I forgot an important thing. Seeing her mother's unusual expression, which seemed very excited, she immediately asked, Mother, what's the important thing? Awan, is that bed yours that you made yourself? Mrs. Chen wasn't sure, so she asked clearly. Yesterday, Gu Xinyu said that Tang Wan's bed was very comfortable. Mrs. Chen didn't believe it at first, so she tried it herself. It was indeed very comfortable. Only then did she realize that her daughter wasn't just messing around. She had really made the bed out of willow branches. Really? Mother, you helped me with it, didn't you? Tang Wan didn't know what her mother was asking about and asked back. Can you make an identical one again? Of course. As long as I have all the materials, I can make an even more comfortable one. If I add a cotton pad on the bed, it will be very cozy. And if she could find a palm tree, using palm leaves to make the bed frame and adding a sponge cushion, it would be a real spring mattress. Mrs. Chen listened to her daughter's description and immediately felt a bit envious. That must be very comfortable. Cotton was a luxury for their poor family. A jean of cotton cost 4 or 5 taels of silver, enough for their family's expenses for 2 years. By the way, Awan, Miss Xinyu really liked the bed you made. She said she wants one exactly the same and will come to buy it in a few days. Tang Wan didn't expect that her accidental creation would turn into a business opportunity. As long as someone bought it, even for a few dozen coins, it was worth it. She wasn't greedy now. A bed for 70 or 80 coins was enough. If she added a cotton cushion, considering the cost of cotton, the price of the bed would be much higher. That would require pre-ordering. Otherwise, if she spent money and couldn't recover the cost, their family would be left with nothing. Yes, Mother, we don't need too much capital. As long as you help me gather the materials, I can make another identical one. That's great, Awan. Thank you. Mrs. Chen looked very happy. If her daughter could make and sell beds, it would be much better than making shoes or collecting firewood to sell. Mother, what are you saying? We are family. There's no need to be so polite. Yes, I know. I keep bothering you. It's not good to upset you. After saying this, Mrs. Chen started talking about what she heard outside. Awan, I just heard someone say that young Master Tang was locked up by the clan leader, but I don't know why. Just now, Miss Tang was delivering medicine and food to you. Do you want to find out what exactly happened? Tang Wanwan listened and also found it strange. Normally, Tang Xija, who is injured, should be resting at home. What exactly is going on? Today, the clan leader also invited Lord Foam to discuss some important matter. After thinking for a moment, Tang Wanwan decided not to get involved, as her role was small. People like her, who are just supporting characters, should focus on their own lives. If she is needed, she will help, but she won't interfere unnecessarily. Since the situation is unclear, Tang Wanwan thinks it's better to wait and see what happens. Mother, this isn't our business. It's better if we don't get involved. After all, it's the clan leader's decision, and he must have his reasons. If we don't know the full story, interfering might only cause us trouble. Mother Chen also understood that their family, being ordinary people, had no right to speak much. She thought for a moment and said, Awan, you're thinking carefully. I was too confused. But we should remember their kindness. If there's a chance, we should repay it. Yes, Mother, I understand. Mother Chen then went to busy herself. Tang Wanwan looked ahead and thought to herself, she risked her life to save him once. It's not too much to apply some medicine now. At most, it's just a small repayment of a favor. As for that unnamed young man's feelings, she didn't know how to repay them. Oh, who did she offend this time? At this moment, Tang Ryue was at home, looking nervous and frowning all the time. Mrs. Wang was so happy, she almost floated. Seeing the pile of gifts sent by the clan leader's people, she wished she could ring a bell and beat drums to let everyone know her family was getting rich. Humph, let those who look down on us see. You're about to get married soon. Why do you look so worried? I told you, I've already sent someone to invite a teacher to teach you and your sister proper manners and etiquette from wealthy families. When you marry out, you won't embarrass us or let others look down on us. Mother, I'm scared. Can we still change our minds now? Tang Ryue was now full of regret. She felt like the worst thief in the world, having stolen from others, and now even the clan leader and others had been alarmed. After receiving the salt recipe, they were very surprised and agreed to her mother's plan. They wanted her to marry the grandson of the clan leader, Tang Xija, making her the eldest granddaughter-in-law of the clan. She was worried that if things went wrong, it could cause big trouble. Nonsense. What we're doing now is like water that's spilled. There's no way to take it back. You're a silly girl. If you don't say anything, no one will know. Even if we consider the worst case, Tang Wanwan will find out that you told the clan leader about the salt recipe. The decision is already made. What can she say now? Does she have any proof that she created that salt recipe herself? Wang Shi patiently advised her. You should be grateful to your mother and also to your second sister. Without our careful planning, you wouldn't be where you are today. Once you become the eldest granddaughter-in-law of Tang Village, no one will dare to look down on our family. With the clan leader's recommendation, it will be easy for our brother Chinger to go to the academy. When I got married, because my family had strong backing, the Su family wouldn't dare to look down on me anymore. See how good that is? Tang Rui was holding the gift from the clan leader's people, carefully choosing fabric to have 2 new dresses made for herself the next day. In the past, every time she went to the tailor shop, the brother and sister there looked down on her. Tomorrow, she was determined to regain her dignity. All those who had bullied her and looked down on her just wait and see. Tang Ryue was also confused. How had things turned out like this? It was as if a gold ingot suddenly fell from the sky and hit her on the head. But inside, she felt extremely uneasy. Looking at those things, she couldn't help but say, Mother, maybe I should pick some things to send to Awan. I heard she twisted her ankle today. Send what? You're the only one with a kind heart, still thinking about that family. Wang Shi quickly refused her daughter's request without hesitation.